Pirate I, the son of Roger, a 9-year-old admiral. Chapter 481-500. Chapter 481. Sloppy. True news. Among the empty streets, gravel covered the ground, and the surrounding houses were destroyed in a mess. Amidst the broken walls, the tavern was still intact. In the tavern, a group of drinkers who had been drinking to join in the fun suddenly dispersed from the crowded window, ran back to their seats, picked up their wine glasses and drank quietly. The atmosphere became extremely strange in an instant. It was obvious that they were drinking, but everyone's expressions were extremely nervous. The gurgling cold sweat dripped from their foreheads and dripped into the wine glasses without realizing it. Everyone was a drunkard who didn't want to drink, and they all used their peripheral vision to glance at a thin figure outside the window and pay attention to the guy's every move. I don't know whether to be excited or afraid, but just now, this guy even singled out the 6 top-ranked cotters from the Baroque studio and won a big victory. What a big win. It is clearly to sing forward, to smash Wang Long, and to destroy the dead. If I hadn't seen it with my own eyes, if someone said to me, a newcomer from the Navy has beaten the cotters of the Baroque studio with one punch and all of them, then I would definitely not believe it. After all, no matter from which point of view, this kind of thing is exaggerated and cannot be exaggerated. What kind of battle did he just witness? A group of criminal organization cotters who follow a certain pirate, or 6 adult criminal organization cotters who have 6 kinds of devil fruits, have undergone intensive physical training, and have been determined to have advanced combat effectiveness. Facing a rookie in the Navy who looked only 15 or 16 years old, he thought it would be an easy and happy victory, but instead he was punched by the opposite side, and it was cleaned up. This Nima, is this kid really a monster? Are you a witness to the growth of a monster? According to legend, each of the 4 emperors showed great talent at a young age. Charlotte Lingling could destroy Elbaf at the age of 10. At a very young age, Whitebeard possessed an incomparable divine power capable of lifting 100 times or even 1,000 times his body weight. And now the guy in front of him is also able to face the powerful and amazing monsters of the Baroque studio alone at the age of teens, and to solve them with great ease. It's already like this now, so when he grows up, will it be worth it? Would that be able to slap Shichibukai to death at the level of Moria and Doflamingo? Even the generals of the Navy are not his one-shot enemies at all. To exaggerate a little bit, if his strength was placed decades ago, would he still be able to fight head-to-head with the legendary Rocks pirates? If such a character is born in the Navy, then what kind of person can continue to sail as a pirate in the sea? Even if it is the 4 emperors, it is not a problem to be solved by him one by one, right? The era of great navigation seems to be able to see the end. Will the great secret treasure that Roger placed at the end of the Great Route will eventually fall into the hands of the Navy? These ideas, one after another, flashed in the minds of the drinkers. Each one is extremely exaggerated, but there is absolutely a great possibility. For a time, the faces of everyone could not help but turn a little blue. Of course, these things seem to have nothing to do with them drinking and watching the fun. However, compared to the mentality of the drinkers who looked at the world's major events and had nothing to do with themselves, the small heart of the tavern owner trembled involuntarily. Click. The heart was trembling, the palms, arms and even the whole body were trembling along with it. For a while, the glass that had been wiped with flowers fell to the ground and shattered into pieces all over the ground with a click. But now he is not in any mood to clean up the pieces of glass slag that pricked his feet. He is now full of thoughts about what he just did to this Navy boy. I gave him a piece of unclear information, and then I called the cotters of the Baroque studio and asked them to come out and kill this Navy boy. God knows, it seems that those strong and monster-like guys will be flattened in front of this kid without even a big splash. And at that time, I still naively thought that these cotters could definitely deal with him, and stuck their heads out of the door to provoke that Navy kid. A Navy came to check on the pirates. On the way to buy the news, he was intercepted by the pirates as soon as he went out. So this tavern, isn't it obvious that it has something to do with the pirates? Damn it, Sloppy. A deep regret flooded the tavern owner's heart, and at the same time he felt aggrieved. Who would have thought that such a hairy boy would be so strong? Squeak. While the tavern owner was immersed in his own little world, the wooden door of the tavern was suddenly pushed open, making a sharp creaking sound. The drinkers who were pretending to be drinking cast their corners towards the door one after another, and everyone's scalp exploded for a while. Wasn't this guy standing on the street just now? In a blink of an eye, he suddenly came in. Of course, Iger will not trouble these guys, but slowly walk to the bar step by step. But this is the case. Everyone's heartbeat still trembles involuntarily with his every step. Dong dong. Looking at the tavern owner, who was in a daze, Iger couldn't help but sneer, and then tapped the bar with his knuckles. The knocking didn't matter, but it directly frightened the tavern owner across from him, and he fell from his seat and sat on the ground. Fuck, he screamed instinctively, as if he had seen some hungry ghost, and every Every pore on his body opened violently, exuding waves of fear. "What, am I hungry?" Iger pouted, looking very dissatisfied with the tavern owner's reaction. "I just wanted to ask you something. How do you react so much?" "Lord Navy, forgive me. The little one really didn't mean it." The tavern owner didn't listen to what Iger was saying. He knelt down and kowtowed and shouted, "The little one was killed by the Baroque group," threatening, "Don't kill me. Woohoo. Hey, calm down." Iger was helpless and suddenly raised the tavern owner. "Just tell me the real news, you know, and your tavern can continue to open." Chapter 482. Only crocodile hit a creek _ following the pure white figure who pushed open the wooden door of the tavern and left. The hearts that were hanging in everyone's chests like wine glasses also slowly fell. "Finally gone." For a time these 4 words appeared in everyone's mind. Finally left, although they knew that this guy would never give them a single glance. But as long as this guy stood in this room, they instinctively felt an inexplicable sense of terror and oppression. The air was like condensed pieces of ice, and it became difficult for everyone to breathe. It wasn't until the guy pushed the door and walked out that the air in the tavern was finally able to circulate again. Everyone's breathing was finally restored, and the body was finally able to relax. Compared with these drinkers, the tavern owner felt that all the clothes on his body, from the inside out, were soaked in cold sweat. "It's like walking through the gate of hell." "The hand that I wrote to him is shaking all the time. I thought it would be better to hold it with the other hand, but the shaking was even worse. It took a lot of effort to finally write down all those news. Hope he doesn't doubt it." Through the window of the tavern owner watched Iger walk out of the block from a distance and finally dared to let out a sigh of relief. And then he spoke softly, saying something to him out of nowhere. "I have told him this as you ordered." Iger stood outside the bar just now and didn't see it at all. In the mezzanine inside the bar, an ear had grown strangely. At the same time, there is an extra mouth on the back of the head of the tavern owner. The ear hidden inside the bar moved and seemed to have heard what the tavern owner said. After a while, the mouth behind the tavern owner's head also opened gently. "Well done. In this way, it will really lead him to a desperate situation. You don't have to worry whether he is dead or alive. You will no longer be in any danger." After speaking, the weird mouth seemed to have never existed, and it turned into a few petals with a puff, and only the tavern owner silently smothered the taste of that sentence. "Whether he is dead or alive, he will no longer be in any danger." Easy to say if he's dead, but if he's alive, is he really not in danger? On the other side, on the street outside the tavern, Iger frowned, and as he walked, he lowered his head and carefully recognized the touching handwriting of the tavern owner. "No way, this guy is really frightened." It took a lot of energy for Iger to finally understand what was written on the note. "Tomorrow night, in the center of the largest desert in Alabasta, there is a huge altar left from ancient times where Crocodile will return with Hancock. Note that I brought Hancock back because it was the secret stronghold of the Baroque studio, so there was only one Crocodile and Hancock, whose hands and feet were handcuffed by hailstones." Seeing this news, Yige couldn't help but laugh. In general, this news is not too different from the news Robin gave him, and it was written by the tavern owner under the threat of life and death, and the credibility is relatively high. After all, a person can't even control his hands. How can he lie? And although Robin's news is a little vague, as a displaced guy, it is already very good to be able to know these news with his own strength and connections. It was concluded that Robin did not lie to himself. Thinking of this, Iger nodded with satisfaction, but the doubt in his eyes did not dissipate at all. "In fact, I came here this time, in addition to discussing Robin's news that is a little vague and wanting to find more accurate information, another purpose is to test whether Robin is lying. Facts have proved that what this guy said is still somewhat reliable, which means that this guy is very sincere to rely on himself. But in this way, there is another place that doesn't make sense. That is, he is obviously a wanted criminal in exile who is wanted by the world's official government, and he did not go to find a place for pirates to live, but took the initiative to get on the ship of the Navy. Not to mention the difficulty of escaping after being discovered. Just not being recognized when dealing with various navies on weekdays is already quite difficult. Could it be that the lights are dark? Iger muttered, and a possibility emerged in his mind. It seems that this is the only way to make sense. If you follow the pirates, then with the activities of the pirates, her identity is likely to be discovered by the intelligence agencies of the world's official government. And ordinary pirates are not willing to fight at all, and they can't even fight against the power of CP9 at all. With the destruction of the pirates, she will inevitably be captured and executed. This result is obvious, but it is different in the Navy. CP9 will not easily contact the Navy, which greatly reduces the possibility of identity exposure. Good guy, worthy of being the head of a genius, but smart. Figuring out Robin's purpose, Iger was obviously much more relaxed, and at the same time turned his attention to another place. CP9, that pile of black suits. CP9, in Iger's cognition, it seems that there are only two tasks: capturing Robin, and competing for ancient weapons. Except for the people of Wano country, it seems that only Robin can understand the historical text, so it is not difficult to guess that the purpose of CP9 coming to inquire about the news seems to be related to the historical text and Robin, and even the historical text is more important than Robin. After all, the historical text plus the historian is equivalent to a terrifying weapon that can destroy the world, but these seem to have nothing to do with him. What I have to do is to rescue Hancock and at the same time protect Robin from being captured. Thinking of this, Iger no longer struggled and strode towards the dog-headed warship. A day passed in a blink of an eye. With the rise and fall of the sun, Alabasta once again ushered in a gentle moon desert. The cold moonlight sprinkled down from the sky like a veil, gently covering the endless sand sea, making the whole world seem to be immersed in an ice blue color. In the center of this desert, a huge ancient altar has been standing here for thousands of years. It is obviously no longer in the role of the year, but there are still living creatures that move around it. On the periphery of the altar, there is a piece of sand that is indistinguishable from other sands, quietly observing every move around. This is Ig, who turned into sand and has been lying in ambush here since evening. And now, two auras, one strong and one weak, are slowly walking towards the altar. Chapter 483. Give face and let her go. This is an ancient altar that has been abandoned for many years in the desert in the center of Alabasta. After thousands of years of weathering, it is no longer visible. The gray rock was built into a huge disc shape. Originally, there should be a circle of towering rock statues around the disc, but because of nature, they all turned into stone pillars. In the center of the entire altar, there is a stone bed, which seems to be made of halustone, but how the ancients were able to smelt and process halustone has always been considered a mystery by historians. Of course, whether this is a mystery or not, in fact the general public doesn't care much at all. For the residents of Alabasta, this place is nothing but a barren area where birds don't shit. For many years, no one has been here, and even the local residents here seem to have forgotten about this place, or rather, they have no idea what dazzling traces it once had. So until today, this place was quietly occupied by a bunch of outsiders and transformed into a secret stronghold, and no one would care at all. After all, it is an abandoned place. Under the cold moonlight, the shadow of the altar appeared so thick and dark, and Iger was hiding in the shadow cast by the huge altar on the ground. The body turned into a handful of yellow sand and silently melted into the entire desert. Even if anyone came here, even if they stepped on him directly, they would only think that this place was just a piece of ordinary sand. Quietly lurking on the ground, Iger quietly activated his domineering arrogance. With the transmission of his own thoughts, strands of tentacles of perception opened like cobwebs silently in every corner of the altar. Gently and softly, seeing and hearing, under the control of Iger, it was pulled into threads of spider silk, and it was spread into an airtight net in the space. Even if a scorpion crawls out, Iger will know it instantly. In the forehead of seeing and hearing all over the altar, Iger scanned again and again, and when he confirmed that no one else was coming, he finally breathed a sigh of relief, and then turned his attention to the two intruding spider webs. Range of figures. Astride walked in front, wearing a heavy coat. Through the vague shadows, you could see that he was combing his back and holding a thick cigar in his mouth. The other figure was staggering behind, and it was obvious that his hands were handcuffed by a handcuff, and a snake was following behind him. And boy, a Hancock. That's what Eagle's goal is for today. Go fast. We've got other things to do when you're done. Crocodile didn't look back, stared at the dead fish with a cigar in his mouth, and his voice lazily urged Hancock behind him. Bah, the concubine can walk as she likes. Can you manage it? Although it seemed that he was captured, Hancock seemed to be in good spirits, spat fiercely, and counterattacked mercilessly. Well, whatever, you're destined to be a bargaining chip for us to recruit actors anyway. Crocodile seemed to be stunned for a moment, and then responded somewhat casually. After all, he has no interest in Hancock's next fate at all, and he only cares about when he can gain the real trust of the royal family. Although it is said that he has obtained the identity of Kaiwohe now, and has even gained the trust and support of most of the residents of this country, everyone calls himself the great hero Crocodile. However, the current self seems to have some difficulties in entering the royal interior. I need a chance to make the people of Alabasta trust me completely, and Kaido and Hancock just provide themselves with such an opportunity. With the support of Kaido and the trusted King of Nine Snakes as a bargaining chip, Crocodile was able to negotiate with the Nine Snakes and let them disguise to assassinate the royal family of Alabasta, and he rescued himself in the process. Royal life. In this way, I really have the opportunity to get close to the historical text hidden by the royal family. At that time, let Robin interpret the content recorded in the historical text. The ancient weapon that can destroy the world in the legend will be at your fingertips. fingertips. I really want to thank that kid named Iggy for providing me with such an opportunity to get in touch with Kaido and providing myself with such a huge help. After this is done, I really want to use this Pluto to thank him well. Thinking of this, the corner of Crocodile's mouth has already evoked an arc. Compared to Crocodile's ease and comfort, Hancock, who was following behind him, was quite irritable. Since the last time I parted with Iger, I have realized that my strength is not particularly strong in the sea, so I deliberately found an uninhabited island and retreated with my two younger sisters. This practice is half a year. After half a year, I felt that my strength had reached a bottleneck, so I went to sea again. But he just went to sea. But he was surprised to find that the IG who defeated himself at the beginning did something earth-shattering in the kingdom of Goya. So Hancock, who didn't know where to go, simply followed the wave of pirates and headed towards the East China Sea. But who knows, this voyage almost made her fall into a deep autism. She bumps into Kaido's 3 big billboards at the same time. I don't know why, but seeing their own ship, these guys started the attack without saying a word, and they were 1 to 3, and finally lost to the 3 of them. Regretfully, they were arrested. Immediately afterwards, he became a bargaining chip for these guys to threaten 9 snakes. As for the others, they were put back and reported to 9 snakes. I really lost my face as a king. I said, "Crocodile." Just when Crocodile and Hancock were full of thoughts, an inappropriate voice suddenly sounded beside the altar. "The person behind you is my friend. Can you give me a face and let her go?" The sudden sound made the crocodile stunned for a moment, and then he realized that the person who came was not good, and the muscles all over his body were tense. But Hancock, who was behind him, frowned faintly, feeling that the voice was a little familiar. After a few seconds, he suddenly reacted and exclaimed, "Iggy." Chapter 484. Are you here specifically to save me? The sudden voice interrupted the two people's thoughts. Crocodile's response was quite quick, and he immediately realized that what should come was finally here, and then the muscles that controlled his whole body were tense, and he entered a state of battle extremely quickly. Hancock, who was behind him, was stunned for a moment and reacted for a few seconds before finally reacting to the voice, which turned out to be the Navy boy who defeated him at the beginning, Iger. "Iggy." After realizing that it was Iger, Hancock exclaimed and hurriedly looked in the direction from which the voice came, but after looking around, he saw no one at all. Just when Crocodile and Hancock were wondering where the sound came from, in a shadow not far in front of the two, a piece of yellow sand swirled directly, and then slowly condensed into a human form. This human figure is exactly Iger, who has been dormant here for a long time. Seeing Iger's appearance, Crocodile narrowed his eyes slowly, and information about the name slowly emerged in his mind. This is the person to deal with today. Moreover, is this guy who solved all the cotters of his Baroque studio? Can't see it at all. What a bunch of rubbish. Crocodile calmly observed the Navy kid in front of him, but looking left and right, he still couldn't see what was so powerful about this guy. After watching it for a while, he showed little interest and said lazily, "Little devil, I don't know how you got here, but I have something to do now, and I don't have the time to bullshit you. Give me Crocodile face and get out of the way. How about it?" On the other hand, when Hancock saw Iger appearing directly in front of her, he felt that his heart was suddenly touched by an electric current, and he felt a little numb for a while. IG. Hancock's thoughts couldn't help but go back to the time when the two of them were sparring at sea. Although it was said that nearly a year had passed after the battle, the slight throbbing feeling made him feel there is a wonderful feeling. After such a long time, Hancock already felt that he was about to forget him, but when his photo appeared in the newspaper, the long-lost throbbing came again. I don't know why, but I resolutely embarked on the journey to the East China Sea, and when I finally lost to Yin, Quinn, and Jack, I didn't feel so much unwillingness in my heart, but more regrets. It's a pity that I didn't have the chance to see Iggy. It's a pretty amazing feeling. But now, the guy who has always been attached to his subconscious mind appeared in front of him in a heroic gesture of saving beauty, and said such domineering words. It's not just a matter of words, but she also has a tyrannical look. She can actually feel a faint sense of oppression from Iger's body. This sense of oppression and that kind of language make her look like this young guy. Quite domineering. I don't know why. Hancock felt a warm current flowing through his heart, and then his cheeks flew a touch of crimson. The originally violent voice suddenly became kind and gentle. Iggy, did you come here specially to save the concubine? Well, yeah, why else would I be here? Hearing the questions of Crocodile and Hancock one after another, Iger chose to ignore the former, spread his hands at Hancock, and said helplessly, "What's wrong with this guy? He looks like a shrewd person. Why can't he figure out this kind of thing?" He didn't realize, maybe he didn't even bother to realize, that his ignoring attitude directly made Crocodile's complexion gloomy. Crocodile, who has never been willing to be subservient to others, will never allow any arrogance towards himself, except that his strength can completely crush his own existence. Yeah, I didn't expect you to come here specially to save the concubine. Even if you came specially, the concubine wouldn't like you. When Hancock heard Iger's answer, the little heart slammed wildly like a deer. Originally, it was just a little bit of crimson cheeks, and it quickly looked like a glass jar filled with red liquid. Smoke came out. For a while, even his speech became incoherent, which made Iger confused. What are you talking about? Looking at Hancock's appearance, Iger was a little helpless for a while. The battle state that was originally prepared was taken out of the state by her. I said you too. Just as the conversation between Hancock and Iggy was about to deviate from the situation, Crocodile finally couldn't stand it any longer, and he gnashed his teeth and interjected, don't just ignore others, especially you, the Navy boy. Don't think that you can be arrogant with me after you have solved the cotters under my command. In this situation, it seems that there is no way to get rid of this Navy kid. Crocodile made a decisive decision and decided to solve this kid directly. Ferocious domineering surged from his arms in an instant, and then it was injected into the sand under his feet at a lightning-fast speed. Hancock, who was brazenly talking nonsense 1 second ago, suddenly felt a dangerous aura in the next second, and quickly shouted in the direction of Iger, "Careful, Eagle!" Before he finished speaking, Crocodile in front of him had already waved his right arm forcefully. Scoff! With the wave of Crocodile's arm, the entire sandy ground, like a poisonous snake, raised a terrifying tip of the earth wave directly from the ground, and the tip of the tip pointed directly at Iger's face. It seems to be just an ordinary cone made of sand, but in fact every grain of sand in the cone is attached to the powerful domineering by Crocodile. For a time, all the sand in the whole sharp cone turned into bullets one after another, and turned into a dense barrage of bullets rising from the ground, madly shrouding Yig. Shhhhhhh. The crazy sound of breaking the wind rang out one after another, and the layers overlapped into a sharp sound of breaking the wind, which instantly tore the air and bullied Iger. Until this time, Iger's face was even calm. I just want to take Hancock back. Who is arrogant with you? After finishing speaking, there was a flash of silver light on his body, and the whole body directly turned into a lightning bolt, which simply bypassed the sand barrage and reached Hancock in a flash. Chapter 485 Swish Fruit vs Swish Fruit. Swish. The lightning speed of Iger's incarnation is extremely terrifying. Even if Crocodile's sand barrage is only an inch away from hitting him, when the silver light on his body lights up, everything seems to stand still. The grains of sand are distinct, and they are suspended in the air quietly, while Iger, just like a stroll in the courtyard, bypassed the incomparably terrifying sand cone, and then walked straight to Hancock. At this moment Hancock also seemed to freeze, and the expression on his face stayed at the moment when he just reminded himself to be careful of Crocodile's attack. Liu's eyebrows were raised high, her beautiful eyes were staring, her nose was slightly bulging, and there was a row of flawless teeth under her red lips, and even in her open mouth she could see a delicate pink tongue. Ahem, as if these are not things to watch. There was no time to linger. Iger directly carried Hancock on his shoulders, and then his figure flashed again, appearing directly on the other side of the altar, and then turned around to protect her behind him. All this process is quite long, but in fact, in the perception of Crocodile and Hancock, it is just a blink of an eye, and everything has been completed in the blink of an eye. Crocodile even felt that his sand barrage had almost touched the hairs on Iger's face, but as soon as he saw it, the figure of the Navy boy had completely disappeared. Then, almost at the same time, a figure appeared in the other direction. Still too, the Navy boy appeared in the other direction with Hancock, who was supposed to be behind him. It was only at this time that Crocodile finally turned around and found that Hancock behind him had disappeared. When is it? Crocodile's pupils shrank slightly and exclaimed in a low voice, "This speed is a bit too scary." Hancock reacted the same way. She felt that she had just shouted out the words to be careful with Iger, and then Crocodile launched an attack. It was obvious that Iger was about to be attacked, but the sight was completely blurred. He appeared behind him. Looking at his back, the shoulders that are not too broad are full of strong muscles. Hancock's little heart can't help but tremble again. This hand is so handsome. Done. I'm about to fall. How to do? How to do? This man is so reassuring. Of course, Iger, who has done all this, doesn't know what the two are thinking at all. In his eyes now, there is only Crocodile. A fiery fighting intent surged in his eyes, and Iger's eyes immediately changed to a cocky color, and a fierce aura burst out from his body in an instant. Hancock, hurry up and find a place to hide. You're handcuffed now, and there's no way to fight. With his domineering bulging all over, Iger didn't forget to turn around and instruct Hancock. Hearing this sentence, Hancock's heart was about to explode. Shouting yes yes yes, he twisted his body and hid behind a large rock. Seeing that Hancock had been hiding, Iger finally felt relieved, and then his fiery eyes met Crocodile's eyes. You guy, you're good at playing with sand. Iger stared straight at Crocodile. His voice couldn't hide his excitement. It just so happens that I will also play with sand so I can talk to you. Touch it." Before he finished speaking, almost all the sand in the desert seemed to be agitated at the same time and violently rioted. Rumble rumble. The tremors seemed to come from the depths of the Earth's core, and the entire desert seemed to be shaking slightly, but if you felt it carefully, you would find that it was not an earthquake but the sand on the entire desert surface trembling. "Hey, I always feel very uncomfortable being told that by you, kid." Crocodile also felt the change in the desert, stared at the dead fish and looked at the opposite Iger, and said with some disdain. Immediately afterwards, a terrifying aura that was not inferior to Iger's also burst out from Crocodile's body. Just like two kings were suddenly born on a vast land, the hundreds of millions of sand subjects didn't know which king to obey for a while. Sand is like a group of so-called ignorant fools sandwiched between the two kings, only to be confused and fearful. Only whoever is more majestic obeys whose command. So for a while, with Ig and Crocodile as the centers, countless sands rolled up directly wrapping both of them and then spinning rapidly, forming two dragons in the center of the desert. Roll her la 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 la. The scales of the two tornadoes are almost the same, and they each carry extremely violent winds and sharp sandstones, and each grain of sand is wrapped in hard domineering. On Crocodile's side, every grain of sand was covered with iron gray color. Originally, it was a small grain of sand that could hardly be destroyed. It was strengthened by the armed color, and it became a grain of sand in an instant. Steel balls. Countless tiny steel balls, under the control of Crocodile, swirled around a center, and finally formed an iron-black steel storm that slammed into the direction of Iger. On the other hand, Iger is also reluctant to show weakness, but unlike Crocodile, he does not have a weapon color to strengthen the sand, so he made a move with the palm of his hand, and a mass of red-black viscous liquid was suddenly squeezed out of his body, and then slowly merged into the crazy swirling dust. Just like ink dripping into a washing machine, the thick red and black color was instantly dispersed, and then turned into pieces of red and black, which quickly spread with the swirling sand and dust. After a while, the madly swirling sandstorm was already soaked in red and black, and at the same time, a terrifying pressure fluctuation was quietly emitted. The Overlord color. Can it still be used like this? Iger's move really frightened Hancock. Even in the oldest records of the Nine Snakes, I have only heard that there are strong men's Overlord colors that can cause physical damage, and some domineering can wrap around their bodies and exert super powerful power. But I have never heard that someone can make the Overlord color condense and flow like a liquid. This, even Hancock from the domineering country Nine Snakes has never heard of it. Boom. Just when Hancock was shocked, the two tornadoes in the air also collided. Chapter 486. I have been waiting for you for a long time. Boom. The whole body is filled with red and black liquid wave tornadoes, and all the sand is covered with a layer of armed steel tornadoes, which collided in the altar in the center of this vast desert. At the moment when the two tornadoes collided, the sand particles like thousands of troops swirled wildly. Caracalla. The sound of the clash of gold and iron resounded around the tornado, densely stacked together like a huge war drum being beaten frantically. Every time the war drum sounded, there would be a wave of terror. The shock wave spreads out. Whoa. The shock wave carried the force that seemed to be able to flatten everything, and spread out in a corrugated shape against the ground, violently opening the layers of sand along the way, forming a giant sandstorm directly hundreds of meters away. Puff puff puff. The giant sandstorm set off by the shock wave is like a ferocious beast, raging violently in this huge ancient altar. The grains of sand are like soldiers who have been beaten with chicken blood. Don't kill the pillars and Han. Cook rushes. Brush 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 brush. The grains of sand seem to be tiny meteors that cut through the air, with sharp winds mercilessly passing by Hancock's side, directly drawing bloodstains one after another on her body. Even the Cheongsam on her body was cut out. The python, who had never left beside her, couldn't stand it anymore. It roared and then swam to Hancock's side against the violent sandstorm, protecting Hancock with his body covered with hard scales. However, even the hard scales on this python were scratched one by one in a few seconds. Thank you so much. Hancock hid in the protective barrier surrounded by the python's body, stroked his head with his palm in distress, and said softly. Immediately afterwards, she also reacted, using her own domineering armament of 9 snakes to surround herself and the pythons outside, and she was never harmed by the sand again. After doing all this, Hancock stuck his head out of the python's body, his eyes filled with horror at the red and black tornado summoned by Iger. At this time, the collision of the two tornadoes was also heated up. Click. The red-black tornado and the iron-black tornado were still rubbing fiercely in the air, and the fierce sparks illuminated everything in the tornado, and in the flickering firelight the slightest changes were quietly going on. Even if Hancock stared at the two madly colliding tornadoes, he couldn't see it at all. But Crocodile, who was the manipulator of the steel tornado, suddenly suddenly became extremely pale at a certain moment. Embarrassing, because just outside the steel tornado, the sand grains that had been fully strengthened by him, the armed steel balls that were supposed to be indestructible, turned into piles of steel balls just before the collision with the red and black tornado. Powder. How is this possible? Some people have seen hydraulic presses that can crush huge iron blocks. Some people have seen giant beasts that can trample tall buildings into ruins, and some people have seen meteors that can directly smash an entire city to smithereens. But has anyone seen what kind of brute force a guy can use to destroy a grain of sand? No. Even if iron blocks can be crushed into iron pieces, even high-rise buildings can be trampled into ruins, even if a meteor can destroy the entire city, the remaining dust can't be destroyed no matter what. There is no other reason, because the sand is too small and too hard so that no one can destroy a grain of sand at all, unless it is melted with ultra-high temperature, or it is directly smashed with extremely sharp and extremely subtle operations. But even if the sand is broken, it will still turn into finer sand, making it more difficult to destroy. For terrifying giant beasts and meteorites that can destroy everything, sand may be insignificant at all, but because of this, it is impossible to be destroyed at all. But now, the sand that is absolutely impossible to destroy turned into dust in the sky one by one in the collision with the red and black tornado. Invisible dust at all. He can even feel that his sand is being annihilated directly by the terrifying power from the inside out, and then it drifts away with the wave after wave of terrifying shock waves. Completely disappeared. And just when he noticed this, the annihilation power of the red and black tornado had already eroded directly into the entire steel tornado at a speed that could not cover his ears. Laugh. Swish. In less than a second, Crocodile was horrified to discover that the incomparably hard steel tornado he had created was actually crushed into a piece of smoke from the inside out, and then followed. The wind blows away. Boom boom boom. The steel tornado was destroyed in an instant, but on the contrary, the red and black tornado seemed to absorb its power, but instead became stronger, and then mercilessly rolled towards Crocodile. Damn it. Seeing his own steel tornado, it was destroyed by Iger in an instant, and then the terrifying red and black tornado rushed towards him with an aura that seemed to be able to destroy everything. Crocodile couldn't help but feel terrified. He knew that he had already lost the match this time, and no matter how much he persisted, he might never be able to win against this navy brat. So at the moment, he didn't have any will to fight. He gritted his teeth and shouted a little unwillingly, "It's already this time. Do you two want to reappear after I've been captured by the navy?" Crocodile's voice spread out in this ancient city in an instant. Although the words were a bit embarrassing, they did not affect the hearts of Iger and Hancock, who heard these words, especially Yi. After hearing this, his pupils shrunk to the size of pinholes in an instant. This crocodile actually has a backup? How can it be? I searched one by one. How could someone be ambushed? But the fact is the fact. At the moment when Crocodile's voice fell, an extremely thick sand pillar suddenly rose from the ground directly below the red and black storm, directly dispersing the red and black tornado. Iggy, we've been waiting for you for a long time. Chapter 487. This is a trap. Boom. The huge sand pillar that suddenly rose from the ground in an unreasonable manner directly washed away Iger's red and black tornado that was full of terror. Swish. The red and black domineering was directly blasted away by a huge force, and the strengthened red and black sand was also instantly scattered into the sky. And this is not even a big deal for Iger. What caught Iger by surprise the most was that three breaths suddenly appeared in his own perception. How is this possible? Yi could feel the chill rising from the soles of his feet to the top of his head. You must know that as early as when you were lurking here in advance, you have already used your own knowledge to investigate every inch of this altar. There is no trace of breath to be found at all. That's it. He was dormant here with peace of mind, ready to rescue Hancock. And now someone here. What's the problem? It means that someone knew in advance that he was going to ambush Crocodile here, so he came to ambush here longer than he did. And from Crocodile's words, it seems that the person that these people who ambushed in advance are dealing with is themselves. These guys are here to deal with themselves. And these guys come to deal with themselves. Crocodile also knows. This shows that before he came to Alabasta, his plan to rescue Hancock was already known by these people. Even Crocodile came here tonight with a Hancock by his side, which is a trap in itself. In a short moment, Iger already felt that a wave of malice directed at him was surrounding him. Why did you come to this Alabasta? Isn't it because a certain displaced girl who was hunted down by the world's official government told herself that there would be an underground trade in ancient weapons in this place? And that's why he decided to land in Alabasta and intercept Crocodile here. If from the very beginning these were traps for oneself, then the problem is. Iger turned his attention to the smoke and dust bursting out by the red and black tornado. With a wave of his palm, the sand sand and dust in the smoke and dust were instantly covered by an invisible large net and then threw away in a pocket. The originally blurred vision suddenly became clear and only a little bit of smoke and dust remained entwined around the three breaths that Iger felt. It was only at this time that Iger finally saw the true faces of the three figures, and there was a glimpse of clarity in his eyes. Really, among the three figures, the one on the far left was more than 3 meters tall, and the dark armor and clothes tightly wrapped the strong and well-proportioned body. The mask made of black iron and the dark goggles covered his entire face, echoing the two skull patterns on the collar and the double-breasted buttons. The most striking thing is the two huge black wings hanging on his side. Each of the black feathers is illuminated by the flames behind him that seem to never go out. The one next to him was also tall and strong, with a ponytail and 2 braids, a metal jaw on his mouth, and 2 ivory-like decorations on his head and shoulders. He was covered with spiked rivets all over his body. He was wearing a feather-like coat, and he held 2 sickle-shaped weapons in his hands, Yin and Jack, the second of the 3 most powerful cotters under the 100 beast pirates of the 4 Emperor Kaido. The former, at the border of Wano Kingdom, directly by oneself, took Charlotte Lingling, one of the 4 emperors, on the Dudu pirate ship and kicked it down the waterfall. The latter was also challenging the giant elephant lord who was carrying an entire island on his back. He was beaten into the sea and still survived in the sea. It can be said that these 2 guys are definitely the ruthless people among the ruthless people. Even if these records are placed in the New World, they are definitely the top combat power among the top. But even so, Iger's eyes still didn't stay on the 2 men for too long, but after glancing at the 2 of them, he stared at the third figure beside him. That figure, Iger can be said to be very familiar with from watching One Piece at that time until now. When I really become a person here, I have been able to see this guy. Under the white pointed wide-brimmed hat are the blue-black eyes, and the long blue-black hair falls like a waterfall on the beige long trench coat. The healthy wheat color does not need any stocking modification and steps directly into the white boots among this person, the one who is standing with Yin and Jack at this moment, or in other words, who has been lying in ambush here with Yin and Jack and even helped the 2 of them to hide their breath, is Ni, who took the initiative to stay on the dog-headed warship. K. Robin. Iger stared at the graceful figure, and the doubts that had been floating in his mind were finally connected in an instant. From the beginning, this guy was with Crocodile and Kaido. From the beginning of getting on a naval warship to talking business with myself casually to telling myself the news here, everything is designed by the guys from Baroque Studio and the Beast Pirates. Alright, oh shit. In the middle of the ring, Iger just felt that a stream of blood was hitting his temple frantically, and a nameless flame was burning in his chest. She helped her with her own good intentions, but fell into this guy's trap from the very beginning. I have myself from the perspective of God, thinking that I can control all the situation, but I am still being played around by this guy. He can accept these people coming to challenge him directly, and he can accept being humiliated by others, but he absolutely cannot tolerate others deceiving him like a fool. Burning with anger, his fists clenched and rattled, Iger looked at Robin with icy stubble in his eyes. He gritted his teeth and asked, "Are these all designed by you?" Although he said that he had guessed all of this, Iger still held that little hope in his heart. "Mr. Iger, I'm so sorry." Robin stood opposite and smiled slightly at Iger. "These bosses want to deal with you, but I can't do anything." Chapter 488. Let's go together. Inside the altar, Nicole. Robin quietly looked at Iger, whose face was gloomy and iron, with a little regret in his eyes, but more indifference and cunning. "Yes, from the very beginning, I was on the side of the Baroque Studio. After Yi achieved that feat in the Goa Kingdom, the pirates in the whole world were like crazy, flocking to the barren East China Sea. It was at this time that he met his boss, Crocodile. The two hit it off and reached a cooperative relationship, studying the historical text on their own, while Crocodile needed information on the historical text. The best deal, not only to avoid the pursuit but also to study the historical text. At the same time, it was also because of this wave that his boss also successfully formed a relationship with the Beast Pirates, and even negotiated a deal, that is, at all costs, clean up a navy called IG. As for the reason, naturally, because this guy was in the East China Sea, he cleaned up Doflamingo. As we all know, the Don Quixote family is the most important middleman of the Beast Pirates in the underground market. The arrest of Doflamingo caused Kaido to suffer huge losses at once. Although Kaido is said to be a fighting maniac who is addicted to alcohol, he is also a serious businessman. IG's vote made Kaido go mad. At that time, he smashed his own jug and ordered a furious order. "No matter what, this kid named Iger must be dealt with." That's when I made the plan. The capture of Hancock, the handover in Alabasta, and the Navy's warship were all designed by her, and the purpose of all this is to lure Iggy here, and then use the power of Crocodile, Yin, and Jack to kill him directly. Up to now, my plan plan has been going smoothly and it has come to the last step. At this point this young navy cannot survive no matter what. With Kai Wuhei and the two Emperor's lieutenants, no naval admiral can withstand this lineup, not to mention there is Kaido sitting behind them. So even if he feels a little guilty about this guy, Robin still doesn't want to waste so many feelings for someone who is about to die. Okay, my task is complete and it's up to you next. Thinking of this, Robin tilted his head and said to Yin, "Thank you for your hard work. Don't worry, this kid has absolutely no chance to retaliate against you." Yin nodded and shouted at Iggy, "Hey kid, put down your weapons and surrender immediately and go back with us to see Boss Kaido. You still have a way to go." Bah! Iger's face was gloomy and he didn't speak yet, but Hancock, who was hiding aside, suddenly jumped out, spat fiercely at Jin, and pointed at Robin's nose and cursed. "Dude, I said, how did Iger find this place? It turned out to be all designed by you bastards. You wicked woman with a vicious heart. You actually used him. You'd better save it, beautiful lady." In the face of Hancock's abuse, Robin just smiled lightly, without any fluctuations in his tone. "You're already a prisoner. It's better to hide, otherwise it might hurt you after a while." You. Hearing Robin's words, Hancock's hair was almost standing on end. His eyes were round and his shell-like teeth were almost crushed, but he was so suffocated that he couldn't say a word. After all, the current self is indeed handcuffed, and I have to use both hands to point at the woman. If Iger fights for a while, I will really be a burden. Just when she was thinking about how to fight back, a slender palm was placed on her shoulder, and the latter figure stood in front of her again. Iggy. This physical contact directly made Hancock's face blush, and he immediately forgot about the fight back, and his voice softened. Of course, Iger did not respond to her, but stared straight at Robin and said word by word, "I can understand you taking advantage of me. After all, there is nothing you can do even if you resist. But what I want to tell you is that the people in the world's official government have already found out here with the relationship between Kaido and the world's official government. When you finish these things, you will be handed over to the world's official government without hesitation. Even if you don't believe it, I have to tell you because I really wanted to protect you, protect the history of this world." I don't know why. Hearing Iger's words, Robin's originally calm heart suddenly set off huge ripples. It's not because of the news of the world government that Iger mentioned. I have heard about those things, but I didn't take it seriously. What really touched her was Iger's last sentence. "Really want to protect myself, protect the history of this world." It seems like a long time ago someone said something like this to himself. The moment of confusion caused Robin to feel a little bit of guilt about this Iger, but these guilts were instantly extinguished when Iger said the next sentence. "Let's go back to the Navy ship. I'll help you get rid of these guys." Iger is really bold. My concubine is about to fall. What should I do? Different from Hancock's nympho reaction, Robin suddenly became unusually calm. A rookie in the Navy, even if he was talented, wanted to solve a crocodile and Kaido's two deputy emperors. How can it be? The touch just now was just an illusion. Sighing softly, Robin just shook his head gently and said nothing. Jack next to him laughed out loud. "I don't know how tall you are. Do you think you are only facing a crocodile? You are facing the beast pirates. Even the generals of your navy would never dare to say such things." "Solve the beast pirates?" Joke. For so many years, no navy has ever dared to say that. Chi. When Crocodile behind him heard this, he snorted with a dark face, but what he said was the truth. He could only admit it, and then shouted at Iger, "Hey kid, go back with them obediently, and you'll be spared a beating. If we were to do it, it would be more than just beating." Yin corrected. At this moment, all eyes were on Iger, and in the eyes mixed with many emotions, Iger slowly raised his head and said with a cold smile, "Then don't say so much. Let's go together." Chapter 489. "Brat, you're dead. Don't say how useless it is. Let's go together." Ig, who was only about 1.45 meters, was standing opposite to three people with an average height of 3 meters. When he said it, the people on the opposite side fell into a strange silence for a while. "This kid, this is so crazy." At this moment, Robin has quietly stepped back half a step, and instead Crocodile walked to Yin and Jack's side. The three stood together, and an imposing and oppressive force like a copper wall and an iron wall suddenly spread out. "Rao is so. The little navy kid on the opposite side has no fear, and he said such a thing without shame. What exactly gave him the courage? Who is it? Wow, as expected of Yi. It's really too bold. My heart." But in this strange silence, Hancock's cheerful cheering sound was quite out of place. This woman who stood with Iger and was even 40 centimeters taller than him was actually in Iger. "Dance behind you." For a time, the three men on the opposite side were a little confused. This guy really can't see the situation clearly, or is he playing tricks? Hey, that stupid woman over there, don't jump there, it looks so bad." Crocodile had a gloomy face, staring at Hancock, who was guarded by Iger, and said in a cold voice, "Just now, he was a Navy soldier who made a move. move, and just by passing one move he knew that he might not be the opponent of this guy. As a person with the ability to rust fruit, Crocodile has always regarded himself as a person with the ability of nature. The elemental ability of nature and the ability to control sand are also his biggest reliance on the sea. Even in the recent period, after having contact with Kaido's 100 beast pirates, he also learned the legendary domineering armament. As a genius like him, in just a few days he was able to cover all the sand with the arrogance of the armed color, and that kind of lethality, even a genuine sandstorm, is simply incomparable. However, just when I collided with this Iger, I was horrified to discover that the steel tornado, which had been practiced hard and was proud of, turned out to be nothing in front of this guy. This really made him have to admit that Iger was indeed much stronger than himself. But to say that the two eldest brothers around him, including himself joining forces to deal with him, were unable to do anything about him, it would be a fantasy. Even hearing this guy say that, there is still a feeling of being humiliated in my heart. Even Crocodile is like this. Jack and Yin, who are already in high positions in the Beast Pirates, feel that this is a majestic challenge to the two of them. You must know that there will never be more than 10 people who are qualified to say such words to the two of them who are still alive in this sea. And these people are all terrifying powerhouses with illustrious names. These preemptions include Kaido, Lingling, Whitebeard, and even Garp, but only this Navy kid definitely has no qualifications to be included. So Iger's words directly stirred the nerves of the two of them. I want to see today just what kind of ability you are. You are worthy of letting us go together. Jack is a grumpy person, and the most unbearable thing is this kind of provocation, especially when he is provoked like a humiliation by a kid who looks no more than 12 or 13 years old. The eyes above the mask suddenly burst into gloomy light, and Jack swung the huge curved blade in the shape of a scythe with one hand, and a terrifying aura burst out from his body instantly. Boom! The powerful and domineering fluctuations carried a savage force that seemed to come from ancient times, squirming along Jack's muscles, rippling wildly. His huge solace took a step forward with a bang, and then it seemed that he had finally ushered in an orthodox monarch, and every grain of sand in the entire desert trembled for it. Just taking a step forward made this desert tremble. Not only that, just after the whole desert shuddered like a whimper, the figure of Jack suddenly rushed towards Ige. Don't look at Jack's figure, which is 3 or 4 meters tall and strong, but in fact when he stepped out and then slammed it, it directly exploded, a terrifying sand on the spot under his feet. Wave. Immediately afterwards, Jack's entire body seemed to be transformed into a terrifying high-speed train with enormous kinetic energy and the power to shatter everything, and slammed straight into Iger. What's more terrible is that the curved blade like a sickle that he is holding firmly in his hand is even more icy cold, light flashing in the air. Swish! The strong body, like a mountain peak, tore the sand along the way like a rocket, and fiercely opened up terrifying sand waves dozens of meters high on both sides, and the distance of dozens of meters was flashed instantly. The giant curved blade in his hand flashed fiercely. Laugh! The sharp sound of breaking the wind came, and the giant curved blade, whose blade was longer than Iger's height, was approaching the top of Iger's head in the blink of an eye. This guy is really brave. Nicole Robin hid 1,000 meters away from the battlefield, observing everything on the battlefield through the eyes placed around the altar to prevent it from affecting herself, and when he saw Jack's extremely terrifying blow, he couldn't help but murmured softly in his mouth, Jack's punch is really too powerful, and that kind of terrifying aura, even if Robin is so far away, makes his scalp tingle. I am afraid that this blow is to hit a mountain. I am afraid that it will directly cut off the entire mountain. Even if Iger has dealt with too many flamenco and Vabel, in Robin's view, facing Jack's strength is still a lot worse. What's more, there is a yin and a crocodile staring at him next to him. This Iger, I am afraid that today is more fortunate. Of course, Iger himself obviously didn't think so. In the face of Jack's terrifying and powerful blow, almost the desert rushed towards him, but Iger's expression was not at all hurried, but some rich red and black liquid seeped out from the surface of his body. At this moment Jack's attack was on the verge of overhead. Stinky brat. Chapter 490. You are not my opponent. In the vast desert, Jack, whose body is shaped like a train, has a giant curved blade that is extremely sharp. The huge momentum even shook every grain of sand in the desert, and when the footsteps collided, it seemed that the real desert was trembling wildly. Seeing this blow, whether it was Yin Crocodile or Nicole Robin, all looked as if the ending had been expected long ago. Even if it was a mountain, if it was hit by this guy, it would definitely be hit the waist. This blow, that little guy has no chance at all. He can stop it. Even under this blow, he vomited blood and died on the spot. It is absolutely no exaggeration. In the eyes of everyone who had already been sentenced to death, the pure white figure opposite Jack did not make any movements, and even his expression did not change, as if he was going to let Jack hit him on purpose. Tyrannosaurus. And until Jack has raised the giant curved blade in his hand, the terrifying domineering has blown the clothes on Iger's body, and even the sharpness of the curved blade has cut off many of Iger's hair, and I will see his brain. He just moved. Grumpy. In the face of Jack's terrifying collision, Iger was not in a hurry at all. His thoughts moved, and the pores all over his body opened, followed by the sound of liquid rolling over his skin. A thin layer of the red-black liquid has penetrated out. The moment the red-black liquid seeped out, the aura emanating from Iger's body suddenly changed drastically. Rumble boom. The sand that was originally attracted by Jack's momentum all condensed behind Jack's back, turned into his minions, and rushed towards Iger aggressively. And when the layer of red-black liquid on Iger's body seeped out, the flying sand even trembled from within it. In every grain of sand, an extremely violent emotion is conveyed through the frequency and method of trembling. Fear. Yes, the sands are afraid. Facing the thin layer of liquid on the surface of Iger's body, they are afraid from the heart. Of course, this is the case. These sands are still unable to restrain the inertia of rushing forward, and they rush forward with Jack's attack. And it was at this moment that Iger's palm covered with red-black liquid finally lifted up gently, and then, in the horrified eyes of everyone, he directly blocked between the blade and his head. Boom. Jack's rushing body stopped abruptly, the heavy and barren domineering like a mountain, and the terrifying sword force condensed on the huge curved blade, but still maintained the inertia, and poured out towards Iger fiercely. It seemed to be a terrifying force capable of smashing mountains, with Jack's fierce and domineering arrogance from ancient times ruthlessly on Iger's body, even directly penetrating his body, pouring on the sand under Iger's feet above the ground. Whoa, whoa. Almost in an instant, the 100-meter-high sand curtain wall rose up instantly, directly covering the entire altar under a smoke screen. The catastrophic sand curtain rolled up violently, as if it was a huge wave that could drown the entire world. With a state of contempt, everything around was buried under the deep sand. Even Nicole Robin, who is 1,000 meters away, looked at the huge sand waves with horror, and came straight towards him. Robin's body moves frantically. Robin didn't even think about it. He turned around and ran away, but the speed of the sandstorm was too fast, and the distance of nearly a kilometer was swept away by the sandstorm in an instant. Like a ruthless big hand smashed Robin out. As for Hancock, who was cheering behind Iger just now, long before Jack's attack came, he had already displayed his tyrannical arrogance and dodged out. Crocodile and Yin also displayed their own abilities. One turned into a ball of soft sand and directly immersed in the terrifying sand waves that rolled in the sky. The other one opened his wings directly, turning his entire body into an iron-armored pterosaur, like a black lightning bolt, quickly jumping up to a height of 100 meters, dodging the man-devouring sand waves. The terrifying sandstorm that was soaring up and down, after raging for dozens of seconds, finally slowly subsided, and the remaining sandstorm was also directly dispersed by Crocodile's big hand. At the moment when the sand fog was dispersed, Robin, who was originally surrounded by the sandstorm, Yin, who flew high in the sky, Hancock, who escaped, and Crocodile, who condensed into a human form from the sand again, all looked at the same thing, staring at Jack's position. The thick sand mist dissipated lightly, and finally, in the eyes of everyone who did not have any emotional fluctuations, the figures of Jack and Iger were revealed. And the two figures have been revealed, but it directly caused everyone's originally calm and even determined eyes, and they were filled with a strong sense of horror, because, in the core point where the sand fog exploded, Iger and Jack were still standing quietly, and there was no one at all. They were injured because of the momentum that seemed to engulf the entire desert just now, and Iger, still maintaining the posture that everyone saw just now, raised his palm slightly, blocking his forehead. In his palm, Jack's giant curved blade could not move an inch. Even Iger, who is obviously a little different from Jack, doesn't tremble at all. On the contrary, Jack, who is like a giant, can obviously feel the muscles all over his body working hard. How is this possible? Not only the people watching the game, but also Jack himself had a look of disbelief on his face. He stared blankly at Iger's palm, which seemed to have no strength at all, and then a stern look flashed on his face, as if he didn't believe in evil. He raised the giant curved blade in the other hand again, and smashed it hard at Iger. Pass. Ken. There was another sound of gold and iron clashing, and everyone finally saw it with their own eyes this time. Iger raised his palm gently, and then stably blocked in front of the giant curved blade, and the giant curved blade that fell down with the force of 1,000 knives seemed to hit a wall that could never be broken, and stopped there abruptly. I said it long ago. Eagle clasped his hands, firmly grasped the two curved blades with both palms, and smiled lightly. You are not my opponent. Chapter 491, Ancient Colossus vs Humanoid Tyrannosaurus. You are not my opponent. Iger's words were like a loud slap, slapped hard on Jack's face. With the slap, originally, I was ordered to deal with this stinky boy, but before the fight started, I was ridiculed fueled by others and threatened to let a few of them fight together. Just because of his violent temper, he couldn't bear it at all. At that time, the guy rushed over and wanted to kill this guy's spirit. But who knows, the blow that I thought could definitely kill the opponent on the spot was blocked by one hand. It's okay to block it. This guy is still quite arrogant to challenge himself. You bastard, I have to kill you today. A furious roar rippled from Jack's throat, and the tense muscles all over his body suddenly bulged again, like a bulge of rocks, and then he meditated in his heart, preparing to unfold his abilities and teach Iger a lesson. However, just when Jack was about to activate his abilities, Iger, who was already holding the giant curved blade in both palms, suddenly froze in his eyes. Immediately afterwards, blue veins burst out on Iger's arm, and a huge force was transmitted directly, and then Jack felt terrified that his body was slowly suspended. No, it wasn't suspended, but was lifted up by the Iger on the opposite side. The pupils tightened instantly, and the pupils were trembling slightly. Jack stared at the calm-faced Iger, inexplicably feeling a dangerous breath. How could this kid lift himself up just by holding his own blade? Before they could react, the sand under Iger and Jack suddenly seemed to be infiltrated by blood. The red-black viscous liquid slowly infiltrated the sand, dyeing the entire ground blood red. The moment the red and black colors appeared on the ground, an extremely terrifying wave suddenly spread out. Even if it was forced to enter Jack, it was even an illusion. At this moment, the ground had turned into purgatory. Incomparably terrifying energy is entangled in it. Even if it is just his feet on the ground, I am afraid it will cause an extremely terrifying explosion. This ground is like rows of extremely powerful explosive barrels. The moment this idea was formed, Jack suddenly felt that his body suddenly began to accelerate with an extremely terrifying acceleration. Almost instantly, he felt as if he had circled the earth. His field of vision quickly changed from the circle of the sky to only the ground, and the violent sound of sonic booms rang in his ears, and then it was like a shooting star smashed into the ground. Jack's huge body fell to the ground like a toy under Iger's swing, and the ground at this moment was no longer soft sand but was thrown by Iger. Enhanced explosion pool. Boom. As soon as Jack's body touched the ground, the red-black liquid that was calmly covering the sandy land suddenly violently rioted, as if it was directly evaporated into steam by the ultra-high temperature, and then exploded in a limited space. The entire desert shook with it, and the huge vibration even caused hundreds of dunes to collapse directly into a flat ground. The terrifying red and black flames rose from the ground in an instant, directly swallowing the entire body of Jack, and before the red and black terrifying flames dissipated, Iger twisted his waist again and changed direction directly, threw the Jack out of his hand again. Whoa. Jack, who was swayed at high speed, seemed to be transformed into the best fan in the world. The flames that would take a few minutes to dissipate were actually torn apart by Iger in an instant. Jack's figure is also completely revealed, although it was said that Jack stayed in the air for only a short moment, but this moment was enough to let the people around him see his miserable state, and he couldn't help but take a deep breath. With just such an explosion, Jack's appearance can already be described as terrifying. The ivory embedded in his body was blown off, the mask covering his face was also shattered, the clothes on his body were tattered, and blood was dripping. Come down. And at the moment when everyone saw this guy's tragic state, Jack's huge body accelerated in an instant, turned into a heavy hammer again, and slammed into the ground. Boom. Another huge red and black flame exploded, and with the trembling of the entire desert, Jack was once again engulfed in the flame. And this time, Iger still didn't plan to stop. He twisted his waist again, turned his body in one direction again, and threw Jack out again. Boom 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 boom. If Jack's body turned into an extremely fast heavy hammer under Iger's swing, then Iger's body was a high-speed spinning top that kept throwing Jack out like a toy and smashing it in ground. Jack's body smashed into the ground again and again, causing violent explosions again and again, and under Iger's high-speed swing, the entire desert turned into a big drum, and Iger was madly beaten. Yeah, Iggy is awesome. Come on, smash him. The giant desert drum was beating wildly. Obviously every loud noise made everyone's heart tremble, but Hancock was obviously a little unusually excited, and even jumped in the distance of less than 100 meters from Yai. Cheer up dance. Compared with Hancock's excitement and high, Crocodile and Nicole Robin are obviously not so optimistic, especially Crocodile, who looks at Iger with a bit of horror. This guy, is it so fierce? When I first played against him, I thought that this guy was the type who mainly cultivated devil fruit just like me. His actual physical fitness was relatively weak, so when Jack's vicious collision was about to hit one, I even thought Iger was about to die. But what I never expected was that this guy took Jack's attack with one hand, and he could even hammer him around like a toy. This time, Crocodile was really frightened. The golden hook in his hand trembled a little, and he turned his head and said to Jin, "Hey, that guy, are we going to let him be beaten like this?" crocodile is really worried. If they let such a will battle after another, they will probably become prisoners of the Navy in the end. However, Yin's expression was incomparably calm. He just quietly looked at Jack, who was flying repeatedly, and said lightly, "Don't worry, Jack, it hasn't started yet." Chapter 492. Jack, it's really hard to beat. Whoa, whoa. Just when Iggy was smashing Jack frantically on the ground like garbage, Nico Robin on the other side finally pulled out his body from the layers of sand. One arm grew out of thin air from the sand, and then grabbed Robin's corner at the same time, and at the same time exerted force, and directly lifted Robin's body out of the sand. Help her shake the sand off her body. And while controlling these palms to accomplish these things, Robin's pair of blue-black eyes were always staring in the direction of Iggy and Jack, and he would not leave his side for a moment. When the red-black viscous liquid seeped out from the sand, Iger held the giant curved blade through Jack and smashed it to the ground, and provoked a series of crazy explosions. Robin's eyes finally rose. A trace of attention. This guy was able to take Jack's blow so easily and comfortably. You can even pick up Jack and smash it on the ground. What kind of terrifying power is this? Drought, known as one of the 3 disasters in the Beast Pirates under Kaido. As a pure animal-based pirate group, Kaido's 100 Beasts Pirates group is known for having extremely powerful physical strength because everyone is an animal type. Among the many terrifying animal type abilities who mainly exercise physical strength, the 3 big kanbans known as the 3 disasters are definitely the best among the best. Their strong bodies are definitely second only to Kaido's super strong bodies. Especially Jack, as a drought, has absolutely powerful physical strength. The source of all the offensive and defensive power of the whole body comes from that tyrannical muscle. Even a steel fortress can be lifted up. Show you such a guy using the power of his body, but also adding a ferocious domineering the sharpness of the giant curved blade in the collision. This kind of attack, even when facing a mountain, can be cut in half. And the rookie of the Navy, who just raised his palm, easily withstood the attack that could almost be called a devastating attack. Not only that, this guy can ignore Jack's tyrannical muscle strength and smash him back and forth like a garbage dump. Such terrifying power. Robin was a little shaken for a while. He didn't know if his previous thoughts were wrong. It seems that this Iger is not as weak as he looks. Maybe a Jack and a Yin plus a crocodile. There is no way to get him. How is that possible? Robin was amused by his own thoughts and shook his head gently to deny his own thoughts. The level of Jack is definitely not only this level. What's more, crocodile on the other side and Yin, who is stronger than Jack, are all staring at him. Today's lineup for Iger is definitely a dead end with no way to escape. Robin's expression was still calm without any expression, but when she saw the figure who was beating Jack violently, she couldn't help but feel pity and guilt. This man, oh no, this little guy, what he just said, I don't know why, although there is no credibility, but it makes me unable to forget it for a long time, and especially when he said the sentence, I really want to protect you. Robin felt a trembling from his heart. It's just that this tremor, after Robin's struggles, was defeated by her reason. She didn't think Iger could go back alive under such circumstances. And see to know, in Robin's blue-black pupils, Iger, who was reflected, finally lost his patience. He threw his hands violently, and Jack, who was as strong as an iron tower, was slammed to the ground by him. Boom! With a thunderous explosion, Crocodile, Robin Hood, Cook and others felt the whole desert under their feet vibrate once again. The earthquake-like vibration just now finally stopped down. Looking at Jack, who was smashed into the ground by himself, Iger also rubbed his sore shoulders, let out a long breath, and had a faint smile on his face. This time, the strength of belief is strengthened, and the effect seems to be completely beyond Iger's expectations. Originally, when he was fighting against the guys from the Baroque studio a few days ago, Iger thought that these guys were just too weak, so he made himself appear extremely strong. But after a few tricks with Jack just now, he finally realized that his current strength is strong enough to compete with the animal monsters of the Beast Pirates. Even crushing. For Jack, Iger is more familiar with almost everyone present. This guy is simply a monster that can't be killed at all. At the beginning, even when faced with an elephant lord that was hundreds of times bigger than an island, he dared to rush up to do it directly, and abruptly endured a blow that the elephant lord could roll up a tsunami and remain safe. All this is due to the powerful flesh brought by his Murloc bloodline and mammoth fruit. It was this kind of powerful body that slammed into him with a big knife, and he didn't even need much effort to block him abruptly, and he didn't even get hurt at all. Look at Jack again. Half of this guy's body has been shoved into the ground by Iger, and the exposed lower body does not have a piece of good flesh, except for bloodstains or bloodstains. Even dozens of meters away, the broken ivory decoration of this guy and the 2 giant curved blades can be seen. As for his upper body, it was deeply buried in the ground, and there was no movement at all. It can be said that the first fight against Jack was a complete victory. However, Iggy didn't let up because he saw that Yin, who was not far away, didn't seem to have any plans to make a move. Squinting slightly, Iger looked at Jack on the ground suspiciously, and a thought flashed in his mind. This guy, is there any power left? Hey, you are so capable. How dare you brag about such a big bull? While Iger was hesitating, Jack's voice also came from under the ground. Immediately afterwards, his sturdy figure like an iron tower suddenly swelled up again. Chapter 493 Drought Woolly Mammoth. Jack's rough voice suddenly sounded under the ground. Although it seemed a little dull, it made everyone hear it clearly. Hearing Jack's words, Iger's face was also a little helpless. He jumped back and jumped to Hancock's side and then pushed her abdomen with his palm. Distance in meters. Hancock, just stay obediently. In the next battle, it may not be that you can wear Hailstone and be safe and sound. Iger shouted from a distance without turning his head. His eyes were still fixed on Jack, whose half-body was buried in the ground. I came here to save Hancock this time. It would be too stupid to take away all the hostages. Yes, Ixon Ma. Fortunately, Hancock was still obedient. He didn't stay by Iger's side stubbornly, but responded with a blushing face and then hid in a safer place in the distance. But just as Hancock responded to Iger's words with excitement and started to hide in the distance, Jack's body, who was 10 meters away in front of Iger, suddenly swelled up. Click click. The sound of bones rubbing clearly entered everyone's ears, and as the sound was remembered, Jack's already strong muscles swelled at a speed visible to the naked eye, like a balloon. At the same time as the muscles began to swell, Jack's bronzed skin also thickened rapidly. At first, it could be seen that it was human skin, but in just a few seconds, a leather texture emerged from under his skin. This is not over at all. I saw that the thin hairs that originally grew on the surface of Jack's skin suddenly became thick and long at this moment, and in the blink of an eye, they became thick for covering his skin. And just before those long hairs grew to cover the skin, Iger saw that his skin had also become more rough and hard from the original leather texture, as rough and hard as tree bark. It's just a skin change. At the same time that Jack's skin completed the series of changes, his bone structure, the number and size of his muscles also underwent earth-shaking changes at the same time. In just a few seconds, the two human legs that were left outside suddenly turned into two mammoth legs that were thicker than the colonnade. Roar! An earth-shattering cry of an elephant sounded under the ground, and at the same time as this cry sounded, the ground shook with a terrifying magnitude again. Immediately afterwards, the sturdy elephant legs that remained outside the ground stomped heavily on the ground under the vibrating gazes of everyone, and then the entire body buried in the sand also burst out of the ground. Whoa whoa whoa. Pieces of sand rolled down the mammoth's generous back, and then Jack's incarnation of the mammoth finally stood up slowly amid the anticipation, shock, and fiery eyes of everyone. If Iger, who was standing in front of Jack, is like a dwarf standing in front of an adult, now, standing in front of this mammoth, Iger's figure is like a newborn, like a baby. At this moment, Iger wanted to look Jack's eyes squarely. Even if he raised his head 180 degrees, he couldn't do it at all. A cloud of cocky smoke and dust spewed out from the trunk of an elephant that was more than 2 meters long. Jack looked down at Iger, and a disdainful laughter came out of his mouth. You kid, you played really well just now, didn't you? But it's a pity. Your attack just now is completely useless to me. With the last few words roaring out of Jack's mouth, his voice turned into a huge sound wave, and with the power in him that seemed to be able to wither everything, he showed no mercy, swept away toward Iger. Whoops! The huge sound wave, accompanied by Jack's aura, directly turned into a visible energy ripple in the space, and the sand between the two was madly rolled up and directly turned into a sand wave and slapped towards Yi. In the face of Jack's demonstration-like aura, Iger didn't care much. He just looked at the power contained in the sand waves a little strangely. After so much strengthening of the faith panel, Iger's perception of the energy around him has grown to a subtle realm. At the same time when the sand wave was lifted, Iger had already keenly noticed that in the sand, the original particles were quite full and round sand, and they were slowly becoming deformed and dry. And what makes these sands look like this is a certain kind of power contained in the sand wave. This kind of power, even the sand that represents desolation and death, has lost its vitality. The power of desolation. In the animal system, there are always many rare and exotic beasts with very strange natural powers, such as the healing power of the Margot Phoenix fruit and the dragon power of the Kaido dragon fruit, and the mammoth in front of him obviously has a bit of desolate power, and it can even be done where the footsteps are. Everything is desolate. No wonder this guy is called Drought. Iger's heart also skipped a little bit of understanding, but although the power of desolation can disperse vitality, Iger also feels amazing, but this does not mean that Iger is afraid of him. It works or not, you know it yourself. Don't tell me. Iger replied indifferently, and with a wave of his hand, a pitch black crack ran directly directly down his fingertips and was torn apart in the space, and then the mighty energy ripples were merciless, swallowed by the cracked dark fruit. Seeing that the sand wave with the power of desolation was instantly swallowed up by the dark crack that appeared suddenly, Jack's eyes narrowed slightly. Before they came to carry out the mission, the information staff of the Beast Pirates had already checked the identity and ability of this Iger, so he did not feel that Iger could use these two kinds of fruits. Surprisingly, he snorted coldly immediately. What if you have the dark fruit? The physical damage will be doubled. Can you still catch my blow? Shocking step. As soon as the words fell, Jack's eyes were condensed, and then his terrifying muscles stood up. The two pillar-like front legs were raised high, and the back legs jumped straight towards Iger. Pounce. Chapter 494 Last Chance. Let's go together. Jack's figure, which was like a steel fortress, jumped directly into the air more than 10 meters under the kick of his two heavy-looking hind legs, and his whole body drew a perfect arc. Pounce on eagle. Rumble boom. As Jack's body leaped into the air, a strong indescribable force after another, also with a suffocating desolate atmosphere, spread like a maddened substance. The barren aura has spread to the surrounding area of 1,000 meters almost instantly, and when the yellow sand covering the entire ground touches the barren aura within the radius of 1,000 meters, all the sand and soil are swept away. Totally riot. This time, it is not like the shaking like an earthquake before, but all the sand within a kilometer range is like boiled water, and it boils frantically. Whoa, whoa, whoa. Wave after wave of terrifying sand waves continued to rise at the feet of everyone, and Robin, who had just climbed out of the sand, fell down again helplessly. Crocodile on the other side also quickly turned into a wisp of sand and scattered into the air for fear that the force of desolation would spread to him. It was also at this time that Hancock finally ran to the edge of the kilometer range from Yi. Finally, he stepped on the sand waves under his feet, and he was able to pounce at the last moment. Looking back in the beautiful eyes full of horror, among all the people watching the battle, there was only Yin, who seemed to have anticipated what would happen in advance, and flew into the sky early with a sneer on his face. It's just that he is wearing a mask, and the expression on his face can't be seen by other people at all. It's just a barren atmosphere, so that the people watching the battle have to avoid it, and this is just the beginning. Just when the people in the middle of nowhere were able to avoid the aura that seemed to take away all vitality, the power of desolation enveloped the sand in the entire area in an instant. Then, a terrifying scene appeared. I can only see that the layers of sand on the ground that looked yellow and full, the moment it came into contact with the barren power, it instantly turned gray and white, and at the same time, the strands were as thin as gossamer threads. The yellow power is also rising out. The power rising from a grain of sand may not be visible at all, and the power gathered by a small piece of sand may also be indistinct, but when the range is expanded to a full kilometer wide and tens of meters deep, the density of this energy appears to be very high. Horrible. In an instant, pieces of transparent yellow fog rose up from the sand, and then seemed to be sucked away by a vacuum cleaner, and gathered towards the giant elephant in the sky like a madness. After the thick yellow fog was sucked away by Jack, everyone found that the sand on which they were standing suddenly felt soft, as if they could no longer support the weight of everyone. At the same time, the original yellow color on the sand disappeared, replaced by a grayish-white color that seemed to be drained of energy. This kind of barren power can actually extract the surrounding power and turn it into one's own. Everyone's eyes froze when they saw this scene. After all, it was the first time they had seen such a miraculous thing. In this world, there are indeed many strong people who can use the refined energy contained in the natural world and then use them to fight. But when their battle is over, these borrowed powers will be immediately returned to the surrounding nature, all of which are based on their own good communication and getting along with nature. For example, Iger uses the power of the ocean, and the dragon uses the power of the air, and so on. These magical communication skills, whether it is Crocodile or Nicole Robin, have heard of it, but the ability that Jack has displayed at the moment is the method of communicating borrowed power, which is much more domineering. He is relying on his special attributes to forcefully extract power from the surrounding environment. The nature that he had squeezed out of power was completely dead, and he would never have any chance of recovery. And in the same way, the power that Jack extracted is far more tyrannical than the one he borrowed. Seeing this scene, everyone had mixed reactions. Crocodile is sarcastic, Hancock is worried, Robin is bitter and helpless, and Yin is indifferent. But everyone is without exception, and I sincerely feel that this horror was gathered by Jack's terrifying power, and condensed into a terrifying power that makes the beards and hairs and souls run away on his forearm. Under this kind of power, let alone IG, even if his grandfather Garp came over, it would never be better. Iggy, don't be so hard. Even if Hancock was thousands of meters away, the terrifying fluctuation still shook her scalp, not to mention Iger, who was shouting worriedly in in the direction of Iger. However, Hancock forgot that he was thousands of meters away from Yige, and even if she broke her throat, Yige would not be able to hear this shout. Of course, even if he heard it, it was absolutely impossible for Iger to choose to dodge, because at this moment his eyes were full of fiery rays of light. He stared straight at Jack's feet. It seemed that it was about to condense into substantial yellow energy, and terrifying fluctuations were emitting from it, and the air above the altar was shaking and boiling. That kind of energy he wants to try. The killing intent burst out in Jack's eyes, and the energy on the forearms has gathered to the peak, and the whole body is also using the power of gravity, like a meteorite from the sky, ruthlessly stepping towards Iger. The sound of breaking wind sounded. The air between Jack and Iger was instantly compressed, and then the air explosions exploded instantly. Together with the terrifying energy and domineering on Jack's feet, they stepped on Iger's body fiercely. Boom! The indescribable terrifying fluctuation exploded in an instant, and the sand that had absorbed all the energy and no longer had a supporting function collapsed down in an instant, forming a huge deep pit of dozens of meters directly in place. The earth was shaking, the sand waves were rolling, and around a huge deep pit with a diameter of nearly 100 meters, the endless rich yellow sand rolled up into a violent sandstorm. The terrifying hurricane also swayed along with the sandstorm and swept the entire altar in an instant, smashing all the surrounding sand and soil directly, leaving only the bare ground. I don't know. The big boy, Yin above the sky, looking down at this scene, couldn't help but snorted again, but before the sneer on his face unfolded, a sneer sounded from the smoke. I'll give you one last chance. You and the guy in the sky go together. Chapter 495. I've said it before. You can. What? Hearing the sneer in the yellow sand, Crocodile, Nicole, Robin, and Yin, who were watching the battle, all had a thick look of horror in their eyes, while the Han in the distance was opposite. Cook breathed a sigh of relief. This kid, of course, compared with the surrounding spectators, the one who is truly shocked from the inside out is still Jack, who is charging. At this moment, the long-haired mammoth he transformed into, the muscles all over his body were tensed crazily, and even his body trembled crazily because of too much force. Bloodshot in his eyes, and desperately wanted to put this underfoot under his feet. The boy crushed. But the weird thing is, no matter how hard his body is, no matter how aggressive his arrogance is, no matter how huge the power he gathers with the power of desolation, the guy who was stepped on by him does not move at all. This guy. It was only at this time that Jack finally realized that he seemed to have kicked a fairly hard iron plate. Call underscore. A breeze blew in a timely manner, gently blowing away the rich yellow sand that permeated the air. This collision between Iger and Jack finally appeared in front of everyone, and that is, after seeing this scene, everyone felt a strong chill rise behind them, because in the altar, two figures stood opposite each other. Jack, who was transformed into a long-haired mammoth, kept the posture of stepping down, stepping heavily on one's body. One after another, thick energy fluctuations spread wildly, and there was no quietness because the bodies of the two seemed to be still, and even transparent ripples could be seen spreading out in the air. But under this kind of terrifying energy agitation, everyone was horrified to see that Jack's body, which was full of a sense of strength, was trembling with force at this moment. And what formed a clear contrast with him was Iger, who was supposed to be supported by his feet even to the point of becoming muddy. I saw Iger standing quietly in the same place, with relief and disdain written all over his face and a sneer on the corner of his mouth. His body didn't show any signs of trembling or weakness. He just raised an arm lightly, with a faint red and black light surging on it, under Jack's huge elephant's feet. That seemingly huge elephant foot that can step on everything. Actually, in front of the slender arm that seems to be vulnerable, there is no way to advance even a little bit. How is this possible? This kind of power really made Crocodile and Robin dumbfounded. Both pairs of eyes stared blankly at Iger's slender arm, not knowing what it was made of. The attack from Jack just now, the two of them look quite embarrassed just to avoid the aftermath that spread out, not to mention that when they secretly sensed the power with their knowledge, it even rose from the bottom of their hearts. Fear. This kind of attack, if it was really aimed at them, would not have to hit the body with the huge elephant's feet. Even the domineering armed look wrapped in the outer layer, they were simply unable to resist. It is in this state of mind that they will not hesitate to believe that this Navy boy will never be able to withstand this blow. But the bloody facts were in front of them, and not only did Iger follow him, but he also took it extremely easily. Even in a relaxed mood, Xiangxin made a ruthless ridicule to Jack, but looking at that Jack, he even used all his strength. His eyes were about to pop out, and there was no way to shake this guy. Simply a monster. At this moment, the hearts of the two of them were already filled with horror, and these two words appeared in their minds at the same time. Even Robin had long forgotten the entanglement of their positions, and was completely terrified by Iger. Power to shock. On the other hand, compared to Crocodile and Robin, the shock in Yin's heart was definitely more than 10 times stronger than that of Crocodile and Robin. Although it is said that because of the black iron mask on his face people can't see what the expression is, but everyone who knows him can feel through his trembling hands that his heart is setting off a storm. For Jack, as the eldest brother, he may know better than anyone in this world, although he usually treats him as a child. In fact, Yin knows that the power of this guy, even giving the whole of Onishima to the jerk, is no exaggeration. Just by looking at him, he can rely on a mammoth fruit to have a place in a group of dinosaurs, and you can see that this guy's physical strength has reached the top level in the entire world. Although there is still a gap compared to Boss Kaido, Whitebeard, and Garp, but other than these people, it is definitely the strongest body. What's more, his domineering arrogance and the power of desolation that come with the fruit have strengthened his heavy power to the extreme. Yin had seen the move he made just now with his own eyes. At that time, he was able to directly destroy a city with just one step, and against this Iger, he went with absolute murderous intentions, that is, to completely destroy Iger with the momentum of thunder. But this heavy blow, which was enough to destroy the world, landed in the hands of Iger, but it was like a leaf that was drifting in the autumn wind, and it was picked up easily. This kind of terrifying power, even Yin's strength has to feel dignified. This kid really has some ability. No, some abilities can't describe him. It should be said that he is very strong. I've said it before, you're the only one. No. Just when everyone was looking at Iger in a daze, Iger suddenly shook his head and seemed to say helplessly, no. After listening to Iger's words, Jack, who was sluggish at first, was finally awakened, and then an uncontrollable rage burst out from the eyes of the object. You bastard, I still can't believe I can't take care of you today. A mad roar erupted from Jack's throat, and the power of desolation condensed on his feet flickered wildly. Then, the huge elephant foot slowly lifted up again, and stomped on Iggy's face again. Down. The air exploded instantly, and this time Jack was about to crush Iger. Looking at the terrifying elephant feet he stepped on angrily, Iger just grinned, and then punched out. Chapter 496. One punch, destroying the dead. Her la 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 la, rumble boom. The yellow power of desolation madly swayed under Jack's elephant's feet, mixed with his heavy, earth-like armament, and then stomped down on Iggy's head. The air instantly exploded under his step, and the terrifying sound of sonic boom exploded, and the two elephant feet fell like meteorites from the sky. The violent air explosions exploded beside Iger, and those terrifying air explosions that could obviously shatter every gravel only made Iger's clothes rattle. In the face of Jack's terrifying blow, Iger did not dodge or evade, not even a little bit of panic. Without blinking his eyelids, he raised his arm at will, and then fluttered upwards. Get a punch. This plain punch seems to be ordinary, but under the pressure of the air explosion and domineering, there is no deviation at all, and it is still methodically hitting the center of the elephant's foot. And just as the punch was moving lightly, a trace of red and black light penetrated from the sleeve of the pure white navy uniform like water stains, and then directly covered Iger's entire arm underneath. The red and black light looked very weak, without any momentum, and did not cause the energy in the air to vibrate. But whether it was Jack or Yin, they were keenly aware of a dangerous smell emitting from above. This is not the end. Just at the moment when the red and black rays of light radiate out, and in the deeper part of his sleeve, a trace of absolutely pure black is born. The black looks inconspicuous. Under the cover of the red and black light, he could not even find his existence at all. But as the trace of black spread, Iger's original red and black arm gradually became pitch black. Buzz buzz. Almost in an instant, Iger's arm was completely covered by the dark color, and then it seemed to disappear completely into the night, and then the arm appeared in a strange way. Come out. Absolutely pitch black. In the sky full of starlight, embers of fire, and even the lights of distant cities, as well as the bright yellow light condensed under Jack's feet, the desert can only be considered quite dim, and Iger's arm reached absolute darkness in the blink of an eye under the ability of the dark fruit, and a terrifying gravitational force erupted from above. Even those faint rays of light were completely swallowed up. The faces of Iggy and Jack are too big to see clearly, but it seems to be a piece of pitch black that has been directly cut out in the space, but everyone can see it clearly. That is, when everyone could clearly see Iger's dark arm. Iger's seemingly fluffy punch hit Jack's huge elephant foot head-on without dodging. The huge elephant's foot collided with the pitch black fist, but the expected violent explosion did not happen for a long time, not even the slightest sound. Everyone just felt a slight vibration, and then they were horrified to see that the orange-yellow energy that had condensed into reality attached to Jack's feet was inexplicably dyed with a touch of pitch black, and then it burst out. Boom. This is the sound of explosion in everyone's imagination. In fact, even if the bright yellow energy and domineering smashed into a sky of light, everyone still didn't hear any sound. Not even a little energy fluctuation is felt. They could only look at the bright yellow shards that filled the sky with a faint light, and then one after another submerged into the dark arm, and then a terrifying red and black thunder slurry shot up directly into the sky. Buzz buzz. Like a volcanic eruption, the red-black thunder slurry sprayed out from Iger's pitch-black fist, engulfing Jack's huge body almost instantly. Immediately afterwards, the red and black thunder slurry suddenly exploded violently, as if it had met the flames of high explosives. Boom boom boom. It was still the voice in everyone's imagination, and the huge terrifying flame exploded directly, as if it was a giant pillar rising from the ground, shooting directly from the ground to the far end of the sky. At the same time, whether it is the Alabaster royal family or the residents of the surrounding villages and cities, as long as they are not asleep, they all feel a red and black light rising from a certain place and rushing straight towards the sky. Up the sky. The red and black light lit up the entire sky almost in the blink of an eye. All the people who were not asleep, some pushed open the window and watched, some simply pushed the door and walked out, all looking up at this road. The flames that cut through the sky. His eyes were full of horror and awe. This kind of power is really too powerful. Some people even looked at the sky in the direction of the flame, but they found it horribly. Even the distant sky was torn apart by this terrifying flame. Fortunately, it's so far away from me. Many people have this thought in their hearts at the same time, because not only did they not feel the terrifying power of the red and black flames, they didn't even hear the slightest sound, apparently from an extremely distant place. Thinking of this, the residents breathed a sigh of relief and went home to sleep. It's just that they didn't expect that this terrifying flame came from the desert near their city, and not only them but even the people in the desert felt quite strange. Even though the diameter of this terrifying red and black flame is a few hundred meters wide and even a few meters away from Robin and Crocodile, these two people did not feel even the slightest fluctuation. It was as if that terrifying flame that engulfed Jack directly and even tore apart the sky was just a phantom. Although for Crocodile and the others this flame is like a phantom, but for Jack this flame is like purgatory. That terrifying and inexhaustible flame was sprayed in the air for a few minutes before it finally gradually narrowed and thinned, and then slowly dissipated in the eyes of everyone who was still in shock. And until this time, the voice that seemed to have been erased from the world finally returned to everyone's ears. Boom. The moment the voice returned, a heavy voice sounded in everyone's ears, and at the same time, everyone's pupils were shrunk into needles. Chapter 497. I've given you a chance, don't cherish it. That life tore the sky into a terrifying big hole, and let two red and black flames hang on the terrifying flame column hanging in the sky. After a few minutes of spraying, it slowly dissipated and disappeared. Go. And as the terrifying flame light dissipated, everyone seemed to be deprived of hearing, and finally recovered. Boom. At the moment when everyone's hearing was answered, a dull sound suddenly fell to the ground. Although it was said that the voice that had not been heard for a long time could be heard again, the mood of Crocodile, Nico, Robin, and Yin in the sky was not relaxed at all, and even more tense, because their eyes saw it almost at the same time. In front of Iger, the terrifying giant that Jack had transformed into was completely tattered like a piece of garbage and fell to the ground with a bang. The eyes of the three of them seemed to be stuck with glue, just sticking to Jack's body, watching his huge elephant body slowly change back to human form, and then they swallowed hard. It's too awful. At this moment Jack has fallen to the ground unconscious, the mask covering his face completely shattered, revealing the sharp teeth and thick lips covered underneath. The two huge ivory used for decoration on both sides of the temple have been completely broken into powder, mixed into the gray sand on the ground, and no trace can be found. The thick golden hair on his head has been burned at this moment, and there is nothing left. Only a dozen centimeters of charred hair roots still remain on his scalp. The iconic cloak of the 100 Beast Pirates has completely disappeared and was completely burned to ashes by the flames just now. It's just around. On Jack's body, it can be described as appalling. There is hardly a piece of good meat on the whole body, and the skin that should be harder than rock and steel is now covered with scalded blisters. Not only the blisters, but around the blisters and in the gaps, there were blood stains running vertically, like poisonous snakes, tying Jack tightly. Leave. This is still good. This is where Jack can leave skin. In fact, most of Jack's skin has been completely engulfed in the huge flame, completely burned, and the remaining flesh has been burned to gray and even black. This kind of heavy injury, if it is replaced by another person, is definitely a fatal injury, and within an hour, it will be killed due to dehydration and infection. That is to say, Jack's body is absolutely strong, and he has a domineering bodyguard, so he can barely hold his breath, but he has absolutely no strength to fight. With one punch, one of Kaido's subordinates, with the combat power of the Emperor's deputy level, directly lost consciousness. This terrifying scene, even if Crocodile, Nico, Robin, and Yin couldn't believe it, had been presented in front of their eyes in such an extremely shocking way. How is this possible? This time, even Robin finally couldn't help but let out a voice. voice, and a slender palm gently covered his lips. Yes. How is this possible? What kind of unbelievable scene did you see just now? Drought Jack Jones, the big Kanban of the Beast Pirates, whose strength is second only to Kaido in the entire pirates, and even a man who can conquer a country with his own strength, was caught by this Navy boy. One punch will solve it. One punch. Just one punch. These people next to them didn't even understand what was going on, and they didn't even feel the slightest energy fluctuation. This guy who can walk sideways on the entire Great Route was beaten so miserably. If this matter goes out, won't the face of the Beast Pirates collapse immediately? The top cotter of his own family, on the order of his own boss, followed another eldest brother to act together, and even when he was still in ambush in advance, he was stunned to be killed with a single punch. Robin never thought that his bet this time would be so outrageously wrong. She couldn't find any adjectives that could be used to describe Iger. This Nima is a complete monster. Nima is only 8 years old. 8 years old? How many shocking things have you done since going to sea? The Sun Pirates, the Nine Snakes Pirates, the Dreadnoughts, even the Tianlong-Gren and CP9, and even the Don Quixote family later. Now to the big board of the Beast Pirates. Jack. This person seems to not care who the other party is at all. As long as it is against his own position, he will shoot without hesitation, and he will win in an absolutely eye-popping way. A trace of fear welled up in Robin's heart, and his thoughts had been swaying since just now. This moment is finally filled with regret. You should, from the beginning, rely on him. But at that time, who would have thought that this guy would be so powerful? Boom. Just when Robin's mind was completely filled with shock and fear, he suddenly heard a violent explosion from somewhere in the air. Almost at the same time, a dazzling fire burst from the sky, and the terrifying scorching high temperature directly caused the air of the entire altar to violently distort. Robin only felt that all the pores on his body opened in anger in an instant, and the muscles all over his body trembled involuntarily, because above that sky, it is like a peerless murderer who suddenly woke up from a deep sleep, and the whole world must surrender to it. Turning back in horror, Robin suddenly saw that the originally dark sky had indeed been filled by the sea of fire at this moment, and the terrifying heat spread from the movement of the sea of fire, as if it was going to destroy the desert, give it a melt. And in the huge sea of fire that covered the entire night sky, a pair of huge black wings spread out in anger, and the sharp dragon claws and huge body were suspended in the air with absolutely terrifying power. It's the big sign of the Beast Pirates. Yin, boy, you probably don't know what you did. Yin stared at Yi condescendingly, with murderous intent in his eyes, almost tearing Yi to shreds. But I want to tell you, your ending, more than Jack, is 100 times worse. Oh, that's really a pity. You probably don't have this chance. Facing Yin's threat, Iger just laughed lazily. After all, I gave you the chance to play together. You don't cherish it. Chapter 498. Arrest Nicole Robin. Above the sky, a huge black pterosaur was waving huge wings that almost covered the sky. Looking down at the pure white figure on the ground, the absolutely blazing flame exudes a terrifying temperature, burning into a cloud of flames, suspended right above the huge altar, and illuminating the entire night with its blazing fire. The fiery temperature was constantly radiating from the fire cloud, and for a while, the temperature of the entire altar was quietly rising to an unbearable level. This scene may not be very dazzling for the residents of the city, but it is quite conspicuous for another wave of people hiding in the desert at this moment. This ability, this flame-like cloud. In the dark sand, a group of people in black suits crouched in the sand, and when they saw the fiery cloud created by Yin, one of the guys with hair combed into horns and dark skin spoke up, said, "And the shape of that toothless pterosaur, could it be the big sign of the Beast Pirates? Yin, do you see who that is?" Bruno. Behind him, a man with a black cap and a long nose asked Bruno in his mouth. "Ah, it's Kaido's." Bruno turned his head, looked at his partner behind him with a dignified expression, and said with difficulty, "Well, is it someone from Kaido's subordinates? That seems a little awkward." Long Nose muttered thoughtfully when he heard Bruno's words, and then turned his eyes to the stroking beside him, the unsmiling man in the dove and the top hat. "What should we do, boss? Kaido's people are not very active." Hearing the words of the Long Nose, the unsmiling man's expression still did not change, and even his eyes were still flat. It seemed that Kaido, who was fierce and famous above the sea, was not worth the slight fluctuation in his voice. "There is no one who is not very active in our CP9, boss. Besides Yin, there are Jack and Crocodile. There seems to be a navy standing across from them, a kid." Just as the pigeon man finished speaking, the horn man's voice came over again. "Navy." The rest of the people were stunned. According to the news, there should be no navy tonight. Yes, and Jack seems to have been beaten down by that navy. What? The others exclaimed, and only the man who was stroking the pigeon at the head still had a calm expression and said in a very flat tone, "It has nothing to do with us. Our goal is only one person." Yes, these same men in suits who were hiding a few kilometers away were the espionage espionage officials who belonged to the world's main government CP9. When Iger and Crocodile and others broke out this evening, the man in the suit with the long nose is one of the members of CP9 Keku, and that ruthless man who was stroking the pigeon and looked unsmiling was the strongest man in CP9's 800 years, Rob Luigi. The information that Iger got in the tavern at that time was really accurate. These spies also got the news of Crocodile before, and they came here tonight and ambushed. It's just that the purpose of these people coming here is not for Hancock, who was caught by the beast pirates, but for, as revealed by the informant, the son of the devil who has joined the Crocodile studio, Nicole Robin. So they came here to arrest people in essence, and for the espionage officials of the world's official government, arresting people, especially those under the hands of Kaiwuhei, is simply an easy task, so they did not advance in advance. Arrive. I just came here when Crocodile was escorting Hancock. The original intention was to talk to Crocodile and let this guy make friends directly with the help of the world's official face. After all, the identity of this guy Kaiwuhei also depends on the permission of the world's main government, and if he wants to come, he will give the main government this face. But what they never expected was that when they actually came to the scene, they were surprised to find that today's game was really lively and lively. Not only is there Crocodile and Hancock in the information, but there are also two big billboards of the 100 beast pirates, and the situation is not only that, there is actually a navy opposite them. And looking at the situation, he was still a rookie in the navy who didn't even have a rank. The navy, Kaiwuhei, and the four Emperor Kaido's 100 beasts pirates. These three major forces gathered together, and I knew with my toes that the scene was definitely lively and couldn't be more lively. The most shocking thing for these guys is that this so-called lively thing turned out to be the little devil in the navy, facing the two big billboards of Crocodile and Kaido alone. In fact, just thinking about it, they can know that the news they got from the tavern owner is that Crocodile will have a deal with the Beasts Pirates, which means that the Beasts Pirates and Crocodile are on one side, and under such circumstances battles will break out, and they are still quite fierce. It is conceivable that who these guys are facing, definitely the kid from the navy. But if this is the case, this thing seems a little too outrageous. A kid in the navy is actually facing Crocodile, who is Shishibukai, and Jack and Yin, the top leaders of the four Emperor Pirates, and that kid, even under such circumstances, directly beat Jack down. This kind of thing can be a little scary. The cotters of the two beast pirates, even their own people, I am afraid they have to think about it if they want to play against them. But that kid, is it even possible to do this? Even if that kid is quite fierce, in front of the world's official government, he can only bow his head and be a minister. Lucci faintly looked at the pure white figure in the distance, and there was a touch of contempt on his face. Our target is just Nico Robin. Just be patient, we'll talk to Crocodile when they're done fighting. Boss found Nicole Robin. This guy is here too. Just when Lucci was about to issue an order to let everyone wait in place, Bruno, who was standing in the front of the investigation, spoke again, and this sentence directly made Lucci's eyes congeal. Go ahead and capture Nicole Robin. Chapter 499. For you, no hands at all. Little devil, you may not know what you did, but I can tell you that you will never be able to walk out of this desert alive today. Above the sky, Yin's voice full of rage spread slowly like rolling thunder, and as that voice resounded through the sky, the fire cloud that almost ignited the entire desert was also a violent riot. Up, standing on the ground, Crocodile, Nicole Robin, and even Hancock, who was hiding in the distance, all looked up at the smoldering flames in the sky with horror on their faces. It rose quietly from all over the body. This flame is really too terrifying. In deserts, which are already quite dry, the power of flames can exert the greatest power, not to mention, it is the so-called flame disaster. The flames made by Yin. At this moment, the temperature around the entire altar is almost enough to cook eggs, and even the sand is infected by this terrifying temperature, making a rustling sound, bursting out under the red light of white smoke. Robin and Hancock both felt their clothes at the same time. They were soaked with their own sweat from the inside out, and their cheeks were almost dizzy with too blushing. It's too hot. Compared with this temperature, the sauna room can only be regarded as a summer resort. Even Crocodile, who had a body of sand, felt the heat unbearably, and he was covered in white smoke that was roasted up and down. Dry mouth, cracked skin, and even your own hair feels like it's about to be burned. It really deserves to be one of the three big billboards under Kaido. Just summoning a flame can make people feel such terrifying oppression. Compared with the three people who had been roasted by the steam-like air around them, Iger seemed to be unaffected. Facing the huge fire cloud above the sky that seemed to melt the heaven and the earth, Iger's expression did not change in any way, but when his mind moved, a thin layer of red and black domineering seeped out from the pores of his body. After the red and black domineering seeps out from the pores, they are connected to each other, forming a thin film of light on the surface of Iger's body, isolating the terrifying terrifying high heat radiating from the sky from the body. After doing all this, Iger finally showed a sneer on his face and then looked up at the very visually oppressive figure in the sky. At this moment, Yin's pair of huge wings was slowly flapping, keeping his body suspended and at the same time fanning the fiery air below the ground. The red fire shone on his back, casting his huge shadow on the ground. It was like an ancient beast hovering in the sky, ready to hunt its prey. The huge body matched his furious mood at this moment, and the pressure was simply unparalleled. It seems that the entire sky can collapse from above at any time with his unwillingness. But Iger was not affected at all, looking straight at the figure in the sky, and a disdainful voice slowly came out of his mouth. "Why don't I know what I've done? Didn't I just punch this guy from your pirate group? I already told you to come together, and I started to get angry again. Isn't it naive?" Iger's sharp words made Yin speechless for a while, but behind Yin, the huge cloud of fire that covered the sky rolled even more violently. Even he had to admit that when Jack rushed directly to tear Iger apart, he didn't even think about taking a shot, because in his knowledge, his younger brother is still a big sign of the beast pirates, and his combat power can definitely be called the top in the world. Even if this kid can handle Doflamingo and deal with Jack, not necessarily, but the fact is that it brutally hit him with a huge and loud slap in the face. Not only did Jack lose, but he lost quite miserably. The Navy, who looked at only a teenager, just punched Jack so that he didn't have a piece of good meat all over his body and lay there softly. To a certain extent he is too big. But Yin's eyes suddenly condensed, and a fierce and unparalleled aura pressed towards Iger. Even if he is a big brother, Jack is still his little brother. If his little brother was beaten, there is absolutely no reason for this big brother not to be angry. It's useless to talk about that, since you are so confident that you can pack the two of us together. Let's do it. Oh, to you, no hands at all. Iger looked up at the flames that filled the sky and seemed to say provocatively. Hearing Ignatius' harsh words like thorns, Yin's pupils shrunk to the size of pinholes, and then a gnashing sound came from under his mask. Then you just wait to be burned to ashes. As soon as the words fell, Yin seemed to be unable to hold back his desire to burn Iger to ashes. With a flick of his wings, the entire figure instantly turned into a black shadow, directly submerging into the cloud of fire. Rumble boom. The moment Yin's figure sank into the fire cloud, the flame cloud, which was quite peaceful, suddenly convulsed violently like a patient with stomach colic. Whirring. Crazy flames continued to explode from all directions of the fire cloud, and dazzling flame pillars shot out from the fire cloud. Then, the fire cloud covering the entire altar began to slowly rotate. The rotation of the fire cloud was very slow at the beginning, but in just a few seconds, it turned faster and faster, and finally turned into a frantic flame vortex. As soon as the flame vortex was formed, it seemed that the air in the whole world was rioting, and waves of fiery and terrifying fluctuations swayed wildly in the frantic hot wind. Whoa! A sharp and fierce whistle sounded wildly from the center of the flame vortex. With the sound of that whistle, the entire flame vortex was inspired by something, and it fluctuated violently. Then, in the horrified eyes of everyone, after the center of the flame vortex wriggled for a while, a flame tornado that penetrated the sky and fell directly from the sky. The flickering red light rose in an instant, almost filling everyone's field of vision, and such a terrifying attack that seemed to be a natural disaster descended straight towards Iger. Chapter 500. The world's official government. Is it very powerful? Boom boom boom. The huge flame tornado blew up the air along the way in an instant, and the crimson fire devoured everything in the altar in an instant, as if the sky was falling, and everything on the ground was burned into a row of nothingness. Flaming demon. The huge roar resounded between the heavens and the earth, as if the huge fire light filled the heavens and the earth, as if everything on the ground could not be spared. This is. Feeling the terrifying heat wave that fell from the sky, Crocodile's pupils shrunk directly to the size of pinholes, and the cloak on his body was already emitting bursts of white smoke unconsciously. This guy, even if he can control his flame tornado to aim at Iger, but if the aftermath really comes down, neither himself nor the two women will be spared. Damn it, look at this guy a little bit. Don't let it spread to your allies. He gritted his teeth and let out a low roar, but Crocodile didn't dare to linger too much. At the moment, his figure flashed and swept away at the fastest speed. In addition to Crocodile, Hancock and Nicole Robin also reacted exactly the same way. There is no way to think about how powerful this thing is. Let's run first. After Crocodile, Hancock and Robin also immediately showed their fastest means and ran towards the distance completely desperate. This Nima is that guy Jing crazy. In the distance, a group of people in black suits quietly marched towards the battlefield while watching the huge fire that drowned the sky. The whole heart was full of shock. Everyone knows that Kaido's beast pirates have three big kanbans known as the Three Disasters: Drought Jack, Pandemic Quinn, and Flame Yin. As the name suggests, their title is the greatest power power they rely on. But now, this yin, right in front of him, displayed this terrifying flame that would almost turn the entire world into a sea of fire, which was not only a little stunned. Why on earth did this guy make such a powerful move to deal with the kid who beat up Jack? But even if that kid was able to defeat Jack, it was already at the end of the game. How could Yin use such a powerful skill? They have all heard about Yin's personality, a guy who is famous for killing chickens without a knife. How would such a person still use all his strength in the face of a guy who no longer has much physical strength? Don't look at it. This kind of attack, that kid is dead. Lucci raised his head and glanced at the fire that descended in the sky, and felt the terrifying fluctuations that made him feel heart palpitations. He immediately lost interest in the battle over there, and turned to a fleeing man on the other side. Figure, let's go. Now is the chance to let this guy run away, but it will take a lot of effort to fly again. Nico Robin, who was panicking at Yin's flame demon, and hurriedly rushed towards the distance. Seeing that the goal of this trip is in front of you, the agents of CP9 also suddenly saw the hope of promotion. All of them have hot eyes and are gearing up. Let's go. Rob Lucky greeted lightly, and his body shape directly turned into a blurred after image, rushing towards Robin, who was fleeing. The others saw this. Their bodies also exerted a little strength, and then the whole person turned into black shadows, keeping up with the pace of Rob Lucky in front. Is this enough to let me use my hands? On the other side, feeling the blazing heat like fire and rain falling from the sky, Iger's eyes didn't change. He just raised his head quietly, and his body didn't even move. It wasn't until the huge flame was about to drown him like a waterfall that he finally stomped the soles of his feet. A circle of pure black instantly opened in the sand under his feet, and then a cylindrical black light shot up into the sky. The flame tornado fell from the sky like a waterfall, with a diameter of 100 meters. If that kind of power fell in a town, it would directly turn into a fire that filled the city, destroying all the buildings. At the same time, the black ray of light rising from 1 foot was 200 meters in diameter, as if a large black mouth had been hunted out of the ground directly towards the flame tornado. Go. Puff. The black beam of light and the flame tornado swirled in the air, colliding like two comets, but the imaginary flame eruption and violent explosion sound did not happen. It was still aggressive at first, as if it was a flame tornado that would burn the entire world to ashes. The moment it touched the black beam of light, it turned out to be like a preyed fish, twisting and struggling frantically. The fiery temperature seemed to disappear in an instant, and the frantically spinning flames also became slow and dull in the blink of an eye. Under the action of that black beam of light, the flames that were still tightly condensed together seemed to have lost their cohesion, and in the slower and slower rotation, they shattered a little bit. To be able to say something like that. Iger looked at the figure in the sky with a half smile. It turned out to be like this. Before Iger could finish speaking, he suddenly choked, and then his eyes suddenly became cold, because in the sight of him, behind Robin, who was avoiding the flames and heat waves, 6 guys were rushing towards her at an extremely fast speed, and they were only 5 or 6 meters away. Even the one at the front has already stretched out his palm and is about to slash on Robin. With this palm, even if Robin was not injured, he had to be stunned directly. CP9. This idea was born in Yi Ji's mind in an instant. This is what the tavern owner had already told him when he was in the tavern at that time. I never thought that when I was fighting with Jack and Yin, these guys suddenly appeared. The complexion instantly became extremely cold, and Iger's body suddenly lit up with a flash of lightning, and then his body flashed and appeared directly in front of Robin. Boom! A dull voice sounded, and Rob Ludge's slash at Robin was blocked by a slender palm. The expression that was about to be completed soon turned gloomy. Rob Ludge's face was not ugly at all. He stared at the kid who suddenly appeared in front of Robin, gritted his teeth and said, "Boy, the espionage agency of the world's official government is on a mission, and you are enough to be sentenced." Oh, the world's official government? Is it very powerful? Pirate I, the son of Roger, a 9-year-old admiral. Chapter 501-520. Chapter 501. This Robin, I took it with me today. The world's official government, is it very powerful? As soon as Iger's words came out, it was like a huge flame tornado that he had abandoned behind him. The black beam of light that lost its support could not withstand the terrifying power of the flame tornado, and several crimson cracks quickly emerged from the surface. Immediately afterwards, that sturdy black beam of light finally exploded in the raging crimson fire, frantically saying that the fire was like a wild horse running wild, frantically raging in the air. The terrifying and fiery crimson flames carried the heat waves, and the monstrous waves surged directly, surging violently along the grayish-white sand that had been pumped, submerging the entire altar. A huge mushroom cloud rose from the ground, shrouding the entire desert in a dark red halo. When I rolled my eyes, it was all the sand that was almost melted by the blazing flames, and the altar that had become a charred black. The scene here is just like everyone's mood. mood. Iger's words just now were not loud, just like a nuclear bomb exploded in everyone's mind. Whether it was Robin, Crocodile, members of CP9, or even far above the sky, Yin, who was just about to scold Iger, the gutless idiot, all fell into a daze after hearing Iger's words. Machine status. What did this boy just say? Everyone's eyes were almost dull, looking at the pure white figure that flashed from the center of the altar to Robin's side in an instant, with their mouths wide enough to fit a whole pineapple. Especially Nicole Robin, looking at the figure standing in front of him, was as shocked as if struck by lightning. He. Did he sneer just now? What else did he say? World government? Is it great? Big brother, you need to find out who you are. Okay, aren't you a navy? Isn't the navy a force that belongs to the world's official government? Shouldn't the world government and the navy be on the same front? Shouldn't he actively cooperate or even help the forces of the world's official government to arrest him? What are you doing? Robin was really confused by this guy. Looking at the guy's back, he didn't know what he was going to do. Just when I was dodging from Yin's huge fire cloud, I suddenly felt a chill rise behind my back, and my whole body was uncomfortably uncomfortable for no reason. Originally, I thought it was because Yin's attack was too powerful, so his body was forced to stress. But as he ran farther and farther, it was obvious that this feeling should become weaker and weaker. Even if he had run so far, it was possible to disappear completely, but his body was telling himself it's more dangerous. At this time, Robin finally realized that it was not his body's stress to the aftermath of the battle between Iger and Yin, but his survival instinct that he had finally tempered over the years to avoid the pursuit and killing had attacked again. Nicole Robin, a character who has been pursued by the world's official government since he was only 8 years old and who has successfully escaped the pursuit for 10 years, has obtained this honor in life after death, an almost instinctive ability. When danger is approaching, your body will have a special induction, and this kind of induction has saved her life in no less than 100 assassination crises. Of course, this time too, just as he was in the middle of the air when the flame of the explosion was getting farther and farther, his body was telling himself that he was getting closer and closer to the real danger. To be on the safe side, Robin decided to stop and use his abilities to observe the surrounding situation. And this stop doesn't matter. The feeling of danger that was just flat just now suddenly reached the extreme. In an instant, all the hairs on Robin's body exploded frantically, and it was only now that Robin finally discovered the source of this danger. A team of men in black suits are rushing towards him at a speed that there is absolutely no way to dodge them. Even the one who is rushing in front has raised his palm and is about to attack himself. Almost in an instant, when Robin had just discovered these people, the guy in front of him had already rushed in front of him, and his domineering palm drew a graceful arc and slapped him. Face the door, Rob Ludge. It was only at this time that Robin finally recognized this group of people. This is the espionage agency team that has been chasing him since he fled to the present CP9. It was actually today here that I found myself and launched an attack on myself. Robin's heart was instantly filled with fear and despair because she realized that she had no ability to dodge this attack at all. Can't imagine that his life of wandering and hiding in Tibet is finally coming to an end now. Robin slowly closed his eyes and prepared to die, but what he never expected was that a flash of lightning suddenly ripped through the air, blocked himself in front of him, and blocked the fatal blow for himself. And it was the scene that made him fall into a shock like a lightning strike, especially when Iger stood in front of him facing the members of CP9 and said that sentence with disdain. The world's official government, is it very powerful? That is, Iger, who was obviously abducted and fooled by himself to come to this dead end that was designed a long time ago, obviously belongs to the forces of the Navy and Iger of the world's government. And Iger, who was so angry with himself just now when facing the waves with Yin, at the risk of being burned to ashes by Yin, without any hesitation he flashed over to protect himself without any hesitation. For a moment the words Iger had just said suddenly flashed in her mind. I really want to protect you. Is what he said true? But why? Robin looked at the boy who was in front of her from behind, wondering what his path was. CP9 members who rushed over are definitely orders of magnitude more than Robin. When did the Navy dare to be so arrogant with the world government? They looked at each other, not knowing what kind of way this guy was. Only Lucci reacted first, a pair of slender brows furrowed tightly, and his voice was cold. Do you know what you mean when you say this? You know, Nicole Robin, to be taken by the Navy today. Chapter 502. If you lose an ancient weapon, do you pay? Iger put on a serious look, tilted his head with some doubts, and looked at Rob Luigi quietly, but his eyes were full of jokes. Nicole Robin is an important figure in our Navy. It is possible to find some ancient ruins with her. At this time, you have to attack her directly. Is this wrong? Iger's words made Rob look stunned for a moment. He originally thought that this kid just said boldly that the world's government is was very powerful. He thought it was a thorn, but he didn't expect it to be aimed at Robin's ability. However, as the spy agency personnel of the world's official government, they have much more information than the Navy. Until now, they have received the task as long as they bring Nico Robin back, regardless of life or death. Regarding Nicole Robin's ability, they have long known that this guy's brain has a huge role, but the arduous process of chasing after so many years has made the world's official government understand that this woman is definitely not the kind of person who will succumb. Even as an agent, if he really captured Nicole Robin, the possibility of using her to obtain the treasures in the so-called ancient ruins is almost zero for the world's official government. After all, for Nicole Robin, her hometown, her relatives, and even her dreams have all been turned into ashes in the slaying order of the world's main mansion. She would rather die than help the world's justice. The government is looking for ancient weapons, but as far as the world is concerned, Nico Robin's death is the best. So Rob Ludge knew that in name, these people came to arrest Nicole Robin, but in fact, it didn't matter whether the person who was brought back in the end was dead or alive. In the end, as long as I tell the waste boss this woman struggled too hard and he accidentally killed her, that guy would never dare to say anything. Thinking of this, Rob Ludge suddenly didn't have that much hostility towards Iger. Although he said that this kid's attitude made him very unhappy, he could still be regarded as a friendly army no matter what. Little devil, since you are here for her, then we are allies. Lucci's voice softened, although his tone was still not polite, but at least the killing intent that pervaded him had dissipated. Let's take her back together. I guess that bastard above will also give you a first-class credit. No. As soon as Lucci's words were spoken, the team members behind him couldn't take it anymore. All of them stared at their boss with a dull expression, showing an unbelievable look in their eyes. Boss him. Boss does he actually care whether the opponent is an enemy or a friendly? Rob, looky, this guy is the strongest in the history of the secret organization CP9 cultivated by the world's official government in the past 800 years. Whether it is in terms of talent, physical condition, or mentality, he has almost no weaknesses at all. And because of this, this guy is also notoriously brutal and unreasonable. This man once performed a rescue mission when he was 13 years old, but he killed all the 500 soldiers in the saved kingdom by himself. And the reason he gave was, these soldiers were so easily caught by pirates, which led to a crisis in the country, so maybe the same thing would happen in the future. Because of this, these soldiers have no right to live. It is such a ruthless killing machine with almost no trace of humanity. If anyone upsets him, he will definitely kill him without saying a word, and he will invite this navy to join him. This Nima, is the world crazy or are we crazy? Bruno Keku and others couldn't understand Lucci's behavior, but they didn't say anything. After all, why he did it, only he himself knew. That was indeed the case. Just when Rob Lucky's attack was blocked by this boy who suddenly appeared, he already knew that this person in front of him deserved to be treated like this. Especially when this guy flashed from the altar to block his own blow just now. It actually made him feel a little chill. This kind of speed, even in CP9 or even CP0, is absolutely powerful. In any case, this guy can't be killed by himself, otherwise the sentence he just said would be enough to be sentenced to death. Since you can't kill, you can only negotiate. Rob Lucci fixedly looked at Iger and waited quietly for his answer. He was not worried that this guy would reject him at all, and he was supported by the relationship between the world government and the Navy, so he was not afraid that this kid would not agree. However, just when he was certain in his heart that this kid would agree to cooperate with him on the mission, Iger, who was opposite, frowned and looked dissatisfied. Have you figured out the situation? Did I tell you I'm taking this woman back? Good on. The sound of blood hitting the blood vessel suddenly sounded the moment Iger's voice fell. Blue veins suddenly climbed up Rob Lucky's forehead, and then a cold killing intent slowly spread out. Lucci looked at Iger's eyes suddenly became cold. The palm hidden in the sleeve has been fixed into the shape of a palm knife, and then asked in a hoarse voice, if you don't take this woman back, are you going to take her to escape? Good guy. Bruno Keku and others followed Lucci and swallowed a saliva. Who the hell didn't know the situation? Rob, look, I personally told you that I would ask you to cooperate with me, but you even said out loud that you didn't plan to send Nico Robin back. Isn't it clear what to do with the world's official government? It's over. The boss already feels that he has been tricked, and this kid is afraid that he will not live long. Bruno Keku and others looked at Iger with some pity. The response of their boss showed that he had already moved to kill, and the action would be in the next second. Rob Ludge's body tightened one by one, and the whole body tightened like a bowstring. As long as there was nothing wrong with what this guy said, he would kill him without hesitation. On the other hand, Yige, on the other hand, didn't seem to notice the killing intent of this guy at all, and when he heard his question, he exclaimed in a louder voice, "Good guy, what are you thinking? Is it a secret that the world's official government wants Pluto? We people are fighting hard for this clue. If you go back today and the clues are taken away by those pirates, it will be impossible for the Genfu to find the Pluto again. Will you pay for this loss? Chapter 503 Let Them Call. Let's go. Rob Ludge may not have been choked so many times in his life and was speechless, but facing this Navy boy today, he was suffocated and suffocated again and again, especially when this guy scolded him with an incredible face. He couldn't say a word, because what this guy said, the amount of information is really too much. Today everyone is just fighting for clues. What clue? Pluto clues. Pluto clues. What this kid said means that the world's official government has been searching for a super powerful ancient weapon for decades, and the clue is actually here in Alabasta. Iggy, how did you know such a thing? The stakes are very important. Not only Lucci, but even Robin behind Iger was a little frightened and immediately cried out, how on earth did this guy know such a thing? Robin searched his memory over and over again from beginning to end, and found that he never mentioned the so-called ancient weapon to this kid from beginning to end. Because of the seriousness of this matter, it is as serious as the collapse of the world's official government. The terrifying weapon that can destroy the world. The clues to its burial are hidden in this desert country, Alabasta. How can it be? How did he know? Robin deeply remembers that since he boarded the dog-headed warship, he only talked to Iger about a so-called business. He told him about Hancock, and he was protecting himself from being discovered by others. Although it is said that this is a trap set by Robin, it is actually a real killing formation, but in the whole process, there is no chance for him to know this kind of thing. The tavern owner, his contact with him is only about manipulating the information about the Baroque studio. The whole purpose is to deceive Iger here, so that Yin and Jack of the Beast Pirates can start from start to finish. Myself, the tavern owner, including Crocodile. There are also the two big billboards of the 100 Beasts Pirates, and no one has revealed the slightest bit of news to him at all. How on earth did he know? Could it be that he actually secretly investigated things about ancient weapons? This is absolutely impossible. If the information about the historical text can be found out so easily, then this place has already been taken over by the world's official government. And where is Crocodile in turn? Crocodile was on a voyage at sea and had a lot of shit luck, and finally learned about the content of the ancient legend in a mysterious place, which is how he was able to be one step faster than the world's official government and rush to Allah. Come to Baston. How could this Iger find out about these things? Robin couldn't figure it out anyway. How exactly did Iger know this information? And he was stunned for a while, but in an instant her mind was drowned out by the even more terrifying thought of Yi. No matter how Yi Ge knew it when he said it, these CP9 guys knew it too. This thing is too terrifying. Robin has no way to control his body at all. His whole body is shaking violently, completely uncontrollably, and his pupils are also tightly shrunk into a ball. The world government knows. The official government of the world knows the information about the burial place of Pluto. This is how to do. The fears from the depths of my memory all burst out at this moment, directly turning into monstrous waves, pressing Robin into the bottomless abyss. Robin is too familiar with the methods of the world's official government. Within a week, the world's official government will send an absolutely terrifying force, unreasonably rush into the underground palace of Alabasta, and directly remove the historical text. After that, the world's official government also has the means to find craftsmen who can read the historical text in Wano country and force them to read the content of the historical text. After that, that terrifying weapon will be completely reduced to the weapon of the world's official government. All this is because Iger said this today. Where's the clue? What are you talking about? Robin's expression was a little distorted. He lightly poked Iger's back and asked with gritted teeth, it is absolutely impossible for those guys in the world to know this kind of information. However, for the agents who had been chasing her for 10 years, her expression at this moment had perfectly sold her. Oh, is that so? Rob Ludge glanced at Robin and instantly knew that what the Navy boy in front of him said was not a lie, and the killing intent that was surging at the moment also subsided. If that's the case, then we probably won't be able to go back so early. Joke. Back to the yarn. This Nima does not bring back the historical text and has no face to say that he is a member of CP9. Nicole Robin, who can read the text of history, is here. The world's official government also cooperates with Kaido, and Crocodile is even more subordinate to the king of the world's official government, Kaiwohe. These people can even drive Pluto back to the world's official residence. Hey, this is what our 100 Beasts Pirates see first. Even the CP0 above you have to give us face. What are you? You dare to grab food directly in front of us? However, when Rob Ludge was full of his plans to win the historical text next, and with the help of Robin's power to learn about the hiding place of Pluto, and then to obtain the plan of ancient weapons, a thunderous shout came from a distance. Come. Looking back, a black pterosaur figure burning with fierce flames fluttered from the violent fire cloud. It was Yin who collided with Iger fiercely. seriously just now? Seeing Jinfei coming over to speak, Lucci's face was also gloomy, and he responded coldly. Ancient weapons should not be mastered by a pirate. If the beast pirates want to get ancient weapons, then I think the world's official government should not allow you to continue to exist. Between the words, there is no reservation in the sharp threat. Yin is obviously not a bully master, and he simply ignored Lucci's threat. A fierce and domineering aura was directly enveloped in the heat wave around him, and it spread madly. But now, the world's official government will not declare war on the entire beast pirates because of a group of unimportant agents. Then there is no way. Lucci looked at Yin coldly, and stepped out. The momentum that had been deliberately restrained gradually spread. At this moment, a faint voice suddenly came from Robin's ears. Let them fight and let's go. Chapter 504 CP9 vs Yin. Robin, Rob. Luigi and Yin's auras collided wildly in the sky, and the terrifying coercion erupted like an angry dragon, and at this moment Robin's ears heard a faint sound. Don't be in a daze. Follow me quickly, and let these idiots fight. Let's hurry up and retreat. Robin was still trapped in being aware of the secret here by the world official and couldn't extricate himself. Suddenly he heard Iger's voice, and he couldn't help but feel a little confused for a while. Why do you want to take yourself away? Are you obviously not a wanted criminal? Didn't you trick him here and use the power of the beast pirates and crocodile to kill him? No, it's not really. He is just a planner of the Baroque studio, and Iger is just a pawn that he should aim at from the beginning to the end, and he doesn't care about his life or death at all. But when CP9 mercilessly aroused the deepest fear in his heart, it turned out that this person did not hesitate to stand in front of him and took Rob Luge's almost fatal blow for him. What is this guy thinking in his head? Robin's mind was a little confused. He didn't know what this guy's path was, and his body didn't even react at all. He just stared at Iggy like that. Why are you in a daze? Hurry up. Seeing that Robin didn't react at all, Iger frowned. To be honest, he was still very angry with her now, but who made her Robin? Even if he was angry, he still wanted to save her life. Just do it. Since Robin didn't respond, Iger could only do it. With a wave of his palm, a dark light curtain immediately covered his body, and was directly hidden in the shadows opposite Yin's exaggerated fire curtain. After covering his body shape, Iger didn't delay, and he didn't need Robin's hesitation. Hello. Robin didn't react at all, so Ig covered her mouth directly, only to see the latter covering her mouth with one hand, and put up an index finger beside his lips with the other hand, and sighed with anger. Said to her, don't say ha. Do you want to be discovered by a few of them and brought back to be executed? In a word, Robin's mouth was blocked directly. Robin's eyes rolled, and finally he could only shrug and accept the status quo. After all, in this situation, there is absolutely no way to resist. My own plan, Baroque Studios' plan, has collapsed, and I have no reason to leave myself. Even if there is, I will definitely not continue to stay in this organization. There is no other reason, because the agents of the world's official government have discovered their relationship with the Baroque Studio and even the Beast Pirates. Even if they return to the organization, it will never be safe. In this case, it is better to directly follow this Iger, who is not a threat to him for the time being. Thinking like this, Robin gradually let go of his worries and followed Iggy obediently. Iger next to him looked at Robin's reaction and smiled lightly, and then, covered with a black light curtain, followed Robin along the shadow of the dunes, moving little by little in the direction of Hancock. It's not that Iger doesn't want to fight, but that Robin and Hancock are really far apart. Even Iger is very tired to take into account two completely different battlefields and opponents at the same time. As for what I just said, it was naturally what Iger did on purpose, just to provoke a battle between Yin and CP9, so that he could take Robin and Hancock away safely. The black light curtain is exuding strange fluctuations at this moment, swallowing all the flames, shadows, and even the domineering colors that touch it. Ig and Robin, who were wearing a black light curtain, seemed to be invisible in this desert, disappearing strangely. Yin and CP9 at this moment, but they simply don't have the energy to care about the disappearance of these two people. Because of them, they are playing hot. Boom boom boom. Above the sky, the entire world is shrouded in a huge cloud of fire in a dark red light which is spinning madly, and the huge flame that is enough to burn the entire world is frantically swallowing it. On the ground, the toothless pterosaur with a face full of killing intent also suddenly spread its huge black wings, and with a desperate effort the whole person suddenly rushed into the altitude of dozens of meters. Today, I will let you see whether the power of my 100 beast pirates can be moved by the official government of your world. In the midst of the terrifying heat that almost destroyed everything, Yin's voice was unusually cold. He looked down at the few agents on the ground who were like enemies, and there was a contemptuous expression on the corner of his mouth. Smile. In a hurry, he suddenly raised his head and let out a long cry. Whoa, whoa, whoa. A sharp roar resembling an ancient creature resounded, and with the sound of screeching, the violent fire cloud hovering in the sky as if it had been summoned by something, violently rioted. Fire and rainfall. Yin, who had transformed into a toothless pterosaur, roared in the sky, followed by a slamming fan of the huge pair of wings, and the flames that filled the sky finally could no longer suppress the rage inside, and the fiery flames suddenly smashed into the sky. Fall. Shhhhhhh. One after another blazing fire flashed across the sky in an instant as if it was an extraterrestrial meteor that fell into the earth from deep space with a terrifying aura that seemed to destroy everything, and slammed into the 6 people on the ground. The air in the heaven and earth boiled, and the terrifying high temperature almost burned the entire desert into a purgatory. Don't act like you're awesome. Rob, looking on the ground, looked up at the rain of fire that filled the sky. His pupils also contracted slightly uncontrollably, but then he snorted coldly, and then his body, which was already considered a simple dress, suddenly swelled again several times. The thick golden yellow fur with black spots directly broke through the original flat suit, and in just a short moment Rob Ludge went directly from a human to a big cat with horned muscles. Seeing that his boss showed his fruit ability unreservedly, Bruno Keku and others behind him did not dare to hold back anymore, and they all planned to use their most powerful moves. Landfeed. Chapter 505. Powerful 6 Paths. Landfeed. 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 A series of shouts repeated 6 times in the desert sounded like thunder, and after Rob, Luigi, the other members of CP9 also threw out their whip legs. Boom boom boom. The air, which had become scorching hot due to the rain of fire, was shattered crazily under the ultra-high-speed kicks of the strong legs of several people. Form on the ground. 1 2 3 4 5 6. Exactly 6. The 6 meniscus-shaped land feet instantly expelled the surrounding air, and an indescribable sense of sharpness suddenly erupted. With the terrifying domineering mixed with everyone, the power was enhanced to the extreme. Langiao, with powerful leg strength, kicks the air at a super high speed, and simply uses the power of the flesh to create a violent air explosion directly in the air in front of him, and the air explosion that contained a violent force before it could burst open was directly wrapped up by everyone with their own domineering, and then surrounded into a hexagonal shape slammed upwards. Compared with the rain of fire coming from the sky, Langiao is naturally not so powerful, but hidden in the 6 half-moon-shaped condensed air explosions, it is an extremely terrifying force. Laugh. The 6 people's thoughts moved, and with Rob Lookie's gesture, Liudeo Ian's feet directly blasted the air along the way with indescribable air explosions, and rushed straight to the toothless pterosaur hovering in the sky. Langiao, it's really good. These guys seem to have been strengthened by the system to an unbelievable level. The 6 people's steel whip-like legs slammed into the air instantly. Even if the indescribable terrifying edge was isolated from a layer of darkness, Iger's face almost felt like it was cut open. It can be said that the 6 style really deserves to be the thing that these guys use to eat. Even if Iger is already a top 6 style user, but seeing these CP9 guys use it, he still feels quite amazing. I always feel that the 6 styles they use have a sense of harmony. Of course, Iger doesn't have too much mood to appreciate how these guys are using the 6 forms, and he doesn't stop there too much at the moment and continues to move in the direction of Hancock. When Iger was traveling through the battlefields of the 2 sides, Robin, who was quietly walking beside him, his pupils were slightly constricted. This Iger passed between CP9 and Yin, feeling the rain of fire coming towards him from the sky, and the crescent blade on the other side that even smashed the air. Nicole Robin felt a sense of extreme danger, and it seemed that she would soon will be found and directly bombarded, but until Iger took him across the battlefield, no one seemed to find him at all. This made Robin's mystery about Iggy rise to another level in his heart. What kind of means does this guy have to travel through this level of battlefield, and he can still be unknowingly? And Robin is still very concerned about Iger's knowledge of ancient weapons. Until now, she finally realized that this seemingly young Navy rookie is not as simple as she imagined. It's hard to imagine that he would have such a means. It seems that he wanted to play him with applause before, as if he didn't know the sky is high. And just when Robin felt a chill in his heart in the air, the rain of fire that was about to destroy the world just collided with the terrifying hexagonal feet. Boom boom boom. The rain of fire that fell from the sky was like falling meteorites, with the power that could destroy everything and the fiery heat that seemed to be able to burn everything down. At the same time, the huge hexagonal wind blade formed by the 6 lantern feet is also carrying a strong air explosion force heading towards the face. Whirring paths of air blasted along the path of the Langiao wind blade, scattering a powerful and terrifying wind which directly shattered the surrounding blazing flames that had not come and fell down. Puff puff puff. One after another, the flames exploded, and the fire rain, which seemed to fall from the sky with extremely terrifying power, did not gain the slightest advantage when it initially collided with the wind blade of Langiao, but was blown up up by the aftermath of the opponent. Fortunately, as one of Yin's proud skills, the power of this rain of fire lies not only in his fiery and destructive power but also in his inexhaustibility. Boom boom boom. One after another fire rain was shattered by the violent air explosion of Lanjiao, and one after another terrifying fire light exploded into gorgeous fireworks in mid-air, and the blazing and light flames contained in it were also exhaled in an instant, giving the air to the air. The heating is a little distorted, although it is said that the power of air explosions is enough to shatter the fire and rain along the way, but after all, the domineering power of compressed air is limited, and the hexagonal wind blade condensed by the 6 curved feet is finally on the way. When approaching Yin, it exploded. Whoa, whoa. The power of the air explosion that was forcibly pressed together by the terrifying domineering of the 6 people after being heated by the flames in the sky. The explosive power contained in it became more violent and finally burst the whole domineering. Domineering is wrapped in the power of air explosion, and it is directly swept away in mid-air, directly turning into a huge transparent sphere, and the whole spreads out in a radial trajectory. Chi chi chi. The huge wind pressure spread in the sky, and the transparent sphere was like a huge palm pushing forward with absolutely powerful force in all directions, directly shaking the rain of fire that fell along the way into pure flames. It's like an explosion from the time of creation in ancient times. It was obviously the power of air explosion released by 6 completely different people, but at this moment it is unusually harmonious, as if it was completely fused together. Crazy resonance. Detonate. The transparent sphere spread out over the sky in a state of absolute crushing, arrogant and unreasonable, and the speed was so fast that it completely occupied everyone's field of vision in the blink of an eye, and the rain of fire that originally fell from all the corners of the sky in the blink of an eye, all the forms were directly shaken away, turned into a huge flame of light, and spread out. Not only in the desert but also in the cities and towns near the desert suddenly felt a light like daytime rising, and even the temperature suddenly became as hot as noon. Chapter 506. That kid. Run away. Boom. Accompanied by a deafening sound, the whole world seemed to be blown to pieces. Then, all the residents of Alabasta Kingdom were in a state of panic. When they saw the direction of the desert, a blazing sun slowly rise, and just below the halo that made people all over the country feel a burst of panic. Among the flames and hurricanes full of terrifying and destructive power, everyone in CP9 and the big Kanbanyan of the beast pirates were also infected with each other. Some injuries. Damn, this guy is really good at it. Bruno looked at the toothless pterodactyl that was only shaking a few times in the sky, and there were only a few small inconspicuous wounds on his body. Looking at himself, many parts were burned, and he was bitten for a while, grinning his teeth coldly. Yes, even if the 6 of them used the Lanjiao together just now, they gathered a very powerful air explosion force, and the entire sky was blown away by fire and rain, but there were still flames that escaped on them. I don't know if it's not burned, but this ember is really worthy of the name of fire disaster. The moment this kind of flame is contaminated with the body, the absolutely terrifying heat will instantly spread throughout the body, directly roasting people from the inside out. Cook. If it weren't for the fact that these people's bodies have been tempered and blessed with super domineering, I am afraid they have already been cooked. I really didn't expect it. Rob Lookie also looked up at the black figure above the sky with a cold expression, and said slowly, the power of this Yin is far beyond his imagination. Just that move, if it is his own, at least he has to perform 3 consecutive stun feats. No wonder the beast pirates are so arrogant and domineering on weekdays, but the world government still did not choose to destroy it directly, but cooperated with these guys. Really quite powerful. It is unimaginable that a Yin is so powerful, so how strong can Kaido be who can manage such a huge system? Rob Lodge was even sure that if he brought these people with him today and confronted Jack and Yin from the beginning, it would definitely become dangerous today. At least a few people must be left behind. There's a good chance that Robin won't even be able to see it and has to escape from this place. But what? A smile appeared on Rob Lodge's mouth. When they came here today, they didn't come to fight in the first place. Nicole Robin was at his side, and in terms of the purpose of the fight, he had the upper hand. A plan was formed in Rob Lookie's mind in an instant. They came to compete for ancient weapons. What is the most important thing about ancient weapons? Of course, it is the few talents in this world who can read the text of history. Robin. And Robin is now just behind him, turning around and running with Robin. With the speed of a few of them, even this Yin can't catch up. Snort. Rob Lodge snorted coldly in his heart. This damn toothless pterosaur. I'll let you show off today when we get the ancient weapons. Let's see if we don't directly demolish your home. He he he. Rob Lookie gave a low laugh, then looked at Yin with mocking eyes, and said, as expected of the big board of the beast pirates, your strength is really predictable. Today's game is considered to be your victory. It's just this Nicole Robin. I'm going to take it away. You bastard. bastard. Hearing Rob Luigi's words, Yin seemed to finally realize something. Robin was beside these people. They didn't need to fight with him at all. They just needed to run away with Robin. Damn it, I just focused on fighting with them and forgot about it. Suddenly reacting, Jin hurriedly looked behind Rob Lookie, but just like Rob Lookie turned around gorgeously, trying to find Robin, but he was instantly petrified, and then the madness gradually climbed up his cheeks. Yin's expression also became quite ugly at the same time. Nico, Robin and the Navy boy who should have been standing behind Rob Lucci have disappeared at this moment. How can it be? Whether it is Yin or Rob Lookie, they are all people with excellent accomplishments in domineering, and in a state of battle they will fully stimulate their knowledge. As soon as the sense of hearing is aroused, all the movements of everyone present will be reflected in their minds quite quickly. And Yuchi, although they didn't say it clearly, both Yin and Lucci were distracted to pay attention to the movements of the Navy kid, but just under their noses, this guy just disappeared like that. How is this possible? All kinds of things before the battle just now suddenly appeared in the minds of Yin and Rob Lookie. Thinking about it carefully, all the spearheads just now were clearly aimed at the Navy boy, but the two of them fought. I was put together. He was actually put together by the stinky kid who was only 8 years old and used himself as a gunner. A wave of shame and anger of being fooled instantly drowned out the thoughts of the two of them, and the atmosphere that was still tense at first dissipated in an instant. Before the two of them even looked at each other, they had already made the same decision to tear this kid into pieces. This damn bastard, I must kill you. Yin's voice resounded in the sky like rolling thunder, but at the same time, there was indeed no anger in his eyes. Instead, he calmly used his overlooking perspective to look for Iger's figure everywhere. Little bastard, you really pissed me off. Rob Lookie's tone was quite calm. In that calm, Bruno Keku and others around him could not help feeling a biting chill, and his expression was like that of a bloodthirsty beast. Ferocious. Whoa, whoa. The invisible color of seeing and hearing spread out from Rob Lookie's side like a wave, covering the entire area from him to the altar in an instant, and it continued to spread. If he doesn't find this bastard today, he will swear to be human. The surging and surging sea waves swept across the dry desert inch by inch, but they found nothing. But Lucci's stubbornness came up, and no one could do it, and when he gritted his teeth, he expanded the scope of the knowledge and color. It wasn't until the edge of the spectacle had spread to Hancock, who was several kilometers away, that his pupils shrank suddenly. There are two more breaths there. At the same time, Yin, who was overlooking the earth in the sky, was also in the direction of Hancock when he saw two figures suddenly emerge from the shadows. It's Iggy and Robin. Iggy. Chapter 507. He hugged me. This bastard. When did he run? Luigi, who fluttered their wings and hovered above the sky, looked at the two figures that suddenly flashed beside Hancock several kilometers away. When exactly? When did this guy slip away from under his nose? You know, the fight between Yin and Rob Luigi, Bruno Keku and others just happened between lightning and flint, in such a time that it was almost not even the cool breeze. This guy actually took Nico, Robin and walked so far. By the time these people finally recovered, this guy had already walked a few kilometers. For a time, whether it was Yin above the sky or Rob Luigi standing on the ground, they all looked in the direction of Iger with surprise. Their eyes were full of gloomy anger. This guy is completely the powerful espionage agency under the world's official government, and even the strongest in the 800 years of the world's official espionage personnel, as well as the beast pirates led by Kaido as a fool, Lord Eagle. But just when Yin and Rob Luch felt quite shocked and furious because of Iger's displacement, Hancock, who was several kilometers away, shouted with surprise on his face. She originally thought that even if Iger could defeat Jack Drought, Yin would still be much stronger than Jack, and Jack had some ideas of rivals in it, and Yin just seems to be cautious by nature. Definitely not the kind of person Jack who will underestimate the enemy, so he must fight with all his strength against Iger. What's more, there is also a group of black-clothed men who suddenly appeared, and obviously bad people. It is really worrying that these guys attack Iger together, but even under this circumstance, Iger came back to him again unharmed, and even the guys who were left behind by him seemed to have been tricked by him. This made Hancock feel quite shocked and surprised. Now, Yi has really reached the level of strength that she has to look up to. Back then, when this guy still knew nothing, although he said that he was a little bit watery, he was still won by his superb operation, and this matter has always been one of his thoughts. Therefore, she has been frantically exercising herself during these times, hoping that one day she will be able to step on this guy's shoulders and beat him upright. But the truth is, this guy's strength is so powerful that even he is amazed and scared. Yi's growth during this time is much more terrifying than her. However, it was obviously such a thing that would seriously frustrate her self-esteem. Hancock didn't even feel the slightest frustration, but felt so happy from the bottom of his heart. Of course, this happiness is only a trace, because at this moment. Next to Iger there is that woman, the woman who put Iger in danger. You hateful woman, how dare you deceive and use my family Iggy. Watch me not teach you a hard lesson. Hancock, who was full of excitement when he saw Iger's appearance, but the moment he saw Robin his expression suddenly became gloomy and a thick sullen face emerged from the face that dumped all beings. Before he finished speaking, Hancock had already raised a slender and clean long leg, wrapped around it domineeringly, and turned into a sharp whip which was slashed at Robin's waist. Hancock, wait a minute. Just as Hancock's whip leg was about to hit Robin, Iger's shout suddenly burst out, and then a black barrier appeared strangely beside Robin, blocking the whip leg bump. The barrier and the whip leg were put together, and the first was a violent vibration. It seems that the barrier that combines the barrier fruit and the dark fruit is going to collapse on the spot. If this kind of force is drawn on Robin's body, the latter will definitely be killed on the spot. Even Iger was stunned for a moment, and then with a wave of his palm, a strange gravitational force exploded above the black barrier, resisting Hancock's whipping force as much as possible. After doing this, Iger hurriedly stopped Hancock's soft shoulders, then dragged her aside and said to her softly, Hancock, this is a misunderstanding. I only knew you were here when I heard from this guy. Anyway, this guy saved you. Good guy. The scene just now really scared Iger. Robin, who was rescued after a lot of effort, was bombarded by Hancock here. It would be really exciting. This guy is on the mission of interpreting the historical text, but nothing can happen, so Iger has to understand it with reason and emotion, and try to persuade Hancock. But who knows, after hearing what he said, this Hancock didn't know why. From the slender and white neck to the delicate ear tips, it was all red, and his expression had the shyness of a little daughter. Well, then don't punish her. Hancock lowered his head and replied with a low, inaudible voice like a mosquito, but in her heart there was a loud bang like a volcanic eruption. I hugged me. No, I'm about to explode. What should I do? Am I going to push him away, or so obediently lying in his arms? Oh my god, how did I become like this? What Iger didn't know was that Hancock had already put Robin's affairs behind him, and he was full of the intimate actions of the two at this moment. However, seeing that Hancock is no longer hostile to Robin, Iger is also quietly relieved, and then his eyes are a little cold to look at the direction he ran from just now. There are two rages that are enough to drown the world, rapidly rushing in. Above that sky, the fiery clouds of fire surging violently, turning into a sea of flowing fire, with a blazing terror that could burn mountains and boil the sea, and roared wildly. And above the ground, there are six full of fury salons rising up, six figures stepping on the shaved pace, like six missiles, rushing straight towards Iggy, you must die today. Chapter 508. You have no chance. The violent anger was accompanied by Yin's domineering arrogance, and it was almost about to burn into a substantial flame. The crimson fire was violently surging. The energy inside was enough to destroy the entire capital of Alabasta. At this moment, the terrifying toothless pterodactyl that Yin had transformed into was like an angry flame demon, rushing towards Yig at an extremely terrifying speed from a few kilometers away. Looking at the huge figure above the sky surrounded by flames, Rob Lucky also snorted coldly, and then the domineering all over his body also burst out, and a huge force poured out from under his feet again. The speed of the blurred after images formed by the whole body was a little faster, and the air blasts exploded behind them in a series of explosions, which outlined the Earth Dragon even more ferocious. Heaven and Earth. Although the two forces are said to be fighting in the dark, the anger towards Iger is quite the same, madly submerged to Ig. This kind of momentum is simply a scene of heaven and earth. Hey, this kid who is about to die soon wants to kidnap our historian before he dies. I really don't know whether to call him naive or naive. In the midst of the boiling madness, everyone didn't notice or simply forgot. Behind the shadow of a certain sand dune, there was a figure in a coat, sneering at Iger, saying to himself, muttered to himself, this figure is exactly Crocodile, who was directly scared away by Yin's flaming demon. At this moment, this guy is hiding in an absolutely safe place, watching the situation of the whole battle from a distance. When the furious Yin and Ig were fighting alone just now, Crocodile had no idea what the outcome of these guys' battles would be. But when he saw the men in suits who were chasing Nicole Robin, he already knew that today's battle was already doomed. Maybe this kid just has that kind of physical talent and can directly confront Jack, or even hit this guy directly on the ground. But if the opponent is replaced by Yin, the result can be imagined. After all, this guy Yin will not be as big as Jack. As the hand of the three disasters of the beast pirates, he is a typical stable type who pursues the lion, fights the rabbit with all his strength. What's more, Iger's actions angered Yin. It was impossible to keep his hands during the battle, and this guy was famous for having a lot of fighting methods, swordsmanship, physique, brute ability, and even the blazing flames derived from the genetic bloodline can all become his weapons. This guy is simply a weapon skill library worry, and fighting him is enough for Iger to eat a pot. And on this basis, that bastard Iger still has the heart to provoke the ruthless people in the world's official government. It is really too long to live. It's not just Crocodile who can come to this conclusion. Beside Iger, in addition to Hancock, who has been fooled by the nympho, Robin is also looking at the disaster-like scene in front of him, and his eyes are full horrified. She didn't know why Iger wanted to save herself from Rob Lookie's group. She didn't know why she deliberately caused Yin to fight with CP9, and she didn't know why he brought herself here. But what she knows is that at this moment, when she and Iger settled in front of Hancock, the absolute top forces in the world were provoked by him and rushed over desperately. And this Iger next to him didn't even have the slightest fear. His two black eyes didn't blink at all, staring straight at the tyrannical fire cloud in the sky and the violent earth dragon on the ground, rolled into a storm swept over. Wait a minute, you two must hold each other and grab my shoulders at the same time. Just when Robin was pondering what kind of ways this guy had, Iger suddenly looked back at Robin and Hancock and asked. The blazing firelight illuminated his handsome face. The manic hurricane blew his hair up, and while everything seemed to be in a frenzy, Iger's eyes were still like a pool of water, as calm. Is this a lunatic? Robin looked at Iger's eyes, and for a moment seemed to understand what this Iger was going to do. At the moment, the beautiful blue-black pupils were shrunk to the size of pinholes, and he couldn't help covering his slightly open mouth with his hands. What are you going to do? You want to fight all the members of CP9 alone, plus a big board of the beast pirates? Are you crazy? Crazy indeed. Not to mention the fact that Jack, who just fought against Iger, has a lot of water. Jack's combat effectiveness is already half a grade lower than Yin's. At this time, with the same killing weapon, Rob Lookie, he want to go alone? CP9 used just now. Even if it rains fire and rain from Yin's sky, there is absolutely nothing to do. In this sense, these guys from CP9 will definitely be able to compete with Yin. Spell. And for Yi, it is necessary to face two powerful opponents on the side of Yin at the same time. In this world, apart from the Admiral of the Navy and the Emperor of the Sea, who else would dare to do such a thing? Especially a rookie who just entered the Navy. Robin didn't say these words because when she was about to open her mouth, Iger waved his hand and said softly, "Don't worry, since the two of you have been gathered together, it must not hurt you." Iger's voice was flat and calm, as if he was talking about an extremely trivial thing. That kind of calmness actually made Robin feel an inexplicable peace of mind, and then he didn't say anything. Of course, the two groups of guys in the sky and on the ground who have been thoroughly angered by Iger, but they don't think so at all. When I saw Iger appearing beside Hancock, not only did he run away without applying oil on the soles of his feet, but he turned around calmly and looked at them. The faces of Yin and Rob Ludge all appeared invariably. A grim smile. Very well, that's it, IG. Don't run away. I'm going to tear you to shreds. On the other hand, facing the violent shouts of these two powerful men, Yi just shook his head gently and said in a flat tone, "Your chance is gone." Chapter 509 Reappearance. Sand Waterfall Burial. In a barren desert loess, Iger stood quietly in the same place, watching the blazing fire clouds in the sky and the sand and fog rising like a salon on the ground, rushing towards him like a catastrophe in the world. His expression was quite calm. The face of Yin and Rob Lookie's savage laughter. Iger did not respond with sharp words, but just said that sentence to the two of them that was like the most trivial fact. "Your chance is gone. You will never have a chance to beat me again." Reason why Iger wanted to block Rob Ludge's blow for Robin was not only to protect Robin's life but also to protect Hancock. God knows what these guys who are irritated by themselves will do to this nympho girl who was chained by Halishi while they are not paying attention. Although this guy is a real king of a country, but as a devil fruit person being chained by Halishi, his power has been suppressed by most of it. In this case, she is not Yin or Jack's opponent. This is also the question that Iger has been thinking about all the time. How can we save Robin and Hancock, who are scattered in two places, and at the same time can keep Yin and Jack here forever? It can be said that the appearance of Rob Luigi, Bruno Keku, and others just gave Iger such an opportunity. As early as when they were close to the battlefield, Iger had actually noticed it, but he just didn't know what the path of these guys was. And until Rob Ludge attacked Robin, Iger finally thought of the best way to save Robin and Hancock at the same time, that is to create a time difference and gather Robin and Hancock together. It was with this idea in mind that Iger deliberately disclosed the ancient weapons to Rob Lookie and others, in order to intensify the contradiction between Yin and Rob Lookie so that he would have time to bring Robin's portrait. Hancock moved closer. In this way, Robin and Hancock are together, and they have room to play. Iger knew that if his current ability was really put on the table, he could already be called a great evil. Even though Yin and that Rob Luigi have been strengthened by the system in front of him, they are still not enough to see. Just be stubborn. I want to see. You alone can block the 7 of us like this?" Hearing Iger's indifferent answer, Yin, who flew from the sky, was even more angry in his eyes, and the fire clouds in the sky became more bursting, and a thunderous drink slowly resounded in the sky. "Come on." Rob Lookey was also like a subterranean dragon king who ripped apart the earth. There were sandstorms behind him. His face was gloomy and he didn't say a word, but when Yin's shout fell, his body suddenly rolled over. Swish! The absolutely terrifying power surged like a furious wave in Rob Lookey's steel-like muscles. The strong waist force directly made him spin at high speed in the air like a top, and the steel-like whip legs directly split the air. Boom boom boom. As Rob Lookey's body rotated at a high speed, his two legs also turned into two steel bars, and one after another, the terrifying air explosion power was formed in front of him instantly. In just a few seconds, hundreds of them have already been accumulated. Rob Lucci, Bruno Keku, and others, when they saw his actions, they reacted instantly and followed suit. Iron Block Shave Land Feed. With the Deo strength of these ordinary members, it can't be compared with Rob Lookey's physical quality at all, and at the moment they can only use means that can temporarily strengthen the body to cooperate with this blow. Swish swish. For a time, the 6 people of CP9 turned into a steel roller, which quickly set off countless meniscus-shaped air explosions in the desert, and then swept the sandy sky with bursts of sonic booms. Rushing towards Iger. Seeing this scene, Robin's face turned pale at that time. Just the combination of the 6 scorpion feet just now was able to resist the fire and rain from Yin's sky. Now there is a sandstorm, but there are at least thousands of stalks. This Nima, can you still play? Thousands of air blasts pierced through the air like meteors, leaving sonic booms along the way, blasting the already violent sand even more violently. And there is no way to resist the terrifying speed of Lanjiao. Thousands of crescent moons instantly bring violent hurricanes, and the surging sand is directly rolled into a sand dragon, mercilessly moving towards Iggy slaughtered the pass. Just when the desert earth dragon, with the momentum of culling everything, rushed straight towards the 3 of Yin, who was swept away from the sky, also launched his own offensive at the same time. Flaming Demon. The angry shout resounded through the sky, and as this shout resounded through the sky, the huge fire cloud that filled the sky and the earth with scarlet flames also violently rioted. Grumpy grumpy. Entwined in the sky, the giant fire cloud like an ancient divine beast suddenly formed bubbles one after another on its surface, and the entire fire cloud seemed to be boiling. The originally quite hot air suddenly became hot again. A few points. The blazing fire became more and more violent, and it seemed that the temperature of the whole world was concentrated in itself. A terrifying wave also spread out. As soon as the blazing white light spot was born, an incomparably tyrannical attraction erupted immediately, and then the huge fire cloud that stretched for hundreds of kilometers actually poured into the blazing white light like opening a water valve. In point. Whoa whoa whoa. In an instant the entire fire cloud was spinning rapidly, forming a huge flame vortex above the sky. However, this time, the flame vortex did not turn into that flame tornado, but as if it had touched a black hole with infinite gravity, it madly rushed into the blazing white light spot. In an instant, the fiery cloud rushing in the sky like a sea of fire was absorbed by the tiny blazing white light. It obviously absorbed all the fire clouds, but the blazing white light did not change at all, but the fluctuations around it became more and more terrifying. Immediately afterwards, a blazing white light beam burst out from the blazing white light spot with the power to burn everything. Call out. The blazing white beam of light pierced the sky, and the space along the way was shattered in pieces. Facing this terrifying beam, Iger just smiled faintly, then raised his palm. Sand Waterfall Burial. Chapter 510. What happened? Shhhhhhh. Boom boom boom. The chaotic and violent crescent moon turned into an angry dragon that stretched for thousands of miles with the mad sand in the sky. The huge body set off a storm in the boundless desert, rushing towards Yige with its teeth and claws. At the same time, in the sky at this moment, the huge fire cloud that originally covered the entire sky has all dissipated, replaced by a blazing white light spot. The blazing white spot of light seemed to be only the size of a thumb, and it was almost invisible when viewed from the ground, but the terrifying fluctuations and bursting heat waves transmitted from above made everyone discolored. In this terrifying blazing white light spot, a blazing white light beam only about the size of a thumb, like a meteor that pierced the sky, hurriedly fell to Iger. The blazing white beam is silent, but the violent fluctuations and dangers contained on it are more terrifying than the mighty sand Tyrannosaurus. Haha, this kind of offensive, even that kid will be wiped out directly, right? With a sneer on the corner of his mouth, Crocodile hid in the distance and watched the catastrophic terrorist offensive that day, drowned in the direction of Iger, and muttered to himself. Not to mention Yin's attack, it was just something created by the CP9 people, and Crocodile had no confidence that he would be able to resist it. As for the blazing white light beam, like a comet, let alone that just looking at it from such a distance makes me feel suffocated. This time, Iger couldn't bear it. It's just a pity that idiot Robin and that beautiful girl named Hancock chose the wrong person. At the same time, seeing these two terrifying offensives swept through like natural disasters, Robin and Hancock, who were standing behind Iger, couldn't help but change their expressions dramatically, and a dignified expression appeared on the cheeks of the two of them. This kind of offensive in their eyes seems to have no way other than being submerged. There is not even a way to escape. The speed of the salon is extremely terrifying. Even if the two of them explode all the speed metal, they will definitely not escape the fate of being buried. What's more, there is the blazing white beam that descends from the sky. Although this beam doesn't have the terrifying power of the salon, the waves emitting from it are faintly distorting the surrounding space. Solidification. There is absolutely nowhere to run. The moment this idea was born in the hearts of the two of them, both of them looked at Iger in front of them, and there was a touch of worry in their eyes. Iggy, can you do that? Even Hancock, who was caught in the nympho, began to doubt whether Iger could compete with this terrifying offensive. Compared with the fear and worry in Robin and Hancock's heart, Iger's heart is quite calm, just silently watching the overwhelming offensive, and then two kinds of light, black and yellow, suddenly appeared from the bottom of his eyes. Burst out. The sand waterfall burial. His mouth opened slightly, and 4 words were faintly spit out. In just 4 words, it gently fell into the air, but it seemed to be the order of the gods, and before it fell, the world was already shaking. Rumble boom. One after another huge thunderous sounds resounded in the depths of the entire desert, as if there was a huge war drum buried under the ground, being madly beaten by 2 giant hands. The whole world seemed to be shaking violently. Whether it was Robin and Hancock behind Iger, or Crocodile hiding in the distance, their expressions changed drastically at this moment. Robin was even knocked to the ground by the violent tremor because his physical fitness was not strong enough, but she didn't care how much her butt hurts at all, because at this moment she felt an extremely huge terrifying aura slowly waking up under her body. That feeling is as if the entire desert is a sleeping ancient behemoth, and now it has just woken up because of Iger's words. Hancock's perception is sharper. She can also feel that the entire desert is completely insane, and as long as it is within sight, every grain of sand is shaking violently. Not only that, no matter where it is, deep or surface, big or small, the frequency of vibration is exactly the same. In other words, all the sand in the entire desert is resonating. The vibration intensified, and in just a few seconds, the sand dunes that were still standing firmly in place collapsed as if they were kicked away by a big foot. Whoa! Just when the entire desert was in the midst of that violent vibration, it completely turned into a flat moment, and with a wave of Iger's arm, the sand like a dormant angry dragon suddenly rose from the ground. Whoa whoa whoa. In just a split second, huge sand curtains rose into the sky directly along the edge of the desert. In an instant, they surpassed the toothless pterosaurs that fluttered and hovered high in the sky. Then the trend disappeared, and they rushed towards the higher sky. Middle. What happened? Tonight was undoubtedly the most impressive night for the residents of Alabasta. First, there was a red and black light beam that directly penetrated the sky, and then there was a fire cloud that burned the entire sky. Now, everyone finally realized that what happened in the desert, a terrifying battle. Almost all the residents of Alabasta can see in horror in their own homes. In the desert that is almost 1,000 miles away, there is a huge sand wall rising into the sky and rising directly for several kilometers. High altitude. The huge shadow completely obscured all the moonlight, casting a huge shadow on the city. Even standing on the edge of the border, you can see the desert hand, which directly pierced the heart of Alabasta. The Alabasta desert has a full 15% of Alabasta's land area. When this huge sand wall was pulled up, almost people all over the country felt a terrifying oppression. And then there was another don't even care about your own home. Run away. The streets and alleys were filled with dense crowds in the blink of an eye. Everyone was pushed by you for fear of being engulfed by the sand curtain. In the center of the desert, the huge sand screen and the vast ground directly formed a boundless mouth, and even the air-blasting salon that was just a moment ago was simply not enough to stuff it between its teeth. As for the toothless pterodactyl, Rob, Luigi, Iger, and others in front of the giant mouth, they are just black spots that can't be seen clearly at all. Chapter 511. The Power of Fruit Fusion. Rumble boom. In the vast desert, a huge terrifying desert rises from the ground, and the huge shadow shrouds the entire desert, and even the surrounding cities are not immune. The entire desert vibrated violently, and the terrifying sand wall several thousand meters high, together with the endless desert horizon, formed a mouth that seemed to be able to swallow the entire world, brazenly and uselessly facing Yin and He. Rob Luch 6. Robin, Hancock, and even Crocodile, who was watching the battle with a sneer, felt a strong heart palpitations and suffocation at this moment, as if there was a big hand in it fiercely grasping having his own normal heart, unstoppable horror in their eyes. These people all opened their mouths and looked up at the giant sand mouth that was directly connected to the sky from the ground, swallowing a mouthful of saliva with difficulty. This Nima, this is too scary. What kind of power does he have to make the entire desert almost turn over one by one because of his one thought? The terrifying creature that looks like an incomparably huge creature has completely awakened under his feet. Everyone is horrified and believes that the power of this huge creature can absolutely drown everything, even the whole of Alabasta. However, compared to the horror of Robin Hood, Cook and others, the toothless pterosaur Yin floating in the sky and Rob Luigi, who was rushing towards IG on the ground, did not seem to be affected. After all, when their combat power reaches this level, they all know the truth, that is, the seemingly earth-shattering momentum is often not comparable to the cohesion. Don't look at his current sand wall. It seems that even they are quite thrilling, but in fact the two people's arrogance tells them that this level of sand is vulnerable in front of them. If your defense is this level, then go to hell. A sneer appeared on the corners of their mouths. This kind of defense has no effect at all. He who said I was defensive? Facing the ridicule of the two, Iger was neither angry nor annoyed, just smiled lightly, and then in his black and yellow pupils, the black pupils suddenly became bright. Call out. A pure black and thick beam of light was emitted from Iger's pupils. If he hadn't been staring at his eyes carefully, it would have been impossible to find this beam. After bursting out of Iger's pupils, the jet black beam seemed to merge into the pitch black night and then rushed into the huge terrifying sand mouth like lightning. Compared with the terrifying sand mouth, this black light beam can be described as trivial, but when it did not enter the sky-reaching sand screen, it made the entire sand screen tremble fiercely. In an instant, almost in an instant, the huge sand screen that could not be added was dyed into pitch black in an instant from a khaki color. The moment the entire sand screen was dyed pitch black, the pterosaurs fluttering in the sky and the leopards moving at high speed on the low surface shrank slightly at the same time, because they all felt at the same time an extremely terrifying oppressive force swept away from that terrifying sand curtain. The air vibrated violently, and there was a faint sound of explosions, and even the space could hardly bear the huge pressure and shattered. The fine cracks like swimming snakes spread wildly, but they were completely invisible around the sand curtain that had been dyed pitch black. Oh, it's not over yet. Iger smiled, and then a red-black light that seemed to have condensed into reality burst out from his body, and then, in the shocking eyes, broke into the sand screen again. The expressions of Yin and Rob Lucky were finally completely ugly. This time, the huge sand screen that could be called the sky exuded a sense that even they felt extremely dangerous. Fluctuations. Overlord. The sneer in Yin's eyes didn't last for a few seconds at all, and it was completely broken by a dignified expression, and then an exclamation came out of his mouth uncontrollably. No way. I have to be amazed, because this guy's overlord color is simply terrifying. Is this guy really a monster? This desert stretches for dozens of kilometers, and the high sand walls of several kilometers are lifted from the ground, which is close to the area of a city. How much power is in this guy's body? Aren't you afraid that so much sand will directly drain him? There is no doubt that this question, the facts have already answered for him. On this entire sand curtain, every inch is glowing with a dark red light that is almost substantive, and with the black sand, it exudes a strange sense of solidity. It's finally done. Then next, it's up to you to try my moves. Until this time, Iger finally breathed a sigh of relief, and then a sneer emerged from the corner of his mouth, and then he slowly raised his palm, aiming at the terrifying monster that seemed to be a giant beast of heaven and earth, and gently waved it down. Boom! In an instant there was a red and black sand curtain the size of an entire city on that side, and there was a violent roar like thunder from inside, and then everyone was horrified to see that the sand curtain turned towards Yin and he. The direction of CP9 is dump. Whoops! Like a towering mountain peak that fell into the clouds, the huge red and black desert, after a brief stagnation, suddenly turned into a huge sand wave that covered the sky and covered the sun. Shoot away. Puff puff. In the huge sand curtain, every piece of sand has completely changed from a khaki color to a pitch black, and above the pitch black there is a red ray of light, and terrifying fluctuations emanate from it. Every grain of sand has a very powerful force. This huge sand screen is a torrent of black sand. In front of such a real behemoth, the salon that was wrapped in the air of Ian's feet was like a worm that couldn't swim. Under the inclination of the black sand torrent, it was submerged in an instant, and even Yin's blazing white beam, which seemed to be able to penetrate everything, only stirred up a trivial spark in the red and black torrent, and then dissipated into nothingness. Chapter 512 Horror Flood Level. Boom 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 boom. The monstrous torrent of black sand, like the armor of elite soldiers, crowded one after another, swooped wildly in the direction pointed by Iger, drowning the air, energy, domineering, and even all along the way. Not far away, the CP9 team team led by Rob Looky were all frantically tumbling in the sand, and the force of rapid air explosions erupted one after another, turning into a dense net of feet, setting off a rage salon burst forth. However, in front of the torrent of black sand in Ignatius, this furious salon is like a small water basin in front of the big flood. Before it can hold a basin of water, it has been submerged. Sharon and the black sand torrent collided without any fancy. Almost instantly, Sharon's body was crushed instantly, and the power of air explosion contained in it also caused a few inconspicuous water splashes in the torrent and then suddenly dissipate. Even the dust that erupted was unavoidable. It was directly swept in by the iron hoof of the black sand as if it had never existed, and turned into a part of the black sand torrent dam. Seeing that the powerful offensive of himself and his subordinates were all submerged by the flood like black sand in an instant, Rob Looky spat fiercely, but he did not dare to delay too much. He could only ruthlessly gritted his teeth and shouted, "This fight can't be fought again. Withdraw." Receive. Rob Looky's voice came out, and the 5 surrounding agents responded immediately, nodding in response, and then without any delay, immediately the calf shrank violently, and then a huge force exploded. Shave, shave, shave. A series of light drinks sounded, and then the bodies of these agents retreated rapidly. Even Rob Lodge, the direct government espionage agency, the strongest in the past 800 years, took a deep look at Iger, and then a loud voice sounded in his mouth. Shave. Boom. A muffled sound rang from under his feet, and an extremely terrifying giant force spurted out, directly ejecting Rob Lodge's figure like a cannonball, leaving only a pile of smoke and dust, which was swallowed up by the black sand pouring out behind him. Just don't know what that bastard's attack will be like. Figure retreated. Rob Lodge still did not forget to look up at the sky, the blazing white light beam that cut through the sky, the fluctuations contained in it. Even he felt a little frightened. Call out. Just as Rob Looky's thoughts were drifting, the blazing white light that finally condensed after absorbing the clouds of fire in the sky, and finally at this time, with fiery temperature and violent energy fluctuations, hit the black sand torrent. Obviously from a distance, that blazing white beam is as ordinary as a chopstick, but at the moment when it hits the black sand torrent, the terrifying energy contained in it is suddenly released. The red and black domineering that permeates the surface of the black sand torrent is itself a violent thing created by Iger. At this moment, it encounters a light beam condensed from pure flame, and it suddenly looks like a missile hitting a missile. Crazy. Blast. Boom boom boom. The crimson flames spread out on the surface of the black sand torrent like fireworks, like a fiery red spray on the black curtain. The terrifying high temperature swept away in an instant, and the dazzling firelight once again made half of the desert shine. After all, the other side was completely blocked by the black sand torrent. The raging flames collided with the red and black domineering atmosphere, which immediately caused a series of chain reactions. It was like throwing a detonator into an explosive storehouse, and suddenly a shocking flame of light exploded on the surface of the black torrent. However, even with this terrifying power, the toothless Wing Long Yin, who was hovering in the sky, still couldn't help but turn gloomy, because the huge flame that exploded was so big that it could drown the entire king city of Alabasta. But for the black sand torrent that covered the sky, it was only a small wave in the turbulent current. Even the violent flames can have a chain reaction with Ignatius' arrogant arrogance, causing a more violent explosion, but in the torrent that is constantly churning, it is extinguished in an instant. Can this guy actually do this? Yin's expression was already quite ugly. Obviously his strongest move could even destroy a city, but under that black iron hoof there was only a small wave. What kind of monster is this guy? This level of ability is like transplanting the flood into the desert. Disaster. Absolute disaster. This seemingly frail little devil can actually mobilize such power. This power, even if it is called destroying the sky and destroying the earth, is not too much. This match can't be played any longer. Between the light and the flint, Yin had already made a decision, and then his body flashed, turned into a blur of black light and swooped to the ground, picked up the fainted Jack at the fastest speed, and then drawn out in the air. And quickly escape. He. I created this black sand, not for you to escape. Seeing Rob Luigi and the toothless pterosaur incarnated by Yin, they all quickly moved away from the black torrent at a fairly fast speed, and also smiled slightly, and then their palms were aimed at the black torrent, and then they squeezed lightly. Almost at the same time, a terrifying suction like a deep-sea vortex swept out from the monstrous black sand torrent. When the terrifying suction force of the black sand torrent swept away, Rob Looky and Yin's faces showed a sharp panic at the same time. They felt at the same time that the attraction completely ignored the spatial distance, and the distant effect was on the two sides, on people. And just when they felt this terrifying force that they had no way to match, their swift figures dashing forward suddenly froze. Not only that, the figures of the two people only stopped for a moment, and then they suddenly retreated, and the direction of the retreat was the root of the monstrous black sand. Sandfall burial coffin. A soft and indifferent voice spit out from Iger's mouth, and then in the pair of black eyes the black torrent finally bent down in mid-air, and then with a huge wave head slapped on the sand. Superior. Boom. It's like the whole desert opened a huge mouth, and after swallowing Yin, CP9 and their respective proud skills, it slammed shut. Chapter 513 Appear. Flood Eagle. Boom boom boom. In the central desert of Alabasta, the giant mouth that was enough to swallow the entire desert finally closed after the 8 figures were swallowed in the mouth. It seems to be an endless stream of sand as vast as the sea. It seems to be quite slow, but it is actually quite fast. It flows across the sky of the desert and then falls like a huge waterfall on the edge of the desert. Whirring whirring. Such a huge amount of sand fell from the sky to the ground, and the air that was still in the desert was suddenly unable to withstand the huge pressure of the black sand torrent and was forcibly squeezed out of the desert. For a time the hurricane rolled up the yellow sand in the sky, gushing out directly from both sides of the desert, turning into a sandstorm that flooded the surrounding towns. As early as when the monstrous curtain wall was lifted from the ground, the residents of Alabasta, who were already paying attention to the movement on the desert side, suddenly had a thick panic in their eyes, and then quickly turned around and quickly hid back to the house. Go inside. Her la 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 la. The strong wind passed through, and the violent wind pressure almost caused the roofs of all the buildings to be overturned. The sand and soil carried by the strong wind also crackled against the pressing windows, making the sound of ping-pong hail falling to the ground. This is also thanks to the people of Alabasta, who have often experienced such severe sandstorms since childhood. So when they saw a sandstorm, the first thing to do is to hide at home and close the doors and windows. Even after many years of fighting against sandstorms, almost all the houses in the entire Alabasta have their roofs processed by a special process so that they cannot be overturned in that kind of strong wind. This huge sandstorm lasted for a full 10 minutes and finally calmed down amidst the weakening wind. Pop pop pop. The first time the desert subsided, almost all the windows were pushed open at the same time, and every household had a head sticking out of the window, and the pair of eyes exuded unresolved ambiguity. Fear. It wasn't that he was afraid of the sandstorm and gust of wind that lasted for 10 minutes, but that he still had lingering fears about the terrifying scene of catastrophe that day. Almost everyone who just walked out of the house to watch the fun saw it with their own eyes. In the desert, a sand wall with a height of several thousand meters rose up, and then it seemed to be absolutely overwhelming. The momentum madly flooded the entire desert. Although it is a bit strange to say this, in everyone's perception, there was a huge amount of sand rising from the ground just now, and then like a flood, it directly drowned the entire desert. And when everyone stuck their heads out at the same time and turned their eyes to the direction of the desert, a breath of cold air was suddenly sucked into their mouths by everyone. At this moment the madly rolled smoke has dissipated as the sandstorm subsided, and everyone's eyes can easily see the edge of the desert only a few kilometers away from themselves. But when all eyes were focused on the desert, they suddenly discovered that the dunes that stood in the desert had completely disappeared. In its place is an endless flat desert. There are no protrusions or depressions, as if the gods in the sky waved their hands and summoned a flood composed of sand, completely submerging the things in the desert. Such means, such power. I really don't know what kind of people can do it. Could it be the legendary hero of Alabasta, Crocodile? I really can't believe that he actually possesses such terrifying power. At the same time, on the dog-headed warship in the Alabasta seaport, Carp and the others had just witnessed the catastrophic scene in cold sweat just now. Lieutenant General Carp, then, shouldn't it be? Adjutant Paquito swallowed hard and then asked in a hoarse voice. When he spoke, his eyes were still unwilling to leave the place where the thin smoke was emitted, and the thick horror in his eyes was completely contained. Not live. Behind him, whether it was Brother Will, Tom, Lugo, or even Corazon, they all opened their mouths dumbfounded. Their pupils shrank slightly, and fear was written all over their faces. And when Adjutant Paquito's voice fell for a full 5 seconds, Garp, who was standing at the stern of the front dog-headed warship, finally touched the layers of cold sweat on his dark face, and then nodded stiffly. Nod. That's right, that's what Iger created. As soon as Garp's voice fell, the Navy soldiers behind him immediately gasped in unison. Although everyone's hearts were already prepared when these words really came out of Lieutenant General Garp's mouth, everyone's hearts still shook violently. Of course, the most shocked of all of them was Lieutenant General Garp. At that time, Iger volunteered to find himself, saying that he would find Hancock the news of his granddaughter-in-law and was going to act alone to ambush Crocodile. At that time, Garp was a little uneasy because he felt that Kaido's subordinates would never leave so easily, so he also discouraged Iger from taking a few more people. But Iger refused outright, even refused to accompany him himself. It is said that the breath is too strong to attract the attention of others. I couldn't beat him myself, so I let him out. But just now he finally witnessed that extremely terrifying scene on the boat. How far is this from the desert of Alabasta? There are at least 10 kilometers. But in such a far place, everyone was in this dog-headed warship and felt an extremely violent and terrifying energy fluctuation, and immediately saw the monstrous black sand rising into the sky, and the violent overlord color that pervades above. Garp is also familiar with it. That is the breath of his grandson. But the breath is his breath. This terrifying huge sand curtain like a disaster, but it makes him so far away that he can't help but feel a trace of danger. It's not hard to imagine how thrilling the oppression the opponent he was fighting against at that time was facing. This kid. Garp muttered something in his mouth and then looked into the distance with a complicated look. Iger, this pervert is really terrifying. Chapter 514. Why are you saving me? Night. Alabasta. Call _ A gentle wind swept across the vast expanse of flat desert, blowing a puff of smoke, and then it disappeared without a trace. This is the central desert of Alabasta. Just half an hour ago, a black sand torrent that was terrifying enough to destroy the world submerged it. Under the flood, everything was buried in the kilometer-deep underground. Now here, it is completely dead, and no one dares to come here to explore. Even the most daring treasure hunters do not have the courage to explore here. There is no other reason. That is, everything that happened in this place just now is too terrifying. No one has the guts to not be afraid of being swallowed up by that catastrophic torrent of terror. So now, if someone can stand in the center of this desert and look around, they will find that this desert can see through the yellow sand at a glance, as well as various buildings on the edge of the desert. But I can't see anything in this desert except sand. It seems that all the vitality, all traces of people who once existed here, were given to life mercilessly by a big hand. Erase. But until more than an hour later, somewhere in the desert, a soft voice suddenly emerged from the depths of the sand. With the sound of the sound, the piece of sand seemed to move slightly to the surroundings, which was extremely obvious in this extremely flat desert. And just after the seemingly slight piece of sand moved, in the originally peaceful desert, a huge earth flower suddenly exploded. Boom! A muffled sound resounded in the desert, and then, a completely transparent glass-like cube suddenly burst out from the ground. Inside the transparent cube, 2 women and 1 man stood impressively. It was Iger, Hancock, and Robin, who were also buried in the sand by the black sand torrent. Call out. The transparent cube was sprayed into the air, drew a graceful arc in the air, and then gently landed on the ground. As the cube fell to the ground, the cube that could resist the black sand torrent also dissipated quietly, allowing the 3 of Iger to breathe fresh air again. Well, looking at it like this, none of these guys can run away. Even if they want to climb out from here, they are probably dying, right? As soon as his feet landed, Iger glanced around him and found that except for the traces of his escape from the desert, the entire desert was dead silent, and he couldn't help but nodded in satisfaction. Seeing this piece of flat as if it had just been washed by some powerful person, Iger's face was even more indescribably excited. He has reached this state now. Although the consumption of physical strength has made him a little pale now, the ability to turn over the entire desert in one thought and directly bury others has really excited Yig. This is the ability truly worthy of the word disaster. Ig never imagined that one day he would be able to make such an attack. Thinking that when I first went out to sea, it was a little reluctant to even clean up a sea monster, and even the sun pirates, which were not good enough a dozen years ago, needed to put a lot of effort into it. But now, even the 100 beast pirates who are already standing at the peak of the sea, they are able to touch their top cotters. Over the past year, I have grown so much that I am truly amazed. Of course, compared to Iger's amazement at his own improvement, the 2 people standing behind Iger can be said to be terrified. Hancock and Robin have been unable to do anything until now, reacting from the shock of the black sand torrent that almost drowned the whole world just now. Before Iger used the ability of the barrier fruit to protect the 2 people, the 2 people were really facing this black sand torrent, and the earth-shattering sense of terrifying oppression almost completely annihilated them. They deeply know that even if they increase their strength by 10 times, 100 times, or even 1,000 times, I am afraid that in the face of the dark and monstrous disaster, there is no capital to resist. Is this Iger actually so powerful now? Hancock looked at Iggy's back with lingering fears. In addition to the color of fear, there was a strange feeling quietly rising in his beautiful eyes. This guy, in just 1 year, actually went straight from the child who was a little embarrassed under his hands back then, and now he has the power to make him terrified. This kind of growth rate is no longer a genius or a monster to describe it. It is simply a miracle. Yes, what a miracle. This guy is the envoy of the sea god. Thinking of this, a beautiful and thrilling crimson gradually spread from Hancock's white and slender neck all the way to the tips of her delicate ears. Compared with Hancock's nympho, Robin's reaction is very complicated. complicated. Although she also looked around with lingering fears after discovering that Yin and CP9 were all buried under the desert, her eyes returned to calm, and then a trace of doubt slowly rose to blue-black eyes among. She looked at Iggy's back. Her expression was indescribably complicated, and then she seemed to take a deep breath and finally summoned up the courage to ask the doubts that had been suppressed by him since just now. Why did you save me just now? Yeah, why save her? Back then, when I boarded the dog-headed warship, I negotiated a so-called deal with this guy in an almost threatening way, and then coaxed this guy to save Hancock. And when he knew that he was already on the ropes and had to send it, he realized that everything was a trap set by Kaido and his group, the Baroque studio, and even himself. Even Robin could feel the look in his eyes just now. It was an extremely angry emotion. Under such circumstances, Robin really couldn't think of any other reason for this guy to be able to save himself under the pressure of the world's official government when facing the anger of the beast pirates. Even if he is very strong and outrageously strong, he should not be afraid of the power of Kaido and the world's government. Haha. Iggy smiled lightly when he heard Robin's question. Have you heard of the idea of making out? Chapter 515. If there is such a world. Intimacy idea? Rao, because of Robin's knowledge, had never heard of such words at all, which obviously made Robin a little dazed, but in an instant she suddenly remembered the reporter who had acted with her before. At that time, the reporter had been tracking and excavating Iger's wonderful deeds, and he also dug up some of his achievements from various corners, which seemed to include this word. Intimacy idea, a name that sounds a little funny. At that time, I just glanced at it and completely lost interest and didn't understand it in depth, and the reporter did not continue to dig. Both of them felt that this guy's so-called intimacy idea was of little value to dig deeper. But now when I heard Iger mention this word, Robin saw a faint frenzy on this guy's face. As smart as she is, even if you think about it with your knees, you can know that the weight of these words is not as light as you think. Even this thing is likely to be a big news that can shake the world. What's that? Sounds like fun? Iger is not simple in itself, and the things that can be mentioned by him are definitely not simple. Robin thought of this and suddenly put on an expression of curiosity and interest and asked softly. Although she didn't think it had anything to do with why Iger wanted to save her, it was a fact that Iger saved himself, and Robin still had to give him face as his savior. Hey. Iger also showed a smug smile when he heard Robin's question, but he was not in a hurry and pondered. The thing about O'Hara, I think for the knowledge of the whole world, it's a loss. Iger's first sentence immediately made Robin's heart twitch, and his face, which had been somewhat rosy, suddenly turned pale again. It's no wonder the events of O'Hara in those days have always covered the shadow of her entire childhood. No, not even just her childhood. Even after so many years, she still has to face the pursuit of the world's official government. Her origin in O'Hara seems to have become a curse, shrouded in her world, obscuring all sunlight and possibilities, and making her life trapped in pursuit and escape. This is undoubtedly the most uncomfortable torture for an innocent scholar. But what does this have to do with the idea of intimacy? After so many years of life of ups and downs, Robin is obviously a lot more mature, and he will not fall into emotions just because of a word, and the fluctuations in his eyes will return to calm after a few seconds. Intimacy idea, acknowledging all history. Iggy smiled and said a word lightly. Just 10 short words, gently revealed in the air, but it was like a heavy hammer hitting Robin's heart one after another. In just a moment, Robin's eyes were already red, and the tip of his nose couldn't help. A touch of sourness poured out. Acknowledge all history. Why would he say that? Is he alluding to something? Yes, he is alluding to the world's official government and the bloody and cruel history hidden behind the sanctimonious appearance of the world's official government. What happened in the blank 100 years has been hidden in the shadow of world history for so many years. But just before that blank 100 years, the world's government was really not the world's government. 100 years later, such a gigantic behemoth appeared in the world. This has to make many historians think about what happened. But no matter what happened, everyone knows that the blood and brutality hidden in it is beyond anyone's imagination. And those cruel and mysterious histories are engraved on stone tablets by people who don't know it, and they are preserved in every corner of the world. These clues are a fatal temptation for historians who have great curiosity and desire for knowledge. Just like pirates rushed to the great secret treasure, they also flock to these stone monuments. But it is precisely because of this that historians full of academic spirit who have always wanted to know the blank history, in the process of studying these historical texts, committed terrifying taboos that they did not know. Disaster thus befalls the center of world historians, O'Hara. Without any omen, almost everyone in O'Hara was destroyed in one fell swoop. There is no other reason, that is, they touched the history that the official government of the world did not want to admit at all. It is because he doesn't want to admit these these things that he unscrupulously kills the innocent historians of O'Hara. And when Iger said recognize all history, the meaning is obvious. He wants to dig out all the history hidden behind the shadow of the world. Even when it comes to the tragedy of O'Hara that year, Robin was not so excited. Now she is even shaking uncontrollably. After a long time, she finally asked a sentence tremblingly. Do you know what you're talking about? You want to dig out all those hidden histories? You are a Navy. Do you know that you are challenging the world righteousness? I really can't see this guy more and more. What is he trying to do? Uprising? Revolution? A Navy? Why would such an idea arise? Hee. I'm just saying that intimacy ideas will admit to all history. Seeing Robin's reaction, Iger also raised a smile on the corner of his mouth. For someone like Robin, he had to disrupt his position first, and then the next communication would be effective. As for how to admit it in the end, there are many ways. The world's official government is not very good for the people who are under its own rule. You said, what if there was a world where historians could study any history arbitrarily without any cruel treatment? You said, what if there was a world where the sufferings of the people would no longer be hidden, but would be presented by some people to improve and make people's lives better? You said, if there is such a world, the world's official government will learn lessons from historical events and use this as a lesson to make the world develop better, instead of simply erasing black spots with bloody repression. What will happen? Iger looked at Robin quietly, with his eyes like abyss. At this moment the latter was already full of tears, crystal clear and cold, but she didn't cry bitterly, but smiled sweetly. If there is such a world, I am willing to work hard for it. Chapter 516. The Revolutionary Army will protect the cows. Above the vast sea, gentle sea breezes swept across the shimmering sea, and several seabirds hovered in the sky, letting the bright sunshine like fine wine shine on their feathers. In these inaccessible areas, everything in nature is slow and comfortable, allowing time to flow slowly like a movement flowing out of your fingertips. Of course, in this pleasant natural beauty, the islands that are full of residents are not calm at all. East China Sea, an island almost forgotten by the world government. Boom boom boom. The dark cannon buckle exploded with red flames, and rows of heavy cannonballs swept across the azure blue sky, drawing a row of beautiful parabolas, and then quickly fell into the village full of simplicity. The flames soared into the sky in an instant, and the thatched houses in the village were completely without any slowness, and were directly submerged by a sea of fire. The pirates are here. Run. Leave those things alone. Run. Ellie. Where are you? Ellie. Almost instantly, the village that was originally a peaceful scene was reduced to a hell on earth. All the villagers ran out of their lit homes at the same time, and then ran towards the depths of the island without looking back. Everyone's faces were completely filled with fear. No one dared to look back, even to take a look, because they know that the direction behind them is the sea. These artillery fires that almost destroyed everything in the village came from that seaside, and above that seaside is a group of ferocious pirates. One by one, they were bare-chested and full of stench. They held machetes in their hands, and their expressions were fierce. They gathered in front of a row of battleships. In the midst of this ferocious group of pirates, a tall, burly man with a beard on his face stood proudly, and a captain's hat that was incompatible with his big head was hidden in his unkempt brown curly hair. This person is the leader of this pirate group. At this moment, the head of the regiment raised the long sword in his hand and shouted fiercely, "Boys, bring back all the valuable things in this village. Let's have a good drink." The commander's rough voice slowly spread on the beach, causing the pirates to cheer wildly. For a time, everyone raised the weapons in their hands and cheered like crazy. Drink, eat meat, banquet. Hey 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 hey. Looking around, seeing that his subordinates were all high in fighting spirit, the head of the regiment was also quite satisfied, and he grinned at the moment, and then swung his sword and pointed directly at the village. "Come on, let's grab a few girls for everyone." Oh. A group of pirates roared, and without any hesitation, they poured into the village like a swarm of locusts. For a time, the village fell into a huge chaos. Those residents who had immediately fled when they saw the pirates invaded the coast. At this moment there was not much distance left from the edge of the village, and it was not difficult to escape now. But those villagers who didn't escape in time were caught. It wasn't until the pirates rushed into the village wielding weapons that the residents finally packed up their belongings and ran out of their homes in a panic. Originally, he breathed a sigh of relief, thinking that he had finally caught up, but who knew that not long after he went out, he ran into a group of grinning pirates. The pirates will not be merciful at all, and the weapons in their hands have been swung down involuntarily. The dripping blood was sprayed on the freshly packaged package, and the bloody smell penetrated the package, and the property inside was also dyed blood red. But the pirates didn't care at all, grabbed it with a big hand, and immediately put the blood-stained package into his arms. "This pack can be drunk for many days." The pirates glanced down and smiled with satisfaction, then turned their attention to other people urgently. "The same thing is happening in every corner of the village. village, and the whole village is filled with shrill mourning and screams. Hey hey, little girl, what are you looking at? In a certain corner of the village, a peasant girl with a bumpy figure and milky white skin was stiffened by the bad laughter of the pirates behind her. Her beautiful big eyes were full of anxiety, looking at the sick old cow in her cowshed. The latter was shivering in fear in the corner at this time. The girl never imagined that she wanted to release it so that it would not be killed and roasted by the pirates, but she was a step behind. I didn't do anything. There was no way. The girl's face flashed a ruthless look, blocking the front of the pirates, trying to block the figure of the old cow. Of course, this kind of action can't stop the cow at all, and the target of the pirates is not just the cow. Hey hey, the little girl is so handsome. Are you going to play with your brothers? The cow behind you is old, and it's quite painful to look at. Why don't we help him out? Can you do something for us? You are dreaming. The girl looked at the pirates, who laughed obscenely and wretchedly. Her face turned pale with fright, but she still frowned at them. Yo, the little girl is pretty wild. I like it. Seeing the girl's reaction, the pirates laughed loudly, but the movements in their hands showed no mercy. They directly raised the machete and slashed towards the girl. The sharpness of the knife light made the hair on the girl stand upright, and then a strong smell of death burst into her heart, making her close her eyes in despair. Is this the end? Is this village destroyed like this? Swish. At the moment when the cruel blades of the pirates were about to split the girl's delicate body, a red figure rushed in front of the girl like lightning. Bang bang bang. The girl only heard a few muffled noises, and when she opened her eyes again, a figure in a red high hat and a red waistcoat appeared in front of her, and at her feet lay the pirates. Don't worry, little girl. A refreshing and upright female voice rang in her ears. The red figure slowly turned around, blew a big smoke ring, and then smiled at her. The Revolutionary Army will protect your cows. Chapter 517. The situation in the Four Seas. A big move. Who are you? The girl obviously still hadn't recovered from the threat of death just now. She stared blankly at the cool woman in front of her, a little dazed. This woman wears a high red hat, short purple hair, a pair of exaggerated sunglasses on the bridge of her nose, a tie around her neck, a red waistcoat on her shoulders, and a red long-tail skirt on her lower body. Wear underwear. The girl never dared to think about this kind of explosive dress, and she was blushing at the moment, and she didn't know what was going on in her mind. The cool eldest sister took another swipe at the cigarette holder in her hand, and then gave a sullen laugh. I'm the commander of the Eastern Navy of the Revolutionary Army. My name is Bello Betty. You can call me Sister Bello. Bello, sister. The girl looked at the big sister in front of her with some curiosity. The heart that was shrouded in fear just now slowly calmed down. Then she nodded and bowed very religiously. Thank you, Sister Bello. It's all right. Let's leave this to our Revolutionary Army. Bello stroked the girl's hair and smiled. The girl raised her head in amazement, only to discover that the pirates who had originally invaded the village crazily, and the villagers had no ability to contend, were all screaming at this moment, covering their tragic wounds, and the tide receded. As an ordinary villager in the East China Sea, where has the girl seen this battle? In her cognition, pirates are almost the most difficult force to contend against in the world. Except for the navy that belongs to the world's official government, no one can compete with them. However, the official government of the world did not seem to have sent people to protect them when the tide of pirates broke out some time ago. Without the protection of the navy, these pirates have really become bloodthirsty, hungry wolves to the villagers. However, just when everyone thought that the village was about to end soon, these self-proclaimed Revolutionary Army people suddenly appeared, like the heavenly soldiers, to disperse all those wolves, tigers, and leopards. The Revolutionary Army is amazing. The girl looked at the foul-smelling pirates and drove away from the village in embarrassment, muttering to herself, ha 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 ha, you're absolutely right, little girl. Just when the girl was a little lost for a moment, a thick laughter suddenly came from her feet. In a hurry, the ground around her suddenly swelled, and a giant covered in thick hair emerged from the soil. Oh, you came so fast, Maury. Before the girl could react, Bello looked at the giant emerging from the soil and smiled. Murray. The girl looked at the giant who suddenly appeared in front of her, and just as she asked, there was another burst of laughter above her head. And me. Everyone looked up and saw a tanuki from a fur tribe flying over from a distance with a huge jet on his back. After approaching everyone, the thick column of air behind him slowly dissipated, and he also fell lightly down. Hey, hello, my name is Charles Lindbergh. The tanuki showed two huge front teeth and placed himself in the palm of the girl's hand, but received the girl's surprised cry. Tanuki can fly, can talk. She really saw the world today. Not only did she see pirates, but she also saw the Revolutionary Army who ignored pirates at all, and even saw a civet cat that can talk and fly. Ahem, I'm not a civet cat. Lindbergh coughed dryly, then turned his eyes to Bello again. The crow is always the last one to appear. I've been here long ago. Lindbergh had just finished speaking when he heard a bald man in a black feather coat coming out from the shadows across from the bullpen with a steel-like beak mask on his face. Just waiting for you. Seeing the crow also appearing, Bello finally showed a smile on his face and then threw the cigarette butt in his hand on the ground. At this point, the senior cotters of the Revolutionary Army and the captains of the Marine Army who led the Revolutionary Army soldiers in the 4 sea areas, east, west, north, and south, finally gathered here. Looks like Boss Long. Is it finally going to start? As soon as the crow appeared, there was no cover and went straight to the theme. This time, the 4 of them who were scattered in the sea areas of east, west, south, north, and west received orders at the same time to rush to the East China Sea together. Their purpose is self-evident. When the 4 sea areas of east, west, north, and south gather together with the troops under their hands, it means that the Revolutionary Army must make a big move. Don't worry, I just met Ivankov and she asked me to convey the boss's message to you. After listening to the crow's words, Bello Beatty lit another cigarette, slowly exhaled a smoke ring, and glanced at the girl. Although the girl said that she was a villager, she had some eyesight, so she quickly thanked them and stayed away from the 4 of them. It was not until the girl left that Bello slowly looked around at the 3 army commanders and said, "The issue of bears has been initially negotiated, and now the pirates are rushing into the East China Sea frantically, and the Navy has been overwhelmed. After a period of time, the World Conference will be held, and a large part of the Navy will definitely be transferred, the world's official residence. By that time, this piece of East China Sea will really be a mess." Before Bello could finish speaking, Mori continued. "That's right." Bello nodded. At the same time, a large number of pirates poured into the East China Sea. Many places on the Great Route lost the protection of the big pirates and would be invaded by the pirates who didn't come to the East China Sea. So the boss, the next instructions given are, "That's it." The eyes of the 3 were quite condensed, staring at Bello's lips tightly, and asked along her words, "The boss' task is to..." Bello's eyes gradually condensed, looking at the 3 people's eyes as if there were fanatical rays of light flickering. "Do your best to protect the villages that have been invaded by pirates. Now the East China Sea has the greatest chance. On the side of the Great Route there will be Boss Long and Ivankov himself. They will take the mass line and spread the idea of intimacy." Before Bello even finished speaking, the 3 people around smashed their mouths a little frantically, and a ray of excitement emerged from their faces. It turned out to be like this, so it seems that it is not too far from a full-scale war. The 4 army commanders exchanged glances and then nodded very tacitly, and then Crow, Mori, and Lindbergh used their methods to leave quickly. As for Bello, looking at the backs of a few of them leaving, he smiled, then turned and walked towards the girl. "Go and gather all the villagers, and I'll tell you about the idea of making out." Chapter 518. Onward toward the Admiralty. So you have something to do with the legendary Revolutionary Army. In the vast desert, the 3 Robins walk side by side, with IG in the middle, and Hancock and Yook Robin on the left and right. So far, Iger has been telling Robin about the content of the intimate idea, and Hancock has been drowsy by the side, but Robin still listens quietly and brightly. There is no way. She has experienced so many hardships, even in the life of so many years of life and death. She has never given up her desire to unravel the mysteries of history. It can even be said that this kind of life of 9 deaths has actually inspired her desire to unravel these mysteries that are regarded as taints and taboos by the world government. So for Robin, the temptation of a world where these histories can be studied at will is quite great. Of course, looking at Robin's appearance, Hancock can also understand. After all, when she was just taken out from the hands of the Tianlong people, she yearned for the new world that Iger was talking about. At that time, although I listened to all kinds of wonderful things that Iger said, in fact, I was somewhat skeptical about whether Iger had the strength to realize it. After all, even if Iger was talented, he was only a little better than himself. That's it. But now, the kind of performance Iger made in front of himself just now really made Hancock no longer have the slightest doubt. Who would have thought that he used to be just a little bit better than himself, even among the top ranks? So now Hancock doesn't have too much fanatical expectations for the affectionate idea that only exists in faith, because she knows and believes that the world Iger told her at the beginning is definitely will make it happen. "Yeah, I think you should continue to disguise as a chef apprentice for the time being. When my father and I meet, I will send you over to them and be with the Revolutionary Army. It is always better than you alone." Iger didn't hide anything about Robin's question. As a member of the Straw Hats, Iger of course knew that this guy was definitely a good person by nature, so he quickly forgave her for deceiving him. After all, she, who has accepted the idea of intimacy, is already considered her own. Seeing Robin smiled sweetly and then nodded lightly, Iger was also quite relieved, and then looked at the sky in the distance. His thoughts drifted. "I really didn't expect it. The Straw Hats have met almost all of them. Now, only Frankie in the water capital and Chopper, who may not have eaten the fruit of everyone at all, have not seen seen it as my identity. I really have a lot to do with those guys. I don't know if I can meet Frankie next time. Ding, congratulations to the master for unlocking the new achievement Dead Desert. A new title has been obtained. Ding, congratulations, your master. You have successfully obtained the new title Death Torrent of the Desert. The reward has been distributed. Please pay attention to checking it. Ding, congratulations, master. You have acquired the skill Armed Color Domineering Leave 10. Ding, congratulations, master. You have acquired the skill Biomechanical Mastery Leave 10. Domineering. Armed Domineering. Hearing such a broadcast from the system, Iger's face was somewhat darkened. Dude, is this damn system really random rewards? Why can I feel a vague malice? A long time ago, he had already learned the application skills of Naha's color, the entanglement of the king's color. Maybe in the past I could only use its high-level attributes to mix it into the ability to exert its power, but now, this has become a tyrannical force that I can arbitrarily drive. It was only at this time that the system finally let itself learn this armed color, which was somewhat tasteless. Of course, this was just what Iger had in mind before he opened the skill description. Skill name, Armed Color Domineering LV10. Skill rating, SS. Skill description, a kind of energy that exists in the human body, which can greatly improve the strength, hardness, and toughness of the body, and can be released when the cultivation of the armed color and domineering reaches a certain level. According to this principle, various variants of armed colors can be derived. Armed color hardening. Use armed color domineering to cover the skin, making the skin as hard as steel. The degree of strengthening depends on the amount of domineering each part of the skin can carry. Armed color wrap. Wrap the gas-like armament color domineering outside the body, greatly improving the attack power and defense power, and can also wrap it around the weapon. Armed colors. Bringing armed colors together and turning them into substantial attack power. You can use stronger and more unpredictable attacks or defenses. Internal destruction. It can silently infiltrate the domineering of the armed color into the interior of an object or human body, and use the destructive power of the armed color to directly destroy its interior, surpassing Lusakura's skills. Remarks. As the most formidable and malleable domineering, the armed color is much more impressive than the overlord color. Combining the two together, there will be unexpected results. Fusion. Iger looked at the note thoughtfully, and then shot a transparent arrogance from his fingertips, and then slowly shot a red-black flame from another fingertip, and then put the two close together. Chi-chi. The two had just approached each other and had not yet come into contact with each other. The domineering wisps of armed color that were originally transparent turned red and black in an instant. Can the domineering be homogenized? That seems to be a pretty good increase. Iger muttered to himself in a low voice, and turned his attention to another skill. Biomechanical Mastery. This is a skill that really brings him technology, and it is also a skill that makes Iger feel different. You must know that before, almost all of Iger's skills were used to improve his combat effectiveness. It was the first time that he had learned similar logistical skills. So Iger is also full of curiosity about this thing. Skill name, Biomechanical Mastery. Skill rating, SSS. Skill description, a technology that seems to have been born since ancient times. It cannot even be counted as a birth. It should be a technology from outside the sky, and the master can transform any creature into any shape. Remarks. It's interesting to be both civil and military. Chapter 519. Are you Iggy? Retrofit. Transform any creature into anything? The moment I saw this line of text, Iger was stunned, staring blankly at the line of extremely short words, but his heart was overturned. This is simply magic. This one is obviously the shortest description among all skills, but if it is so simple, it often means an extremely powerful scope of authority. Can transform any creature into any shape. This does not mean that he can first transform living beings and build mechanical equipment at the same time. Only by possessing advanced technologies in these two fields can he finally realize this statement. That is to say, he can do high-tech things such as finger suturing, organ transplantation, and even gene editing. On this basis, he can also perform high-tech operations such as genetic hybridization and semi-mechanical transformation. This technique, it really made Iger think that he represents the mysterious scientist who is the highest in the world. Vegapunk. This is definitely a real genius. A super genius scientist known as a super genius scientist who has led the world in technology for 500 years should now serve in the naval headquarters of the world government. To talk about this guy's achievements, even Iger from the 21st century has to be amazed. This guy has uncovered the conditions for wearing devil fruit abilities, and he has developed a method to make objects possess devil fruit abilities. Just a few years ago, this guy would invent a way to use sea tower stones to let naval warships pass through the windless zone, allowing the Navy to freely travel through the windless zone to any other sea area. Book. Bartholomew Bear can be transformed into a complete robot. Vegapunk's invention in his hometown down in his early years was to semi-mechanize animals. Later, in order to improve the lives of the islanders, he built a large heating furnace but was forced to stop due to lack of technology and funds. After becoming a government scientist, he kept a pet dragon, an artificial creature, in Punkhasset. Human gigantic experiment. Discovery of lineage factors. Create the first artificial devil fruit. Antivirus suit. This is a very mysterious scientist, although he has not yet appeared in the comics, but his influence is everywhere. He is also the only man who thoroughly understands devil fruits. These achievements are the real reason why he is called a scientist who surpassed human wisdom for 500 years and the #1 scientist of the world government. He claims to have scientific and technological capabilities beyond the modern 500 years. From devil fruit to mechanical manufacturing, he is proficient in everything and is a real genius scientist. Although Caesar Crown always wanted to compete with him, he couldn't reach the height of Vegapunk at all. In general, this is an absolutely bug-level character. With his own strength, he has directly raised the combat effectiveness of the Navy by a notch. This is also why the world government has been able to truly rule the world steadily for hundreds of years, and most of the credit is due to this man. Because of him, the equipment of the Navy has been advanced for hundreds of years. A group of countries with technological power still in the 16th and 17th centuries with galleons, flintlock guns, and artillery. What can they use to fight against a world where technological power has reached laser cannons, transformed people, and even man-made devil fruit legions? It is no exaggeration to say that the foundation of the world's official government lies in this man. If you want the Revolutionary Army to have the power to fight against the world government, then the Revolutionary Army must also have the scientific and technological power that can fight against the world government. This is what the intimacy idea said. Science and technology will always be the primary productive force. Iger has always known that if it is good to fight alone, in terms of top combat power, the United Revolutionary Army and various pirate groups have nothing to do with the top combat power that can be brought out by the official side of the world. Not false, but I am afraid of it. The battle of the bottom warriors. Once those pacifists take it out, it will not be too easy to deal with these Revolutionary Army soldiers with muskets and steel swords. And once the Revolutionary Army also possesses this kind of scientific and technological power, then this advantage of the world's official government will disappear in an instant. So even if this skill does not greatly improve his combat effectiveness, it is definitely the greatest boost to his entire career. It's a really good ability. Yiji's mouth couldn't help but raise a satisfied smile. What are you thinking about? You are so happy. Although Hancock said that he was not interested in the idea of intimacy, he was always paying attention to Iger. Seeing Iger's sudden smile, he asked curiously, Hey, suddenly thought of what to do next, huh? Iger, who was in a good mood, was about to answer Hancock, but before he finished speaking, the smile on his face suddenly solidified, and then there was a dignified look in his eyes. Because at this moment he suddenly felt that there was a breath behind him, and before, I didn't feel it at all. Could it be Yin or Rob Ludgers? The strength that had loosened up suddenly surged like an angry dragon. Iger's eyes were like electricity, and he turned his head quickly just to meet the figure standing in the desert. Who is it? Robin and Hancock also reacted immediately, turning their heads behind Iger, and seeing a man in a pure white suit with his entire face hidden in a mask standing quietly 10 minutes away from them, meters away. Seeing this person's appearance, Hancock frowned, and his expression was a little unsightly, because from just now until now, his sense of domineering has been turned on, but he has never found the slightest breath. He suddenly appeared at that very moment just now. Hancock's expression was solemn, and Robin on the other side saw this scene, but his scalp exploded, the hairs all over his body stood up, and his pupils shrunk into pinholes. This is CP0. She covered her mouth tightly, but still shouted out, CP0 in the world's official government directly belongs to the espionage agency of the Tianlong people. These guys are not just as simple as special identities. Whether it is from authority to combatability, they are completely different from CP9. He, that's really good ability. The man in white looked at Iger and smiled. So you are Iggy. Chapter 520. I will waiting for you. I don't know. Do you still remember me? When we were in the kingdom of Goya, although we didn't meet much, we were taken care of by you. On the edge of the sky, there was a hint of fish maw white, and a very pale blue rose from the sky, as if it was the first ray of sunlight between heaven and earth, and it was also shot from the sky, illuminating everything on the ground. But this did not make the three Yige in the desert feel a trace of warmth, but felt a trace of cold in the smiling face mask of the man in white. The man in white was right. Iger remembered him. It was that you were standing behind Shermack St. Although Iger's face didn't change, the muscles all over his body tightened quietly, and drops of cold sweat inexplicably seeped out from his forehead and back. That's right, this guy guy Iger really knew, and there was a confrontation at that time. He was the CP0 member who was in the Goya Kingdom at that time, standing behind Homoxane, who was responsible for protecting him. But this is not the reason why Iger reacted like this, but he felt very strange that this guy was not torn to shreds by the Sea Kings gathered from all directions as early as that time. Absolutely shredded. Although Iger did not have the so-called domineering at that time, he was able to connect the will of marine life. At that time, he used the perception of tens of thousands of Sea Kings in the sea to search the entire sea thoroughly. Over and over, there are no living people at all. Even the one standing in front of him was really seen by him at the time. The broken body was floating in the sea, and fresh blood spread in the waves. Although Iger is a person who is not afraid of big things, he still does things very carefully. From those CP0s, even he is a little dangerous. It is definitely a good thing to be able to use the Sea Kings to eradicate them. And there is another reason why they absolutely cannot be allowed to live. That is, once they are allowed to live, as long as they report their own information to the world official, then their plan to enter the Navy will go bankrupt. That's why Iger checked so carefully at that time, just to make up for the knife, and he saw it with his own eyes. This guy is really dead. How could he still be able to stand in front of him alive and well? Seeing Iger's reaction, the man in white seemed to smile a little. Since he has been watching their battle here, he must also know about Iger's strength. Although he is a little apprehensive, it is possible to say he is afraid. That's why he was able to stand in the desert unharmed all the time. Even if Iger turned the entire desert over, there was no way to bury him in the ground. Your expression must be out of curiosity about how I survived. After all, at that time, I was torn apart by the Sea Kings you summoned. The voice of the man in white was unhurried, without any hostility, even with a faint smile. Or, are you worried? Am I going to tell the world about you? Including killing the CP9 guys, including killing the Tianlong people? Iger raised his eyebrows and said nothing. This man in white was full of weirdness, and he couldn't tell what the number of ways was at all. And the most important thing was that even with his current strength, he could vaguely feel a faint smell of danger. Although Iger didn't know the purpose of this guy's coming here, he knew that if he wanted to make a move just now, there was absolutely nothing he could do. He didn't make a move at such a good opportunity just now, only to explain one problem, that is, this guy has no plans to do it now. In this case, Iger will explore his purpose. You can survive naturally, you have your own means, and I have no interest. Iger's expression was the same as usual. He knew that this answer was equivalent to admitting in disguise the fact that he killed Saint Cherma. Unfortunately, there is no evidence for this thing, and even if it is spread, he is not afraid. As for whether you will report such a non-existent matter, I think you should have the answer in your heart. What a joke. He is someone who is going to be a general in the Navy soon. How can he be threatened by a secret agent like this? What's more, this guy has no bargaining chips at all. Hearing Iger's words, the man in white nodded in agreement, and then the smile in his voice became more obvious. It's true, it's just an eye-opening celestial dragon. If you kill it. Compared with Pluto or Sea King, even cutting off the 19 royal family in half is worth it. Sure enough, Iger's pupils shrank slightly, and the vigilance in his eyes became more serious. Ever since this guy appeared here, Iger had already known about the news about Hades. The man in white probably already knew it. For the world's official government, the value of ancient weapons such as Hades or Sea Kings is far more than the value of an unknown so-called Saint Cherma. However, if you want to know the clues of Hades, you have to have the steel guarded by the Alabaster royal family, and the only historian in the world who can read the steel, Nicole Robin. Then, Iger squinted his eyes and looked at the man in white with a somewhat unkind expression. It seems that this man in white has a somewhat impure purpose. Do you want to know the news of Hades? The body that was already tensed up and innumerable fresh powers emerged for a while. That was the armed domineering that Iger had just acquired. I don't know how you want to know the news about Hades, but I can say it before. If you want to pay attention to the person next to me, then I can't agree. Before the words fell, a terrifying momentum, like a wave, swept away from Iger's body, making the surrounding air stagnate like ice. It's really good. After such a big battle, do you still have spare energy? When the man in white saw such a battle, he didn't panic at all, just responded with a faint smile, and then slowly shook his head. Now is not a good time to start, but don't worry, we will meet again in the future. Pirate I, the son of Roger, a 9-year-old admiral. Chapter 521-540. Chapter 521 Arrive, Admiralty. The words of the man in white made Iger feel a little stunned. He thought that this guy had some ideas about Robin, and even if he didn't do anything, at least he had to talk to himself about something. I never imagined that this guy didn't even mean to negotiate a deal. He just came over and placed a gauntlet. What do you think? Iger looked at the man in white vigilantly. The domineering surging all over his body was still still rioting like an angry dragon, and he didn't dare to relax at all. Opposite this guy, even if Iger has become so much stronger now, he still feels a vague sense of danger. The strength of CP0 is really more than 1 grade stronger than those of CP9. In the face of this kind of opponent, Iger dare not have any slack. He dared to be 100% sure that the reason why this guy didn't do it was because he was afraid of the strength he showed just now. If he hadn't been tense and vigilant from the beginning, this guy would definitely not mind killing himself directly. However, in the face of Iger's vigilant inquiry, the man in white just shook his head gently and said softly, "When the time is right, we will meet again naturally." The voice of the man in white became lighter and lighter, as if it was gradually dissipating in the air. As the voice dissipated, the figure of the man in white seemed to be filtered out by some kind of filter, gradually becoming more and more pale, until it finally slowly disappeared into the invisible. Disappear. The moment the man in white disappeared, the sense of danger that had been lingering in Iger's heart also dissipated. He looked around subconsciously, but didn't find any breath of this guy, and finally muttered, "Hey." After a long time, Iger finally sighed and turned back to Robin and Hancock and said softly, "Let's go." In the next half-day, the two women, Iger and Hancock, returned to the dog-headed warship and entered their cabin with the eyes of the Navy soldiers as if they were looking at the monster. After several days, he was finally able to get a good night's sleep. Before going to bed, he introduced Robin's official chef-apprentice status to everyone. Everyone said that with such a beautiful chef-apprentice on board, the voyage would obviously become more interesting, and Hancock and Iger also arranged for her a room next to his cabin at her strong request, and in Carp's relieved eyes, he handed her the key to the room. In this way, after a series of ups and downs, the dog-headed warship finally entered the Great Route and continued to march towards the naval headquarters. As Dong Hai Bello said at this time, a considerable number of pirates, whether it was for the gem called Sea God or not, would come here to watch the excitement more or less and have the opportunity to share a piece of the pie. Of course the best. So relatively, the pirates on the Great Route will become very few. So for a time, all the Navy soldiers sighed that the Great Route seems to be a lot more empty. In this way, the dog-headed warship traveled all the way in the Great Empty Route, and it took only a few days to arrive at the headquarters of the Navy. The early morning sun began to spread wildly from the horizon, and almost in an instant the entire sky was directly illuminated into a clear sky, and the dog-headed warship was also escorted by a few circling white seagulls. Headquarters. Wow, this is the Navy headquarters. This is the first time Iger has seen this legendary naval headquarters. In the comics, I haven't felt anything unusual about this place, but standing here in person is really shocking. The dog-headed warship was entering the port. Iger stood on the deck watching the Navy soldiers on the playground get up to train early in the morning. The neat shouts combined with their vigorous and powerful movements spread the pressure of blood and cohesion. Come, is this the real army? I really want to train with them and see. Iger looked at the soldiers who got up early in the morning for training, and there was a hint of excitement in his eyes, and he immediately wanted to jump off the boat and practice with these Navy soldiers. However, before he could make a move, a rough but powerful palm was placed on his shoulder, and Carp's rough laughter came from behind him. Ha 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 ha. As expected of this old man's grandson, you just want to train when you come here? If you want to train, this is not qualified. In time, the old man will make a training plan for you. Now, go to a meeting with me. Meeting? Of course, the old man has already been in contact with the Warring States period. As soon as he arrives at the naval headquarters, he will immediately hold a meeting to introduce you to everyone, and tell everyone about your achievements. Tisk tisk tisk. The military exploits you have accumulated during this period of time have been straight enough. You re-promoted to Lieutenant General. Will this procedure be a little sloppy? After listening to Carp's introduction, Iger was almost blinded. Good guy. The way of this naval hero is also a bit too wild. Go directly to the meeting and tell the big guy that you are his grandson, and then say that Moria, Doflamingo, and Crocodile are all solved by yourself. Solving the 3 Shishibukai alone, no matter what you say, it will make people misunderstand, and I am completely relying on Garp's combat power to come to the Navy to eat and eat. Hey, what's so sloppy and not sloppy? After all, I'm considered a veteran in the Navy. Arranging the grandson of the old man to enter the Navy as a warship, does it take a lot of effort? What? Iger couldn't help laughing bitterly. His grandfather is really frank and speechless. I came to the Navy myself, but here to spread the idea of intimacy. How can no one be convinced that I can do it? However, just as these thoughts flashed out of Iger's mind, Iger felt his arm being grabbed by Garp and jumped out of the boat. Let's go. Warring States and the others are still waiting in the conference room. You can't let them down. Hey, slow down. I can walk by myself. In this way, under the pull of Garp, who was more anxious than himself, Iger finally passed through the many buildings and corridors of the naval headquarters and came to the door of the conference room. Without any hesitation, Karp pushed open the door of the conference room. Suddenly, dozens of sharp eyes were projected towards the door. Chapter 522. I think I have this qualification. Ha 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 ha. I've made you wait for a long time. The old man is a little late. As soon as he entered the door, Karp was not shy, patted Iggy on the shoulder, and laughed loudly. You are finally here, you guy. We have been waiting for you here for a long time. Warring States pushed his eyes, stared at Karp, and said with a wry smile, and then his eyes fell on Iggy next to him, smiling, said, "Is that what you mean by eagle?" At the moment when the voice of the Warring States fell, all the eyes in the conference room gathered in the direction of Iger at the same time. Although the strength of this group of navies was not that strong, the gathering of eyes made Iger's scalp numb. Iger swallowed a saliva with some difficulty and looked around at these high-ranking navy leaders. Familiar faces suddenly fell into his eyes. The first person to attract Iger's attention was naturally the most important person in the entire navy today, the Admiral, Steel Skeleton Kong. As a character who has never officially appeared in the original work, Iger has always been a little curious about this guy, so his eyes stayed on him for a while, and the knowledge was released gently, wanting to feel this the breath of the current Admiral. In an instant, a transcendent breath poured into Iger's mind. Like a volcanic eruption, it exploded in his mind in an instant. Powerful, uniquely powerful. This kind of terrifying aura is only stronger than the Garp beside him. This Steel Skeleton Kong really deserves to be an ancient powerhouse who is one generation higher than Karp and Sengoku. The breath that escapes is so terrifying, I really don't know what it will be like to fight. When Iger's eyesight was staring at the sky, Sara's eyes also turned on Iger. Seeing that this kid had no stage fright, he showed a vague fighting intent in the depths of his eyes, and he couldn't help but chuckle. But when he thought that this kid was only 8 years old, he still shook his head slightly in his heart. That kid Karp, he wants to make such a child lieutenant general, still more or less young. Iger's eyes didn't linger on Sara's body too much, but stayed on him for a moment, and then turned to Sengoku, Flying Squirrel, Hosolino, Sakaski, and Tsuruika, who were sitting beside him. Will and Kuzan et al., including the lieutenant generals who did not have many roles in the original book. There are actually more than 20 here. Looking at them one by one, they followed the vice admirals to look at each other, and they were surprised to find that the eyes of these vice admirals were somewhat unkind. Iger secretly sighed in his heart. Anyone who is not even an adult who has just entered the Navy will be a little uncomfortable to be able to achieve the status of Lieutenant Admiral on an equal footing with them. Even if he can really become a Lieutenant General at that time, I am afraid that he will never be able to get along here. Sure enough, before Karp had time to introduce himself to everyone, Hosolino, who was sitting next to the Warring States station, had a playful expression on his face. He pushed the pale yellow sunglasses and looked at Iger with a yin and yang greeting. "Oh, this is the famous brother Iggy, but we heard Lieutenant General Garp mention you a long time ago." He didn't say too many words, but the tone of those words, combined with this guy's snarky expression, really made Iger feel a little harsh. Of course, before he could say anything, Sakaski and Lieutenant General Flying Squirrel next to him spoke. "Lieutenant General Garp, all of us will know that Iger is your grandson. Although you are said to be a hero of our navy, what you do will make everyone a little unconvinced." "Huh? Is that so?" Sakaski's words made Karp stunned for a moment, and he seemed to react at any time. He looked around at the people in the conference room, but all the lieutenant generals, except Lieutenant General Crane and Kuzan, were surprised. All dodge. The atmosphere in the conference room became a little dignified for a while, although the lieutenant generals did not express their position, but from their dodging eyes, a trace of hidden resistance could be seen. "Of course it will." Iger couldn't help roaring in his heart. "Just bragging about your grandson to others like you, who would want me to be a lieutenant admiral from the very beginning when I entered the Navy. Hey, what are you doing? Isn't Iggy's grades not enough? He's my grandson." Seeing the attitude of these people, Karp was also a little confused. He quickly dragged Iger to his side and pointed to his face to introduce it to everyone. Did this old guy do it on purpose? Iger really can't stand it at all. This guy didn't say what he did, just told people that he was his grandson. Isn't this a mess? Cap, you wait a minute, don't worry. Even Sara couldn't stand the way Karp communicated and persuaded him. "Now it's a military qualification review. We have to make sure the question is whether your report on Eagle's record is accurate or not. That's what the marshal said." Hosolino also picked up the words. "After all, in Lieutenant General Garp's report, these guys were solved by Brother Iger alone. This authenticity needs to be proved." Ahem, the proof. I think I have to say a few words too. Seeing that the atmosphere of these guys was not right, Lieutenant General Crane, who was sitting on the side without speaking, also coughed lightly and said slowly, "Before, that kid from the Don Quixote family was dealt with by him." "Don Quixote? Doflamingo." Hearing Lieutenant General He's words, All the lieutenant generals took a deep breath, and there was a look of shock in their eyes. Until now, they still thought that the boy Doflamingo was solved by Lieutenant General He. Right. Besides, I also saw him fight with Mr. Zifa and won. Just when everyone was shocked by the name Doflamingo, Kuzan was also opened softly beside him. Teacher Zifa, if you were still a little confused just now everyone is absolutely shocked. Teacher Zifa, almost everyone present is a student of Teacher Zifa, and among these students, they also have a good understanding of Teacher Zifa's strength, an absolute warrior of 55%. This Iger actually won. Cough cough. Just when everyone was shocked, Lieutenant General Flying Squirrel coughed and stood up, staring at Iger with sharp eyes. Whether these are true or not, we haven't seen it. If you want to be a Lieutenant General of the Navy, naturally you have to show the qualifications of Lieutenant General in front of everyone. Then, I think, I should have that qualification. Chapter 523. Don't bother, let's go together. Lieutenant General Flying Squirrel only stood up, and his sharp eyes shot towards the young man beside Garb. He wanted to give him a condescending manner, but the young man opposite was not at all afraid and looked directly at him. Said softly, "Do you think you are qualified for this?" As soon as Iger's words came out, there was a commotion in the conference room. Dozens of lieutenant generals whispered and talked a lot, and all eyes full of surprise and doubt all gathered on him in an instant. Does this guy know what he's talking about? All the high-level combat forces of the entire naval headquarters are sitting in this place. This kid is so outspoken to face Lieutenant General Sakaski, face Posolino, face the Warring States General, and even Marshal Kong. Say such a thing? You have this qualification. Who gave you the qualification? Most of the lieutenant generals present were silently muttering in their hearts. If Lieutenant General Garp hadn't stood here, he would have given him some face, and the meeting would have been scolded long ago. There are only a few left, and there is no surprise in my heart for what IG said. That is, Lieutenant General Hehe Kuzan, who fought against the pirates in Rogtown together, and Sengoku, who often heard Garp boast about his grandson. In addition to these people, even Marshal Kong's face was a little unsightly, but Lieutenant General Crane, Kuzan, and Sengoku were a little helpless about the reactions of these people. After all, this is the naval headquarters, and some things cannot be done too exaggeratedly. Everyone is a soldier, and they are most disgusted by this kind of unfamiliar thorns. The expression on Iger's face at the moment is a little bad. Let's talk about this after you really beat me. Lieutenant General Flying Squirrel snorted coldly. His eyes were a little cold. He stood up with his saber in his hand, and just as he was about to walk outside, he heard Iger say the next sentence, and the blue veins on his forehead were all over his head. It exploded. Don't bother, Lieutenant General Flying Squirrel. Even if you defeat you, there must be other seniors who will not be convinced. Why do you come together? What did you say? After hearing this, no one could bear it any longer, especially Lieutenant General Flying Squirrel, who resisted not pulling out his sword, but his face had become quite icy as he gritted his teeth and asked, "Came out. Am I talking loud enough?" Iger put on a strange look and repeated what he just said. This time he deliberately slowed down and said word by word, "I said, let's go together." Whoa. As soon as the sentence came out, all the vice admirals couldn't hold back any longer, and clenched their weapons one after another, glaring at Iger. The atmosphere instantly changed from solemn to tense, and it was still an 8-year-old boy against a group of middle-aged men. This kid is just insulting these admirals. Even Marshal Kong couldn't sit still. A pair of iron eyebrows were tightly wrinkled, and he stared straight at Iggy and Garp, who was silent behind him. He wanted to say something, but he was not. Repressed again. There was no trace of arrogance on this kid's face, but his speech was quite appalling. For some reason, Marshal Kong always felt that he was deliberately provoking these fiery generals, and this kind of deliberate provocation should be derived from this kid's confidence in his own strength. You can see his calm face. Moreover, if it is really a grandfather who only relies on his own and wants to come to the Navy for a half-office job, then Karp will not stand behind him with such peace of mind, not saying a word to relieve the siege. It seems that he has great confidence in his grandson. I'm really curious, what kind of ability does this kid have? For a time, the curiosity in Marshal Kong's heart actually overcame his dissatisfaction with Iger's attitude, and the eyes he looked at Iger were also full of interest. The Warring States General, Lieutenant General Crane, and Lieutenant General Kuzan, who were sitting next to Marshal Kong, looked at each other and smiled bitterly, and shook their heads helplessly. This Iggy, it's really going to be a mess. I don't know if this guy said that on purpose or not. These individuals really guessed right, and Iger really thought so. This time I used my grandfather's resources to directly enter the Navy, which is equivalent to going through the back door to find a senior executive. This kind of behavior, even in a company, is looked down upon, let alone in the Navy. Even if he is really being slapped by Marshal Kong today, that is, to be a lieutenant general of the Navy, then presumably presumably these colleagues in the future will not look at him at all, and even his own subordinates will not look at him directly. That's not the result you want to see. So Iger chose this method to directly provoke all the lieutenants at one time, and after causing public anger, he gave himself the opportunity to display his strength. In this way, the title of my vice admiral can be regarded as justifiable in everyone's heart, so that he can convince the public. Thinking of this, Iger's eyes also had a faint fighting intent rising up. He quietly looked at Lieutenant General Flying Squirrel, whose face was already green, and asked softly, "What's the matter, Lieutenant Flying Squirrel? Let's go, and everyone here, let's go out together. Don't waste this time. It's so deceiving." Lieutenant General Flying Squirrel couldn't control the anger in his eyes at all, as if it was about to erupt from his eyes. "Yeah, I don't want to waste any more time because I can't help but want to beat you up." Lieutenant General Flying Squirrel pursed his lips and said the sentence through gritted teeth, and then without delay he strode towards the door. "Everyone, please, let's go to the training ground and then have a meeting." Looking at Lieutenant General Flying Squirrel's back, Iger laughed lightly, then turned around and said something to everyone who was still sitting in the seats. Immediately afterwards, he walked towards the door without looking back. "Lieutenant General Garp, do you mind if we clean up this kid?" After Iger left, the remaining lieutenant generals looked at Iger's back angrily, got up one by one, and asked Karp in a cold tone, "Aha, I think you still have to try it yourself to find out." Karp was not stressed at all, but instead smiled proudly. "Come on, you'll be sure to admit him in the end." Chapter 524 Keep Your Word. Naval Headquarters Training Ground. It can be said that it is the most lively place in the entire naval headquarters. There are usually countless naval soldiers here to train or learn from each other. The entire training ground is made of gray gypsum-colored marble piece by piece. The entire area is as big as 4 football fields. There is also a ring of navy blue terraces around it, which can be used by people to watch the game. And now, the seats in these stands are already full of navy soldiers. Looking at the white flowers, they are all navy white shirts and navy hats. The main reason why these navy soldiers rushed into the martial arts field one after another in less than 10 minutes and then sat neatly here was because their instructors stopped training. The reason why the coach stopped halfway through the training was because he heard a shocking news. Lieutenant General Garp's 8-year-old grandson actually had to challenge more than 20 lieutenant generals at the same time. People run fast and news spreads faster. When Lieutenant General Flying Squirrel greeted his subordinates to prepare for the martial arts field, those officers had already spread the explosive news throughout the entire naval headquarters. Not calm anymore. Even if they were sitting at the scene, all the navy soldiers whispered to each other and glanced at the two groups of people facing each other in the center of the martial arts field. On one side there are more than 20 lieutenant generals, all of them tall, while on the other side there is only an 8-year-old child whose height is not even the waist of the shortest lieutenant general on the opposite side. It is these two groups of people who seem to be quite disparate, but now they are really standing on the martial arts field and they are about to start fighting. The navy soldiers in the stands were all excited, obviously looking forward to today's battle. Although it is said that everyone has no doubts about the result of this competition, this lively event is a must-see. You said it would be embarrassing for Lieutenant General Karp to wait a while and not come back with so many of us here to see. Just kidding. Lieutenant General Garp, when did he ever care about being humiliated or not? Maybe people just want to do this so that we can all know his grandson. I realized that I did. It's called Iger, right? I'm not too old, but I'm quite crazy. I even promised that all the lieutenant generals should go together. Hey, they didn't get all of them. Only the lieutenant generals were dispatched. As for those, if they did, Iger would be very dangerous, right? I don't know who mentioned the word those. For a time, all the navy soldiers involuntarily converged on the center of the front row of the stand. There, the most powerful combat powers in the entire naval headquarters are gathered, and at this moment, these strongest combat powers seem to have encountered some terrifying opponents, and all of them are extremely solemn. Staring closely at the martial arts field, Sakaski, Posolino, Kyuzan, Lieutenant General Crane, Garp, Sengoku, and Marshal Sara, those the sailors mentioned just now. These people, any one of them outside, are all characters who can make waves. Although the military rank is Lieutenant General, their combat effectiveness is far beyond the level of Lieutenant General. Therefore, they are generals outside the so-called Lieutenant Generals, but now, they are all gathered here, looking nervously at a child. It's ridiculous. Hey, tell me, what trick will that young man named IG use in a while? Gee, it's probably just another capable person. Maybe it's still quite powerful, right? Otherwise, this kid can't be so crazy. But to deal with so many lieutenant generals teaming up, no matter how powerful the ability is, it's useless. There are only absolutely powerful people, but there is no absolutely powerful ability. Although the scene is quite absurd, absurd. Everyone still understands the final result of the matter. Most of the lieutenant generals keep their hands silently and then let this Iger properly show his strength. It's impossible to lose. More than 20 people are fighting against a child. If they still lose, it's really funny. It's really shameful to deal with a little devil by bullying more and less in a crowd. Lieutenant General Flying Squirrel looked around at the fully filled stands, his face turning blue. After all, he was also a lieutenant general, to join forces with others to deal with a child in front of his own naval soldiers, or more than 20 people. Even if there is no suspense in the outcome of this battle, it is definitely a very humiliating battle. A touch of faint regret suddenly flooded into Lieutenant General Flying Squirrel's heart, and he really couldn't figure it out. Why did you want to learn from this guy in the first place? Isn't this humiliating? Cough cough. Lieutenant General Flying Squirrel, who finally figured it out, coughed lightly, walked out of the crowd, stood at the front, and the low voice was slowly spread through the loudspeaker. I don't bully you either. If you can catch my 10 moves, I'll admit your strength. How about that? Wow. As soon as Lieutenant Flying Squirrel said this, there was an uproar in the stands, but the random Navy soldiers all understood. This Lieutenant Flying Squirrel still cares about his face to some extent. This sentence not only protects the face of himself and even the entire Lieutenant General, but also gives this incomparably arrogant boy a step down, so as not to be beaten badly. Otherwise, more than 20 big men bullying a child, it is really shameful to spread it out. However, just when everyone thought that this arrogant brat called Iger, no matter how arrogant, would definitely agree to this request, Iger, who has attracted the attention of the Marines, slowly shook his head, said with a smile, Lieutenant General Flying Squirrel, you don't need to do this. Since you said that you will challenge all of you at the same time, let's go together. Silent. All of Iger's words suddenly made the entire stand instantly misfire. No one thought that this guy would be so arrogant. Even the ceiling of the naval combat power sitting at the front raised an eyebrow when they heard this sentence, and even narrowed their eyes to look at Iger, obviously aroused by this guy's words to a certain degree of curiosity. You kid is really. Lieutenant General Flying Squirrel took a deep breath, and then he no longer restrained the domineering arrogance that he had long wanted to gallop, and a cold light flashed in his hand, and a long sword was unsheathed. Chapter 525. Did you take this move, Ken? The long sword was unsheathed, and an incomparably fierce aura suddenly spread from Lieutenant General Flying Squirrel's body, and waves of domineering aura flowed on the surface of his body like a river, making the whole person look like the long sword drawn from his hand. Generally fierce. He stared at Iger silently, and a somewhat angry fighting spirit burst out. He knew that what he said now was meaningless. This kid must defeat him with real swords and guns. Let his madness subside. Shave. A low shout sounded. Lieutenant General Flying Squirrel's calf was slightly tense, and then the whole person disappeared in place in the eyes of everyone. For a while, those Navy soldiers who had not learned to see, look at it with some doubts, and fell into the silent martial arts field for a while, not knowing where Lieutenant General Flying Squirrel went. But those Navy soldiers who have learned to see and hear domineering, but they are dignified and feel that a wave of extreme sharpness is rushing straight to the opposite Iger at an absolutely terrifying speed. In the face of an 8-year-old child, do you need to use such speed? Whoa. The air along the way was cut open by an extremely fierce meaning. For a moment, Iger even felt that a void was born in this space, and then that void slashed towards himself at an astonishing speed. If you can't even take this move, then you should go to the boot camp as soon as possible, kid. A roar full of anger was transmitted somewhere in the space, and before the voice fell, a cold sword light that seemed to divide the space into 2.5 suddenly appeared silently, but it slashed at a speed that could not be avoided. Eagle. So fast. The speed of Lieutenant Flying Squirrel, even Iger is amazed. He can use shout to this silent speed. This Lieutenant Flying Squirrel Admiral is indeed worthy of being a Vice Admiral of the Navy. However, this is not enough for me. There was a flash of coldness in his eyes, and Iger didn't dodge or evade, and looked straight at the sword light that showed no mercy. Cut it in half yourself, Ken. Without any hesitation, a stream of light like autumn water suddenly flowed out of Iger's hand, and then a simple and elegant but full of fierce sword that seemed to be able to slay dragons appeared in his hand, and then there was nothing fancy. Directly. Welcome to that fierce sword light. Clang. The sound of gold and iron clashing suddenly rang out, resounding through the entire martial arts field like a long bell, and when the Navy soldiers present watched the scene in the martial arts field, they all took a deep breath. Hiss. Got it? The scene in front of him was completely beyond everyone's expectations. This seemingly ordinary little devil, in the face of flying squirrels, rushed at that speed and made a move in a hurry. Slash. And just right, just when the flying squirrel general rushed in front of him, he just pulled out his sword and shook with the flying squirrel general. This is the rhythm of the battle. You need to have a very exquisite control. All the Navy soldiers use a layer of cold sweat from their foreheads. They are very self-aware. Even if Lieutenant General Flying Squirrel made the slash, they would be quite embarrassed even if they used all their strength. So easy. Thinking of this, everyone slowly restrained some contempt in their hearts. This first confrontation let everyone already know this kid doesn't seem to be a piece of paper. The reaction is not bad. At this moment, Lieutenant General Flying Squirrel, who was in the martial arts field, was obviously going through the same process as the Navy soldiers. His eyes narrowed slightly. He jumped back to distance himself and snorted coldly. But then, it's not that simple. Yi didn't say much, just looked at Lieutenant Flying Squirrel with a smile, and with a slight wave of the dragon and horse in his hand, the light of the sword, which was originally as calm as the surface of the water, suddenly turned a little ripple. Senior Flying Squirrel, come, I can wait. Lieutenant General Flying Squirrel snorted, but his eyes were slightly condensed to look at the light of the knife in Iger's hand. For some reason, seeing the surging of the light, he suddenly felt a little palpitated. Who cares? Now that the fight has started, the winner must be decided. Lieutenant General Flying Squirrel frowned slowly. The sharpness in his eyes became a little thicker, and there was no further delay. The long sword in his hand flashed a sharp sword light again, and at a speedy speed, he mercilessly moved towards Yi. Grid hacked past. Iger also smiled slightly. His arm trembled. The calm sword light that was surging, suddenly like a revived angry dragon, brazenly greeted him with a violent sword energy. Clang clang clang. For a time, dense sparks erupted one after another, and knife marks that were so blurred that the trajectory was almost invisible emerged one by one between the two, dazzling the Navy soldiers in the stands. Horizontal slash, vertical slash, block thrust. Sword moves one after another appeared in the hands of the two people one after another. Neither of them would take a step back, just relying on the swords in their hands and the exquisite sword moves to fight against each other. The Navy soldiers were dazzled one by one, and at the same time, layers of cold sweat seeped out from their backs. None of them thought that this seemingly ordinary guy could actually fight to such an extent with Lieutenant General Flying Squirrel. And looking at that state, it seems that Lieutenant General Flying Squirrel has been suppressed. It was another slash from Yi, and the vibration in the Flying Squirrel's heart was much more violent than the vibration from the sword grid. What kind of monster is this kid? Anyway, he has been immersed in kendo for dozens of years. Whether it is the control of the sword or the grasp of offensive and defensive fighters, he is quite good. But this kid's swordsmanship is as calm as the sea, and there is no flaw at all. On the contrary, it was himself, but because of a little emotional fluctuation, he caught the flaw and directly suppressed it quite hard. So depressing. Swish. Just when he felt extremely depressed, the quaint long sword in Iger's hand turned into an angry dragon, and he slashed it down again, with no chance of breathing at all. Lieutenant Flying Squirrel's eyes narrowed, and he instantly placed the long sword on the top of his head, perfectly blocking the blow, and then slammed it hard. With this strength, he took a few steps back. Boy, you have some strength. The Flying Squirrel looked at Iggy, and it was only at this time that he had to admit that this kid did have that kind of arrogant qualifications. But the next move, can you do it next? Chapter 526 One Blade Flow Dragon Tooth. In the huge martial arts arena, the extreme sword offensive and defensive battle was temporarily suspended, and as Lieutenant General Flying Squirrel retreated, not only the stands, but also the Lieutenant Generals behind Lieutenant General Flying Squirrel were caught in an uproar. The Flying Squirrel actually showed weakness. Strawberry, with a long head, a beard, and a pair of knives, squinted at Iger, who was opposite Lieutenant General Flying Squirrel, with a dignified expression on his face for the first time. He is also proficient in swordsmanship, and his vision for swordsmanship is also quite vicious. He can see that in the offensive and defensive battle of Electric Light Flint just now, Flying Squirrel has been suppressed by that kid. Moreover, using the two-knife flow, he faintly felt that Iger's movements were a bit strange, as if he was missing a knife. Iger's knife just now, although it's very uncomfortable, it's really beautiful. Besides Strawberry, a big man with a square face and beard smiled slightly, and there was a hint of admiration in his narrowed eyes. Hey, Burning the Mountain, are you giving yourself too much energy? But is this kid a genius in kendo? No wonder he's so crazy. The other lieutenant general next to the smiling square-faced man complained to him, and then he touched the scar on his face and said somewhat in awe, "This is Doberman." In the beginning, apart from the Flying Squirrel, the vice admiral who had the most opinion of Iger, but when he saw Iger's performance just now, he was a little surprised. And just as these lieutenants were whispering, a loud roar suddenly sounded from the stands. Hey, look, Lieutenant General Flying Squirrel is going to make that move, huh? With an astonished cry, the Navy soldiers who were still talking about it all stopped discussing, and their eyes were cast into the martial arts field. Even Sakaski Kuzan, and others who were sitting at the front of the stand, with the exception of Posolino, all stared at Iggy in amazement. They don't know swordsmanship, and they don't know what the subtlety of the sword light and sword shadow just now, but when they heard that the flying squirrel had been forced to use the strongest move, they felt that this Iger was not very simple. Wow, Sakazuki, didn't you say that this guy is not qualified to fight you? Posolino glanced at Sakazuki beside him. His eyes were a little playful. Why do you look like you want to fight him now? When he said that he was going to clean up Iger just now, Sakazuki was quite disdainful, saying it was boring, but he didn't expect to have some fighting spirit at this moment. Gee, this kid looks a little capable. Sakazuki was a little unhappy when he was asked this, and snorted coldly. After all, he is more powerful than the lieutenant generals. How could he challenge a kid with those guys? Isn't this shameful? Lieutenant General, he looked at the two of them, then glanced at Marshal Kong with great interest and couldn't help but smile. This kid, I'm afraid he will be famous in the entire naval headquarters after today. At this moment, Lieutenant General Flying Squirrel has put away all the sword stands, closed his eyes and slowly stood still. The long sword in his hand is also hanging down. The whole figure seems to give up the attack, but only those who are familiar with Lieutenant General Flying Squirrel know that Lieutenant General Flying Squirrel is brewing his most powerful move. The gentle breeze slowly floated across the entire martial arts arena, as if everything had fallen into an incomparable silence, and even in Iger's perception, his breath was about to dissipate. Seeing this scene, Iger's eyes were also slightly condensed. Although he said that he told himself that the breath of the guy in front of him was about to disappear, there was always a hint of danger in the air. This blow should be strong. Boom. Iger's thought has just fallen, and the air in the entire martial arts field suddenly rioted. It was as if a huge vortex of air was formed out of thin air, and it was as if there was an incomparably domineering breath of a giant dragon from ancient times. Everyone present felt a gust of wind blowing from behind them like the center of the martial arts field, and then converged on the gliders. Around the mouse, Buzz, the air vibrated slightly, as if he was the lungs of the giant dragon. With the dragon's breath and breath, countless air were crazily compressed. Iger could feel that something extremely ferocious was about to be born in this martial arts arena. As the air oscillated more and more violently, a slight ray of light condensed on the tip of Lieutenant Flying Squirrel's knife, and at the moment when the ray of light condensed, Lieutenant Flying Squirrel's closed eyes suddenly opened. Land sword! A low shout erupted from Lieutenant General Flying Squirrel's throat, and this roar actually overlapped dozens of layers with the vibration of the air. The voice resounded through the entire martial arts field, causing all the Navy soldiers on the viewing platform to be slightly absent-minded. That is, in this absent-minded moment, the sword in the Flying Squirrel's hand moved. A bit of blazing white ons gathered on the tip of the sword, and the Flying Squirrel went up from the bottom, as if the space had been opened up, and the blazing white ons left a blazing white trace in the space. Bai Mang didn't have any fierce aura, nor did any terrifying fluctuations emanate, but Iger's face was subconsciously tense. This blow is not as simple as it looks. Call out. Just as Iger sighed in secret, the blazing white sword glow in the shape of a crescent moon, like an arrow from the string, instantly crossed a distance of several meters and charged straight towards Iger. It was obviously coming at the speed of a bullet, but Iger didn't hear any sound, and even the air seemed to have no signs of being cut at all. There is no feeling of air in the sharp face. I have to say that this move is really strong. If it was the previous Iger, this move might make all the hairs on his body explode in an instant, but now. Iger smiled slightly, and that smile made the Flying Squirt feel a little uneasy for a while. Bai Mang rapidly expanded in his pupils, but Iger's expression remained the same, and then the dragon horse in his hand suddenly let out a high sword cry. The reddish-black viscous liquid, like blood, seeped out from the blade of Ryoma, and then adhered to its surface. Iger didn't hesitate. He put the bottom of the sword directly on his chest. The tip of the sword pointed outwards, and pointed at the white sword light that came violently at him. Yideolu Long Yat. There seemed to be red and black lightning flashes in Iger's eyes, and the dragon horse in his hand let out a high dragon roar, and then Iger turned into a red and black light and shadow, and stabbed away in the face of the white sword light. Chapter 527. One size fits all. Terrifying coercion. Call out. In the blink of an eye, the white light and the red and black light and shadow were like teleportation in the eyes of the various naval soldiers. After disappearing for a moment, they collided fiercely. Boom. And at the moment of this collision, the blazing white sword glow that seemed to have restrained all fluctuations, which was originally silent, suddenly erupted with extremely powerful wind pressure. La 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 la. It was as if the compressed air that had just been cut off finally reacted, and each and everyone hysterically told the pain of their wounds, and Iger's body was almost overturned by the huge wind pressure. Pass. If it weren't for his superb reaction speed, he quickly added force under his feet, and his feet slammed into the ground, directly smashing the marble floor. I'm afraid he would have been cut in half by this white sword glow. Click click. The tyrannical wind pressure pressure is not only the anger of the air but also brings the angry domineering of the flying squirrel lieutenant. The armed domineering hidden in the air and whipped on the ground with the frantic airflow, the bottomless one after another. The cracks suddenly appeared, and as a huge crack emerged under Iger's feet, the entire martial arts field shook. This sword is earth-shattering. Oh, so this kid is so capable. At the front of the stand, Joselino also sighed slowly. His narrowed eyes were blocked by the yellowish sunglasses, and there was so little light that was blocked. Everyone is an admiral of the Navy, and naturally they all have a good understanding of the flying squirrel's combat power and moves, so they all understand that this kendo master is also forced to use a big move by Yige at this moment. It can be seen from this that the strength of this eagle at least is comparable to that of flying squirrels. Not to mention that this guy's bragging just now can be achieved in full view of the public. It is not even important. The important thing is that the Navy welcomes a super genius who is only 8 years old and can compete with flying squirrels. Thinking of this, Marshal Kong couldn't help showing a smile on the corner of his mouth. Looking at Iger, who was fighting against Bai Mang in the center of the martial arts field, he really liked it more and more. However, his arrogant personality needs to be changed. Marshal Kong secretly shook his head again. Although this kid has strong abilities, he is still a little bit worse than flying squirrels. Just seeing that the flying squirrel's sword move just now had no power, I felt a little underestimated. This move must be the loser of this kid. Although he was full of admiration, Marshal Kong was still somewhat dissatisfied with Iger's performance. This is the case with Marshal Kong, and even more so with the Navy soldiers in the stands. It's actually the land sword of Lieutenant General Flying Squirrel. This kind of scene is undoubtedly quite familiar and shocking to the naval soldiers. They feel the tingling breeze that just brushes their faces, and they can't help but feel a little scalp numb. I really didn't expect that in their lifetime a few would be able to see flying squirrels make this move in battles other than pirates. It seems that this Iger is guilty. A voice resounded in everyone's heart. This is not blind confidence but the result of careful judgment. That Iger was quite flustered when he faced Lieutenant Flying Squirrel's sword move just now, and what's more, Lieutenant Flying Squirrel's move once killed hundreds of vicious people with one sword. The pirates. In the face of this kind of skill, that Iger actually still cares about it. Isn't this just looking for guilt for himself? The Navy soldiers whispered and looked at each other, all seeing the same thoughts in each other's eyes as their own. Hey, this Iger, I'm afraid it's going to die. Someone sighed softly. That guy hasn't even fully used his sword moves. After all, the man's words were not finished because before he said the last few words, the air in the entire martial arts field was instantly dignified, and even the originally frenzied air became eerily quiet. It's as if there is a big hand somewhere holding down these crazy screaming air people so that they don't make a sound. At the same time, everyone felt that drums were playing in their chests, and their hearts, which were supposed to be quietly beating on their own, turned out to be equipped with a loudspeaker, and they could hear them clearly. The hair all over the body was instantly tensed, the blood flow all over the body involuntarily accelerated, and even the forehead and cold sweat began to ooze out inexplicably. The most important thing is that everyone present seemed to feel that there was some peerless murderer who woke up in the entire martial arts arena. The pressure on his body turned out to be oppressive. These warriors couldn't breathe. At this moment, someone keenly sensed the source of this pressure, and a panic crept up his cheeks. Ig. What? Everyone was instantly startled by the sentence. At a time, thousands of eyes suddenly turned to Ige in the middle of the martial arts arena, and then a breath of cool air resounded through the stands. Hiss. I saw the red and black figure rushing forward on the martial arts field. At this moment it had stopped and turned into a seemingly thin figure. The figure held a sword in his hand, spread out on the body, and with the slow spread of the red and black ripples, the crazy and raging air turbulence in the martial arts field has completely subsided, and even the blazing white half-moon-shaped sword light is in the red and black light. Erosion quickly fades away. Buzz. The red and black ripples don't have any amazing momentum, and even if everyone doesn't look at it, they may not realize its existence at all, but that terrifying sense of oppression is like real oppression on everyone. Compared with this, the blazing white sword light, which was still huge just now, has become even more well-behaved and quieter than a rabbit at this moment, as if seeing something extremely terrifying. This state did not last for too long. After a few seconds, the blazing white blade seemed to be unable to withstand the erosion of the red and black ripples, and a crack slowly spread from it, and then exploded with a bang. Boom. The blazing white sword light is formed by the condensation of highly compressed air and tyrannical domineering. Once it explodes, the terrifying wind pressure instantly explodes in front of Iger. Thick smoke rose up, and just when everyone was wondering what would happen to Iger, the red and black sword tip had stopped at the flying squirrel's throat. Chapter 528. Why don't we try it together? Whoa. The sword chi, which which was so frantic that it could almost destroy the entire martial arts field, was raging with its teeth and claws, and even the rocky ground was torn apart by terrifying cracks. However, just as the terrifying sword energy intensified and was about to tear Iger's entire body into pieces, the simple longsword in the air suddenly spread out like water waves. It was only as soft as water waves, but there was a kind of coercion from the ancient dragon spreading out, and the fierce and domineering blazing white sword light only lasted for less than 5 seconds in front of the red and black ripples before it exploded. Boom! The wind pressure that was forcibly compressed in the sword beam exploded, and Lieutenant General Flying Squirrel even blocked countless slashing sword chi in it. The explosion was like a blazing sun. The surging sword light spewed out, directly engulfing Iger, and then smashed the surrounding stone ground into a cloud of powder. Thick smoke rose, directly covering Iger's whole body. For a while, the martial arts field fell into a strange silence. If it was just now, no one would believe that this Iger could survive the burst of sword light, but now, no one can be sure. After all, just now, Igek in front of them slashed the sword radiantly. Swish! The strange silence in the smoke didn't last for even a second, and then amidst the exclamations of everyone, it was directly torn apart by a domineering sword. Everyone only felt a flash in front of them, and only knew that a red and black figure flashed by. When they reacted, the simple longsword in Iger's hand had penetrated the block of Lieutenant Flying Squirrel and stopped in front of the latter's throat. Silent. A strong sense of horror rose up in the hearts of all the naval soldiers, and an inexplicable meaning shot straight from the soles of the feet to the sky. This is the end. The backbone of the Navy headquarters, Lieutenant General Flying Squirrel, who once made great achievements for the Navy, used his strongest move, and he lost so quickly. Too fast. Almost to everyone's impression, they are still stuck in that round of white meniscus rising, but their reason tells them that after 5 or 6 seconds, this battle is over. This Nima, are you really joking? Everyone's eyes were focused on the boy who held the longsword and pointed directly at the throat of the Flying Squirrel, and swallowed a saliva with some difficulty. This kid is a monster. Wow, I actually lost. At the front of the stand, Joselino was also amazed, but there seemed to be a true in his tone. It seems that the Flying Squirrel guy will be very disappointed in the next few days. Kyuzan seemed to have anticipated everything long ago, and his expression was calm. This kid isn't bad. Marshal Kong has almost never praised any of them, and they all look at Iger's figure with admiration and praise. Almost all of these top naval forces nodded and praised, and Karp laughed even more, but only Sakaski. His expression seemed to be a bit grumpy, as if he remembered that he was going to challenge all lieutenant generals at the same time, and pouted, muttered, "This kind of guy, no matter how strong, is just a thorn." The entire martial arts field fell into a strange silence, and all the people watching the battle couldn't help but exclaimed in admiration for Iger's performance. Among all of them, the most depressing may be Lieutenant General Flying Squirrel, and the lieutenant generals behind him who are ready to challenge Iger. Burning Mountain, Doberman, Ghost Spider, Strawberry. These are the famous admirals in the naval headquarters, and even in the entire Great Route. At this moment their eyes are a little flickering, and they are looking at the opposite Iger with some fear. Their hearts were also quite shaken by the fact that the Flying Squirrel was defeated, but what worried them the most was the strength of this Iger. Since this kid can defeat the Flying Squirrel, there is no problem with dealing with them. This Nima, are these old faces really about to be swept away? Lieutenant General Flying Squirrel is not as leisurely as they are. Until now he feels like he is in a dream. If it is not for Iger's long sword, which is shining with cold light pointing at his throat, the pressing sharpness makes his Adam's apple ache. It's all a bit tingling. He won't believe anything he says. I actually lost, and it's still when he has no reservations and has used his most powerful killer move so far. It only lasted for less than 5 seconds. Less than 5 seconds. He had killed hundreds of pirates before, and his most proud move was that he persisted in that kid's hands for less than 5 seconds. And look at this kid. The whole body is like new, not even a little bit of dust. This Nima is really out of line. Lieutenant Flying Squirrel's pupils twitched as if convulsed again and again, and his resolute lips purred for a long time, but he couldn't utter a single word. He just stared blankly at the boy in front of him. The obsidian-like pupils looked at him, and then smiled slightly. Lieutenant General Flying Squirrel, let it go. Conferred. This sentence suddenly dragged the Flying Squirrel back from the confusion. Yeah, lose yourself. This fact is so obvious, but you dare not admit it. Teacher Z fought. Shame on you. Lieutenant General Flying Rat took a deep breath and held it for a long time before sighing out the words that should have been said a long time ago. I lost. Whoa. The 3 words, light and fluttering, fell on the stand like a heavy boulder, directly setting off a huge wave. For a time, the whole stand was in an uproar, and all the Navy soldiers stared wide-eyed and talked to the people around them. Opened. Lieutenant General General Flying Squirrel lost. Of course, Lieutenant General Flying Squirrel didn't want to pay attention to these guys at all. He slowly put his long sword into the sheath, walked out of the field without looking back, and left a sentence in the distance. I admit your strength, so I won't shoot at you again. As for what you just said, please do it next time. Iger looked at Lieutenant General Flying Squirrel's back, and the smile on his face stiffened. This guy, even if he loses, he doesn't want to let himself go. What a real guy, Iggy murmured silently. However, what I said just now is not bragging at all. Iger waved his arm. The tip of the sword pointed directly at the Lieutenant General, and the fiery fighting intent surged in his eyes. Would you like to try it together? Chapter 529. It is simply deceiving too much. This is crazy. Everyone thought that this guy was just shaking his head, but he didn't expect him to come for real. You say, can he do it? What, are you kidding? He can beat a flying squirrel Lieutenant General, which may be acceptable, but with more than 20 Lieutenant Generals added together, what a terrifying force, do you know? Iger's words were undoubtedly a heavy bomb for the Navy soldiers who were watching the battle, and when they were thrown in the crowd there was an uproar. Originally, everyone should be shocked, and they should all be caught in this guy's proud achievements and cannot extricate themselves. The Lieutenant General of the Navy headquarters once fought in various sea areas and captured countless ferocious pirates. He is also an indispensable backbone of the Navy headquarters, and wars big and small depend on them to finally win. These people are all idols of naval soldiers. As a result, an 8-year-old Navy rookie came today. He didn't have 3 or 2 moves. He directly suppressed the Flying Squirrel General in the attack and defense of the sword, and even in the last Flying Squirrel General made the strongest blow, it is still broken by him in general. This does not mean that this Iger's combat power is at least at the level of a Lieutenant General, and even from the ease with which he can deal with the Flying Squirrel Lieutenant General, this guy is likely to have reached Kyuzan, will be that kind of quasi-general level. This kind of thing is more than amazing, it is simply shocking. An 8-year-old child on his first day in the Navy will be able to overcome Vice Admiral and prove his strength, and along with him there are rumors about the pirates he killed: Moonlight Moria, the Sun Pirates, the top cotters and bosses of the Don Quixote family, and even the Sea of Beasts, the big board of the thieves. In the past they would never have believed that such a brat was able to do this, presumably with the help of Lieutenant General Garb, but seeing his performance here with my own eyes today, that firm belief was somewhat shaken, and I even doubted that this might really be the case. However, just when everyone was ready to be shocked, this guy unexpectedly threw a very explosive bomb on everyone. This battle between the Navy rookie and the Vice Admiral has not ended yet. I thought it was a joke challenge. Is this guy really going to complete it? This guy is simply crazy. Although it was said that the previous defeat of Lieutenant General Flying Squirrel gave everyone some confidence in him, but in the face of more than 20 Lieutenant Generals at the same time, even the generals of the Warring States period would not dare to boast about such a seamouth, right? For a time, the Navy soldiers watching the battle were divided into 2 groups. One group was full of excitement in their eyes and planned to watch the fun, and the other group secretly shook their heads and sighed that this kid was too arrogant. But no matter what, everyone shouted one sentence in their hearts at the same time: this kid is really floating. Is this kid really floating? Not only the Navy soldiers thought this way, but even Sakaski, who was sitting at the front of the stand, pouted and said the same thing. He frowned tightly and stared at the arrogant boy standing on the martial arts field, feeling a little irritable for some reason. That feeling, as if this guy didn't come to be a Navy, but a pirate who ran to the Navy's territory to kick the pavilion. As to why he has such a strange feeling, Sakaski is also unclear, but what he knows is that the Navy is not a place where he can arbitrarily provoke his companions. Even if this guy hasn't entered the Navy, not if the Navy is full of such thorns, where is the cohesion of the Navy? In the face of raging pirates, and even terrifying existences such as Kaiwilhe and even the 4 emperors, if the Navy is not united, how can the justice of the Navy be carried forward? This kind of guy should really be beaten by the society. Sakaski doesn't want Iger to back down at all now, but rather wants him to challenge the more than 20 lieutenant generals so that he can know how vast this world is. Oh Sakaski, what's wrong with you? Your eyes are so scary. Hosolino on the side glanced at Sakaski with a faint smile on the corner of his mouth and then asked lightly, this guy, IG, really got into trouble before he even entered the Navy. It's just that he can't stand some people's madness. He immediately knows how uncomfortable it is to ride a tiger. Sakaski snorted and said coldly, hey, don't worry, keep watching. Admiral he on the side saw the expressions of these 2 people. He sighed helplessly and comforted him, and then he looked at the frantic Iger with some worry. This kid is really uneasy. Is it true that the lieutenants are Chinese cabbage? I don't know how you will end this time. Of course, compared to the audience outside the arena, the vice admirals in the arena were the individuals generals who were most shocked. They stared at each other and opened their mouths one by one, hesitating for a long time before finally realizing what this kid just said. Even Lieutenant General Flying Squirrel, who had just walked out of the field, stumbled under his feet and looked back at this guy, stunned. "This kid, can't you hear what you said just now to give you a step down? At this time, you only need to say humbly, the seniors have already given enough face, right? Who let you continue to challenge them?" The lieutenants were even more stunned. This kid said continue to challenge them with so many lieutenant generals, not satisfied with defeating a flying square just now, or that defeating the flying squirrel gave him an incomparable self-confidence, making him feel that he can challenge more than 20 vice admirals at the same time. "You kid, you really have some courage." Washaishin still had a smile on his face, but that smile looked a little cold. "Challenge more than 20 of us at the same time? Are you sure you can do it?" Doberman's expression was also a little unsightly, and the scars on his face were squirming hideously. Everyone's eyes were fixed on Iger's face at this moment, as cold as a knife. It seemed that even the air between them and Iger was condensed. The atmosphere suddenly became tense, and all the lieutenant generals were angered by Iger's actions just now. This guy is so deceiving. However, they were still too naive, and what Iger said immediately made them spit out a mouthful of old blood. "You take me a move together. If one person remains on the court, I lose." Chapter 530. Look at you. What kind of bullshit can you brag? Whoa. In the entire viewing platform, there was no way to suppress the agitation caused by the meteorite-like words, and everyone almost spat out a mouthful of old blood. For a time, the atmosphere of the whole scene was like a huge meteorite fell into the sea, and it exploded into the water waves. No, it was a monstrous tsunami. This Nima, is this kid really a lieutenant general of the Admiralty? Is a wild boar? How many times are you talking about? Really, if he hadn't just defeated Lieutenant General Flying Squirrel, I would have rushed over to beat him now. In the auditorium, more than one Navy soldier's fists were already clenched. Blue veins burst out on them, muscles were knotted up, and there were even blobs of flames burning in their eyes. This guy is really annoying. When he defeated Lieutenant General Flying Squirrel just now, they really felt that this guy was not bad for a moment. Who would have guessed that this guy would make such arrogant words when he changed his words? 20 of you come together, pick me up for a move. If you are still on the court after a move, even if I lose. Listen, is this Nima what a human being can say? It's like the Lieutenant General of the Navy headquarters is a wild boar that can be slaughtered at will. As soon as these words came out, even the Navy soldiers watching the battle felt their blood pressure rise, let alone the vice admirals on the scene. Good on. A clear and audible sound of blood drumming resounded in the center of the martial arts field. All lieutenant generals could see twisted blue veins rioting on the foreheads of all lieutenants, straight to the top of the head. Deceiving too much, so bullying. The anger turned into bloodshots that burst open, climbing out from the eyes of every lieutenant general, and everyone felt the violent blood flow in their chests. Immediately, it will break through its own blood vessels and spray it out. The air in the martial arts field was once again dignified, and this time, it was no longer because of Iger's strength but because of these vice admirals who were provoked. Okay, good boy. He has always been a flaming mountain with a smile. At this moment, he no longer has the slightest smile. He gritted his teeth and popped out a few words from the middle. Do you really think we vice admirals are the wild boars you train with? Doberman was also quite unhappy. He pulled out his saber from the scabbard with a bang, and then pointed the tip of the sword at Iger opposite and said coldly, I know that your kid just wants to agitate us, make us one by one unbearable, and take the initiative to take care of you, but this time, we will not let you succeed again. That's right, the ghost spider was also a cold king, looking at Iger and drawing out his long sword. We'll have to see today. How far can you brag, you brat? I can't ask for it. Iggy on the opposite side just smiled slightly. The three of them snorted coldly, and then glanced behind them at the same time. The other lieutenant generals behind them also instantly understood what the three of them meant, nodded with pursed lips, and drew their weapons one after another. Boom! Almost in an instant, the surging fighting intent was like an erupting volcano, erupting from the body of the vice admirals, and for a while, even the stands could feel a terrifying fiery heat. That's why the lieutenant generals bound their domineering arrogance and fighting spirit together. These lieutenant generals are all comrades in arms who fought against the pirates together, and they have long been familiar with cooperating in combat. What's more, now more than 20 lieutenant generals are fighting together, and the fighting spirit and momentum have even reached the level that can affect the surrounding environment. Feeling the terrifying aura emanating from the entire group, the lieutenant generals also suddenly became more confident, and at the same time, the fighting intent in their eyes became more fiery. Arrogant. It seems that Iger chose to challenge these lieutenants at the same time, but it was not a wise move. At the same time, feeling the terrifying aura rising from the martial arts field, Sakaski said with some shodden schadenfreude. Just kidding. The momentum in the martial arts field, even he felt a little stunned. It not only brought together everyone's fighting spirit and domineering, but also the tyrannical sword intent condensed by those strong swordsmen. That kind of intensity, countless times stronger than a flying squirrel. Even a proud person like Sakazuki can only guarantee to defeat them. This is still using his rather perverted fruit ability. As for being able to fly them all with one move, he doesn't even think about it. Dare to think this Iger, let alone being able to overturn them all with one move. As he sees it, even if he can protect himself from the combined attack of these lieutenant generals, it is still unknown. Wow, I can't say this in front of me. Sakazuki. Beside him, Posolino also smiled slightly, squinted at Sakazuki, and said lightly, while pouting in the direction of Iger, "Look at the state of that kid." But there is no fear at all. Don't look at that kid like that. I always feel that he has many secrets that we can't see. This time, even Marshal Kong, who hadn't spoken all the time, spoke up, but he didn't think there was anything wrong with Iger's high-profile provocation of more than 20 lieutenant generals. His eyes are as vicious as his, and he has cultivated his domineering arrogance to an unbelievable level. From his perspective, it is difficult for Iger to say who wins and who loses when facing more than 20 lieutenant generals. But to say that he can fly these vice admirals with one move, he still feels that it is not a small difficulty. As for Garp, Lieutenant General Crane, and Kuzan, who had truly witnessed Iger's impressive achievements, they were not interested in participating in such discussions. Instead, there was an inexplicable refreshment in their hearts. You will know in a while how powerful this grandson is. It's just a pity that Pakuto and the others were arranged to repair the ship, otherwise those boys would definitely go to the sky with excitement. At this moment, everyone's eyes are focused on Iger in the field, but in the eyes of everyone, Iger is not nervous at all, but slowly closed under everyone's attention. Eyes. Starry Sky Devouring. Chapter 531. Can't let him finish. Buzz. The moment Iger slowly closed his eyes, a slight vibration sounded suddenly in everyone's ears. The vibrating sound was not too loud, and it could even be completely ignored compared to the gigantic momentum condensed by the members of the Marine Corps. However, the strange thing is that everyone, whether it is the Navy soldiers in the stands, or the quasi-generals, General Sengoku, and Marshal Sari who are sitting at the front of the stands, are all attracted at the moment when the shock was born. Even the lieutenant generals in the center of the martial arts field inexplicably gave birth to a strange absent-mindedness in their hearts, and began to inexplicably notice the small fluctuations in the surrounding air. This kind of feeling is quite strange, like knowing that a metabullet is about to explode in front of me, but I somehow notice the struggle of an ant at my feet. But not to mention the Navy soldiers on the viewing platform, the ones sitting at the front of the stand are all the top combat powers in this world. How could they notice such an insignificant thing? The only plausible explanation is that it's an intuition that's been cultivated in battle, the intuition of what's more dangerous. This is even more outrageous, right? Just a slight vibration. Does it make people feel so dangerous? Just when everyone was distracted by the slight vibration in the air, the vibration that attracted everyone's attention in the entire space suddenly began to skyrocket. Buzz. If the sound of the vibration just now was just a volume like the flapping of a mosquito's wings, then the vibration that has suddenly become stronger now is like a bellows pulling with la 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 la. And this is not the end. That shock is still increasing rapidly at an alarming rate. Not just sound, but also touch. At the beginning, even everyone's hair could not be shaken, but as it intensified, everyone already felt some numbness on their cheeks, and it became more and more intense. From no feeling at all to some numb itching to more and more violent vibrations, until the end, everyone felt that there was a big hand slap their palms wildly. If it wasn't for everyone who felt the same way, I'm afraid the stands at this time would have already fought each other. But now, everyone above the stand is holding their breath and enduring the whistling wind and the turbulent air current, squinting their eyes, looking through the chaotic air current, and staring at the young man in the martial arts field. Woo 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 woo. The vibration of the air intensified as if the whole world was crying for it, and the sharp whimper even made the rock-cast martial arts field shake violently. However, at this time, no one cared about the vibration of the ground or the stands, because they were surprised to find that in the space between themselves and Iger, what should have been clear and transparent air suddenly appeared a little black. Not even 1.5 stars. The entire stand surrounded the martial arts field, and everyone in the stand could see the black dots that appeared strangely in the air between themselves and Iggy. That black spot is really weird. It doesn't look like some kind of man-made energy floating in the air, but like a reptile that was originally dormant behind the air and finally tore through the air's disguise, and from the hollow of the air drilled out. It was really like a living creature. The moment those black dots emerged from the air, they began to wriggle little by little, eating away the nearby air as if they were eating. became strong. In a few breaths, everyone was amazed to see that the black dot that was almost completely invisible at first turned into a palm size. The lieutenant generals in the martial arts field are also watching Iger all the time. Looking at the surrounding scene, they can't help but feel a little uneasy. The surrounding space seems to be corroded by black venom, and the black tattered holes are densely packed. Emerge. No, can't give this kid a chance. All lieutenant generals looked at each other, then nodded heavily, and then their body was already turbulent like a wave, and suddenly became even more agitated. Boom boom boom. As expected of a good comrade in arms who was born and died on the battlefield, the tacit understanding with each other has reached an appalling level. Just a glance, you can know what to do next. The admirals understood each other, and they poured all their domineering into their weapons, and then aimed at the front and top of themselves, and slammed them out. Shhhhhhh. The sword light, the sword energy, the pure air explosion, and even the domineering combination of sword intent and fist intent are all in an instant shining with various dazzling rays of light, turning into a splendid torrent, all moving towards the lieutenant generals. The front and the top gather in the past. There were 3 people from Hwashaishan who used their sword energy and sword intent to condense into a nearly transparent human head-sized light group. Although the light group looks ordinary and has no color, in fact, as long as it has some ability to see and see color, one can feel an extremely fierce and terrifying aura from above, sharp enough to almost cut everything open. Swish. Although the sword chi light group is fierce, but the proud skills of the lieutenant generals are not covered. One after another rainbow light with quite terrifying power rushed straight into the light group, and that light group, after absorbing more than 20 rainbow lights, suddenly became bright and dazzling. Red, yellow, blue, green, blue, purple, black and white. A full dozen colors were mixed together, chaotic and chaotic. The terrifying fluctuations spread instantly. Boom. In an instant, the air, which had been turned upside down by Iger, swelled as if it was boiling, and one after another dull explosions exploded from the depths of the air, as if even the air they are unable to withstand the heavy pressure. The collapse of the oppressed. At the moment when the light group formed, everyone's expressions changed drastically at the same time, because everyone can feel the terrifying energy contained in it. Iggy, you have no chance. The 3 of Hwashaishan shouted loudly, and then raised the long sword in their hands, pointed at Iger, and the light group with terrifying fluctuations smashed straight at Iger, and it was at this moment that Iger's tightly closed eyes suddenly opened. Chapter 532 Horror. The starry sky is swallowed up. Call out. The light group condensed by the 3 lieutenant generals of Hwashaishan gathered the strongest blows from more than 20 lieutenant generals, and the terrifying fluctuations instantly changed the expressions of all naval soldiers. Her la 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 la. The air seems to be boiling. This light ball is like a huge electric heating ball, directly burning the air in the entire martial arts field into a pot of boiling oil. All the air turned into a furious wild horse in an instant, ignoring everyone's need to breathe, just rolling around in rage without a purpose, making everyone's face blue and blue, unable to breathe at all. The violent wind surrounded the sword chi light ball, and the pieces of sword chi and domineering entanglement were drawn like whips on the ground along the way, and the ground that was whipped also began to crumble under the ravages of the training, and the terrifying cracks spread crisscrossing, and in a blink of an eye it had spread all over the martial arts arena, making the entire venue it's all shaking. Everyone looked at the terrifying light group that was rushing towards Iger with a numb scalp, and estimated their chances of winning after facing it, but as a result everyone suddenly shook their heads, because they found that no matter how hard they tried, it was impossible to take this move and win it. I am afraid that the only people who can do this are those who are sitting at the front of the stands. The Navy soldiers all quietly turned their attention to the senior executives sitting in the front row, thinking silently in their hearts, if they went to battle in person, it should be such a scene. At the same time, even these high-level executives were looking at the sword chi light ball, and cold sweat broke out from their foreheads. They knew that this kind of attack, even if they came to face it in person, I am afraid it would take a lot of time, little effort. Garp, Sengoku, Sara, the older generation of super powerhouses are fine, even if they simply stand there. I am afraid there is no problem, but Iger, Garp, Sengoku and Lieutenant General Crane could not help but look at Iggy in the field with some worry. Can it really work? And just when everyone was a little lost because of the terrifying power of the sword air light ball, the sword air light group in the field has drawn a straight line in everyone's eyes, on the verge of Iger. Iger's navy uniform was windless and automatic, and even the sharp sword energy escaped, and countless fine blood openings were cut all over his body, and a drop of blood seeped out, dyeing his pure white uniform red. But he seemed to have no pain at all, and was not moved by the bleeding wounds at all. There was not even the slightest change in expression on his handsome face, only those eyes that seemed to have no fluctuations at all suddenly opened. Buzz. The moment they opened turned their eyes. An extremely strange feeling rose up in everyone's hearts at the same time. They all felt at the same time that the violent air that was raging in the entire martial arts field seemed to calm down a little. The air that should have been furious like a pot of boiling water, the air that didn't move for any breathing, suddenly became quieter at this moment, and everyone could feel that in their shriveled lungs. Again, there is air. It seems that because of that the air people have become obedient. Before everyone could react to what was going on, they heard a sharp shout from above the stands. Look, it's dark around Iggy. What? Hearing this burst of shouting, everyone suddenly remembered that the pitch black dot that they had just seen was like a terrifying worm, and immediately turned their eyes to Iger's side. It doesn't matter if you look at it, everyone can no longer hide the horror in their hearts and directly cover their mouths with their palms. Where is it around Yig? It is clear that the entire martial arts field has begun to darken rapidly. The dark worms that Iger created just now in the entire martial arts field not only did not disappear under the terrifying oppression of the sword air ball, but instead accelerated the speed of his own devouring space. Under this extremely fast devouring, the space in the martial arts field is like torn paper, shredded into pieces by the darkness in the blink of an eye, and then quickly swallowed by the absolute darkness. Boom! When everyone watched in horror, when the darkness covered the entire martial arts field, a strange scene happened again. I saw that the martial arts field, which had been completely invisible, suddenly appeared in everyone's field of vision, but those who observed carefully found that the blue sky above their heads turned black. Looking far into the distance, even at the farthest point of view, you can't see where the so-called blue is at all. The entire sky was covered with darkness, as if there was a terrifying big hand that could turn the world around, directly taking away a day and turning the entire day into night. One after another, terrified eyes were projected onto the pitch black sky, and it was even more frightening to discover that the black in the sky was not as pure as the night, but lined up with terrifying black holes slowly rotating. A huge black vortex appeared in the sky, like a big mouth that can swallow everything suddenly opened. Everyone felt that their bodies were floating uncontrollably, and just when he was about to fly up with the terrifying suction that fell from the sky, suddenly a will shot down from the sky, pressing his body down. After that, he seemed to have obtained the qualification to resist gravity, and was no longer affected by the terrifying attraction in the sky. The Navy soldiers sat down in shock, their eyes gathered in the center of the martial arts field, and at this time, the terrifying sword-light group of the lieutenant generals had already stuck to the tip of Iger's nose. Seeing that Iger's body was about to be completely swallowed up by the terrifying sword-light group, the pitch-black sky above the entire martial arts field suddenly let out a huge roar. Hoo. I don't know if it was an illusion. Everyone was in the deepest part of the space, and heard a roar that seemed to come from the end of the universe. Then, a terrifying gravitational force suddenly fell from the sky. In just an instant, all the lieutenant generals of the lieutenant generals, Iger, and the terrifying sword air ball were all shrouded in it, and almost at the same time, the light ball of sword air that could immediately smash Iger into slag suddenly solidified. Chapter 533 Slow down the time and defeat the enemy with one move. Call out. Almost everything was concentrated in an instant. The sword air balls of the lieutenant generals ripped apart the air in an absolutely terrifying situation, and rushed straight towards the calm-faced Iger, who looked up at the darkness canopy. And just when the air was torn, the ground was torn apart, and Iger was about to be torn apart, and even Iger's body had collapsed with blood stains behind that dark and eerie sky. At the same time, a distant roar erupted. The roar should have resounded through the sky outside the distant sky, but everyone felt that it was ringing in their ears, and it was quite strange that the roar sounded so small. But these are not important. The important thing is that when a roar with a huge sense of hearing and a fairly distant roar resounded in the sky, the group of sword gas light that had almost stuck to the tip of Iger's nose, saying the exit method, stopped in place as usual. At the same time, everyone sitting in the stands felt at the same time that the air that was still boiling frantically suddenly returned to stillness after that huge roar sounded. Not only that, after returning to stillness, the air, which is usually fearless, trembled slightly and hurriedly drilled into the mouths and noses of everyone, as if there was something quite terrifying outside. The most chilling thing on the back is that when the group of sword chi light was stopped at the same time, the Navy soldiers suddenly realized that those lieutenant generals seemed to be being attacked by each other. The invisible hand held down the light. Can't move. Do not. It's actually moving. Some good Navy soldiers who practiced domineering condensed their arrogance in their eyes and could see the subtle movements of those lieutenant generals, but it was because they saw their movements clearly that made his head full. Cold sweat seeps out, because what was frozen was not only the movements of their bodies, but also the expressions on their faces and the domineering surging on their bodies. No matter who it is, domineering practitioners of any level, as long as there is domineering in the body. When using domineering, the energy hidden in the body will flow like water. The strength, flow, and flow speed of domineering can directly determine the cultivation level of this person's domineering. Even the Navy soldiers who are sitting on the stage watching the battle, the domineering in their bodies can be described by the speed of the stream. The Lieutenant General of the Navy headquarters, at least much faster than this speed, and now the domineering arrogance of their injuries is actually flowing at an extremely slow speed, so slow that it takes about half a minute to blink an eye. Yes, those of them who watched the game had already felt that they had passed a full 30 seconds before they finally someone keenly discovered that these lieutenant generals who were shrouded in the dark gravity slowly blinked their eyes. It is through these details that everyone finally understands what is going on in this scene. Time. It's time that Iger, with an absolutely powerful gravitational force and a directional gravitational force, acted directly around the bodies of these lieutenant generals and abruptly slowed down their time countless times. Is it gravitation? I heard Vegapunk say that he said that the dark fruit can use gravity to forcefully change the flow of time, but that kind of operation no one can realize in this era. A Navy soldier who used to be an assistant in the Vegapunk laboratory exclaimed. This sounded causing a burst of commotion. Everyone felt at the same time a chill from the soles of their feet all the way along the skeletal blood vessels directly rushing to the heavenly cover. What a terrifying ability this is. Although I don't know the specific mechanism, it was said by Vegapunk himself, and people of this era could not be able to realize it. What does this mean? This Iger not only possesses transcendent power but also possesses wisdom that surpasses them. Being able to forcibly slow down the flow of time is an ability that can make people invincible. Possessing this ability is equivalent to that Iger can move freely and fight with a group of immobile flesh and blood sculptures. As it is now, one after another terrifying eyes focused on the martial arts arena again, and another strange and funny scene appeared. Everyone was frozen in the darkness of the place, but a figure was not affected in any way, walking as usual, of moving. That is Yi, the only person in the entire martial arts field who was not affected by gravity. I saw him strolling around in the courtyard, bypassing the Sword-Chi light ball, and walked to the front of the Lieutenant General group in a hurry, and then aimed at him. The lieutenants raised their right hands. Chi. A trace of black light gathered into a black light group in Iger's palm, and then under Iger's lips, a black thread was pulled out. The black silk thread was pulled out of the light group, and immediately rose in the face of the storm, directly turning into a large black spoon larger than an elephant, and then with Iger's gesture, the more than 20 were still solidified. The Lieutenant General shoveled up. Immediately afterwards, Iger slowly picked up the large spoon. Compared with the large spoon in his hand, Iger's body was almost like an ant, but with this ant-like figure, he held up a large spoon. A large spoon is without any difficulty. As a result, in the terrified eyes of everyone, the big spoon came to the edge of the martial arts field with ease, and then slowly tilted down. The more than 20 vice admirals in the big spoon were like garbage bags dumped by a garbage truck, and they were dumped outside the martial arts field. Then, with a wave of Iger's palm, the huge black spoon dissipated. He walked slowly and leisurely to the front of the Sword-Chi light group. With a flick of his finger, a black light shot straight into the center of the light group. Chi. There was another sound of snowflakes falling on the charcoal fire, and a cloud of blue smoke emanated from the center of the Sword-Chi light group, and then everyone saw that the Sword-Chi light group with terrifying power quickly shrank dry down. In less than 5 seconds, the Sword-Chi light group that made everyone feel a little troublesome completely turned into a puff of smoke and dissipated into nothingness. After doing all this, Iger clapped his hands as if relieved, and then looked at the dark sky and said softly, "Go away." Chapter 534. We lose. The boy quietly looked at the pitch-dark sky. Above the sky or behind the pitch darkness, there seemed to be some kind of terrifying existence that would make people go crazy with just a little touch. Enough to be insane. But the boy's expression was without any fear, and even in the depths of his eyes, there was a hint of arrogance from a high-ranking person. "Go away." He spoke softly, his tone indifferent, as if he was talking about something that didn't matter at all. This indifference and ease even made people want to rush up and beat him. "How can I talk to that great God outside the sky? What is your identity? What is your identity? Is he the one you can say come and go? Don't pee and take pictures of yourself?" These few words of abuse sounded in the hearts of every Navy soldier at the same time, but due to the existence of the breath behind the sky, they didn't even dare to breathe, let alone speak out abusive words. What they can do is to mutter in their hearts, and at the same time silently watch Iger on the field to see how he will be ravaged by that distant existence. However, just as everyone was swearing silently in their hearts, there was a low-pitched response from behind the dark sky, and then they saw that the whole world was plunged into darkness and the dark sky began to slow down, slowly dissipate. state. It was as if a new day had begun again, and the sun had risen again in the east. The sun was as clear as water, tearing apart the darkness, and then like water flushing dust, it dispelled all the darkness. The world is back to light again. Scattered. Everyone stared blankly at the clear blue that reappeared in the sky, and the sunlight that illuminated the whole sky. They couldn't believe it was true. Get a feeling. For the first time, I felt that the sun was so worth looking forward to. Every Navy soldier, including the quasi-generals and the generals and marshals at the forefront of the stands, also stared blankly at the re-rising sun in the sky, and their eyes were actually a little wet. Silence. It was not until now that everyone finally realized the horror of the pitch-black sky just now. Although they didn't feel too strong oppression for a while, it caused everyone's whole body to fall into a kind of strange depression. Especially the roar that sounded quite huge but very distant really made everyone feel a kind of fear from the heart. I can't believe that such a terrifying guy was sent away by Iggy's words. Everyone was immersed in an inexplicable emotion, unable to extricate themselves, until a burst of angry shouts cut through the sky above the entire martial arts field. Iggy, you still don't give in? If we join forces, you better surrender quickly. Now admit defeat. Maybe you won't get hurt. The voices of the three people in Huashaishan seemed quite abrupt in this extremely quiet martial arts field at this moment, and all of a sudden they focused everyone's attention on them. And until this, everyone realized that the movements of these lieutenants were still the same as when they made the move, and the expressions of Huashaishan and others were just fired at Iger. The expression of the sword air light grew. As for what they said just now, it seems that they were about to say it right before Yi used that terrifying trick. These guys didn't react at all, and they were all shoveled out of the martial arts field by Iger with a big spoon. And the three Huashaishan, after shouting out those few words in inertia, they also found something wrong in an instant. Not to mention that the air around here is calm like a pool of stagnant water, and the audience on the stand also has a look of loss, and even Iger seems to be completely relaxed, as if the battle is over. The most important thing is that he has just gathered the strength of more than 20 lieutenant generals, and finally released the sure kill blow. Where did that terrifying sword chi light group go? What happened? The ghost spider felt that the atmosphere at the scene was a little wrong. It was as if they had passed through, as if they were not in the same state with the guys watching the battle around them, and the opposite IGE. What the hell happened? Doberman also felt that the atmosphere was not right, and frowned quickly and carefully recalled what had just happened. Just seemed like I and the other lieutenant generals condensed a powerful blow, and they were about to defeat the arrogant boy Iger in one fell swoop, and it suddenly became dark. And then Doberman thought about it and suddenly took a deep breath. Not only him, but the other lieutenant generals reacted in the same way. Their pupils instantly shrunk to the size of pinholes, and they hurriedly looked around him at random. Looking at it, I found that the boundary of the martial arts field was in front of me. Only by recalling the past now can they find out that such a thing really happened. Iger disappeared in place in an instant, and then everyone felt a force shoveling everyone up and sent them out of the field. When they reacted again, they were already standing on the sidelines. That is to say, everything just now happened when they hadn't reacted at all, and even before they could react, it was over. The lieutenant generals looked at each other, and then looked at Iger, who was standing in the field, looking at himself writing these people with a smile, and couldn't help feeling a chill run up his back. What a terrifying speed this is. When everyone didn't react, he had already completed this general operation, and this was just a one-trick gambling contract. Iger just sent them out of the venue in order to complete the betting contract. If this was in the battle of life and death, I'm afraid it was just that move. They didn't even realize what happened, and they were all killed. The same idea arises in everyone's mind at the same time. Everyone is a vice admiral, and they are all strong people in the naval headquarters. If they can kill them without any reaction, how terrifying is this kid's strength? A series of complex eyes projected from the pupils of the lieutenants and fell on Nage. Although the lieutenants were unwilling, they had to bow their heads and admitted a little dejectedly, "We lost." Chapter 535. Lieutenant General Sakaski, do you have an opinion? Admit defeat. Lieutenant General Huo Shaoshan, Lieutenant General Doberman, and Lieutenant General Ghost Spider, they would admit defeat. I admit defeat. I really admit defeat. The lieutenant generals of the lieutenant generals actually admitted defeat. The fluttering words landed on the surrounding stands, but it was like a heavy bomb thrown into the calm lake water, directly pulling everyone out of the weird silence just now, causing an uproar. The vice admirals were next to each other, whispering and discussing. Their wide eyes and slightly open mouth were filled with a kind of inconceivable. Everyone wondered if they were dreaming. Among these vice admirals in the naval headquarters, who can stand alone in the naval bases scattered in various sea areas, today they challenged a teenager who entered and exited the Navy at the same time, and they lost. And it's a one-shot deal. Marshal. Obviously the whole battle is over, but what the young man standing in the field just said still lingers in everyone's mind for a long time. If you all come together, if you can pick me up and still stand in the field, I will lose. Insane. Arrogant. Too arrogant. I just don't know how high the sky is. All the Navy soldiers thought so at the beginning. They couldn't imagine that the boy who looked even a little handsome would actually hear such arrogant and domineering words from his mouth. Who is the Vice Admiral? In the naval headquarters and among the various naval bases in the Great Route, the Vice Admirals are the absolute backbone, each of which can be independent and is a feared existence in the pirate circle. Each of them placed in a base is a proper base officer. A lieutenant general represents a naval base and all the naval soldiers in the naval base. More than 20 lieutenant generals include almost all the naval bases opened by the naval headquarters in the Great Route. That is to say, the Navy has assembled the top forces of all bases to deal with a boy who has just joined the Navy and is not even 10 years old. Although it may be said that the particularity of their own abilities was used, and it is true that the battle did not go on because it was a gambling contract, but everyone believed that if today's battle was a battle of life and death, this young man would definitely not die. On the contrary, just when he showed the pitch black sky just now, all the lieutenant generals under the dark sky had already become fish meat on the chopping board, completely slaughtered by others. He didn't even react to it himself, and everyone invariably remembered that at the moment when the sky turned pitch black just now, his body also underwent some changes, but at the moment when he was about to be sucked into the sky, there was a will to separate himself and the black hole. Contact was cut off. This detail seemed like nothing at the time, but when I recall it now, it just makes everyone feel cold, because they know that they can sit here safely, all relying on the operation of this Iger. In other words, if he wants to, he can even make everyone in the entire martial arts field today locked in by the terrifying existence behind the dark sky. If this is really a war, then this war has only one outcome, that is, the entire Navy will be brutally slaughtered in the face of this young man. In the end, only a very small number of people who cultivate domineering to an absolute formidable level will be able to resist the erosion of the devil fruit power and maintain the same flow rate as Iger, so that they can finally survive. Just thinking of these possibilities not only did not bring hope to the Navy soldiers, but instead caused everyone to fall into deep powerlessness. The domineering arrogance as strong as the lieutenant general has already fallen into Iger's time and space prison and cannot extricate himself, not to mention them, regardless of whether it is Marshal Kong, the warring States General, or Lieutenant General Garp, to persevere in the end. These ordinary naval soldiers will definitely die. The Navy has really welcomed a great god. Compared with the frustration of the Navy soldiers, the top combat powers sitting at the front of the stand had different reactions. Sakaski was the first to speak out. Looking at the group of lieutenant generals bowing their heads at Iger, 10,000 unhappy thoughts passed by in his heart, and he immediately muttered indignantly, "This guy actually won. Such a powerful ability. What a waste. He actually gave such a thorn." "Hey, Sakaski, what are you talking about?" Kuzan couldn't help but cast his eyes at him. "This kid is so strong, and he still wants to join the Navy. This is a big happy event for our Navy, right? You should. I'm glad he's not a pirate." Facing Kuzan's staring eyes, Sakaski did not give in at all, snorted coldly, "A guy who likes to show off is not a good soldier at all, let alone a good general. The army, where is the place for personal heroism?" "Oh, don't say that, Sakaski. For ordinary people, joining the Navy requires a sense of community and obedience." Posolino also spoke to Sakaski, but he couldn't see his expression clearly. He was neither happy nor disgusted, but a glint of light flashed in his eyes. "But for Iger, it's enough that he has his own strength." Listening to the conversation of the three people, the four generals of the older generation on the other side did not make a sound. Marshal Kong, Warring States, and Lieutenant General Crane were all looking at Karp's smiling old face, and they couldn't help it smile. This guy really brought a talent to the Navy. The three of them looked at the back of Iger, and there was a deep admiration in their eyes. "I announce that the report on Iger's crusade against the three Shishibukai has been confirmed to be true. According to the naval promotion regulations, starting today, Iger will be our naval headquarters." Marshal Kong stood up slowly, attracting countless eyes for a while, including Iger, who of course knew what Kong was going to announce now, and his face suddenly became happy. However, before the smile on Iger's face bloomed to the fullest, it slowly froze because of the sudden shout, "Wait a minute, Marshal!" Before the Air Marshal could finish speaking, Sakaski suddenly stood up from his seat. His eyes were sharp. According to the Navy promotion regulations, Navy soldiers must undergo standardized training for at least 1 year after enlistment before they can be promoted. Is it too early to say this? In a word, the domineering arrogance that Iger had just put away surged up again. "Lieutenant General Sakaski, do you have a problem with me?" Chapter 536. Lieutenant General eagle. The atmosphere that had been relaxed just between a sentence or two between Sakaski and Iger once again rattled the sword, and a strong smell of gunpowder slowly spread in the middle of the martial arts field. Well, that guy is really hateful by nature. After provoking so many lieutenant generals, he even got offended by Lieutenant General Sakaski. Hey, what a big thorn. This guy probably won't get better if he becomes a lieutenant general. After the splendid battle between Iger and the lieutenant generals just now, everyone will no longer underestimate Iger's strength, but strength comes from strength. After all, the Navy is an organized place. In this huge system, the most important thing is to coexist harmoniously with other people. Good guy. On the first day here, I directly offended all those who should have been offended and who should not have been offended. Even if Marshal Kong or the Warring States General were very optimistic about him, so what? Even if he succeeds in obtaining the title of a lieutenant general, there will definitely be a gap between him and other lieutenant generals, and this gap will definitely spread to the adjutants below and the Marines. It is conceivable that the Navy soldiers assigned to this lieutenant general will have a miserable life, and this is exactly what Lieutenant General Sakaski hates the most. Sure enough, as soon as he interrupted Marshal Kong's words, before Marshal Kong's brows furrowed, Sakaski said, "Marshal Kong, Iger's current strength is enough, and after verification, it can be roughly judged which Song pirates were indeed killed by him. However, naval generals are not only strong enough. Even today, Iger really became a lieutenant general of the Navy. Is he familiar with the internal affairs of the Navy? Does he know the Navy soldiers? Do you know anything about the Navy's mission execution system? Nowadays, there are still quite a number of Navy soldiers, and they don't even know there is such a lieutenant general named Iger. How can they be convinced by this little guy? What's more," having said this, Sakaski paused slightly and then continued, "with such a provocative personality everywhere, letting him join the lieutenant general's regiment now will cause a big mess. As a general who firmly supports the unity of the Navy, Lieutenant General Sakaski will never allow the existence of thorns in the Navy, not only for his own men but also for the internal affairs of the Navy headquarters, because the existence of such people will seriously damage the cohesion of the Navy. Lieutenant General, but the absolute backbone of the entire naval headquarters. If some guys just entered the Navy, they would not get along with their colleagues around them. It would definitely be a big bad thing for the Navy, especially for a guy like Iger who is so powerful that almost no one can handle it." This is not only in Lieutenant General Sakaski's view, even the Marines like them feel that this kind of thinking makes sense. Even Marshal Kong, who originally wanted to scold Sakaski, was stunned for a moment because of what he said, as if he was thinking about what he said. Of course, for Iger, the so-called truth in the mouths of these Navy soldiers is bullshit. Fear of a split in the Navy, fear of damaging the cohesion of the Navy, afraid of doing harm to the Navy. Fart. I didn't know who it was at the beginning. When he was running for marshal, he dueled with Kuzan and broke one of the opponent's legs. In the end, Kuzan was drawn away from the Navy and even got involved with the Four Emperors. Is this good for the Navy? It's just an excuse for wanting to realize his ambitions. I want to become a naval marshal in order to implement my rhetoric of absolute justice for the Navy. It is true that what Sakaski said just now is true, but as long as you understand some things, you will know that even if you upgrade your rank to lieutenant general now, you will not let yourself take office immediately, and you must go through some training. Only then can, and the training time can be long or short. In other words, these things are nothing more than Sakaski's words to prevent his promotion. As for the reason why he did it, he knew it. He had just entered the Navy, and he had already challenged all the lieutenant generals arrogantly and directly, showing such tyrannical strength in front of nearly 10,000 Navy soldiers. After today, his deeds will spread throughout the entire naval headquarters. At that time, his prestige will also be raised to a level, and he will have a certain popularity in the Navy. Once he completes the training of lieutenant generals and has his own team, he will soon become another brigadier general. At the same time, in terms of strength, he is not afraid of Sakaski at all. Even if Sakaski is promoted to general in the future, there is no way to interfere too much with himself, and this, for Sakaski's ambitions, is a great obstacle. Sakaski is definitely a giant in the world of pirates, whose ambition is no less than that of Luffy, Kaido, and Lingling. If you want to implement absolute justice in the Navy, you need absolutely rigid means, and the foundation of this means is the fist. Obviously, when his strength was exposed to the Navy soldiers and him, this guy already felt threatened and wanted to stop his promotion plan. Just kidding, you have ambitions to achieve. I don't have any goals. If you endure this wave, you will definitely suffer quite a bit in the future. Lieutenant General Sakaski, do you think there are any serious reasons among the reasons you mentioned? Iger's eyes pierced the space of the martial arts field like lightning and collided with Sakaski's eyes in the distance. It seemed that a fierce spark burst out. Everyone knows that after receiving achieving the rank there will be training work. If it is not completed there is absolutely no way to take office. Are you afraid that I will not be able to do the work of Lieutenant General, or are you afraid that I will become a real Lieutenant General in the future? What? Iger's tone was somewhat meaningful, and many Lieutenant Generals raised their eyebrows. This kid, he speaks so sharply. Marshal Kong naturally also felt that Iger seemed to mean something, but thinking that Iger was still a child, he didn't think so much, but thought about what Iger said seriously, and found that it was really feasible. Sakaski, who was on the side, saw that Marshal Kong was shaken again, and immediately said again, Marshal Kong, of course it's good for Iger to become a Lieutenant General, but we also have to see the risks. I'm afraid I'll become a Lieutenant General. Iger sneered. You. Okay, stop arguing. I announce that tomorrow Iger's rank award ceremony will be held. Chapter 537th Kyuzan, Invite to Battle. Iger and Sakaski, their eyes seemed to be able to shoot crazy electric sparks in the air, and the air in the entire martial arts field became a little heavy because of the two people staring at each other. But just as the two of them talked more and became more and more angry, and soon they could no longer hold back the urge to act, and when they pressed the other party to the ground and beat him, Marshal Kong finally stopped the dispute between the two. Don't say anything. Tomorrow, just tomorrow, we will give Iger a military rank award ceremony in the auditorium. Marshal Kong frowned and waved his hand a little irritably at the dispute. Marshal Kong has already said this for the sake of it, and Sakaski naturally did not dare to say anything, so he moved his lips and stopped talking. It's just that the eyes that seem to be burning magma are always staring at Iger, who is still standing in the martial arts field, and the extremely unwilling light is full of them. Iger also sneered without any fear. His eyes met Sakaski's gaze without flinching. This kind of staring continued for a long time before it finally ended with a low, cold snort from Sakaski. The muscles on his face were as cold as a piece of iron, and even a little blue. But Marshal Kong and the Warring States General were standing by, and he could only say so much. He immediately lowered the brim of his hat, buried his face in the shadows, sat down, and glanced at the card sitting on the other side. General, this old guy is really doing something that makes it impossible to pick out the slightest fault. At this moment Carp looks like an old god is there, leaning on his chair, wearing a puppy hat on his head, holding a senbei in his hand, nibbling it one by one, as if he doesn't care what everyone is saying. Ever since Iger stood on the field and met those lieutenant generals, Garp never said a word. Although he smiled because of Iger's performance, he didn't brag about his grandson. Even when Sakaski and Iggy had some disputes just now, he was restrained and did not speak. It's not because he doesn't dare to speak in the Navy, but because he knows his grandson quite well. What he wants will never be simply a title of Vice Admiral, and with the personality of his grandson, he will never allow himself to be looked down upon in the Navy. Therefore, if Iger wants to establish a prestige in front of all the Navy officers and men, he must not be able to appear on this occasion today. Whether it is a question of his strength or a question of his ability, all need to be solved by him. Only in this way can his grandson Iger be able to stand upright in the entire Navy headquarters, instead of being cast aside behind his back by all the Navy soldiers. In that case, he may never be able to go further in his life, and his dream of becoming an admiral of the Navy will come to an end. That's why Carp has been resisting the urge to speak. Although he knows that if he doesn't speak, Iger may be bullied badly in the face of so many wolves, tigers, and leopards, but if he speaks, Iger will definitely be more awful. Fortunately, even with Carp's temperament, he couldn't help but breathe a sigh of relief. His grandson, in the face of those powerful lieutenant generals, showed a stronger attitude than them. Only in this way can he truly gain the approval of those rebellious boys. Pirates and Navy both exist in the sea at the same time. They seem to be two completely different camps, but in fact the principles they believe in are similar. That's the fist. This is also something that can't be helped. After all, the living environment of pirates is so cruel. If the Navy cannot be more cruel than them, then even if they are just together in the future, they will definitely serve food. If you want to conquer a tiger, you have to become a tiger first. And his grandson Iger, with his own efforts, proved to these navies that he is really a tiger. A gratified smile emerged from Cap's already somewhat old face. He quietly looked at Iger in the arena, and a complicated taste came to his heart. After so many years, my long-cherished wish, is it finally coming true? Thinking of his unfilial son, who chose to run away from home after a quarrel with him, and even started some unreliable revolutionary army. As long as he thinks of this, Carp has a sense of slump. My heart can't be released. And after that, his grandson met that Shanks by accident. The most terrible thing is that that kid actually succeeded in bewitching Luffy. This kid is clamoring to go to sea every day. Thief. As a last resort, I had to force Luffy from Windmill Town to the mountains, hoping that he could grow into a navy. However, it turns out that it is absolutely impossible for my grandson to become a glorious navy. I thought that this would be the case in my life. Who would have known that another grandson raised by his unfilial son would even aspire to be an admiral of the navy? Who would have thought that the son of Roger, the pirate king, would now come to the naval headquarters and will soon become a glorious vice admiral? This is really fate. Carp didn't know why, but suddenly felt that the tip of his nose was sore and his vision was a little blurred. Damn it, Carp, who has been a tough guy all his life, has ever had such a time? He just felt extremely ashamed at the moment. He quickly raised his palm quietly and touched a handful of tears. Okay, now that the matter has been settled, all that should be scattered should be scattered. How can Garp's little actions be concealed from the empty eyes? He has known him for so many years. He has always known Garp's long-cherished wish. If he doesn't help him at this time, I'm afraid this old guy will go straight to the ground. With the command of Marshal Kong, the heavy atmosphere that was drawn with swords finally dissipated like blue smoke, and Iger's tense body also relaxed. However, just as he was preparing to move his body and then return to the boat to rest, a lazy voice sounded in the martial arts field quite unexpectedly. Then, can I say one more thing? Again, for this untimely shout, everyone, like Iger, began to feel a little irritable, and even Marshal Kong wanted to curse. Everyone's eyes converged in the direction of the voice, and then slowly solidified on a curly-haired figure beside Marshal Kong. Kuzan, Iggy, you're very good. Let's have a fight with me. Chapter 538. Agree. Fight. Kuzan. Iger stared blankly at the pure white figure standing on the stand. This guy had a blindfold on his forehead, and his black curly hair made him a little lazy. At this moment, this guy is looking at himself a little embarrassedly, and he looks quite friendly with a smile. Don't get me wrong, it's not that I have any opinion on you. I already wanted to fight you when I was in Rogue Town. Now that I'm here again, why don't I take the opportunity to fight? Kuzan's remarks immediately made Sakaski, who was also standing next to Marshal Kong, look ashen, and the entire Navy soldiers on the stage were a little speechless. Good guy, these quasi-generals of our naval headquarters are really busy. Previously, Iger had a strong solution to the challenge of the Lieutenant General, and Lieutenant General Sakaski stood up and argued for it, as if he felt that Iger could not do it. But Marshal Kong finally used the authority of the Marshal and decided to grant Iger the rank. This time, Lieutenant General Kuzan stood up again and made it clear that he thought Iger was good. What do you think? Lieutenant General Kuzan's words are not aimed at Iger, but Lieutenant General Sakaski next to him. Tisk tisk. I have long heard that there seems to be some unpleasantness between Lieutenant General Kuzan and Lieutenant General Sakaski, and now it seems to be the case. Don't be fooled by the fact that generals are usually called lieutenant generals, but their status in the Navy is completely different from that of ordinary lieutenant generals. The lieutenant general represents the backbone of the naval headquarters. If the Navy has any task at ordinary times, it must have the leadership of the lieutenant general to be able to carry it out, but it is precisely because of this reason that it is often floating outside. In this way, he naturally becomes the base chief of one base. In this way, the combat power can indeed represent the branch base. As for the brigadier general, his usual task is no longer to lead a group of naval soldiers to perform any task, but to attack the fortress. The so-called tackling is that when the vice admiral faces some very strong opponents, there is no way to solve it by himself. The task of the quasi-general is to help these vice admirals to solve the enemy. This is equivalent to several big killers sitting at the headquarters, representing the top combat power of the naval headquarters. The nature of this layer of work alone has already distanced the quasi-general from the various naval soldiers. It is precisely because of this that the weight of a quasi-admiral in the hearts of naval soldiers is fundamentally different from that of a lieutenant general among naval soldiers. Many times the former represents the new faction of the Navy, and usually their own beliefs. Since we talked about personal beliefs, this is no longer a secret among naval soldiers. The beliefs held by Lieutenant General Kuzan and Lieutenant General Sakaski are diametrically opposed, so the two usually do not deal with each other in the Navy. But what people didn't expect was that this kind of incomprehension was actually reflected in the body of a newly born vice admiral. For this reason, the Navy soldiers also have a different view on Iger. Although Lieutenant General Kuzan and Lieutenant General Sakaski did not deal with each other very much, but after all, they were both brigadier generals, and they were polite to each other in normal times, and would not easily save each other's face. Such a situation where one party oppresses someone in public while the other party stands up to support someone has never happened before. What does this mean? This shows that Lieutenant General Kuzan seems to place great importance on this newcomer Lieutenant General called Iger. This newcomer who showed his terrifying strength on the first day of his arrival at the naval headquarters. I am afraid that it will not be long before a stormy sea will be set off at the naval headquarters. Kuzan, are you trying to piss me off on on purpose. Just when everyone was a little stunned because of Kyuzen's words, no one noticed that Marshal Kong, who was about to have an attack, quietly breathed a sigh of relief and then turned back to Kyuzen and pretended to be serious. No, empty Yuanchue, ha 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 ha, I don't know how I have already met IG. I think about this opportunity to learn with him. After all, I still like this kid. Facing Marshal Kong's questioning, Kyuzen laughed quite happily, as if the disputes and frictions just now had nothing to do with him. Oh, don't worry, Marshal Kong, I am quite supportive of Iger's promotion to Lieutenant General. It's really just an itchy hand. I just want to learn from him. IGE, what do you mean? Marshal Kong glared at Kyuzen, ignored him, turned to look at Iger, and asked with a smile, it must have been a bit of a waste of time for the fight just now, right? Why not take a day off? How about it? Iger stared at Marshal Kong from afar. Even though he was so far away, Iger could still clearly see the meaning in Field Marshal Kong's eyes. This guy obviously didn't want to stay here any longer, and he scratched his head at the moment. Laugh. The battle with the Lieutenant Generals just now was indeed a bit too much consumption. Lieutenant General Kyuzen is so strong, I think I have to take a day off to learn from you. Well, alright then, tomorrow. Kyuzen shrugged, apparently not so eager. Then go away. Marshal Kong waved his hand and said a word, and then the school officers brought their Navy soldiers and launched the martial arts field in an orderly manner. Sakazuki also gave Kyuzen a cold look and left with Marshal Kong and Posolino. As for the rest of the people, they all moved closer to Iger and chatted with each other. Among the group of people, Iggy and Carp looked at each other and laughed at the same time, but they didn't say much. After being together for so long, they both understood what the other party wanted to say. In this way, Iger followed Carp back to the dog-headed warship and spent the first day of the naval headquarters leisurely. Time flew by, and in a blink of an eye, it was the second day's award ceremony. The conferment ceremony on the second day went well beyond Iger's expectations. Whether it was before, during or after the ceremony, there were no obstacles or delays, but Sakazuki did not show up throughout the whole process. After the military rank awarding ceremony, Iger was also quite happy to receive his own Lieutenant General uniform. Looking at himself in the Lieutenant General's costume, Iger couldn't help but sigh again. It really depends on clothes. Wearing a sailor's uniform, you are a soldier, but once you put on the uniform of a Lieutenant General, you are a real Lieutenant General. Okay, since the first step has been completed, let's go meet Kyuzen. Iger looked at himself in the mirror and smiled lightly. Chapter 539. Already, I want to beat you up. Naval Headquarters, Martial Arts Field. The early morning sun had just turned slightly warmer, and the crowded heads filled the entire martial arts arena. Even in the martial arts arena at this moment, not a single figure appeared. If the spectators who heard the news yesterday were like dense forests, then the Navy soldiers in the martial arts field today can definitely be described by their thick hair. It's almost twice as many people as before. It all starts with this morning. This morning, the rising sun had just poked its head below the horizon, and the sound of the assembly trumpet had already echoed over the headquarters. Of course, in this situation, the Navy soldiers will not feel uncomfortable. Anyway, everyone usually gets up at this time for training. If there is something that can make everyone gather, they can have some time to wake up and nap. Originally, everyone thought that this was nothing more than a routine meeting, but when they saw Marshal Kong appear in person, everyone realized that things were different. Although I have heard some rumors since last night saying that a super invincible and powerful newcomer came to the naval headquarters and directly defeated the entire Lieutenant General regiment with his own strength, and Marshal Kong even personally announced that he would be awarded a military post. But when this scene happened in front of his eyes, it was more or less shocking. After all, for a Lieutenant General who is only 8 years old, this kind of thing is unique in the entire history of the Navy. Of course, some of them will also express disdain. That is Lieutenant General Garp's grandson, a dignified naval hero who wants to join the Navy as a Lieutenant General. Is there any problem? As for the deeds of this guy who singled out the entire Lieutenant General, they chose to turn a deaf ear. How can I believe it if I haven't seen it with my own eyes? It sounds like an exaggeration. So those Navy soldiers who have been convinced by Iger's charm said, look at you like this. I heard that Lieutenant General Kyuzen is going to fight Iger tomorrow. Let's go and see. As a result, those guys who didn't believe in Iger's true strength, either out of curiosity or simply wanting to see Iger make a fool of himself, all gathered in this martial arts field this morning. As for those who have been convinced by Iger, of course, they must not miss the wonderful showdown between Lieutenant General Iger and Lieutenant General Kyuzen, and it is not too much to squeeze into this building with the previous two groups in the big martial arts arena. And while a group of people were eagerly waiting, the protagonists who were highly anticipated today finally walked out from the two entrances of the martial arts field. The appearance of two figures, one tall and one short, attracted everyone's attention attention in an instant. The tall one, wearing a navy uniform with blue sleeves, hands in pockets, thick black curly hair, a blue-green eye patch on his forehead, and a stern face with a lazy expression. There is something strange beauty. This seemingly unremarkable man is one of the new generation of top forces that has grown up in today's Navy, Lieutenant General Kyuzin. Although it is not easy for these naval soldiers to see this kind of character, at this moment more people's eyes are focused on the somewhat short figure opposite him. Anyone who sees this figure will involuntarily praise in their hearts, "This kid is a little handsome." With smooth medium-length hair and handsome facial features, he was obviously still a child, but he exuded a faint sense of oppression. If you don't tell people that this guy's actual age is only 8 years old, I'm afraid many people will mistake him for a teenager of 14 or 15 years old. After all, his height is really nothing like an 8-year-old child, and this guy is obviously a child, but he doesn't feel any incongruity with the Navy uniform he wears. On the contrary, when he wears this uniform, he looks more like a real man than himself. Navy. Of course, the most worrying thing is the sense of oppression emanating from this guy. I don't know why, even those veterans who fought on the battlefield, when they saw him, it was difficult to treat him as a child, because he gives the feeling that it is too oppressive. And this one is the new Lieutenant General that everyone wants to see with their own eyes today. Iger. The two walked first and finally stopped slowly at the very center of the martial arts field. Their eyes were facing each other, but there was no spark in their imagination at all. On the contrary, both of them showed a polite smile at the same time. "I don't know what to say either." Kyuzin smiled slightly. His tone sounded quite cheerful. "Anyway, I've been waiting for this day ever since I saw you fight with Teacher Zifa that day. After all, your performance at that time was quite amazing." "That's right." Iggy also smiled lightly. "I've always wanted to fight Kyuzin-senpai." The two looked into each other's eyes, and both knew that what the other said was not the real idea at all, and they both smiled tacitly. Iger knew that the reason why Kyuzin said that yesterday was purely because he admired himself, so he didn't want to be bullied by that guy Sakaski on the first day he came to the Navy. Obviously, this Kyuzin was quite supportive of his entry into the Vice Admiral at the time, and when Sakaski made things difficult, he immediately made Kyuzin unhappy. What he said, there was a fight that could be fought. There is something that can make Sakaski uncomfortable, so why not do it? At the same time, Kyuzin also knew that even in the battle yesterday, the naval soldiers who came to watch the battle really knew the true strength of Iger, and there would definitely be some people who wouldn't believe that this sounded quite magical thing. Therefore, after the rank awarding ceremony, Iger, who has unprecedented attention, will definitely need such a battle to prove his strength to the navies of the entire naval headquarters. Only in this way can he be recognized by all the navies at the fastest speed. Of course, both Kyuzin and Iggy wanted to fight each other quite a bit. "If that's the case, then stop talking nonsense." Kyuzin nodded at Iger, then took a step back with his right foot and took a stance toward Iger. Pieces of frost emerged from him. "Let's get started." Chapter 540. Really, I don't know how high the sky is. Whoa. As pieces of frost emerged from Kyuzin's body, bursts of white cold air slowly condensed in the air, wafting out from various parts of Kyuzin's body. Wherever the cold air passed, one could even hear the sound of the air being frozen into ice, as if even the space could not bear the extreme low temperature, and burst into bursts of sound. For a moment, just for a moment, the terrifying cold air emanating from him caused the temperature in the entire martial arts field to drop a lot, and even many of the naval soldiers in the stands felt the cold. This kind of near absolute cold, Iger is naturally not immune. Fortunately, he has the dark fruit, and it is not impossible for this kind of cold that can erode into the body at the beginning and make him unable to move. Therefore, in the face of Kyuzin's first move, Iger's heart was also calm. When his mind moved, a tiny black line suddenly emerged from Iger's surface. The fierce gravitational force exploded, and the surrounding space was instantly distorted. "Keep the terrifying cold out of your body." Iger raised his head and looked directly into Kyuzin's eyes. Kyuzin couldn't help but admire his incomparably calm expression. He also grinned and set his own posture. His voice was steady and tenacious. "I can't wait any longer. Now that I'm ready, don't delay any longer." Boom. Before he finished speaking, a powerful and unparalleled aura erupted from Iger's body without reservation. Fierce, domineering mixed with oppressive aura, like a terrifying giant dragon suddenly awakened from a deep sleep. It roared and wreaked havoc in the entire martial arts arena. Rumble, boom. I don't know where the sound of thunder came from the depths of the space. The moment the thunder sounded, everyone felt their hearts tremble. It was obvious that tens of thousands of people gathered together, but there was a kind of single exposure to the terrifying catastrophe of the world feel. Immediately afterwards, all the Navy soldiers saw that the sunlight, which was still as clear as running water, turned dark in just a few seconds, and a huge thundercloud that was enough to cover the entire sky seemed to swallow it. Like the giant giant beasts of the world. They rushed over quickly. However, just when the terrifying giant beast in the sky was crawling over, it was about to use the red and black thunder it contained, and everyone who was oppressed couldn't breathe at all. An extreme coldness meant that it was direct and arrogant. It will wake everyone up from the oppressed state. For a time, one after another hissing sound echoed in the entire martial arts field, and this was not because everyone was lamenting how powerful the two people in this field were, but simply because of the terrifying cold in the air. Most of the Navy soldiers are wearing short-sleeved Navy uniforms, holding their arms tightly one by one, and they are about to hug together to keep warm. And those Navy soldiers who were wearing cotton-padded clothes, also under the eyes of many Navy, took off their clothes with a stiff look and joined the camp to warm up together with their arms. It can be said that under the terrifying low temperature of Kyuzin, it seems that any oppressive momentum will be frozen into pieces of ice. In this opening, Iger did not take advantage of it, and in the eyes of the Navy soldiers who came to watch the battle with bad intentions, it suddenly became a slot that can be complained. "Hey," I said, "is this Iggy really as strong as you say?" A tall Navy soldier, sitting with his legs crossed among a group of shivering companions, looked at them left and right and asked with some disdain, "This guy is obviously the kind of fierce fighting force in normal times. He is shirtless and doesn't even feel cold, but he is extremely conspicuous in the crowd." His gaze passed over the trembling naval soldiers and stared straight at Iger, who was facing Kyuzin with a pair of bull's eyes full of doubts. He is a loyal fan of Lieutenant General Kyuzin. Since joining the army, he has been working tirelessly with the goal of Lieutenant General Kyuzin, making himself stronger step by step, and finally became a school officer. But he feels that this is far from enough. In the future, he must at least achieve the position of Lieutenant General, and that Iger, in his opinion, was only the first wave of momentum confrontation. The momentum he had worked so hard to create was drowned out by Lieutenant General Kyuzin almost in an instant. Performance not only less than, but probably even far less. That's it. What else did you say to defeat the entire Lieutenant General's regiment? I think it must be a trick. The first wave of confrontation alone made him a little disappointed, and he immediately shook his head and judged. He, Bob, this battle can't be seen on the surface. Bob's words just fell when a thin veteran next to him said with a smile, his eyes were shining, "This frozen fruit, Lieutenant General Kyuzin, is indeed amazingly developed. This kind of fierce feeling is also very oppressive, but Lieutenant General Iger definitely has the capital to compete with him." Chi. Bob pouted, obviously not believing what the skinny veteran said. He sneered immediately, raised his chin to face Iger in the field, and asked back, "Old Jack, tell me, what kind of capital does our Lieutenant General Iger have?" The veteran known as Old Jack, facing Bob's contempt, was neither angry nor annoyed, just smiled faintly, pointed to Iger in the distance, and said, "Look carefully." Bob frowned, and looked in the direction of Old Jack's fingers. After a careful observation, he finally found that there was a faint light curtain a few centimeters away from Iger's body, entirely rhapsody in it. "What's that?" Bob asked curiously. "That's Lieutenant General Iger's capital against Lieutenant General Kyuzin." Old Jack smiled unfathomably and pointed to Bob's arm. "He's not as stiff as you are." Bob choked for a while. He really felt that his body was tingling from the cold. He didn't even have to look to know that the hairs on his skin must be standing upright, and goosebumps arose. "Then, it can't explain anything," Bob defended in a low voice. "I think this guy is someone who doesn't know the sky." Boom. Before Bob's words were finished, the entire dim sky was suddenly completely shrouded in red and black light. Pirate Eye, the son of Roger, a 9-year-old admiral. Chapter 541-560. Chapter 541 Iggy vs Kyuzin. Boom boom boom. Before Bob's words were finished, it was as if he was heard by the gods hidden behind the sky, and he immediately launched an incomparably grand anger. I saw that the thunder light in the sky suddenly became stronger, and the red and black rays of light instantly rose, and the somewhat dim sky that was originally only covered by black clouds was directly illuminated into a terrifying red and black color. Immediately afterwards, that terrifying red and black thunder flashed across the sky like angry dragons, swaying their huge bodies and dancing like crazy in the sky. At the same time, Kyuzin directly froze the icy cold of the air and was broken by an even more terrifying force of oppression. "Gotta be white." No. The sudden terrifying pressure directly caused Bob to barely hold his breath and was directly pushed to the ground. Fortunately, he was well trained. He just groaned in his throat and then used all his strength to stabilize body. Of course, even if he stabilized his body so that he would not look so embarrassed, but this series of actions all fell into the eyes of Old Jack, and a smile suddenly appeared in the latter's eyes. Looking at Old Jack's somewhat funny eyes, Bob was also a little annoyed, but compared to his annoyance, Bob's heart should be more appalled at Iger's strength. This guy really has some strength. I originally said that this guy has already lost in terms of momentum. Who knows that before half of the words are finished, this guy directly burst out such a terrifying thunder of the king, directly suppressing himself to the point of immobility. Although he said that he had used all his strength to forcibly stabilize his figure so that he did not look so embarrassed, but he knew that he could not even stand up right now. In contrast, old Jack seemed to be able to handle it with ease, and he still said with a light-hearted smile, "Oops. It's okay, Bob, just take it as an exercise. Let's watch the battle between the two of them." Even if his momentum is strong, it is absolutely impossible to win against Lieutenant General Kuzan. Bob was almost speechless, and his gums and lips began to congeal before he said a few words, but he still supported his idol Lieutenant General Kuzan. This was the case with some of Bob's strong officers, so the ordinary Navy soldiers around him were even more speechless. The original cheers and discussions turned into silence at this time. Everyone sat on the spot with red faces, exerting all their strength to resist the pressure that fell from the sky, but their eyes were involuntarily locked on the two figures of Yig and Kuzan in the martial arts field. Kuzan's eyes seemed to be frozen by the cold, and he swept over the Navy soldiers above the stands, and said to Iger with some pity, "You guy, it's really uninteresting. The cheering sound just now is gone. Look at those guys who made you bully. You can't say anything." "What are you talking about?" Iger smiled and shrugged. "Your cold air is what makes them tremble when they talk, but now, it's useless to say these things. I can't wait to start." Before he finished speaking, Iger's pupils shrank abruptly, and then the momentum of the whole person suddenly increased sharply. Rumble boom. The huge thunder in the sky seemed to sense Iger's turbulent fighting intent, and the huge thunder that was roaming like an angry dragon suddenly became stronger. Whoa whoa whoa. One after another thunder light flashed, and the red and black colors in the sky suddenly became much richer, and then everyone was horrified to see that a certain switch was suddenly turned on in the body of the swallowing giant beast. Drops of viscous red-black liquid poured down directly like a waterfall. Boom boom boom. The red and black raindrops seemed to wear violent destructive power naturally, especially when they encountered the freezing power entangled in the air. They exploded like a dead enemy for a while. So a very strange but gorgeous scene appeared in front of everyone's eyes. A terrifying red and black waterfall crashed down from the thundercloud, and when the red and black waterfalls encountered the cold air in the air, the entire waterfall instantly rioted, exploding with terrifying flames. The terrifying red and black flames raged in the air, and the cold air that was quietly arranged by Kuzan was also raging in this seemingly disorderly manner, destroying everything. Feeling the terrifying fluctuations contained in the red and black flames, Kuzan's eyes could not help but condense, and he couldn't help but exclaim in his heart, "But praise is praise. There is no reason to keep hands in battle." A trace of coldness also climbed into Kuzan's eyes in an instant. If you look closely, you can also find that the depths of the pupils have turned into a touch of ice blue. Kuzan raised his head and looked directly at the red and black waterfall that was like the wrath of the sky. His stern face showed a touch of seriousness, and then he raised his hands to face the red and black viscous waterfall pouring down from the sky, and then frantically, the cold suddenly broke out. Swish! Like a nuclear bomb explosion, the astonishing cold air burst into the air and scattered countless white mists, and Kuzan was wrapped in it in an instant. But at this moment, everyone's eyes were not on the white air. Instead, he was staring at the icy blue beam that shot out of Kuzan's hand just now. Call out! Two icy blue beams gushed out from Kuzan's palm, like two missiles that were lifted into the air, heading straight towards the terrifying red and black waterfall from bottom to top. And this is not the end. The ice blue beam has not reached half, and everyone heard a few swoops, and then saw that more ice blue beams were ejected from the white air. Shhhhhhh. One after another icy blue light beams revolved and intertwined in the air, and in the blink of an eye, they converged into an icy blue torrent with an extremely icy aura that seemed to be able to freeze everything, and fiercely rushed towards the red and black waterfall that fell from the sky. The Navy soldiers above the stand didn't even dare to breathe for a while. Their eyes were full of horror, and their eyes were locked in the sky. One red and black, one ice blue, two terrifying torrents, one up and one down, slammed into each other like two comets. Chapter 542. Lieutenant General Iger. It seems not so simple. Boom. One ice blue, one red and black comets, each with two completely different but extremely powerful forces, collided fiercely in the constricted pupils of everyone. Boom boom boom. The moment the two collided, it was as if the world's most powerful explosives collided with the most violent flames. The red-black terrifying flames and the ice-blue ice mist eroded and rolled over each other like the most turbulent ocean waves, swept up in mid-air. Click click click. Boom boom boom. The icy blue mist filled the air in mid-air, and in an instant the air with the salty taste of sea water was frozen into pieces of ice. However, at the moment when the ice was just formed, the red and black flames quickly caught up. Like a hunting beast, it devoured Bingling with a terrifying explosion. In this way, Suddenly, the two color waves of ice blue and red and black continued to roll and spread in the air, and in the blink of an eye, the entire range of the martial arts field was covered. The flames and ice fog advanced layer by layer, and it seemed that there was no sign of stagnation at all. Even many naval soldiers felt that the red and black flames scorched the tip of their noses, and suddenly a piercing pain spread. The very strange thing is that it was obviously an explosion of blazing flames, but the Navy soldiers sitting on the stand felt a sharp blade of cold wind that could freeze everything and cut through the whole body, every inch. As a last resort, all the Navy soldiers are trying their best to push their domineering force under the heavy feeling of oppression to resist the terrifying low temperature. But even so, no one is willing to close their eyes. Everyone's eyes widened, staring at the red, black, and ice blue light and mist, and their eyes were full of a complex color. Most of the people sitting in the stands today are because they don't believe in Iger's strength. They either come to see what this guy is capable of, or simply come to see this guy make a fool of himself. But no one thought that in this short stroke, Iger actually showed explosive power comparable to that of Lieutenant General Kuzin. This alone is enough to make people feel a little complicated. After all, he has been in the army for so many years, and he is not at the level of Lieutenant General Kuzin. Of course, even if Iger can burst out such a powerful attack, he may not be able to compete with Lieutenant General Kuzin. These Navy soldiers who didn't believe in Iger comforted themselves in this way. The red and black flames were mixed with the ice blue mist, and they gathered in the air to form a huge fog of words and colors, obscuring the situation in the entire martial arts field. But at this moment, none of the Navy soldiers would look away. All eyes were eagerly looking at the fog-covered center, trying to see the situation clearly. The atmosphere seemed to become silent again, and everyone's attention was attracted by the thick mist. Holding their breaths, without any thoughts of speaking, the red and black mixed with the ice blue light mist floated quietly in the center of the martial arts field, condensing the air along the way into ice and then rudely shredding it. In the light and mist, it seemed that the two of them fell silent. There is no more fluctuation or sound. This tacit silence lasted for more than 10 seconds, just when everyone thought that these two people would no longer shoot each other. When the time came, a fierce and unparalleled wave instantly turned the blue mist upside down. Ding! A sound of gold and iron clashing came out from the mist mixed with red, black, and ice blue. With the sound of the sound, all the Navy soldiers who had developed the domineering look, their pupils tightened instantly, because in their sensitive perception, they felt that there was an extremely terrifying collision in the center of the fog. Swish! Just at the moment when those Navy soldiers who had sensed people felt that wave of fluctuation first, the light mist that was as calm as the sea suddenly erupted and was suddenly dispersed by an unknown huge force. Boom! A terrifying shock wave swept across in an instant, and one after another seemed to be able to condense into substantial energy ripples, tearing the entire group of light and fog into pieces. Whoops! The red, black, and ice blue light and fog exploded in an instant, directly drowning the entire stand with the residual energy of the collision. The Navy soldiers watched with numb scalps, and the wave-like fragments of light and mist drowned them. As a last resort, they could only bite the bullet and join the surrounding companions to mobilize domineering, trying to fight against the remaining light and fog aftermath. However, even so, it still cannot stop these Navy soldiers trying to see the firm determination of the battle center. One after another firm gaze covered the slightly domineering arrogance of the Navy soldiers, and they passed through the layers of light and mist that exploded with great determination and pierced straight into the deepest part of the light and mist. With everyone's unremitting efforts, the terrifying mist finally slowly dissipated along with the breeze, revealing two figures, one tall and the other short. However, seeing the two people fighting again made everyone take a deep breath. At this moment, Iger and Kuzin are standing in the center of the martial arts arena, each holding a sword in their hands. I don't know when Kuzin's hand was made of ice blue ice. The long sword of the man was condescendingly slashed towards Yig. As the sword danced, the surrounding air was frozen into slag. In the hand of Iger, there is a simple long sword that shines like flowing water. The long sword is held in the hand of Iger, who is still young. When the flowing sword light swayed out, it surprised everyone. As we all know, each of the three brigadier generals of the Navy headquarters is an absolute all-rounder. They are the three most powerful students taught by Mr. Zifa. The swordsmanship of each one definitely represents the top of the Navy. Top notch. And this Iger, although it is said that he is on the defensive at this moment, but anyone can see that this guy is completely unbeatable. Even the impregnable defense made Lieutenant General Kuzin's offense somewhat impossible to start. Ha 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 ha, good boy, be happy. Kuzin laughed loudly, and the boundless cold air spurted out from the sword's edge, and then slashed down with the power that could freeze everything. Chapter 543 Go Big, Don't Waste It. Clang clang clang. In the martial arts field, Kuzin, who was nearly twice as tall as Iger, swung the ice long sword in his hand, and slashed towards the flowing water sword light that surrounded Iger. The ice and metal clashed, and there was a sound like a bell, and the naval soldiers on the stand had to sigh. The domineering of Lieutenant General Kuzin is really quite powerful. However, at this moment Kuzin's heart didn't care about his domineering things at all, but a strange joy rose in his heart. The kid in front of me is really strong. As a quasi-general in the Navy, he was once known as one of the 3 most talented and outstanding giants under Mr. Zifa. Whether it is swordsmanship, physical skills, or domineering cultivation, he is a unique super genius. Not to mention there are the bonus of this frozen fruit has further improved his combat effectiveness. He can even say without exaggeration that when it comes to swordsmanship, the lieutenant generals of the lieutenant generals, the guys who rely on swordsmanship to eat, are a little worse than himself. There are 3 other people, Posolino and Sakaski, who can be regarded as the top players in the senior group of the Navy headquarters. But just like this, he pulled out his fairly confident ice skating blade to fight against this kid on the opposite side, and he didn't even have the slightest advantage. It is even clear that he is the one who dominates the rhythm of the attack, and he is condescending. Every blow is a tricky angle that will definitely make the opponent quite uncomfortable, but this Iger is like waving a sword like water in his hand at will. His sharp offensive can be easily resolved. The most surprising thing is that his sword light is like flowing water. Even his sword moves are as smooth as flowing water. His attacks cover all angles, but when the sword light is flowing, his entire body swings in a kind of way. The strange frequency perfectly defuses all attacks. This kind of offense and defense lasted for almost a full minute. During this minute or so, I was always attacking, and Iger had been defending, but Kuzin looked at the state of Iger, and he was actually passive. Illusion on that side. However, even if he was in the offensive and defensive battle of swordsmanship, he did not take advantage of it at all. But Kuzin was not depressed at all. Ha 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 ha. Involuntarily, this guy slapped and suddenly burst into laughter. The ice blade in his hand waved the icy cold wind with a sharp edge that could freeze everything and then smash everything, and slashed at Ygrid's head. Click click. The air along the way was instantly frozen into layers of ice, and then shredded by the sharp knife, and then wrapped in the raging cold wind, turned into stray bullets, and slammed towards Kuzin/Eagle. At this moment, Iger is also full of fighting intent. The dragon and horse in his hand greeted him without fear at all. The faint silver-white light in his hand flickered slightly, and a trace of electric arc wrapped the entire blade of the dragon and horse. As the dragon and horse waved, a violent thunder force burst out in an instant. Boom boom boom. A faint sound of thunder sounded, and the thunder arc as thin as a snake swam in the air, evaporating the pieces of ice that burst out, and the evaporated water vapor brought high temperature, and the terrifying cold air that came to the face was evaporated. It is also all neutralized. Then, the dragon horse wrapped around the blade of the thunder arc, and finally collided with the ice blade in Kuzin's hand. Clang! It was another violent collision mixed with extreme ice coldness and violent thunder arcs. Domineering and domineering were fiercely defended together. The terrifying shockwave was like forming a substantial shockwave, and once again quickly spread to the entire martial arts field. This is another absolutely terrifying collision. Although the two of them don't seem to be strong, their amazing strength makes the entire martial arts field vibrate. The Navy soldiers who had just struggled out of the terrifying light mist finally breathed a sigh of relief, and then they were overwhelmed by the crazy shaking of the ground. Staring blankly at the 2 men who were slashing wildly in the martial arts arena, all the naval soldiers were quite uneasy, especially Bob, who looked a little bitter when he saw this. Who can you think of a little guy like that who can face Lieutenant General Kuzin without losing the wind? Although Lieutenant General Kuzin is tall and thin, his domineering and physical skills are quite terrifying. Even if he looks 5 or 6 times stronger than him, he is definitely not his opponent in terms of sheer strength, and this Iger was not afraid at all. Bob only felt a little hot on his face now, but after seeing the half-smiling eyes of old Jack beside him, he immediately snorted coldly and muttered a little arrogantly, "Lieutenant General Kuzin will definitely win. He's so strong." Yes, Lieutenant General Kuzin is quite strong, and Iger, who is in the center of the field, deeply understands this. Until now, he finally understood why the 3 generals of the year could be called the 3 generals. There was no other reason at all. It was because these guys Nima were strong like monsters. Although Iger had met all kinds of opponents before, and his arrogance more or less had many attributes of his own, but those were some changes caused by the user's personality, and the power was not much. Huge increase. But today's Kuzin really opened Iger's eyes. How could someone combine the power of domineering with the power of devil fruit so skillfully? Although he is holding a frozen ice blade in his hand, every attack of his is also very conventional and domineering, but it is only when Iger blocks with his sword that he can detect that Kuzin is wrapped around the sword. What kind of terrifying ice-cold power is contained in the domineering arrow arrogance on his body. Every time they collided, that extremely corrosive chill was like a cold wave passing through the border, rushing towards the face, almost swallowing up his entire being. If it weren't for his violent and fiery thunder power, he would have been too stiff to move. This guy. Iger stared at the increasingly strong cold air on Kyuzen's body, took 2 more breaths of the increasingly cold air, and finally made up his mind. Ken, with all his muscles exerting strength, Ryoma spit out a dragon roar and directly bounced Kyuzen Dao's blade high. Iger took advantage of the situation and jumped away, staring at the excited Kyuzen, and said, "Don't waste it, go big." Chapter 544 Eagle Lost. Iger deliberately glanced at the surrounding environment from the corner of his eye. Although his face was calm, he was actually stunned. This Nima, I didn't pay attention at all just now, and I have been focusing on the attack and defense of sword moves, but I didn't even notice that this guy Kyuzen is still setting up this kind of game around. Look what's been going on around here. I didn't even notice just now that when the red and black Bawang waterfall collided with the icy blue ice beads he sent out, countless ice mists were melted into water droplets and scattered on the ground of the martial arts arena. And after that, Kyuzen, the guy, drew his sword without interruption, did not leave himself a little reaction time, and he was also a real head iron, and he was also slashing at the dragon and horse. He even used his power of thunder and lightning to melt all the cold air he wanted to erode. In this way, in the short 2 minutes just now, the surrounding water vapor has become so dense that it is so terrifying that it is almost impossible to see what it looks like on the stand. And this is not the most uncomfortable thing. The most uncomfortable thing is that these dense water vapors that cannot bloom at all actually freeze slowly bit by bit, turning into pieces of hard ice, and the whole thing has turned into a cold. The ice congealed eggshell envelopes both himself and Kyuzen. This Nima, if I hadn't felt more and more cold just now, and found that something was wrong, I'm afraid that in a while, this guy's way. The future admiral is truly terrifying. To be able to set up such a situation around his own battlefield while attacking and defending with swordsmanship. Ha 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 ha, I was discovered by you. It's not easy for you. Kyuzen on the opposite side also saw that Iger was observing his surroundings, and he laughed involuntarily, and gave Iger a thumbs up. However, you seem to have discovered it a little late. After all, I was just thinking about saying, don't consume each other anymore. It won't be finished in 10 days. My good fellow, you really deserve to be a quasi-general. In such a fierce offensive and defensive battle, you can still separate your mind and make arrangements. Iger couldn't help but admire. There was no panic in his expression, and there was even a little fiery fighting spirit surging out. But since I said it's going to be bigger, of course I'm ready. Hey then. Kyuzen also smiled. Let's start. Before he finished speaking, Kyuzen's pupils suddenly shrank, and the icy longsword in his hand shattered, turning directly into an icy fog that filled the sky. The ice fog wrapped his entire body in it. Whoops. I don't know where a gust of cold wind blew away the ice mist that wrapped Kyuzen's body, and once again exposed Kyuzen's body to everyone's eyes. And when Kyuzen's body reappeared, but there is no more flesh color all over the body. His entire body, from top to bottom, every strand of hair, every piece of skin, and even the navy uniform on him was turned into icy blue ice. This guy's whole person has changed, become a human-shaped ice sculpture. The weird thing is that even if he turned into an ice sculpture, there was still a sound from his throat, as if it was an ancient voice from the ancient polar ice field glacier age. As the voice fell, Iger, who was standing opposite, instantly shrank his pupils. Without any hesitation, one after another, violent thunder flashing with dazzling silver light spurted out from every pore on his body in an instant, and almost instantly connected into one piece, forming a layer of fiery arc network on his body. This is not enough. Iger's eyes looked at the ice sculpture opposite that didn't seem to move at all, and a sense of danger for no reason came to his mind, and then he activated the secret fruit again, ready to display the temperature protection again. However, this time Kyuzen didn't give Iger that chance. At the moment when a tyrannical gravitational force formed on the surface of Iger's body, the ice sculpture made by Kyuzen suddenly exploded like a bomb. Open. Boom. There was no warning at all, not even a crack on the surface of Kyuzen's body, just such a strange sudden explosion. However, Kyuzen's explosion not only did not make Iger feel safe, but instead made Iger feel the faint sense of danger in his heart, and it also exploded suddenly. Whoops. It was obviously just an ice sculpture the size of an adult man. Iger really didn't understand how he exploded such a big cloud of ice. It was like the explosion of a bullet in the courtyard, a super mushroom cloud huge enough to drown the entire martial arts field. Almost in an instant, the mist and ice that enveloped both Iger and Kyuzen did not act as a block at all, and was directly washed away by the icy blue mist that exploded, directly shattered into ice stubble in the sky. The entire ice cover was not spared, and Iger, who was in the ice cover, was naturally unable to run away. The ice cover was covered covered with cousins domineering. Even if Iger broke through him, it would take a little time, and at this time, the cold air of the explosion was enough to drown him. Boom! For a time, the entire martial arts field was completely filled with ice blue color, and everyone widened their eyes to see a huge blue enchantress blooming in front of them, and then there was an icy chill. Is this the ice age of Lieutenant General Kuzin? Some Navy soldiers shivered and snotted while looking at the huge coquettish flower, while discussing with the surrounding Navy soldiers with their frozen tongues. In addition to this move, what else can have such a big battle? But that Lieutenant General Iger is really capable, so he can make Lieutenant General Kuzin make this move. Hey, Lieutenant General Kuzin's move can literally freeze the entire Vice Admiral and the entire sea area around it into ice sculptures. Now that the temperature has dropped so low, it can be condensed in this small exercise. In the field, that power is not something that ordinary people can bear. I'm afraid I can't do it when I look at Lieutenant General Iger. Haven't you seen it for so long and haven't moved? A group of Navy soldiers huddled together to keep warm while chatting and discussing. After 5 minutes, the ice fog in the martial arts field finally slowly dissipated, and when all eyes converged in the ice fog, everyone was surprised to find that there was an ice sculpture in the center of the martial arts field. The ice sculpture was lifelike, and every detail was quite perfect. It's Ignatius. Chapter 545. No, this guy is weird. That's Lieutenant General Iger. Lieutenant General Iger, just frozen in there. Lieutenant General Eagle, that's all. Although the scene in front of you should be expected by everyone, but this scene is really coming a little too soon. Come on. Originally, everyone thought that when the two were madly slashing with long swords just now, everyone still felt the tyrannical combat power of this Lieutenant General Iger, and just now they were amazed at the strength of this new Lieutenant General. Why doesn't it look like he can be instantly killed by Lieutenant General Kuzin? In other words, this result, no matter how you look at it, is a bit absurd. There were originally quite a number of people in the stands who came to see Lieutenant General Iger making a fool of himself, but when they saw this, everyone was a little astonished because no one thought of it. It was just a little while ago. The admirable Lieutenant General Iger collapsed so quickly. This kind of feeling is like a murderer was finally caught by the police, and when it was sent to the court, the above even ruled that this guy would go to jail. There is no torture, no torment, just a painless prison. Although it is said that this murderous madman finally got the punishment he deserves, the people on the jury still feel a little bit unhappy. Defeated too cleanly and thoroughly. It was frozen there in no time. There is no struggle at all. I am afraid that even he himself did not realize the process of being frozen, and he has already lost consciousness. Are we here to see him abused, to see him frozen without pain? Of course not. We came here to see how his arrogance was shattered a little by Lieutenant General Kuzin. Most of the Navy soldiers think this way, so when the lifelike ice sculpture finally came into view, no one cheered and applauded, but they all had an unfinished expression of "this is the end." Only those staunch fans of Lieutenant General Kuzin would breathe a sigh of relief at this time, pat his chest, and say to himself that Lieutenant General Kuzin really won. Yes, the representative of these people is the ardent fan of Lieutenant General Kuzin. Bob, look, let me just say it. How could Lieutenant General Kuzin be unable to deal with Lieutenant General Iger? Bob glanced at old Jack, who was standing beside him, and there was an irresistible smugness in his tone, as if the one who froze Iggy into an ice sculpture was not Kuzin, but himself. However, in the face of Bob's complacent words, old Jack had no reaction, just like he had no special reaction when he saw Iger being directly frozen into ice by Kuzin just now. Bob, you're still young. There was a gleam in old Jack's turbid eyes, and he didn't look at Bob but stared at Iggy in the center of the martial arts field, and said softly, "If Lieutenant General Iger is so easy to get rid of, then he is not worthy of the position of Lieutenant General." What are you talking about? Are you saying that Lieutenant General Kuzin's move is not enough to solve Iger? Bob looked at old Jack suspiciously, and his face was a little unpleasant. This old guy, why does he like to contradict himself so much today? If he said that Lieutenant General Iger was not good, this guy had to say that he could. If he said that Lieutenant General Kuzin won, this guy had to say that Lieutenant General Iger would not be so easy to solve. That look, that face, just like Lieutenant General Iger is his master. Hey. Old Jack didn't know what Bob was thinking, but he laughed twice and pointedly pointed at Lieutenant General Iger, who had turned into an ice sculpture, and said softly, "Look, Lieutenant Iger will give us quite a surprise." Look, what is that? Before old Jack's voice fell, someone else in the stand had already discovered the clue and exclaimed. This sudden voice instantly attracted everyone's attention. Everyone looked in the direction of his fingers and suddenly realized that this guy was referring to Iggy, who was frozen in the field. What's wrong? Although everyone's attention was focused on Iggy, there were even bigger doubts. Lieutenant General Iggy was still well frozen in place. What's so strange? Layers of doubts emerged from everyone's heart, and and as time passed, others gradually discovered some clues. That's what everyone didn't notice just now. It's clear that Iger has been completely frozen in the statue. It stands to reason that if you win, you should leave the stage directly, or directly contact the seal on Iger. This is normal condition, but at this moment, Lieutenant General Kuzin was still standing in the same place, and he was still frowning, staring closely at the ice sculpture that Iger had turned into, as if he was thinking or dealing with something. Kuzin's actions immediately made those Navy soldiers realize that something was wrong. Combined with the words someone shouted just now, everyone realized for a while this Lieutenant General Iger should be thinking something. Sure enough, within 5 seconds, the 2nd and 3rd Navy soldiers widened their eyes, pointed to the top of Iger's head, and let out an involuntary exclamation. What's that? What is that? A hurry! More and more people are beginning to find out. Above Iger's head, a trace of white smoke has begun to emerge, and if you look carefully, you can also find the ice layer covering the surface of Iger's body. It is slowly melting. Not only the ice layer on Iger's body, but also on the ground that was frozen into an ice rink just now. There are also 8 water lines that slowly spread out. The 8 water lines extend straight along the 8 directions of Yig, and the ice layers along the way are melted by the temperature rising from nowhere. This is definitely what Iger made. All the Navy soldiers realized this at the same time, held their breath, and then stared at the water line closest to them. The water line spread quite fast, and in less than 10 seconds, the 8 water lines had already spread out for a full 100 meters, and it was only a stone's throw away from the stand. Just when everyone was wondering what the water line was about, a clear voice sounded. This is my ultimate Kuzin. Chapter 546. In the ice sculpture. Mingtang. What the hell is that? What is Lieutenant General Iger doing hiding in the ice sculpture? I don't know. Isn't that guy supposed to be frozen into a lump by Lieutenant General Kuzin? How can he still brew an offensive? Although the changes in the martial arts field were not too loud, it could even be said to be quite quiet, but the strange scenes made everyone have to pay attention. Of course, the most important thing is that Lieutenant General Iger has been frozen in ice, yet he can still move. Hey, I knew this guy wouldn't just be solved by me like this. Among all of them, the only one who did not have any meaning for these movements made by Iger was probably only old Jack, who had the most sensitive perception among the instructors and naval soldiers, and Kuzin himself, who was standing in the field. Moreover, as the most powerful being in the entire martial arts field, Kuzin felt Iger's change before anyone else. When he hit Iger from his own ice age, Kuzin felt that something was wrong even though he was frozen in it. Kuzin still felt that this guy's aura was still as strong as a river. From that time on, he had already felt that he was likely to follow the way of Iger. This guy with feelings was deliberately sealed in this ice shell by himself so that he had time to prepare his tricks. That's why Kuzin was standing in front of Iger's ice shell and tangled. Whether Nima broke the shell or strengthened the power of the ice, forcibly eroded into Iger's body and directly interrupted his attack. However, Iger would not give him so many opportunities to think. In the few seconds of his brief hesitation, the ice shell that trapped Iger began to melt. Not only that, but 8 water lines emerged directly from under him in all directions and spread quickly enough to encompass the entire martial arts field at a lightning fast speed. Kuzin, this is my trick. Iger's voice was muffled as if it sounded from the depths of the ice layer, but it rang directly through the entire martial arts field. That is, this sentence directly pulls Kuzin out of the tangle. Can't let him out. The domineering ice layer that he had condensed on him would definitely have the effect of suppressing his offensive. Opening the ice shell now would undoubtedly give him the chance to win. Ha 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 ha. I want to see whether it is your guy's offensive that is stronger, or my ice seal is stronger. Like a tube of chicken blood, Kuzin was inexplicably full of passion. He laughed loudly in the sky, and then followed his heart. Countless icy auras erupted from all over his body. Boom! The body that had just returned to human form exploded frantically again, and the icy blue mist exploded like the flame of a bomb, and the endless mist swept the entire martial arts field again. Buzz buzz. At this time, all the naval soldiers in the entire martial arts field heard the sound of thunder like the roar of an angry dragon roaring from the ground. It's like there are millions of people with infinite power living under the ground. In front of each of them is a giant war drum. Millions of war drums are beating at the same time. It's like the entire naval headquarters will collapse because of this thunder. Whirring. The ice blue mist rolled over the ground into an incomparably huge tornado with a diameter that covered the entire martial arts field and rolled all the martial arts field into the center of the tornado. This time, even domineering has no way to protect the Navy soldiers. Everyone even feels that their blood is gradually becoming thicker and slower, and it seems to be stagnant soon. And as the heat in the martial arts arena is sucked in by the ice blue tornado, the temperature in the martial arts field is getting lower and lower, and the lower the temperature, the more ice cubes that seal Iger in it. it. It is so hard that even the water line that has just been melted by Yig has signs of refreezing. In this situation, Iger is naturally impossible to let it go. For a time, the sound of thunder under the ground roared even louder, and the whole martial arts field was about to be overturned. Thunder converged into a giant dragon under the ground, and along the water line just now frantically hit the ice that seals the earth. Bump, bump, bump. One after another terrifying sound of impact sounded under the ground, and everyone felt that their hearts were beating with the huge collision sound. Every time the sound of impact sounded, their hearts twitched. Under the ground sealed by Lieutenant General Kuzin, some terrifying giant beast is about to break out of the frozen cage and break through to the ground. There was a look of horror in the eyes of the Navy soldiers. It turned out that this was the offensive brewed by Lieutenant General Iger. Obviously, I hadn't seen it with my own eyes, but I just felt the terrifying impact situation. Rummy's power. This is a seemingly calm but actually quite fierce confrontation. Indeed, Kuzin, who is standing in the storm at this moment, is also frowning, with a struggling expression on his face. All the muscles in his body are knotted, and the big sweat drops rolling down his forehead. In the blink of an eye, it turned into ice beads. His eyes were always locked on Iger in the ice sculpture, and the color of admiration in his eyes became more and more obvious. He could clearly feel that the monster under this frozen ground was carrying a terrifying power that can destroy everything, madly trying to break through its own ice surface. With that kind of power, even my own scalp is numb. He knows that this battle has really heated up. If he can't suppress the 8 terrifying monsters under the ground, then the result of this battle will be obvious. I won't let you come out so easily. Kuzin let out a low roar, and then the cold power in his hand burst out without reservation, and he wanted to completely freeze the ground. However, just when he was about to add strength, his pupils shrank suddenly because he suddenly felt that an extremely terrifying force suddenly burst out in 8 directions of the martial arts field at the same time. Chapter 547th Explosion. Thunder Dragon Purgatory. Whirring, whirring, rumble, boom. In the huge performance field, the icy blue extreme cold storm is raging. It seems to freeze the whole world into a piece of ice, and at the bottom of the raging and violent storm, it is also on the ground where the most terrifying power of ice and cold is concentrated. Bursts of terrifying huge force are hitting the hard ice surface sealed on the ground. The power like an angry dragon flows under the ground, forming a shape of a gossip pattern, and the most shocking thing is that the huge force impacting the ice surface has 8 strands at the same time. 8 giant forces are located in 8 directions of the martial arts field, and they hit the ice surface like crazy. All of this happens under the seemingly calm ice surface. However, one after another, the scalp-tingling sound of a giant drum reminded all the Navy soldiers that things under the ice were not so calm. What are you saying? What's under that? I don't know. This Lieutenant General Iger is so terrifying. He actually came up with such a terrifying thing. Before he came out, he had already overturned the entire martial arts arena. Great. Marines, unknowingly, they have stopped paying attention to the outcome of this battle, but have begun to worry about their own safety. Originally everyone thought that this might be an ordinary discussion, and Lieutenant General Kuzin may soon be able to end the fight, but no one would have imagined that what should have been a simple battle turned into such a picture abruptly. Feeling the cold wind that slashed their faces like a blade, the Navy soldiers couldn't help but feel a chill, and then looked at each other and smiled wryly. If this battle isn't over yet, will you really freeze to death here today? Compared with the cold that took away their body heat, what everyone was more worried about was the thing locked under the ground by the extremely hard ice. That thing, I don't know why, obviously I didn't see it, but everyone just felt that there was no reason. This thing hidden in the ground is absolutely terrifying. It was so terrifying that all the Navy soldiers began to pray silently in their hearts. That thing must not come out. Once that thing is released, I am afraid that the entire naval headquarters will be finished. Everyone's eyes are locked on the ice surface, and their hands are folded in silent prayer. Don't come out. Don't come out. Bang, bang, bang. Boom, bang. I don't know if everyone's prayers work. Under everyone's unanimous recitation, the terrifying crashing sound actually weakened at an incredible speed from the frantic beating of a war drum. Even in the end, the things in the ground seemed to be tired. Finally, after a few symbolic bumps, they never bumped again. It's over. It's over. The Navy soldiers let out a sigh of relief at the same time, and even Bob breathed a sigh of relief. His back was covered in cold sweat, as if the monster that was about to break out of its shell fell into a deep sleep again. All creatures breathed a sigh of relief. However, just when everyone relaxed, Kuzin, who was in the field, suddenly became nervous. Others can't feel it, but he can feel it quite clearly. The terrifying monster didn't give up at all, but sank a certain distance, ready to use a sprint to knock the ice away. Just like the whale wants to jump higher, it has to dive deeper. The monster under the ground also dived to a certain distance, and then suddenly rushed up. Kuzin's pupils shrank suddenly, instantly, and then there was no longer any reservation. The whole person turned into a huge block of ice again, which exploded with a bang, and the terrifying cold spread against the ground, madly surging towards those 8 directions. And go. He wants all the strength to completely seal the ice surface. Crack clap. At the same time as the cold air spread, there was a sudden freezing sound from the front of the stand, and then a ring-shaped transparent ice wall rose from the ground, directly isolating the entire stand and the martial arts arena. At the same time as the ice wall was formed, a ring-shaped transparent barrier also quietly emerged, firmly protecting the Navy soldiers inside. The Navy soldiers were stunned by the sight in front of them, but then, without any doubts, they immediately mobilized their domineering arrogance to wrap their bodies, curling up into a ball, because they felt terrified. Just under the ground, that absolutely terrifying monster rushed up at an absolutely unstoppable speed. Not only the naval headquarters, but the entire island trembled frantically, and even the surrounding sea area rioted at this moment. Just like under the surface of the ground, there is a monster from hell stretching its fists and feet, and its huge body is about to break through the ground and rush into the world. Coming. Boom. Crack. The ice block, which was strengthened by Kyuzen's full strength, blocked the monster's ice block for a long time. This time, it didn't have any effect at all. At the moment when the giant hit, it was like a layer of glass, and it shattered. There was a sound of glass breaking, and the shattered ice flakes flew 8 directions. The 8 directions of the entire martial arts field exploded at the same time, and 8 red and black rays of light broke through the incomplete ice surface in an instant, spewing out like a volcanic eruption. Click, click, click. The ice surface in 8 directions shattered, which immediately triggered a series of chain reactions. The solid ice surface that originally covered the entire martial arts field was shattered at the same time as the 8 beams shot up into the sky. Whoa, whoa. The swirling ice flakes hit the ice wall and the barrier crazily, making a tingling sound that made the scalp numb. At this time, everyone was not in the mood to care about the broken ice. The 8 beams soared into the sky, 100 meters above the red and black beams of light. That's not a beam of light at all. When they saw what that thing was, everyone was instantly stunned. That's the dragon finger. The red and black scales reflect the cold luster, as if the most indestructible thing, covering the vigorous and powerful phalanx. The incomparably sharp nails pierce from the fingertips. There is a terrifying atmosphere from the ancient prehistoric times. This is the claws of 8 dragons. Each one is 100 meters high and nearly 10 meters thick. The giant that slammed into the ice just now was just 8 dragon fingers. Not even the dragon's palm was exposed. That is to say, everyone, including Kyuzen, who was in the middle of the venue, could not help but take a breath, only to feel a chill go straight to the top of the head from the soles of the feet. Not because of the cold, but because of fear. Just 8 dragon fingers are already so huge, so how huge is this underground thing? Just when everyone fell into a sluggish state in the martial arts field, there was a soft shout. Thunder Dragon Purgatory. Chapter 548. Terrifying Thunder Dragon, destroying the world. The vigorous and powerful dragon fingers, like the Optimus pillar that stood on the top of the world when the sky collapsed in ancient times, protruded straight from the ground with an aura that was absolutely impossible to stop, tearing everything along the way. Whether it is solid and heavy, or even the ground poured into steel as the foundation by the Navy, or the solid ice surface condensed by Kyuzen's whole body, under this terrifying dragon finger, it looks like paper, easily torn apart. Rumble, rumble. The entire island trembled violently with the rising rhythm of the dragon finger, and all the air that came into contact with the dragon finger exploded instantly, turning into a terrifying explosion, which exploded in front of everyone's eyes. Click, click. The frantic airflow rages wildly in the martial arts arena. Under the action of the dragon finger, all the air seems to have lost its sanity. It frantically turns into a wave of torrents, bombarding the stands with great power. On top of the ice layer, and the ice wall that looks quite solid, it only lasted for a few seconds, and it was already filled with cracks. Pieces of broken ice rustled and peeled off, and in the horrified eyes of the Navy soldiers, they were torn to powder by the crazy shaking air. But just when everyone's hair was standing on end in an instant, and when they were about to wrap themselves in the armed color, they suddenly discovered that the shockwave that was supposed to roar and ravage the entire stand was only a few meters in front of everyone. The distance is blocked by an invisible wall. Call underscore. Before he could think about who did this wall, the Navy soldiers let out a sigh of relief at the same time, and their clothes were soaked in cold sweat. However, before everyone's heartbeat returned to normal, another loud noise that almost shattered the entire world exploded above everyone's heads. What? Only then did everyone hurriedly raise their heads, and their fearful eyes were projected onto the sky, only to find that the dark cloud that was originally dispelled by Lieutenant General Kyuzen's extremely icy power of icy cold had returned. Not only that, the dark clouds that made a comeback this time are like the terrifying terrifying beasts that are about to emerge from the ground. The huge body is entrenched in the sky, covering all the sunlight completely. Scoff. A huge lightning bolt nearly 100 meters thick suddenly split open from the beast's chest and abdomen, directly tearing the entire sky into two halves, followed by another huge thunderous explosion. Boom. The sky is so high, and the terrifying giant beast that blocks the sun is at least a few kilometers away from the naval headquarters, but when the terrifying thunder sounded, everyone used the illusion of exploding on top of their heads. Roar. Just when everyone's heart was racing because of the sudden thunder, the piece of land under their feet suddenly became restless in the depths of the ground. It seemed to be under the distant seabed, and the end was only ate the giant beast that had turned the Admiralty headquarters upside down when the root dragon pointed out of the ground seemed to be provoked and let out an angry roar. For a time, the entire island seemed to be transformed into the vocal cords of the terrifying giant beast. Everything was shaking crazily on the verge of collapse. Everyone heard a huge roar that could set off a tsunami, and at the same time felt that they seemed to be the part of that huge sound. Rumble. Boom. The solid ground cracked, and huge cracks sprayed with dust and iron filings spread wildly along the performance field. Almost in a blink of an eye, the performance field was as big as 4 football fields put together. The huge shock shattered into pieces. Chi. Like a spider web, it spread over the broken ground. In the huge cracks several meters thick, the thick thunder light mixed with red, black and silver white spewed out just like a volcanic eruption, meters high in the sky. Rumble. Boom. Hoo. As if it was the provocation of the thundercloud behemoth above the sky, it angered the existence below the ground. As the thunder in the sky continued to flash, the roar under the ground became more and more angry, getting louder and louder until the end. This anger has directly turned into reality, and the other end of the existence wants to break through the boundary between hell and the world, come directly to the world and destroy everything in this world. Whoa. At the moment when this idea was born in everyone's mind, the 8 dragon fingers that had already stretched out from the ground began to move again. The ground that was poured with steel was as fragile as tofu in front of the giant. The giant beast didn't even exert any force at all, and the entire ground was torn to shreds. Boom. Look, what is that? The shrill shouts had been completely drowned out by the huge vibrating sound, and no one could hear who was talking, but it still didn't delay them from turning their attention to the martial arts arena, because at this very moment the ground that was supposed to be the martial arts field has completely collapsed at this moment, and in its place 2 huge dragon palms are facing upwards. Everyone was speechless. This was something they had never seen in their life. Even in the most absurd dream, they had never dreamed of such a terrifying scene. Those are really living dragon claws. The red and black scales are the size of a person. With the peristalsis of the muscles, the silver-white electric light flows between the gaps of the scales, and it outlines a sheer lifelike feeling. And that's not all. Everyone's eyes looked down along the dragon palm that seemed to come from the ancient hell, only to feel that the world was spinning for a while, and an urge to turn around and run immediately rose in their hearts. I saw that under the terrifying dragon palms that were close together, there were 2 huge and strong dragon arms like high-rise buildings, and in the gap between the dragon arms, it is a ferocious dragon head with all the hair and beard. The pure black dragon beard and dragon horns and the pure black dragon scales wrap the entire dragon head. Unlike the red and black dragon arm and dragon palm, the dragon scales on the dragon head reflect the vitality. A dragon tooth wrapped in silver white sparkling electric light was bitten by it, and on top of that there were a pair of scarlet dragon eyes. Every soldier in the navy looked at it, and they could feel that the pair of dragon eyes did not contain any emotion, but there was an extremely shallow vitality radiating out. With just one glance, they have already lost all their sanity, completely leaving Kuzan and Iger behind. Just want to get away. Chapter 549. Do you want to tear this down? No one knows how that terrifying creature was born under the ground. The foundation of the Navy headquarters is obviously made of steel. How could such a huge creature be able to hide in it? In other words, it is no exaggeration for a creature of this level to directly dismantle the entire naval headquarters, so it will succumb to the ground of this naval base. At this time, everyone seems to have forgotten that just a few minutes ago, the new lieutenant general who was sealed in the ice was brewing something under the frozen ground. Everyone's brains seem to be completely emptied at this time, and everyone's consciousness is completely filled by the ferocious dragon that appeared under the ground. What kind of thing is that? Shouldn't it be just a move created by someone? Why does it look like a living creature? Every Navy soldier looked at the ferocious dragon curled up under the ground with a numb scalp, and there was no way to think normally. This huge martial arts arena that can accommodate everyone above the stands is not enough for the ferocious dragon to stretch its arms and legs. Is this kind of thing really supposed to exist in the world? Everyone silently asks themselves this question in their hearts, and the answer they get is the same. Absolutely simply impossible. There is absolutely no way this kind of creature exists in the world. Click, click. Of course, even if the Navy soldiers thought so in their hearts, this terrifying giant dragon actually exists in this world after all, and this kind of creature has no way of caring about the thoughts of these insignificant humans. This ferocious dragon seemed to have just woken up from a deep slumber. It glanced at the surrounding human beings like ants with hazy eyes, snorted disdainfully, and then slowly stretched out the huge dragon arm, and then he slapped heavily on the broken ice wall and barrier in front of the stands. Boom! It was just the simplest action. The thick ice wall that originally gave the naval soldiers an infinite sense of security directly and completely shattered into pieces of ice in the sky. Done. A strong despair spread on everyone's faces, and everyone knew that in the face of this terrifying dragon claws, there was no way for them to survive. Thinking of this, everyone closed their eyes. However, in this seemingly desperate state, the thin glass-like barrier on the side actually made a great contribution again. Crunch! The dragon claws, which seemed to be able to destroy everything, slapped the thin transparent barrier fiercely, and the sharp dragon claws stabbed on it fiercely, making a creaking sound. However, the expected fragmentation did not appear at all. Even though the thin barrier seemed a little shaky under the slap of the dragon's claws, it did not show any signs of collapse. There was even a sense of indestructibility which emerged from the top of the barrier, resisting all the terrifying power in the dragon's claws. Of course, the ferocious dragon doesn't care about this either. Its scarlet eyes are locked on the black clouds entrenched in the sky, or between him and the dark clouds in the sky. There is a let it care about existence. Between the thunders that crisscrossed and tore the whole world in half, there was an ice blue figure. That was Kyuzan, who had fought with IG to the heart of the matter. At this moment, Kyuzan's figure had taken the opportunity to move to the sky above the martial arts field, with an ice blue pincer arm behind him which fixed him firmly, and the pincer arm directly connected all the way down to the sea outside. Well, Eagle, are you trying to tear down the entire naval headquarters? Feeling the scarlet gaze cast by the ferocious beast under the ground, Rao is as strong as him, and his heart trembles a little. This guy has created such a terrifying thing. Does he really just want to have a showdown with himself? But speaking of, Kyuzan's gaze drifted to the stand involuntarily, and found that although the ice wall under his arrangement had been shattered, the terrifying dragon claws were still blocked by a transparent barrier. I guess it was also done by Iger. This made him breathe a sigh of relief. He was originally afraid that this small martial arts field would spread too much to the surrounding audience, so he did not dare to use his full strength, and even allocated part of his energy to protect the soldiers. Now it seems that this guy Yig is not a reckless man. Not only did he protect the naval soldiers with that barrier, but he even limited the terrifying dragon within the range of the martial arts field through precise control. This is very interesting. If that's the case, then you can try to use your full strength. Kyuzan smiled slightly, and then his entire body was once again filled with ice blue, but this time, in this ice blue, there were ancient and mysterious runes emerging from them, as if they were ancient demons. The civilization left behind is average, strange and powerful. Look, is that Lieutenant General Kyuzan? In the stands, a Navy soldier recognized the figure suspended in mid-air, pointed at the ice blue and shouted. This shout sounded, and everyone woke up from the shock, and finally remembered that this terrifying scene, like the end of the world, was originally just a friendly discussion between two lieutenant generals. Damn, it's just a discussion. Why do I feel like I've seen a savior when I see Lieutenant General Kyuzan again? At this moment, all the Navy soldiers felt that the tip of their nose was a little sore, and the tears rolled in their eyes unconsciously. That was a kind of happiness for the rest of their lives. Lieutenant General Kyuzan, help us. There were even unsatisfactory guys who cried out directly, you bastards. So what? In mid-air, Kyuzan cursed a little bit, but the movements in his hands did not stagnate at all. Countless ice blues quickly filled his body, and the temperature in the space began to drop suddenly again. Immediately afterwards, everyone was horrified to see that the pitch-black thundercloud that was originally entrenched in the sky was actually dyed by the ice blue color every inch. The cold air freezes into a huge block of ice. Now, become my strength. Kyuzan looked up at the thundercloud ice block that stretched for dozens of kilometers above the sky, and smiled lightly, and then the mysterious rune on his whole body suddenly radiated. Immediately afterwards, Kyuzan's body turned into a stream of light and disappeared directly into the thundercloud ice cube. Chapter 550 Heaven and Earth Big Collision. It was as if the initial freezing power of the universe was smashed into the huge ice layer, and the huge thundercloud ice block above the sky suddenly made a huge hum. Crazy vibrations emanated from the dark clouds, and pieces of mysterious runes emerged one after another from the surface of the dark clouds and ice blocks. Then, a terrifying cold air poured down from the sky like a flood. It should have been a huge black cloud of terrifying thunder, which was so huge that it seemed to split the entire sky. Even at the beginning of being frozen, the violent thunder was struggling frantically and was about to break through the blockade of the ice. However, as those mysterious runes emerged one by one, the thunder in the ice layer was like a trapped beast, obviously roaring wildly and struggling frantically. But the struggle again and again had no effect at all. No, but under the blockade of the ice layer, it is getting weaker and weaker, until the end. No thunderbolt flashed again, and even the terrifying thunderbolt that flashed out and bombarded the ice layer before was frozen into ice cubes, sealed in the thunder cloud, and turned into a huge blue sky. Black ice cubes. Roar. Seeing that the thunder cloud in the sky was actually frozen into a piece of ice by Kuzan, the giant thunder dragon that just stood up from under the ground seemed to be provoked. Looking up at the huge blue-black ice cloud, Highland roared. It almost condensed into a substantive terrifying sound, and it turned into the sharpest weapon in an instant. The crazy impact hit the transparent barrier surrounding the stand, and the ripples madly hit a series of sparks. Creak creak. Even the transparent barrier seemed to be overwhelmed, crumbling with the impact of the sound waves, making a creaking sound. At this moment, the Navy soldiers have no intention to care whether the transparent barrier will be smashed or not, and one after another horrified eyes are focused on the ferocious dragon that slowly stood up from the ground, almost fainted. The giant dragon's two dragon palms slammed against the transparent barrier, and the sharp nails grabbed it hard, making a sound like cutting glass. Then, the huge mountain-like body finally emerged from the depths of the ground. Stand up straight. Boom. The giant wings that covered the sky and the sun suddenly opened from behind, but this small martial arts field could not accommodate the huge wings at all, so the giant wings slammed heavily on the transparent barrier, and the entire naval headquarters was shake for it. What made everyone's scalp numb even more was that as the giant dragon stood up straight, the hideous and terrifying faucet was even higher than the towering barrier surrounding the stands, and even the entire faucet had protruded from the top edge of the barrier. Of course, they know that now this big guy may not have any interest in these little trash fish. That's the truth. Pat. The pair of scarlet dragon eyes of the giant dragon didn't look at anyone or anything at all. Its brutal gaze locked on the giant ice cloud above the sky. Dragon palm grabbed the edge of the barrier. It looked like a terrifying biochemical creation crawling out of the leaked glass tube. The giant dragon's ferocious and powerful arms gently exerted force. The whole body rose rapidly, and then the two thick dragon legs also stepped on the barrier. Above the edge, the long dragon tail hung down, smashing a corner of the stand. This time, the pair of huge dragon wings behind it can finally stretch out. Yang Tian roared again, and then the huge wings were fully unfolded. Swish. It seems that it is an instant from day to night. The sky that was already quite dim turned completely dark in the blink of an eye, and everyone was speechless because they all knew what was going to happen next. Boom. Before everyone could react, the huge dragon wings that covered the entire sky slammed, and the frantic airflow swept across the martial arts field in an instant, flipping and squeezing in the rather small barrier space for it, and finally crazily compressed into a huge stream. The thrust of it suddenly pushed its huge body out. Call out. It is unimaginable that such a huge body like a mountain can fly out at the speed of thunder. Do not. It should be said that it is thunder in itself. Roar. Boom. The violent dragon roar and the fierce thunder sound mixed together, resounding throughout the sky in an instant. Almost endless red, black and silver white thunder, like countless dragon servants. With the roar of the dragon, the madness spreads around like a tide. Almost in an instant, the entire space they were all occupied by razors and turned into a sea of thunder and lightning. Come on, Kuzan. In the sea of thunder, from the throat of the black dragon, Iger's roar full of fighting intent came out. After his voice, countless thunders oscillated, making his voice powerful. As the voice fell, the ferocity in the dragon's eyes was slowly dissipated, but the aura emanating from the entire dragon suddenly surged, and a monstrous fighting spirit rose up. Above its huge body, a dark blue ice cloud that is even bigger than it is suspended quietly, without making any sound, but the light flickering from the mysterious runes on it is brighter and brighter, and the cold air emanating from its body, it's getting more and more terrifying. Crunch underscore. The Navy soldiers, who had been shocked to the point of being numb by this destructive scene, felt their nerves being viciously moved once again at this moment. It was definitely not an illusion. Everyone saw it. The huge dark blue ice cloud that was well suspended in the sky suddenly vibrated. It was broken by an unknown force. Right, it's just broken. The huge ice cloud that was entrenched in the sky above the entire naval headquarters, like a swallowing giant beast, actually fell straight down after that small shock. The world is going to be destroyed. Everyone came up with this idea at the same moment. Immediately someone stood up and was about to run away, but after seeing that the others didn't get up, they sat back with a wry smile. The officers haven't spoken yet. They will be punished for running out, and besides, if this kind of offensive really spreads to the naval headquarters and the entire Navy navy is gone. What else is there to do? Everyone can only pray silently that these two lieutenants will be able to control their own power. And just when everyone was praying devoutly in their hearts, the ferocious dragon and the huge ice cloud collided fiercely. Chapter 551 Navy Training. Everyone felt that the whole world seemed to be quiet in an instant. Of course, after they heard the huge explosion, it seemed like a fierce collision between heaven and earth, just like the most terrifying disaster in heaven and earth, a terrifying air wave that was even more turbulent than sea water. It only took a blink of an eye to instantly drain the air of the entire martial arts field empty. Violent hurricane swept the entire naval headquarters directly. Of course, it also emptied the air in the entire naval base. Therefore, at the moment when the explosion sounded, everyone only felt a sharp tingling in both ears, as if there were countless sun explosions in their minds, and then even the whole consciousness boiled. Then, everyone was horrified to find out that all voices except their own could not be heard. It's like everything in the whole world. Suddenly the mute button was pressed by a big hand hidden behind them, and any sound was eliminated in an instant. Everyone can only see that red, black, and dark blue each occupy half of the sky, and then, like two completely different worlds, they slammed into a round of blazing sun. There is no sound, no temperature, only the white light that seems to be able to swallow everything in, slowly rising in everyone's eyes. Yes, everyone. At the same time, outside the central naval exercise field, if the future Whitebeard comes here and sees this scene, he will laugh a few times up to the sky, and then slowly swing the big knife, saying with a smile that I am familiar with this set. If Iger was standing here at this moment, he would definitely sigh involuntarily, and even ask questions. Could it be that the four emperors attacked the naval headquarters? If it wasn't for the absence of Kaiwahei, this scene would really be similar to the scene of the war on the top of the year. And if Garp heard this sentence at this time, he would definitely come over and smash Idra, and scolded while hammering. Grandma drops. I didn't even think about it. You two lieutenant generals fought, and you made such a move for me. Take a look at the current naval headquarters. In the entire building of the naval headquarters, there are red lights that can flash. One is counted as one. All are crazy alternating light and dark. The red light representing the alarm illuminates the entire naval base, and in the place illuminated by the red light there are rows of dumped buildings, piles of broken walls that have been shaken down or shredded by the gust of wind. Among the rows of ruins, neat rows of naval soldiers gathered together, directly surrounding the entire martial arts field, and crowded heads were crowded together, as if to hide in a sea of tactics. The thugs in the martial arts field were caught. However, at this moment everyone died because they didn't have the feeling of arresting people at all. They didn't even dare to raise such a thought. All the navy soldiers were desperately urging all the domineering in their bodies, trying to be able to that would be able to stand for a while in the gust of wind that lifted the ground. The clothes on his body have long been torn apart, and even the skin that has been strengthened by domineering has been torn open by the wind, and there are even many guys who can't bear the force of the wind and are directly blown away. He went out and slammed into the building of the naval headquarters from a distance. At the same time, the frightened faces turned pale, and the terrified eyes met on the shining sun rising in the sky. The sky is full of foam. What a sin. Do you actually want to train in this place? Are these two lieutenants monsters? Please, save us a little life. The navy soldiers standing outside swallowed a mouthful of saliva, and swept their gazes towards the collapsed martial arts field outside, with wry smiles all over their faces. The current martial arts field can no longer be called a martial arts field. The magnificent high walls on the periphery have long been peeled off, and the martial arts field in the middle, which is the size of 4 football fields, has become a huge deep pit, the most sturdy. It may be the stands under the spectators' ass. Thanks to the protection of these two lieutenant generals, this martial arts field still managed to keep these stands. Looking at the scene in front of them, the navy soldiers felt an urge to regret joining the navy in their hearts. What kind of perverted officer could he think of training in such a place? Yes, they are here to train, but in fact they were only here to take refuge. At that time, there was a sudden alarm bell in the naval headquarters, and countless houses collapsed in an instant. And just when everyone thought that there was a cataclysm that could never be encountered on a great route, the naval headquarters was about to come. The somewhat embarrassing explanation of the warring States General slowly drifted out from the speakers. Well, everyone, don't panic. Lieutenant General Iger and Lieutenant General Kuzin are just discussing. It won't cause too much damage. All those who come out will gather near the martial arts field immediately and prepare for training. Hearing this news, everyone's first reaction was stun. What? The two lieutenant generals are discussing each other, and what are we training about? However, when they actually arrived at the scene, they finally understood what the training the warring States General just said was. Is this Nima really two lieutenants fighting each other? Is his grandmother sure it wasn't a tsunami plus an earthquake? When everyone everyone arrived at the scene, the reaction was still stunned. These two lieutenants are too fierce. There was a fight that almost demolished the entire naval headquarters. Whirring. The violent hurricane that seems to be able to shred everything is still going on, and at this moment the blazing white sun in the sky is also expanding wildly. Just a second ago, the round of blazing sun in their eyes was only the size of a human head, but in the blink of an eye, that a small human head actually swelled to a size of several kilometers. And everyone didn't react at all. It was like a chain reaction when the sun blazed, and the huge dark clouds covering the entire naval headquarters were swallowed up. The gust of wind stagnated and disappeared, and the sound disappeared, leaving only an absolutely dazzling light. With the expansion of the blazing white light wheel, it unreasonably covered the sky above the entire naval headquarters. White, arrogant and domineering white. When everyone did not react at all, like a gluttonous mouth, it swallowed everything in it. Chapter 552. Even if it is, let's tie a great root, an island. This is an island that is closest to the naval headquarters in the records of the nautical chart, and because of the reputation of the naval headquarters, businessmen have built countless residences on the coastline here, and made a lot of money by the reputation of the naval base. The advertisements are quite full. The luxury sea view room that can see the naval headquarters can definitely bring people an excellent experience. But in fact, even people with good eyesight on the whole island, let alone standing in front of the window, even if they soak their feet in the sea water next to the coastline, they can see only a barely visible black. It's just a point, but everyone is relieved after thinking about it. If the Navy headquarters, how can it be seen by ordinary people? Therefore, this matter was not criticized by everyone. On the contrary, because of the existence of the Navy headquarters, this sea area was unusually stable and peaceful. There were no pirates at all, and everyone was happier. As for whether or not they can see the Navy headquarters, no one cares at all. On the contrary, many people don't want to see it at all. So in the calendar that was turned over day by day, everyone gradually forgot the propaganda of the real estate developer about the Navy headquarters. Until today. Mom, what is that? In the luxurious sea view room, a little girl dressed like a delicate doll pointed out the window and called out to her mother. What's the matter, sweetie? What happened? Soon, a young woman with good manners and appearance, even among the upper-class ladies, with no flaws in her outfit, walked out of the room and gently held the girl in her arms. Look at Mom there. The stars are falling from the sky. The girl's hand still pointed out the window. Her beautiful big eyes flickered, full of novelty, and she showed off to her mother in a proud tone as if she had discovered a new world. The woman looked in the direction of her daughter's finger, but was suddenly stunned. After 3 seconds, she rubbed her eyes with the other hand, looked at it for another 3 seconds, and then slowly widened. He opened his eyes, and his mouth slowly grew to its largest size. Jerry! The woman also turned back in a panic, shouted in the direction of the bedroom at home, and called out her husband. After a while, the family stood neatly in front of the window, all staring at the black spot that should have been forgotten long ago. Now it should not be able to call it a black spot. The black spot that was almost completely invisible at this moment has become bigger than the sun in the sky in the eyes of the three people, and the blazing white light is not far from there. The sea radiates out, almost completely obscuring the sunlight. Originally it was supposed to be a azure blue sky, but it turned out to be a little dark for a while. Navy base bombed. The family stood in front of the window and murmured in unison. Of course, at this moment, it was definitely not just the Jerry family who discovered the situation in the direction of the Navy headquarters, but people from the entire coast and even the entire island, all staring blankly at the direction of the Navy headquarters at the same time. Some days. Among them, reporters from certain newspapers were also included. As a group of people with the most sensitive sense of smell, they were also the first to react. Without any hesitation, they immediately returned to their office, packed their things, and rushed out of the house. They wanted to take the boat from the newspaper office and land on the island. Interview. The huge light that ignited in the direction of the Navy headquarters lasted for half a day before gradually dissipating, and the strange thing was that it was obviously such a huge light. Everyone would think that it should be a flash caused by a huge explosion. It should be accompanied by a super huge shockwave of destruction and a deafening explosion sound. It may even cause tsunamis and earthquakes at super long distances, especially on the island where my home is located, which should be the most affected area. But the strange thing is that everyone on this island didn't hear the slightest sound, didn't feel the shock from the other side of the sea, and didn't even feel the slightest wind. That round of white shining sun was like someone lit a huge light bulb. From the beginning to the end, there was nothing except the blazing white brilliance that could even cover up the sunlight. If it were not for sure that the center of the white light was in the Navy headquarters, everyone would even think it was a supernova explosion hundreds of light years away. However, there is no dissatisfaction with this strange scene without the slightest slightest movement. As an ordinary resident, of course, I hope that there is no movement in this kind of thing. What the inhabitants of the island didn't know was that the scene they saw thousands of miles away was much more bizarre than the many Navy soldiers inside the Navy headquarters. Am I still alive? In a piece of white light that made people almost lose all perception, hundreds of naval soldiers touched their chests with some fear and muttered to themselves with hindsight. I don't know how long ago, when the blazing white light above the sky exploded and swallowed the entire Navy headquarters, everyone thought they were finished. Combined with the huge block of ice created by Lieutenant General Kuzin and the terrifying red and black thunder dragon created by Lieutenant General Iger, everyone felt that this was definitely an earth-shattering huge explosion. But in fact, except for the initial explosion, the two giants above the sky, as if they had negotiated, suddenly quieted down, and no sound came out. Even the unexpected energy shock waves disappeared strangely, just like there was a big hand in the dark. Before all the shock waves erupted, they were held in the palm of their hands and disappeared strangely. In the end, when the white light that covered everything dissipated, the true face of the Navy headquarters finally appeared in front of everyone's eyes. Whether it was the Navy soldiers gathered outside, the Navy soldiers sitting in the exercise field, or the Navy executives like Karp Sengoku Khan, they all looked at the scene strangely. Except for the buildings that collapsed due to the birth of the Thunder Dragon, the terrifying collision between the dark blue giant ice and the red and black Thunder Dragon did not cause any damage at all. Everything is still the same as when everyone came out together. In the midst of the ruins, Iger and Kuzin walked out of the martial arts arena side by side, smiled tacitly with each other, shrugged and announced, "This game, even if it's a draw." Chapter 553. Igwe's name spreads far and wide. With the blazing white sun, the light in the sky is getting dimmer and dim, and the scene in the martial arts arena is also presented in front of everyone's eyes. However, when the Navy soldiers who had finally recovered from the fear of colliding with the earth saw that everything around them was so familiar and intact, an absurd feeling emerged from their hearts. This Nima, was all this true just now? From the time when the red and black terrifying dragon woke up with a huge earthquake to when the huge dark blue ice cloud that was frozen by Lieutenant General Kuzin appeared in the sky above the entire naval headquarters, everyone felt that this would definitely be an earth-shattering super collision. This kind of thing, even Karp Sengoku and Lieutenant General Crane, who led all the Navy soldiers, have no doubts about this ending. The purpose of their coming to the martial arts field is to protect the Navy headquarters from not being able to affected by this terrifying collision. At the moment when the red and black giant dragon and the dark blue ice cloud were about to collide, the nerves of the three of them were also tense to the extreme. There was no sound from the beginning of the shocking explosion, and even after the shocking wind passed, there was not even a little energy fluctuation. This kind of weird scene also made the three of Karp frown and looked at each other, all seeing the stunned look in each other's eyes. This kind of astonishment became even more intense after the blazing white brilliance enveloped everything and then dissipated. Up to now, the three of them all had expressions of astonishment on their faces. They thought they were here to wipe their butts for these two juniors. Who knows, all this has disappeared like an illusion. Co-authoring the entire Navy headquarters was alerted just to watch the fireworks created by these two guys. No, after the collision, the energy fluctuations that seemed to be able to destroy the entire naval headquarters suddenly and strangely disappeared. But before that, everyone felt the huge dragon and ice cloud strength. How exactly did these two guys do it? At the same time, Sakazuki, Marshal Kong, and Posolino, who had the same doubts as the three of Karp, were also standing in the building of the Navy headquarters, watching from a distance that the man who disappeared like a hallucination brilliant white sun. But doubts are doubts, but the three people's reactions are different. Naturally, Marshal Kong didn't need to say, seeing that the collision between the two behemoths did not bring any more serious consequences to the Navy headquarters. He was relieved immediately, and the fist that had been clenched was slowly loosening. This kid Kuzin really didn't do anything too much. If this guy demolishes the martial arts field today, he will definitely punish him. Compared with Marshal Kong, Sakazuki's eyes flashed a hint of coldness, and his expression was a little unsightly. Compared with whether this collision will affect the naval headquarters, this guy is more concerned about the scene before the collision just now. That terrifying red and black dragon crawled out from the ground and made a sky-high sound. When he roared, even though he was so far apart, he couldn't help but feel a little tightness in his chest. And he, who has worked with Kuzin for so many years, knows that this is definitely not a trick that Kuzin can use. Since it is not Kuzin, it can only be the new naval rookie named IG. This inference is really too easy to draw, so easy that there is no other possibility at all. But this is what makes Sakazuki's heart more and more depressed. This stinky boy is so strong. The two of them had their own concerns, but Posolino was smiling slightly directly beside him, making it difficult to see what he was thinking about, but those eyes, looking in the direction of Iger, gleamed. And just when everyone at the scene was caught in a strange astonishment, another question quietly emerged. You say, in this game, who actually won the match between Lieutenant General Iger and Lieutenant General Kuzan? Someone asked softly. The light and fluttering sentence made everyone's thoughts explode at the same time. Yes, in the current situation, at the very beginning, Lieutenant General Kuzan and Lieutenant General Yig had a friendly discussion. That is to say, because of the competition, the quasi-generals and the marshals did not come to watch the battle. As a result, these two people made such a huge movement. You have to say that before this battle begins, no one will think that Kuzan will lose, and even Lieutenant Yig will be cleaned up badly by Lieutenant General Kuzan. But now, everyone really thinks that this is not necessarily the case. Take the giant dragon that was enough to overturn the entire naval headquarters just now. The sense of terror and oppression that everyone felt from that giant dragon was no less than the huge piece that Lieutenant General Kuzan condensed in the sky. The Xianbing, even in terms of pure destructive power, it is absolutely superior. Creek _ Just when everyone was in this strange silent atmosphere, entangled in who would win and who would lose in this battle, a sharp sound suddenly cut through the silent air. Swish. Everyone's eyes gathered in an instant, only to see the huge wooden door of the martial arts field being slowly pushed open, and then two figures, one tall and one short, walked out of the gate of the martial arts field side by side. Although there is a considerable difference in body shape, the two of them are wearing the same uniform. Everyone still knows it. It is the same as the uniforms of Lieutenant General Garp and Lieutenant General Crane in front of them. Lieutenant General's uniform. These two people, it is in the midst of naval gossip, the two popular lieutenant generals who held discussions together in the martial arts field today, Lieutenant General Supernova Iger and Brigadier General Kuzan. But how could these two come out side by side? This. The sailors didn't know what was going on for a while. The intertwined eyes stared at the two of them in astonishment. For a while, even Iger's cheeky was a little embarrassed, but looking at the eyes of these Navy soldiers and his grandfather, he also knew that these what sailors want to know. It seems that everyone is very curious about the situation between the two of us. Iger tilted his head and glanced at Kuzan beside him. Kuzan also smiled tacitly at Iger, shrugged his shoulders, and said with a smile, I discussed it with Iger. If we continue to fight, it is estimated that the entire naval headquarters will be destroyed. So let's draw. Chapter 554. Lieutenant General Iger, officially on duty. A draw. Did they just say the word draw? I don't think I heard it wrong. They said it was a draw. God, that rookie Lieutenant General Iger actually drew with Lieutenant General Kuzan. What rookie Lieutenant General Iger? It's time to call him Lieutenant General Iger. Hearing what Iger and Kuzan said, there was a sudden uproar among all the Navy soldiers who were standing outside. Everyone whispered quietly to the people around them, with incredible expressions on their faces. Although I have indirectly seen the strength of this Lieutenant General Iger just now, and even had a hunch in my heart, the strength of this Lieutenant General Iger is comparable to that of Lieutenant General Kuzan, or even surpassed, and no less. However, when the two parties stated this result and the facts were put in front of everyone still felt that their hearts were greatly shocked. This absolute newcomer, who had just arrived at the Navy headquarters and had not had more than 48 hours, was directly appointed by the Admiral Kong to obtain the title of Lieutenant General on the first day of entering the Navy, and on the second day, just after the rank conferring ceremony was held, and immediately after that, he was tied with Brigadier General Kuzan, who was in his prime in the Navy. And all of this was actually done by a child who was not even 10 years old at all, and was only a little over 8 years old after all the calculations. Not to mention an 8-year-old child. Even those Marines in their early 20s or even 30s who have undergone rigorous training to get to where they are now. At this moment, they are all looking at the strong and terrifying men above with a wry smile, sighing to themselves, this guy should still be at the age of playing sand castles by the sea, right? Why did he suddenly come to the organization with the most powerful armed forces in the world? And he also started his naval journey as his own .s, with an unattainable end to everyone's life. Some people even heard news that this little guy was actually brought back to the naval headquarters by Lieutenant General Garp. As a result, Lieutenant General Garp encountered various things on the way. Solve it on your own. This news was actually spread as early as yesterday, but at that time, most people still thought that it was just Lieutenant General Garp's fake show to let him enter the Navy. Even if this kid can really fight against the lieutenant generals without defeat, it does not prove that he has the strength to conquer so many terrifying pirates. You know, such vicious and notorious pirates as Moonlight Moria, Don Quixote da Flamingo, and even Yin Jack are definitely not one or a group of lieutenant generals who can defeat it. Even if the quasi-generals like Lieutenant General Kuzan and Lieutenant Lieutenant General Sakaski were to act, it would take some effort. Therefore, it is not unreasonable for everyone not to believe these deeds. However, all these doubts or sneers were all wiped out in the battle just now. Just because this guy came out side by side with Lieutenant General Kuzan, looked at each other and smiled, and said that they had a tie in this game. Who is Lieutenant General Kuzan? One of the super geniuses who entered the Navy that year, quickly learned 2-color domineering, 6-style and even richer fighting skills at an absolutely terrifying speed. He has hunted countless pirates, and he is very gentle. It only took less than 10 years to stand in the position of a quasi-general in the entire Navy. He is the most popular lieutenant general among the prime age generation. It was such an extremely dazzling existence in the Navy that he would even say a draw to the little boy who was only about his waist. All the Navy soldiers didn't know what to say for a while. After all, even Lord Kuzan said that this kid could be tied with him. Naturally, no one was dissatisfied at this time, but the voices of heartbreak sounded one after another, especially at the beginning. Bob, who was the hardest working supporter of Lieutenant General Kuzan, was crying bitterly at this moment. His idol, the idol that he couldn't catch up with no matter how hard he chased it, would shoot, holding the shoulder of an 8-year-old child, talking about a tie. I'm so unwilling, woohoo. Bob wiped away his tears, but suddenly felt a palm pat his shoulder. When he looked back, it was the old Jack who was particularly disappointed just now. It's just that at this moment the latter did not mean to laugh at all, but smiled slightly, and then walked forward with a group of his own men. Of course, to say that the most excited among the group of people, it must belong to the leaders who lead all the naval soldiers, Lieutenant General Garp, Lieutenant General Crane and General Sengoku. At this moment the eyes of the three of them, like all the Navy soldiers, were looking straight at Iger, who was walking side by side with Kuzan. Looking at him getting closer and closer, the eyes of the three of them did not change at all. They were all stunned, and their mouths were wide open. After all, no one thought that the collision just now turned out to be. It disappeared so strangely, and they knew that this was the handwriting of Yige and Kuzan. Compared with the lower level Navy soldiers, the three of them are of higher rank, and naturally they care about different things. In the whole thing, the most incomprehensible thing for them is that Iger actually used this kind of trick to make them all incomprehensible. Means to say that Iger is strong, right? Ken. After all, they are not as strong. Even they themselves can see where this guy's level and realm are now. But if, like just now, Iger resorted to means they couldn't understand at all, then the matter would be serious. This means that this Iger has already made a face at a certain level, even the rather mysterious level of the devil fruit, which has surpassed their understanding. It is more likely that even the general and the warring states have no way to interpret his methods. What kind of terrifying operation is this? And the one who did all this turned out to be an 8-year-old child. This kind of thing has to say that the three old people feel abandoned by the carriage of the times. Ha 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 ha. Kuzan, you guys actually played a tie with this little guy. Just when the three were shocked, a burst of heroic laughter separated the crowd and walked to the front. I think this Iger can go straight to the post. Chapter 555 Familiar Military Affairs. Marshal Empty. Lieutenant General Sakaski. Lieutenant General Posolino. As the heroic laughter approached, Garp, Lieutenant General Crane, and the naval soldiers behind Sengoku, all neatly separated into 2 rows, immediately straightened their bodies and saluted one after another. The three of Garp turned their heads in response, watching Marshal Kong walking slowly with Sakaski and Posolino, and these 3 people put together, it is simply 3 expression packs. Marshal Kong in the center, with his own domineering arrogance, his face was full of smile wrinkles, and his whole person turned into a blooming old chrysanthemum. In stark contrast to him is Sakaski on his left. At this moment this guy has a sullen face, and his already thin lips are pursed tightly, like a stone. As for the guy Posolino, needless to say, this guy is a walking emoji. Garp looked back as the 3 approached, and Ig and Kuzan also came over behind him. For a time, the highest level of the entire naval headquarters was gathered here at the same time. The reason for this is this rookie who has just entered the Navy headquarters for 2 days. Ha 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 ha. Garp, you really raised a good grandson. Marshal Kong came over and patted Garp on the shoulder with a big laugh, the admiration on his face undisguised. Hey, that's not it. This is my proudest grandson. Hearing that Marshal Kong praised his grandson so directly in the public, Garp was also quite happy. This was really the best result. His grandson was quite competitive, and he gave himself such a big face. Come on, Iggy. I didn't have time to give you a good introduction last time, but this time I'll let you get to know each other well. In addition to being happy, Garp did not forget to hug Iger, pointed to the surrounding admirals, and introduced Iger one by one. Come on, this is Marshal Kong, the most powerful man in the Navy right now. This is Vice Admiral he, you know, and this, Admiral Warring States. These are all your godparents. See you all in the future. Say hello to to me. Did you hear me? Karp was really happy. Yesterday was actually his most nervous, anxious, and most depressing day. After all, it seemed that Iger would truly be recognized by everyone in the Navy at the fastest speed. You can never speak by yourself, and I can do everything by myself. Fortunately, my grandson is still very good. Just this day in time, relying solely on his own strength, he directly raised his prestige to an unprecedented level. Look at the look in the eyes of those Navy boys looking at him, nothing but awe. Garp was so happy in his heart, and his strong arms involuntarily added a lot of strength. For a time, Iger was hugging and sticking out his tongue, but Garp had no desire to stop at all, and he was still in high spirits. Introduced to Iger. Come on, this is Sakaski and that is Posolino. They are all stinky boys, students who came out of ZFAS back then. Ignatius had no choice but to greet everyone with a wry smile and nods one by one. Marshal Kong, Lieutenant General Crane, and Sengoku also smiled at him and nodded with a smile, while Sakaski and Posolino behaved like they were not salty or bland. For this situation, Iger naturally understands what the situation is. At that time, when Karp said that he wanted to join the Navy and become a lieutenant general, although he stood up against the flying squirrel, in fact the person who opposed the most fiercely should be this one. Sakaski is right. Having one cousin in the Navy is enough for him, and adding one of himself, Iger is sure that this guy's promotion plan will be greatly hindered. After all, he is the man who wants to be an admiral of the Navy. As for Posolino, this old man seems to have no interest in what happens in the Navy. He looks like he just wants to clock in for work. As long as this guy doesn't do some weird things, Iger will naturally have nothing to do. Compared with these people's attitude towards himself, Iger is still more concerned about what Marshal Kong said just now. Cough 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 cough. Marshal Kong. Iger finally got rid of Cap's steel-like arm and coughed several times. You said, what should I do during my inspection and internship period? With the words of Marshal Kong just now, Iger naturally knows the answer, and this question is just a simple hint. Ha 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 ha, you stinky boy, you are really impatient. When Marshal Kong heard what Iger said, he was not annoyed but laughed even more happily, and then nodded at Sengoku. Why, Eagle, you're the first in the history of the entire Navy. Warring States received a signal from Marshal Kong and heaved a sigh of relief, and then said to Iger with a smile. Originally, Marshal Kong also said before you started the war with Kuzan, if you and Kuzan directly smashed the naval headquarters, then you will have to pay the penalty. As a result, you can still think about protecting and watching the battle after the battle. The Navy soldiers, so I temporarily arranged a colonel to familiarize you with the affairs of the army. After speaking, Sengoku waved at a group of naval soldiers. Iger and the admirals also followed the gaze of the Warring States and looked towards the crowd, only to see a commotion in the crowd. A group of people came out. Old Jack Bob in the crowd looked at the old Jack who walked out of the crowd. His eyes widened. Good guy. No wonder this guy is so firm in supporting this Lieutenant General Iger. It turns out that he has already been assigned to Lieutenant General Iger. Hey, I have seen Lieutenant General Iger. Old Jack led a group of Navy soldiers to stand in front of Iger and gave Iger a salute. Yi quickly responded with a salute and at the same time breathed a sigh of relief. He likes to deal more with well-informed old men so as to help you understand the world better. So, are you my schoolmaster? Iggy asked with a smile. If it is a veteran, then he is really picking up the treasure and he must drag him to explain the internal affairs of the Navy clearly. However, before the smile on Iger's face grew to the fullest, old Jack shook his head and then a young girl walked out from behind him, staring at Iger with big bright and lively eyes and smiled sweetly at Iger. I've seen Lieutenant General Iger and I'll be your colonel from now on. Could you please familiarize yourself with the affairs of the army with me? Chapter 556 Charm. Colonel Kaoru. Iger stared blankly at the girl who suddenly stuck his head out. The smile on his face suddenly solidified and countless mistakes filled his mind in an instant. Where's my learned and well-informed old man? Iger looked at old Jack and then at the young girl sticking her head out from behind old Jack, feeling a little overwhelmed for a while. The girl's appearance is really beautiful, although it can't be compared to the level of cold and glamorous of the pirate Queen Hancock, but it is better than the delicate and soft facial features. My heart is quite comfortable and happy, and a trace of goodwill can't help but arise. However, Iger's mind didn't know whether it was a little tired after a war, or he was too eager for his schoolmaster to be an old man, or maybe it was the girl's smile that made him a little dazed, and a question blurted out. My school officer, isn't this old gentleman? I don't know if it was an illusion, but Iger always felt that after saying this, the entire naval headquarters was quiet, as if everyone had been pressed a pause button and stood still. Swish. The eyes were like blades, piercing the air, and stabbed towards Iger overwhelmingly. If I could cause any damage to Iger, I am afraid I would have stabbed Iger all over his body. One blood hole after another another. Being stared at by so many eyes that seemed to eat people, Iger couldn't stand it for a while. He felt tight all over, and several layers of cold sweat came out at once. Well, did I say something wrong? Iger looked around for a week and found that these Navy soldiers were staring at him with extremely fierce eyes, and suddenly felt like a light on his back. It's fine if you don't want to. I don't care. If you like old Jack, let him take you there. When the girl heard this, her slender eyebrows also frowned, and then she snorted heavily and hid behind old Jack again. Hey, I'm just an adjutant of this subordinate. Old Jack was also a little amused when he saw Iger's stunned and innocent look. He smiled, took a step to the side, let the girl out, stretched out his hand and said, "This is the colonel who led our team, Colonel Xiang Sun. He is the youngest colonel in the history of our naval headquarters. He is only 16 years old. Of course, he is also the only one who can rank on the popularity list by virtue of his identity as a colonel." What about the existence of the top 5? Although old Jack didn't say anything strange, Iger always felt that this old guy meant something, and when he said this, his eyes drifted to the surrounding Marines from time to time. These guys looked at their eyes one by one, as if they were looking at their enemies. Iger looked at Xiang Sun with a numb scowl, and for a while he understood why these Navy soldiers reacted like that. Just sticking out ahead just now, he has already used her charisma like the autumn sunshine to make Iger fall in love with her, and now that he is standing in front of him, the bright and lively feeling is even more pave come. The sun came from the girl's front, illuminating her soft and beautiful face so brightly, as if everything around her was dimmed because of this, and the high ponytail was tied behind her head, which was also filled with this lively and bright temperament. A touch of skill. He was obviously puffed up, but he didn't know why he was even more fascinated than when he smiled just now. The loose schoolmaster uniform covers her body, but it highlights her soft figure even more. With that pure white color, Iger never thought that anyone could wear it so dazzlingly until he met this girl. Good guy. Sarah, are you doing this on purpose? When old Jack walked out, Garp realized that something was wrong, and when Yazuei stuck his head out, Garp's face finally darkened. He turned his head and stared at Sarah, pretending to be sullen. Others don't know who this girl is. Doesn't he know? This girl is one of the top 5 terrifying existences in the legendary Navy popularity list. No matter how the dozens of people in the list change, she will always be in the top 5, and even as she grows, she will soon hit the top 3 or even the first. And most importantly, in the popularity list, except for her, they are all lieutenant generals. This kind of terrifying popularity was given to Iger, so those Navy boys were not allowed to fly up and bite. But just when Karp was complaining, Iger had already understood the intention of the marshal to make things happen. Good guy. Iger now finally understands why these Navy soldiers look at him with that kind of eyes. This Nima is in a group of extremely masculine places. With such a vibrant girly atmosphere, everyone will be quite like this girl. And the most important thing is that this guy was not the captain of a certain general before, and he was born out of nowhere, as if he directly cut off everyone's sunshine. Can he not hate himself? Iger looked at the girl who tilted her head and closed her eyes and hugged her arms. Cold sweat fell down her forehead. He also knew intuitively that his school officer was a troublesome guy. Lieutenant General Iger, don't look at her like this. In fact, she pays a lot of attention to you. In your 2 battles yesterday and today, she was the one who shouted the loudest. Old Jack glanced back at Xiang Sun and said with a smile, "Shut up you." Xiang Sun was extremely embarrassed by old Jack's remarks, and a seductive blush spread from the snow-white neck to the tips of her ears. She gritted her teeth fiercely, stomped her feet and roared at old Jack. That it was my rudeness just now." Just as he was awkward, Xiang Sun's ear tip moved suddenly and then raised his head. He found that Iger was standing in front of him. Now Iger, even though he was only 8 years old, but under the system's instructions, he added, given his astonishing physical development even at the age of 14 or 15, there are people who believe it. At this moment, a handsome face is placed in front of Xiang Sun, and it definitely has a fatal charm. "It's nice to meet you, Colonel Xiang Sun. You will be my school officer in the future. You and old Jack will help you in the next internship. Are you willing to help me?" After finishing speaking, Iger stared stiffly at a group of Navy soldiers who wanted to eat people and stretched out his hand towards Xiang Kairu. The blush on Xiang Sun's face gradually subsided. He quickly adjusted back to his state and then held Iger's palm contemptuously. "It's almost the same. This girl promised you." Chapter 557, Iger's Training for Life. This battle between Kuzan and Iger almost turned the entire naval headquarters upside down, and it finally ended slowly under the hatred of everyone. Along with this discussion, everything was settled, as well as the question of which Lieutenant General Colonel Xiang Sun, the most popular among the Navy, would follow. This also became the most scolded thing by the naval soldiers in the next few days. An 8-year-old child. Although this guy is amazing surprisingly develop. Even if some people say that he is 15 or 16 years old this year, some people will definitely believe it. And this damn Lieutenant General Iger is so handsome. But this is definitely not the reason why this guy took Colonel Siang-sun away from them. Absolutely not. Lieutenant General Iger has only been here for a few days. How could he possibly understand that Colonel Siang-sun was the only bit of sunshine they were bored and even in some cruel training life? Although it is said that everyone does not have the kind of love between men and women for her, Colonel Siang-sun will come to the training ground and the martial arts field every day to urge them to train. The lively and bright temperament is like the sunshine in winter, which makes their lives more angry. But now Colonel Siang-kaeru has been transferred, and he has been transferred to Lieutenant General Iger to be an adjutant. Everyone looked at the newly transferred bad old man, wishing they could tear him to shreds with their eyes. Return my Colonel Siang-sun. For this, the old colonel who was newly transferred was also quite helpless. Looking at this group of resentful stinky boys, there is nothing to do except blow their beards and stare. Even he himself felt that it was a little too deserted without Colonel Siang-sun's training ground. In this way, in every dream full of hatred, the 4 words of Lieutenant General Iger were repeated countless times. Almost every Navy soldier will see that thin but handsome figure in the dream of the night, with the sound of gnashing teeth that were about to be bitten. Several days passed in succession. This situation has been almost impossible to change in the past few days, so much so that it was recently listed on the Navy's popularity ranking secretly published by the Navy headquarters. This new admiral who joined the Navy headquarters has soared to the top 10 in popularity. All of them signed up to assist Lieutenant General Iger's internship in order to look at Colonel Kaeru one more time. Of course, it is impossible for Iger himself to know about these things. These days, this guy has followed Colonel Siang-kaeru's bouncing footsteps almost every day, stepping on the sunlight like her soft figure, and walked around the Navy headquarters. But these seemingly easy activities are quite boring in Iger's eyes. Obviously, any battle will consume much more physical energy than walking around this day. But Iger felt that walking around this day was even more tiring than the previous battle with Kuzan. As for why are you so slow? Don't tell me you're tired. After playing with Lieutenant General Kuzan for so long and launching such a powerful move, I didn't see you tired. At the foot of a certain building in the Navy, on the stone gray stairs, the girl's high ponytail danced happily. The sun lightly fell from the top of her head, and her smooth hair was swept into pieces, and the pure white uniform was so dazzling under the sun, but it was still obscured by the big girl's bright eyes. At this moment the girl was rolling her eyes, and said angrily at Yige, "This kind of scene, anyone will have a good heart, but in Iger's eyes, it can only bring a wry smile on his face. It really doesn't stop for a moment. Tired to death. Me, can I take a break?" Iger squeezed out a pleasing smile and said to the girl in front of him, "Really, it is only after following this stinky girl, Iger. How blissful is the kind of life that I have lived in the past, where I want to sleep and wake up when I want to sleep. This guy in the women's bed calls himself on time every morning when the sun is just rising." Then she started yelling in her energetic but in Iger's eyes a life-threatening voice, "Get up, the sun is drying your ass." Even if Iger didn't go out, he was absolutely shocked and couldn't sleep again. As a last resort, I had to follow this little ant to go around, go shopping, not just wandering but still learning. In just a few days, Iger has been forced to drink such strange books as 108 Naval Codes, Navy Promotion System, and on naval warfare. Even at every turn, he even asked to recite it. Iggy is going crazy. Rest. Hearing Iger's request, Siang-sun paused, and the original anger suddenly turned into a weird smile, which made Iger hurriedly cry badly. "Then you recite the structure of the Navy to me, and I will let you rest." "You." Iger couldn't hold it any longer, and his eyes widened instantly. "What are you?" Who knows? Seeing that Iger is about to get angry, Siang-sun's attitude has become even more arrogant, pointing a light white finger to Iger's forehead. "Have you been an intern? You haven't officially taken office yet, do you know? Now you are at best a big boss. You have to listen to what I say. Do you know me? What am I?" "Hurry up." Before Iger could say anything, Siang-kaeru glared back at him. There is no way. Who makes the situation stronger than the people? Iger can only cry and mutter. The Navy is one of the 3 major forces of the Great Route, and the other 2 major forces are the Kaiwahei and the 4 Emperors. Compared with the other 2 forces, the Navy has a strict internal structure and a huge system. It has naval bases in the 4 seas and various Great Routes, as well as scientific troops and secret troops stationed in many places. Wrong. Iger finished reading confidently, but what was greeted by Siang-sun was a big typo. When he was stunned, the girl opposite turned around directly. The high ponytail jumped again, and the crisp sound of wind chimes floated over from afar. "The Navy is not tied with them. The Navy is a violent machine many times larger than them. Come over here and show you the source of strength that the Navy can truly hold in all the seas of the world." Iger Iger's eyes involuntarily followed the lively figure all the way up, and he was seeing the large characters hanging on the high place. Technology R&D Department. Chapter 558. A Genius Beyond the Times. Vegapunk. So today is the day to visit the R&D Department. Iger's gaze crossed Xiangkeiru and stared straight at that. Although the font was not outstanding, it was full of a sense of stability and innovation. All in all, it's quite a sci-fi place. Science and Technology Research and Development Department. This is a place that has never appeared in the original work from beginning to end, but in the Navy it has a position that absolutely cannot be ignored. Just relying on this department, it directly produced a powerful force that made the entire Navy enough to suppress all pirates. The pacifist, the processing technology of the seafloor stone, the high technology of using the seafloor stone to cross the windless zone for the bare body, the transformation of human living weapons, human giant words experiments, bloodline factors, the first artificial devil fruit, antivirus suits, and even the operation of transferring the ability of devil fruit to objects. All were born from this seemingly unremarkable department. Of course, speaking of a department, in fact this entire department is entirely due to the existence of one person. That is a super technological genius who surpassed the entire world for 500 years. Vegapunk. This guy is actually the most dangerous person in the entire One Piece world, or the person who has grasped the strongest power. Compared with the power that this guy has mastered, his father, who is engaged in revolution, is more than a star and a half behind. Just look at the fields this guy is involved in, from biotechnology to mechanical manufacturing, from technological breakthroughs to cracking supernatural devil fruits. These areas that seem to be completely out of reach are all conquered by him alone. Ordinary people, at least the scientists in Iger's original world, even the most talented minds, can only study in depth in a few related fields. There must be one or two main research directions, but this guy's IQ seems to have no limits. I don't know how old he is or what he looks like, only that this guy seems to be imaginative. For him, the most essential secrets in the depths of the world are like toys that are readily available, and they can be put into use by just picking them up. This guy is the person who has the strongest power in the whole world. This point, although Iger originally understood but has not understood very clearly. It wasn't until a few days ago that Iger got the gift of the system, mastery of biomechanics, that he finally fully understood this. That kind of massive general knowledge. I just accept the perfusion of the system. I actually felt that my brain was about to explode. I really don't know how long the head of the Vegapunk guy is, and most importantly, since he acquired biomechanical mastery, he doesn't seem to have used it. But in fact, Iger has initially used it in his own battles, when he was discussing with Kyuzan, the red and black thunder dragon that almost overturned the entire naval headquarters. Was Iger's use of his abilities and energy. According to the knowledge of biological machinery in the brain, the body structure of the dragon is drawn and constructed bit by bit. That's why it took so much time at that time, and the power finally displayed by the dragon seems to be quite gratifying. This is the power of technology. Without this knowledge, Iger is just a reckless man who bombards indiscriminately with the energy of large groups. But with this knowledge, Yig is the super alchemist who can summon the most terrifying creatures in the world. Why are you in a daze? Let's go. It's rare that I specifically asked for it today. The Technology Research and Development Department will be open to you for a few hours. You are dawdling. We can't get in at all. As Iger's thoughts drifted farther and farther, a crisp urging sound floated over from a distance. Ig was dragged out of his thoughts. At this moment, Xiangsun had already reached the top of the steps and waved at Iger from a distance. I don't know why, but far away, Iger was able to focus on her and see more details on her. Just like that hand. Iger swears that he has never seen such a perfect hand, and the whole palm is like the warmest white jade. There is a touch of pink in it. Each finger is slender, and the nails are full and round, shining dazzlingly in the sun. I don't know if this is the first time I've noticed these weird details, but for Iger, knowing what kind of secrets are hidden in the R&D department is more attractive than watching this hand from a distance. Shrugging his shoulders, Iger also responded, and then ran up the stairs. Before Xiangkeiru could react, he grabbed her arm and was about to rush through the door. Hey, wait a minute. Before Iger could run away, the girl behind him screamed anxiously, and then a huge force erupted from his arm, pulling Iger to a halt. Well, what's wrong? Iggy was bewildered. What's the matter? Xiangsun wrenched Iger's palm away and shook the arm that was a little sore from his grasp. He rolled his eyes at him, then took out a card with a golden pattern on a white background from his pocket. Without this thing, you can't even get in the door. That guy Vegapunk has a very bad temper. If you force open his door, you will definitely feel better. Well, I'm sorry, I was too impatient. Seeing that Xiangsun's white jade-like wrist was scratched with a circle of red marks by himself, Iger suddenly felt a little embarrassed. just scratched the back of his head and laughed dryly. Xiang Sun didn't speak anymore, glared at Iger, and then walked to the door of the Technology Research and Development Department. It was an iron gray door with two tightly closed doors, more than 5 meters high, and an extremely heavy feeling emanated from it. Just by looking at it, Iger knew that this could not be opened by brute force. Holding the card in his hand, he scratched lightly on the door, which was fairly smooth all over. Iger didn't even know where she was rowing, and the pair of heavy closed doors made a rumbling sound like thunder, and then burst open. The process of opening the giant door was extremely smooth, and sunlight poured in from the gap of the giant door, tearing open the darkness inside the door. It was also through this ray of sunshine that Yi Ji and Xiang Sun finally saw what the inside of the Technology Research and Development Department was like. Let's go, let's go. Iger couldn't wait to see the door open. Chapter 559 R&D Department. Dangerous situation. The huge heavy metal door opened, and without any hesitation or precaution, Iggy and Xiang Sun rushed straight towards the door. The moment the two walked past the door, no one noticed. There seemed to be an extremely faint humming sound from the threshold, but the two of them didn't pay attention to that because at this moment the eyes of the two of them were attracted by the scene in the room. It's hard to imagine that this is actually the R&D Department of Science and Technology. Xiang Sun looked around at the scene inside the door and couldn't help but open his mouth slightly, which was gently covered by a perfect hand without any flaws. Iger also looked around at the scene inside the door, and there was an undisguised shock in his eyes. Just as Xiang Sun said, if it weren't for the 5 big characters outside the door, it would seem too weighty. The heavy metal door was also full of technology, and the two almost thought they had gone to the wrong time and space. And it's not that the modern era has crossed into the future era, but it has crossed into the past. Behind the metal door full of sci-fi feeling is a hall, but Iger is more willing to call it the main hall. Yes, after all, which scientific research department will have 2 rows of statues of ferocious beasts in the hall? As soon as the two entered the door, it was a color of lime, and the entire hall was neatly cut. I don't know what kind of ivory white stones it is made of. The dome, which is more than 10 meters high, is also made of stones of various shapes. The reason why I knew it was made of stones was because Iger tapped lightly on the wall and the ground. There are not metal depressions, but some small gaps directly crack. Each of the 2 rows of ferocious giant beasts is lifelike, and it is impossible to know what material was used to carve it. The giant beasts are 4 or 5 meters high. Some have twisted membrane wings, and their sharp claws pierce deeply into the stone pier. Some of the armor scales were furious, and the whole body twisted into a weird posture. Others grinned and grinned, their sharp teeth flashing with a sharp cold light. Each of the behemoths appears to be a completely different species, posing very differently. But Iger looked around, and every giant beast seemed to be similar, all with the same wide open mouth, with a luminous pearl the size of a human head in its mouth. Yes, Yemingzu Ig had no idea how this place could have such a thing. In addition to the night pearl, there was a stone railing with a diameter of more than 20 meters on the round dome that was more than 10 meters high. The orange flame was burning upside down against the railing. Groups of flames burned upside down, connected to each other. An orange-yellow light curtain was cast in the entire hall, and the cold light emanating from the mouths of the 2 rows of giant beasts on the ground magically produced a milky white halo that enveloped the entire hall. This scene also made Iger feel quite surprised. This floor and this wall, if he hadn't carefully observed it on the wall, he wouldn't even be able to find those extremely tiny gaps between these stones. And the night pearl in the mouth of the giant beast, Iger also observed it close up. It was found that the beads should be made by some artificial release method, and the light emitted can even be compared with normal electric lights. The most amazing thing is the circle of upside down flames hanging above the dome. That pulsating posture is almost like receiving the opposite gravity. As for those ferocious beasts, Iger couldn't see any trace of science fiction. Instead, they felt a strange aura from them. Iger looked around the entire hall again, and this time, there was a hint of amazement in his eyes. These things, on the surface, look like things from ancient times, but in fact, if not for the biomechanical mastery of the accepted system, even if he comes from the 21st century where technology is highly developed, he may not be able to see these doorways. These are actually super sci-fi technological products. Of course, Yi Ji is still like this, and it is naturally impossible for a little girl from this era to be able to see anything. Aren't these all things that existed hundreds of years ago? Isn't this Vegapunk a genius who claims to have surpassed the times for 500 years? Are you doing these retro things like this? Xiang Sun pouted and muttered as he hovered between the 2 rows of giant beasts, his eyes filled with disgust. She came today full of expectations, thinking that she could see some high-tech products, but it turned out to be these ancient things. But speaking of it, these pearls of the sea are very interesting. It seems that this guy Vegapunk cheated money from the world world's official government. After looking at it for a long time, I couldn't see why. Xiang Sun felt a little bored and touched the sea pearl in the mouth of a dragon-shaped statue. The warm and jade-like hand touched the bead, and for a moment I didn't know which side was more comfortable. At the same time, in a dark room that the two did not know about, there was a figure sitting on his boss chair, staring at the blue light screen in front of him. On the screen, Xiang Sun was stroking the beads in the dragon's mouth. There was a smile on the corner of his mouth. Without hesitation, the man stretched out his hand and pressed a red button next to him. Hey, Iger, what do you say these statues are made of? Xiang Keiru touched the beads in the mouth of the dragon statue in front of him. He turned his head to look at Iger, who was not far away, and asked, I'm working on it, and these things don't feel like they're sculpted because there's just so much detail on it. Iger also looked carefully at the lizard man in front of him, his eyes full of amazement. After looking at it for a few seconds, he seemed to have a guess, and then turned his face to Xiang Keiru. Maybe these things are more like specimens than statues. Be careful. Before he could finish speaking, Iger suddenly changed his face and hurriedly shouted. Xiang Sun was also startled by Iger's sudden roar, and turned his head in a panic to look at the giant dragon statue in front of him. It doesn't matter at this point. Xiang Sun only felt that all the hairs on his body exploded. I saw that the dragon statue, which should have been pitch black, covered the dragon face with scales. The two green vertical pupils suddenly opened, staring at him coldly. The viscous saliva seeped out from the dragon's mouth, and the black iron-like scales opened angrily. It was as if the metal cast membrane wings opened behind the back and then stood up straight. Hai Mingzu was directly chewed and swallowed by it, and a terrifying dragon roar instantly resounded throughout the hall. Afterwards, the giant dragon's black iron-like legs ruthlessly trampled towards Xiang Sun. Chapter 560 High-Tech Dragons. Whoa whoa whoa. The black iron dragons, which were 5 or 6 meters high, lifted their dragon feet, which were the size of a ping-pong table. The terrifying power instantly exploded the surrounding air, and pieces of air fled wildly like prisoners out of the cage. In the blink of an eye, he had already crossed Xiang Keiru's soft body and spread out. Everything happened so suddenly. Xiang Keiru's mind was just startled by the pair of eyes that suddenly opened. The dragon feet carrying terrifying power had already stepped on her with a huge force, and it was completely too late to react. Her whole body fell into stillness. Xiang Keiru. Iger stood not far away and looked at the sluggish Xiang Sun, and suddenly became anxious and roared. After that, without any hesitation, the silver light directly lit up all over the body, and the whole body turned into a flash of lightning. The shining silver light ripped through the air in an instant. Before the dragon's feet even moved a centimeter, Iger's body flashed in front of Xiang Sun. With one hand protects her head, and the other directly wraps her whole body into her arms. At the same time, the mind shifted to the back, and layers of blue crystal layers quickly emerged. And just after Iger finished these simple actions, he didn't even have time to push his arrogance. The black dragon feet that exuded the color of black iron have already stepped down. Boom! A huge sound of gold and iron clashing instantly resounded through the entire hall, and Iger's intuition was shocked. Immediately, the blood all over his body was surging wildly, and a burst of unbearable pain spread on his back. No! Iger groaned. The black dragon feet didn't look huge, but the power contained in it is quite heavy. Even with his current strength, he almost didn't stop. But even so, Iger still clenched his teeth and hugged Xiang Sun tightly. Then he was ready to fly far away with the strength of the dragon's feet. However, Iger still underestimated the power of this black dragon. Just when Iger had his feet on the ground and was about to exert his strength, an extremely heavy and terrifying giant force instantly poured on Iger's back. He took Xiang Sun in his arms and kicked it out like a bullet. Call out! Boom! Iger's body passively turned into a blurry shadow, and it passed through the entire hall almost instantly. In a hurry, Iger had only time to twist his waist, pointed his back to the wall, put himself behind Xiang Sun, and then slammed into the wall of the hall. Boom! Just as Iger hit the wall, the black iron dragon's feet also stepped on the white ground ruthlessly. As if stepping into tofu, I stepped in deeply, and a huge spider web-like crack quickly spread. Click! On the other side, behind Iger, there was a cracking sound at the same time. It's just that when Iger looked back, there were no cracks on the wall. Instead, there was a kind of tearing pain that directly penetrated the body and grabbed his heart arrogantly. Under the simple collision of this blow, it turned out that the back that had been strengthened to a very strong level was cracked. A completely unfamiliar emotion suddenly poured into Iger's heart. It was a deep surprise. Surprised how such a thing exists in this small naval research department. It is absolutely unimaginable without experiencing it in person. This looks like a miniature dragon that is only 5 or 6 meters high. The power contained in it turned out to be such terrifying. Ahem, you're making me breathless. Iger was thinking in horror as to why this guy's attack would split his back, and when it was still so painful painful. The soft body that had been sluggish in his arms suddenly coughed twice. Some hoarse voices reached Iggy's ears. Iger was stunned for a moment, then looked down. His face flushed, and he could not help releasing his hand immediately. At this moment, Xingxian Keiru's hair was already a little disheveled, but it didn't affect the soft fragrance blowing across his nose. The aroma was lingering, and the girl's white and slender neck could still be seen. Good fragrance. Obviously it was a very critical situation, but Iger was in a trance. He couldn't even control his nose and took a deep breath, making the girl's neck turn red. Ahem, this guy is very strong. You hide behind me. I don't know what's going on. Even in the face of Hancock, Iger, who can maintain absolute rationality, can be so gaff. Immediately it was a little embarrassing, so he had to cough twice and walked forward to protect Xiang Sun behind him. His eyes fell on the body of the black iron dragon again, and Iger's originally rippling thoughts also returned to reason. And behind him, Xiang Sun's eyes were also a little nervous, looking at the giant that had almost crushed him in one move. Cold sweat seeping out. Everything just now was too sudden, and I stood in front of it completely unprepared. Unexpectedly, all of a sudden, this guy attacked him directly. And looking at that posture, there is absolutely no mercy at all. If Iggy didn't save him in time just now, he would definitely be seriously injured. This guy is strong. Click click. When both of them felt the tyranny of this guy, the black iron dragons also turned their heads stiffly. There was no emotion in its emerald green eyes. It took a few steps forward following the action it had just stepped on, and then turned to the two of them. Iger protected Xiang Sun behind him, his eyes fixed on the body of the black iron dragon, his eyes full of vigilance. After the fight just now, Iger already knew very clearly the dragon in front of him, although it looked like a creature on the surface. But in fact, it is a robot controlled by some people. Under the tightly arranged black scales, there are definitely various man-made structures hidden. Sizzle underscore. As if to confirm Iger's judgment, the sound of mechanical sliding suddenly came from the body of the black iron dragon. Immediately after, it stretched its arms in the direction of Iger. Iger looked at the raised dragon hand, looked at it, and suddenly his face changed drastically. I saw that the scales on the black iron dragon's arm were opened one by one, and then stepped back to reveal the milky white metal structure covered below. During the mechanical sliding, a long tubular object drilled out from the palm of the dragon claw. For this scene, Iger is simply too familiar with it. This is a pacifist.